The myriad realms have collapsed, returning to a singular domain. The populace has descended upon the primordial continent, taking on the mantle of lords to fight for survival. Upon arrival, each individual is bestowed with an initial territory, enabling them to recruit troops and fortify their domains. It's over. I've randomly drawn a territory of the beast faction, leaving me with only the ability to recruit wolf cubs. I'm in a similar predicament, assigned to the undead faction with my initial troops being mere skeletons. What on earth is a mechanical factory? How am I supposed to survive with just a mechanical bird? Huh, you all have it easy. I've heard that those in the plant faction have it the worst. Some have drawn tiny saplings that possess no combat capability whatsoever. Lin You gazed at the incessant stream of messages floating by, then glanced at the three bold characters signifying plant faction and his territory information, and wept. How could he possibly navigate this situation? However, as time passed, he began to realize the saplings he recruited were capable of mutation. Chapter 1. Initial troops, tiny saplings. Are you truly the supreme deity? Within a dim and murky expanse, Lin You stood before a statue, hesitating slightly. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, save for the illuminated area where he stood. Lin You could not fathom how he had arrived at this location. Just moments prior, he had been diligently working at his computer, striving to complete unfinished tasks. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the entire world shattered, transforming into countless fragments. Before he knew it, he found himself here, standing before this statue that proclaimed itself the supreme deity. Regrettably, in response to his inquiry, the deity offered no acknowledgement, instead delivering a voice that was cold and mechanical. The myriad realms have collapsed, returning to a singular domain. Congratulations, you have obtained the qualification to venture to the primordial continent. To facilitate your adaptation to this new world, each individual will randomly receive an initial territory, through which you may recruit troops, plunder resources, and develop your influence. In this vast world, you will not only contend with competition from various races, but also face threats from the indigenous inhabitants. The fate of the weak is but death. Thus, strive to enhance your strength and empower yourself. Randomly allocating territories. Territory allocation complete. Please prepare yourselves. With a whoosh, Lin Yu's surroundings brightened as he found himself at the base of a mountain on the edge of a forest, surrounded by towering trees that obscured the distant landscape. While the air resonated with the sounds of chirping insects, singing birds, and the roars of beasts, the sudden beastly roar jolted Lin You back to reality, his eyes widening in astonishment. What was happening? The myriad realms have collapsed, returning to a singular domain. Does this imply that his former world has ceased to exist? Surely, this cannot be a jest. Yet, even if it were a joke, the reality before him felt overwhelmingly authentic. Slap. Lin You delivered a sharp slap to his own face, the pain striking him fiercely. Indeed, this was all too real that, he pondered, a voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. Esteemed Lord. From this moment forth, you possess 7 days of protection. During this period, your territory shall remain unharmed. After 7 days, the protection will dissipate. Please safeguard the core of your territory diligently. The core of your territory is a manifestation of each lord's soul. Should it be destroyed, the lord shall perish as well. As the voice faded, the ground beneath Lin You erupted with a thunderous roar. A magnificent tree, radiant with light, sprouted from the earth, soaring to over 10 meters in height. Simultaneously, barriers arose around him, encircling the bewildered Lin You and the towering tree. Well then it appeared he was not dreaming. He had indeed traversed realms. Lin You stood in stunned silence for what felt like an eternity, gradually emerging from his shock and bewilderment. Upon accepting the truth, his first reaction was not one of panic or dread, but rather an unexpected composure. Having navigated the tumultuous currents of society for many years, he had seen his fair share of storms. The first thing he did was swiftly approach the solitary structure within his territory, the grand tree, and examine it closely. Soon after, the information regarding his territory materialized before him. Territory name. Tree of Life. Territory level. Tier 1. Territory durability. 100. Troop recruitment. Plant faction. Recruitment quantity. 0, 10. Territory description. The foundation of the Lord's survival, possessing various functionalities. Destruction of the territory core results in the Lord's demise. Upgrade requirements. Wood 100, stone 0, 100, magic energy 10. Note, plant faction territory characteristic. Wood is self-sustaining. This is the territory. Lin You surveyed his surroundings, noting the crude enclosure formed of stone pillars and wood, accompanied by the towering tree before him. This initial territory was rather rudimentary, But if his suspicions were correct, this grand tree was indeed the territory core referred to by the voice earlier. In other words, should this tree be destroyed, his own life would be forfeit. What a brutal reality. With only 7 days of safety at his disposal, if he wished to survive, he must swiftly enhance his strength, gather materials to upgrade his territory, and fortify his barriers. With this thought in mind, Lin You quickly perused the other information, soon drawn to a chat feature labeled Regional Channel. Upon opening it, he was met with a torrent of messages from others. Holy cow, I've crossed over. What is happening? Can anyone enlighten me? I'm in a panic. I just saw a gigantic python slithering past me. It seems our original world has perished, and we've collectively been transported to this realm. Wait, can we ever return? Where are you, my dear? It's me, Taiju. Can you see my message? Lin Yu was astonished to discover that indeed, everyone had crossed over to this world, scattered randomly across various locations. The chat channel was a cacophony of chaos, most individuals gripped by fear and uncertainty, some even losing their sanity, frantically sending messages with hundreds and thousands of messages fluttering by every second. And this was merely one region. Who knows how many similar regions existed beyond? Thanks to this channel, Lin Yu discovered a wealth of valuable information. Some of the first individuals to regain their composure had already begun discussing territorial matters. I randomly obtained a territory of the animal type. I can only recruit wolf cubs. I'm in a similar situation. I ended up with a necromancer's graveyard, where the initial unit is a fragile little skeleton that shatters with a single blow. What on earth is a mechanical factory? How am I supposed to survive with just a mechanical bird? You all consider yourselves fortunate. I just saw someone from the plant type claiming they randomly received a sapling. A sapling? How utterly unfortunate. I'm glad I wasn't assigned to the plant type. And not all initial units of the plant type are saplings. Upon my observation, only a handful of unfortunate souls ended up with those. Lin Yu. It was one thing to not look, but after absorbing this information, Lin Yu's expression darkened instantaneously. Wasn't his territory, in fact, of the plant type? Surely he couldn't be so unlucky as to have the initial unit randomly assigned as a sapling. Could he? He promptly closed the chat channel and approached the Tree of Life, focusing his mind as advised by others. Recruit. Immediately, a voice resonated in his mind. Once more. Please select the number of recruits. Each first-tier unit requires 1 point of magical energy for recruitment, and the recruitment level cannot exceed the territory level. 10. Lin Yu replied without hesitation. His territory possessed an initial magical energy of 10 points, precisely sufficient to recruit 10 first-tier units. In this perilous world, having allies was undoubtedly advantageous. As soon as his voice fell, the Tree of Life above him began to tremble, and seeds enveloped in ethereal light slowly descended, embedding themselves in the soil beneath his feet. In the next moment, the earth shifted and saplings emerged from the ground. Name. Sapling. Race. Planet. Level. First tier, 0-10. Strength, 0. Attack power. Constitution, 8. Vitality. Agility, 0. Speed. Spirit, 5. Skill power. Skill. Breath of nature. Concentrates the essence of nature, accelerating the recovery of wounds. Description. The lowest tier of plant summons, barely useful for healing. Gazing at the 10 saplings that appeared before him, Lin Yu's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated that he would indeed become one of those unfortunate souls mentioned by others, randomly assigned the weakest initial unit. With both attack and speed at 0, how was one meant to play this game? It would have sufficed to not receive a formidable unit, but at the very least, a flower fairy or a tree spirit would have been welcome. Even a cactus would have been preferable, as it could at least launch spines at foes, far superior to these saplings. With these utterly defenseless saplings, not only would they be incapable of repelling external threats, but they wouldn't even survive the 7-day safety period. Surely, he couldn't venture out alone to hunt. Could he? Lin Yu had never felt so speechless, as if the deity above could no longer bear to watch. Another voice echoed in his mind. Each lord, upon their arrival, receives a chance for a lottery. Would you like to use it immediately? Lottery. Lin Yu's spirit surged with excitement. He had not expected such a fortunate turn of events to arise so swiftly. As he gazed upon the exquisite treasure chest that appeared before him, he swallowed hard and immediately reached inside. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, the voice resounded again. Congratulations, you have obtained a unique ability. Mutation consumes magical energy to induce mutation in a designated summoned unit, transforming it into a randomly selected unit of the same tier, while randomly retaining one original skill. Mutation can be repeated. Chapter 2. Transform me. Brothers, what did you draw from the lottery? Don't even mention it. I got a mere 15 units of stone. I drew 20 units of wood. There is nothing of value in this treasure chest, leaving me with a sense of hollow triumph. I see many others received resources as well. However, I just overheard someone claiming they drew a new type of unit. No way. Is that true? A new unit? How dare they? Lucky bastard, get lost. In the regional channel, everyone was engrossed in discussions about the lottery. The consensus was strikingly uniform. Nearly everyone received resource rewards, with only a scant few obtaining items beyond mere resources. Lin You cast a glance at the regional channel, then at the rewards he had just acquired, his heart racing with excitement. He promptly opened the interface for the Tree of Life and meticulously searched through it, only to discover a new mutation ability had appeared. This ability could transform designated units into other types, randomly retaining one skill in the process. In other words, regardless of how many times a unit was mutated, the resulting type would always possess one additional skill compared to others. This was undoubtedly a formidable ability, akin to a lifeline for Lin You in his current predicament. Unfortunately, the mutation required the consumption of magical energy, which he had just exhausted, rendering him temporarily unable to utilize this newfound power. This left him in a rather awkward position. The only course of action was to swiftly devise a means to replenish his magical energy, and then test the effects of the mutation ability. Otherwise, relying solely on these saplings would make it impossible to survive until the safety period concluded. Lin You cast another glance at the saplings on the ground, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated through the air. Lin You turned towards the sound, only to find a black wolf, its back adorned with bony blades, furiously ramming against the fence. With each collision, an invisible force repelled it, sending it tumbling several meters away before it rose and charged at the fence once more. Clearly, it had spotted Lin You as its prey. Lin You was certain that if it weren't for the safety period, the black wolf would have already breached the barrier and invaded his territory. Wait, could slaying monsters yield magical energy? A sudden thought sparked in Lin Yu's mind, filling him with exhilaration. After observing the black wolf outside for a moment and confirming it could not enter, he scanned his surroundings and quickly located a thick, sharp-tipped wooden stick. Gathering his resolve, he cautiously approached the edge of the fence. Roar! Upon seeing Lin You draw near, the black wolf grew even more frenzied, baring its fangs and roaring as it lunged at him. Timing his strike, Lin You thrust the wooden stick forward, aiming for the wolf's abdomen. In that instant, he was taken aback. It felt as though his strength had surged. With a pained howl, the wolf's abdomen was pierced, and it crashed violently against the fence. The tremendous impact caused Lin You to stagger backward, the stick slipping from his grasp, and his arm tingled with numbness. When he looked back outside the fence, he saw the black wolf struggling to rise, evidently wounded and seemingly attempting to flee. Lin You would not grant it the opportunity. As it turned to escape, he quickly picked up the stick and aimed for its most vulnerable spot, delivering a decisive thrust. A howl of agony escaped the black wolf as its body stiffened, and the stick in Lin Yu's hand splintered upon impact. This strike dealt a crippling blow, blood gushed from its wounds, and its breath grew weaker, movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Finally, with a resounding thud, it collapsed to the ground. Congratulations. You have slain a Tier 1 black wolf and gained 1 point of magical energy. Lin Yu's chest heaved as he absorbed the voice resonating in his mind, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. He had successfully killed a Tier 1 monster. His assumption had proven correct. Defeating monsters indeed granted magical energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed outside his territory to drag the black wolf's corpse back within. At last, he had secured a source of food, alleviating a significant dilemma. Eagerly, he approached the 10 saplings once more. Surely, there would be no further mishaps? With a mix of trepidation and hope, Lin You activated the mutation ability on one of the saplings, the voice in his mind echoing once more. Mutating a Tier 1 summon unit requires 1 point of magical energy. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. As his command resonated, he felt a wondrous force coalesce, enveloping the sapling entirely. Suddenly, a spiked vine burst forth from the earth, triggering a chain reaction as more vines emerged in rapid succession. The sapling, too, grew at an astonishing pace, transforming into a root-like plant entwined with vines, crowned by a closed flower bud resembling a head. The newly sprouted vines danced around it like tentacles, swaying with the joy of transformation. Name: Thorn Vine Grass. Species: Plant. Level: Tier 1, 0-10. Strength: 6, Attack Power. Vitality: 10, Life Force. Agility: 0, Speed. Mental Strength: 5, Skill Power. Skills: Breath of Nature, Vine Whip. Description: a low-tier plant summon. The spikes on the vines possess considerable attack power. Success. Lin You gazed in astonishment at the transformed attributes, unable to fathom how powerful the mutation ability was, directly evolving the sapling into Thorn Vine Grass. Not only had it gained offensive capabilities, but it also retained the sapling's healing skill. Coupled with the inherent vitality of plant species, its survivability could undoubtedly be deemed the best among Tier 1 units. Few could rival it. The only drawback was its agility attribute, which remained at 0. This was likely a common shortcoming among plant species, overly reliant on the earth. No matter, he would test its attack power. Without further ado, Lin You turned his attention to the black wolves outside. Drawn by the earlier commotion and the scent of blood, perfect candidates to assess the Thorn Vine Grass's offensive strength. Attack. Lin You commanded the Thorn Vine Grass. In the next moment, several piercing sounds echoed as the spiked vines shot past Lin You, extending straight toward the black wolves outside his territory, reaching out 5 meters. The wolves, startled, opened their mouths in an attempt to bite the vines, only to find them deftly dodging to the side, ensnaring their bodies instead. They thrashed desperately on the ground, struggling to break free. At that moment, the healing skill inherited from the sapling activated, continually mending the tears in the vines, rendering the wolves' efforts futile. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank into their predicament. At long last, amidst a cacophony of anguished howls, the throat of the black wolf was severed by the piercing tendrils, ultimately extinguishing its life. Slain a first-tier black wolf, gained 1 point of magical energy. Slain a first-tier black wolf, gained 1 point of magical energy. Slain a first-tier black wolf, gained 1 point of magical energy. How formidable! Lin You was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. In mere moments, he had vanquished 3 black wolves, thereby acquiring 3 points of magical energy. The surviving black wolves, upon witnessing the grim fate of their companions, were seized by terror and hastily fled, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Were it not for the 3 lifeless black wolf carcasses lying on the ground, Lin You would scarcely believe the reality of the situation. It must be noted that he had just experienced firsthand the formidable prowess of the black wolves. Had it not been for the protective barrier and safety period, he would likely have found it far more challenging to defeat them. Yet, the thorny vine had accomplished this feat with such ease. This led him to contemplate whether his combat prowess might not even amount to 5 points. As he pondered, he swiftly crossed the barrier to drag the black wolf carcasses into his territory. He then proceeded to examine the attributes of the thorny vine once more. Name, thorny vine. Race, plant. Level, first tier, 3, 10. Strength, 7, attack power. Vitality, 11, life force. Agility, 0, speed. Mental, 6, skill power. Skills, breath of nature, vine whip. Description, the most basic plant-based summon. The thorns possess considerable attack power. Lin You uttered softly, noting a discrepancy. The attributes of the thorny vine had indeed increased. The number following its level had shifted from an initial 0 to 3 points. Could it be that summon units gain experience through the slaying of magical creatures, and thus evolve? Upon arriving at this conclusion, Lin You felt a surge of excitement. If this were the case, he could certainly elevate these summon units to the 2nd tier, significantly enhancing their survival capabilities. With this thought in mind, he promptly approached the remaining saplings, expending the magical energy he had just accrued to invoke the mutation ability on 3 of them. Transform for me. Chapter 3. Ascending to the 2nd tier, a new troop type. No sooner had Lin Yu's voice faded than a radiant light enveloped the 3 saplings. In a swift surge of growth, 2 of them transformed into thorny vines, displaying slight variations in attributes, though the differences were negligible. Most astonishing to Lin Yu was the 3rd sapling, which, to his amazement, blossomed into a vibrant red flower. As the petals unfurled, a diminutive, winged sprite gently floated forth, flitting around Lin Yu in joyous circles. Name, flower sprite. Race, plant. Level, first tier, 0, 10. Strength, 0. Vitality, 5. Agility, 8. Mental, 10. Skills, breath of nature, spirit of nature. Description, the most basic plant-based summon, capable of rapidly healing wounds. Like the thorny vine, the flower sprite inherited the skills of the sapling, and with the enhancement of 2 healing abilities, its restorative capacity had reached a remarkably formidable level. This exemplified the true strength of the mutation ability. With the flower sprite and 3 thorny vines at his disposal, Lin Yu's territory had become significantly safer and more vibrant. He approached the carcasses of the black wolves, attending to them while simultaneously opening the regional chat channel. After a period of reflection, most had transcended their initial panic and commenced discussions regarding various territorial matters. Brothers, I have discovered something monumental. After upgrading the territory to the 2nd tier, the Lord ascends alongside it. Goodness, is that even possible? What? We can level up as well? Is this information accurate? How did you manage to upgrade the territory so swiftly? I can personally attest, after reaching the 2nd tier, I feel immensely stronger. Wow. To upgrade so rapidly to the 2nd tier, you must have drawn all the resources. Or perhaps your initial troop type is simply overpowered. I need to hurry and gather wood and stone, and magical energy as well. I'm still missing over half. Observing the flurry of messages, Lin Yu was astounded. The notion that the Lord would upgrade alongside the territory had not occurred to him. Reflecting on the earlier voice that had spoken of the territory core as a manifestation of the Lord's soul, he realized the inherent connection. No wonder he could access territorial information without approaching the core. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, 1st tier. Territory durability, 100, 100. Recruitable troop type, plant. Recruitable quantity, 10, 10. Territory description, the fundamental foundation of the Lord's existence, endowed with various functions. Destruction of the territory core results in the demise of the Lord. Upgrade requirements, wood, 100, 100, stone, 0, 100, magical energy, 0, 10. Note, Plant type territory characteristic. Wood is self-sustaining. The advantage of the plant type lies in its inexhaustible supply of wood. This seems to compensate for the early weaknesses of plant types, presenting a delightful surprise. It is regrettable that this fixed wood cannot be extracted. Otherwise, he would have long since profited from selling wood rather than laboriously hunting magical creatures. With the wood no longer a concern, he merely needed to gather stone and magical energy. The stone was relatively easy to procure, as there were ample resources nearby. However, accumulating magical energy posed a greater challenge, as his plant-based summons lacked mobility, let alone the ability to venture outside the territory to hunt. He couldn't possibly run out to lure magical creatures for the thorny vines to slay. Could he? Remarkably, that method might just work. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Yu's eyes. Since the territory was still under the protection of the safety period, as long as he didn't venture too far, there should be no significant issue, perhaps even an enormous loophole. With this thought solidified, he swiftly disposed of the black wolf carcasses, then rose to grasp the previously discarded dry branch, making his way towards the territory's periphery. As he crossed the threshold of the territory, a warning promptly echoed behind him. Warning. You have now exited the boundaries of the territory and are no longer protected by the safety period. Lin You paid it no mind, continuing onward into the distance. Indeed, before long, 7 or 8 black wolves burst forth from the adjacent thicket, their gaping maws agape as they lunged towards him. Evidently drawn by the scent of flesh, Lin You, sensing the imminent danger, did not hesitate, turning swiftly to flee back into the safety of his territory. Within the territory, 3 thorn vines stirred, and their sharp tendrils shot forth, assailing the approaching black wolves. In a fleeting moment, the wolves were met with agonizing cries, utterly outmatched by the thorn vines, and were swiftly eradicated. Under Lin Yu's deliberate control, all the black wolves fell victim to the assault of the initial thorn vine, thereby amassing its experience to full capacity. Enveloped in a radiant glow, the thorn vine successfully advanced, its blossom gradually unfurling. Name: Thorn Blossom. Species: Plant. Level: Tier 2 0. 25. Strength: 20. Constitution: 22. Agility: 9. Spirit: 17. Skills: Breath of Nature, Whipvine. Description: the most rudimentary of plant summons, it has acquired the ability to move. The second tier unit had not yet mastered any new skills. Lin You noted that all units only learned a new skill every 3 tiers, meaning he would have to reach tier 4 for that to occur. Nonetheless, he felt an overwhelming exhilaration. For the Thorn Blossom, having achieved tier 2, had finally gained the ability to move. His gaze fell upon the base of the Thorn Blossom, which had indeed detached from the soil and sprouted thick roots, enabling it to maneuver slowly across the ground. This was undoubtedly splendid news for Lin You. With this newfound capability, he could venture out to hunt, gather stones, and harness magical energy. But the mutation ability. Suddenly, Lin You recalled his mutation ability, which could be repeated. He wondered what effect it would have on the second-tier Thorn Blossom. Would it mutate into an even more formidable second-tier summon? However, upon further contemplation, he dismissed the thought. Even if he were to repeat the mutation, only one skill would be randomly retained, and a third skill would not emerge. Moreover, he could not guarantee that the summon unit post-mutation would retain its mobility. Rather than expend his precious magical energy on the Thorn Blossom, he would be better off using it to mutate the saplings, thereby augmenting his combat units. Given that he would soon venture forth, the more combat units he possessed, the better. Thus, Lin You swiftly made his way to the base of the Tree of Life, employing his mutation ability on the remaining 6 saplings. As before, after a burst of light enveloped them, the 6 saplings underwent significant transformations. Apart from 4 mutating into thorn vines, the remaining 2 astonishingly manifested as new units. Name: Treant Guardian. Species: Plant. Level: Tier 1, 0, 10. Strength: 10 attack power. Constitution: 8 vitality. Agility: 8 speed. Spirit: 8 skill power. Skills: Breath of Nature, Cleave. Description: the most basic of plant summons, exceptionally proficient in melee combat. These were humanoid plants formed from branches, with 2 legs enabling them to traverse the ground freely, and their arms fashioned from sharp wooden spikes, resembling warriors with attributes nearly maxed out at Tier 1. Lin You was certain that this was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional Tier 1 plant units. If any plant lord randomly received this as their initial unit, their early game would be remarkably smooth, unlike his own perilous escapades to lure monsters. Truly, the comparison of individuals can be disheartening. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated from outside the territory, jolting Lin You back to reality. As he turned to gaze outward, his pupils abruptly constricted. A Tier 3 monster. Chapter 4. The Absence of Martial Ethics. Lin You had not anticipated that his territory would attract monsters exceeding Tier 3. There, perched upon a stone outside the territory, stood a robust lion, its fur ablaze with a fiery hue. Name: Flame Lion. Species: Beast. Level: Tier 3. Strength: 32. Constitution: 27. Agility: 30. Spirit: 29. Skills, Flame Surround. Description, a fierce beast among lower-tier creatures, capable of rudimentary flame manipulation. With nearly 30 points of combined attributes, it far surpassed the second-tier Thorn Blossom. How could such a formidable creature appear here? Lin Yu was baffled. However, as he observed the flame lion leap from the stone towards the carcasses of the black wolves, a glimmer of realization struck him. This creature had been lured by the scent of blood. As expected, the flame lion first fixated on Lin Yu for a moment before sauntering over to the black wolf corpses, beginning to devour them without a care for Lin Yu's presence. This afforded Lin Yu a spark of inspiration. Although fire had a natural advantage over plants, he still had a safety period. As long as he remained within the territory, he had no cause for concern. Why not seize this opportunity to test if he could slay the flame lion? Should he succeed, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Taking advantage of the flame lioness distraction, Lin Yu swiftly commanded the thorn blossom and the thorn vines nearby to launch an attack. In the next instant, a flurry of piercing sounds filled the air as the spiked tendrils lashed out, hurtling several meters toward the flame lion outside the territory, their speed surpassing that of before. Yet at that moment, the flame lion abruptly raised its head, unleashing a torrent of flames at the tendrils. The once ferocious assault of the tendrils was instantly reduced to charred remnants. Indeed, fire had its dominion over plants. Fortunately, the second-tier Thorn Blossom's constitution was not significantly weaker than that of the flame lion, and with its healing ability, it barely withstood the flames. In a swift motion, it ensnared the lion's legs. With a roar, the flame lion erupted in flames, attempting to incinerate the tendrils. Luckily, the tendrils retreated just in time, evading the inferno. After a brief struggle, the flame lion's flames subsided, losing its ability to dominate the plants. Seizing the moment, the two Treant Guardians surged forward, their wooden spikes thrusting fiercely at the flame lion. Meanwhile, the Thorn Blossom and the first-tier Thorn Vines renewed their assault, a dense swarm of tendrils emerging to encircle the flame lion, entangling its body. The flame lion fought desperately, thrashing against the encroaching tendrils and crashing into the barriers. Yet, overwhelmed by the sheer number of tendrils, it found itself increasingly ensnared, compounded by the continued healing support from the Thorn Blossom, which temporarily restricted its movement. At last, the second-tier Thorn Blossom identified the opportune moment, its spiked tendrils slicing into the lion's most vulnerable throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth. The fiery lion, in a fit of rage, swatted away two tree spirit sentinels with a single blow, tearing the vines that ensnared its body. Only the second-tier Thorn Vine Flower managed to hold on, utilizing its formidable vitality and healing capabilities, yet it too was precariously close to collapse. Cracks incessantly emerged in the vines, constantly reassembling under the flower spirit's healing and self-repair, as if they could snap at any moment. Fortunately, due to excessive blood loss from severed arteries, the fiery lion's strength waned, and its struggles became increasingly futile, rendering it unable to harness its fiery abilities. This granted the thorn vine flower a much-needed respite, as a vine whip coiled around the lion's neck, sinking deeply into its wound. The fiery lion attempted to resist, yet it was utterly powerless, allowing the vines to constrict tighter and deeper, its body writhing in agony. Ultimately, it let out a mournful howl and collapsed heavily to the ground. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a third-tier fiery lion and earned 15 mana points. The voice resonating in Lin Yu's mind sent a jolt through him. He had never anticipated that he would indeed succeed in vanquishing a third-tier magical beast. Although the means employed were somewhat unsavory, he had truly achieved it. Meanwhile, the thorn vine flower, as the primary source of damage, also experienced a significant increase in experience, equivalent to slaying 10 second-tier magical creatures. Even the first-tier thorn vine grass and tree spirit sentinels received a considerable share of experience, enhancing their attributes significantly. Quick, drag its corpse over here, Lin Yu called to the thorn vine flower, as it was one of the few remaining relatively unscathed. In stark contrast, the first-tier thorn vine grass and tree spirit sentinels appeared quite wretched, with almost all their vines torn and suffering severe injuries, looking decidedly listless. This battle had been truly brutal. Thankfully, due to their inherent healing abilities and the support of the flower spirit, they had avoided any casualties. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have surely felt heartbroken. After addressing the remains of the fiery lion, Lin Yu took the opportunity to inspect the thorn vine flower's details. Name: thorn vine flower. Species: plant. Level: second tier, 10, 25. Strength: 22. Constitution: 23. Agility: 10. Spirit: 18. Skills: Breath of Nature, Vine Whip. Description: a low-level plant summon, possessing initial mobility capabilities. As he had surmised, the thorn vine flower's attributes had indeed increased after gaining experience, making it considerably stronger than before. Now, all that remained was the acquisition of stone materials. Lin Yu murmured to himself, glancing at the territory information, noting that the 10 mana points required for upgrading had already been obtained through the defeat of the fiery lion. Now, He only needed 100 units of stone material for his territory to advance to the second tier, which would elevate his own capabilities significantly. As for the stone, it was hardly a challenge. His location was conveniently adjacent to a mountain, abundant with stone. He could simply send the tree spirit sentinels and thorn vine flowers to gather some. Soon, he mobilized his able forces to commence the task. In less than half a day's time, he collected the requisite 100 stone units and returned to his territory. The Tree of Life seemed to sense its impending upgrade, its branches swaying as it shed glowing particles. Do you wish to upgrade your territory? The voice echoed in his mind. Upgrade. Lin You responded without hesitation. In the next moment, the entire territory was enveloped in radiant light, the fence rapidly expanding, transforming from wooden palisades to sturdy stone pillars. Even the Tree of Life grew to a height of 20 meters, its branches and leaves casting shade over half the territory, evoking a sense of nature's vibrancy. Concurrently, Lin You felt an influx of formidable power surging through his body, invigorating his limbs and senses, elevating his strength and reflexes to an extraordinary level. He was certain that if he were to encounter those first-tier black wolves again, he could undoubtedly obliterate them with a single punch, without even the need for a weapon. Is this what it means to be second tier? How formidable! Lin You couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, his gaze drawn to the territory information. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, second tier. Durability, 250, 250. Recruitable units, plant species. Recruitment capacity, 10, 20. Territory description, the foundation of the Lord's survival, possessing various functions. Destruction of the territory's core leads to the Lord's demise. Upgrade requirements. Wood, 250, 250. Stone, 3, 250. Mana 5, 50. Note, plant type territory characteristic. Wood is self-sustaining. Upgrading to the second tier not only significantly increased durability, but also augmented recruitment capacity by an additional 10 units. However, what truly thrilled Lin You was the subsequent voice that echoed in his mind. Successfully upgraded the territory to the second tier. Unlocked second tier unit. Explosive Mushroom. Unlocked territory skill. Recall, allows the recall of specified summoned units, returning half the mana used. Second tier units. And territory skills. He had not anticipated that ascending to the second tier would unlock new features, and two at that. Initially, Lin You was concerned that having too many first-tier units would exceed the recruitment capacity, but the emergence of this recall skill had indeed proven to be of great assistance. Moreover, upon reviewing, he found that summoning a second-tier unit required only 5 mana points, which he had enough of to summon one. After contemplating for a moment, he chose to recruit. After a burst of light, a vibrant red mushroom, adorned with spores, materialized before him. Chapter 5. Disturbing the Lion's Denver. Name, Explosive Mushroom. Species, Plant. Level, second tier, 0, 25. Strength, 0. Constitution, 10. Agility, 0. Spirit, 22. Skills, Explosive Spores. Launches spores into the air, attaching to enemies and triggering a powerful explosion. Description, a harmless little mushroom, even suitable for use in soups. Goodness gracious, what a surprise. Explosive spores? What an unusual and peculiar unit. Lin You found himself at a loss for words regarding the randomness of his summoned units. From the initial sapling to now an explosive mushroom, none had been conventional. However, the explosive mushroom was somewhat acceptable. Although it possessed no offensive capabilities and could not move, its skill was rather impressive. As long as he mutated it into another unit using its transformation ability, it would retain this skill. And wouldn't it be splendid to unleash a vine whip that also had an explosive effect? Just imagining such a scene was delightful. Alas, he was currently out of mana and unable to perform any mutations. Lifting his gaze to the heavens, Lin You was taken aback to find that dusk had quietly descended upon him. With the waning light, he abandoned any thoughts of venturing out once more. After a long day's toil, hunger gnawed at him. He hastily constructed a makeshift stand and ignited a fire using the flame crystals he had procured from the fiery lion, commencing the dual task of roasting meat while perusing messages in the chat channel. Brothers, what is the situation like on your end? Not too bad. It was a bit disorienting at first, but I finally managed to elevate my territory to the second tier. That's impressively swift. I still require 4 points of magical energy to level up. Those magical beasts are simply too formidable to slay. Don't even mention it. I encountered a second-tier magical creature today, and we barely escaped annihilation, returning to our territory by the skin of our teeth. Consider yourself fortunate. My initial troop type is utterly lackluster, incapable of handling even first-tier magical beasts. I can't procure food, and I'm at a loss for how to survive tonight. How tragic. Messages continued to flood in, each recounting the dire circumstances faced by the others, some unable even to secure basic sustenance. In stark contrast, Lin You found himself in a significantly better position. Not only had he resolved his hunger, but he had also advanced his territory to the second tier, thereby managing to establish a tenuous foothold in this new world. By the way, has anyone been assigned to territories of the angel or demon types? I've heard that those troop types are exceptionally powerful. At this moment, another message popped up, addressing Lin Yu's most pressing concern, the types of territories. From the information gathered throughout the day, he had come to understand that the various troop types in this world were divided into 10 distinct categories: humanoid, anthropoid, beasts, insects, plants, undead, elements, machinery, angels, and demons. Each corresponded to one of the 10 territory types: castle, tribe, beast den, insect nest, tree of life, graveyard, elemental realm, mechanical factory, sacred hall, and blood palace. Among these, the angel and demon types were the rarest, followed closely by the elemental and mechanical types. As anticipated, the mention of the angel and demon territories sparked considerable interest. I can't speak for the demon type, but I encountered an angelic individual today, accompanied by 2 angels, who effortlessly dispatched a second-tier magical beast. It was utterly insane. Wow, was he a bother to you? What could he do? I was mounted on a second-tier gale leopard, and I simply fled. He couldn't keep pace with me. Goodness, I thought it was a tale of vengeance, but it turned out to be a display of grandeur. To achieve a second-tier troop so swiftly is positively enviable. What else there to be jealous of? The experience required for second tier is minimal. Ascending is quite easy. The real challenge begins at the third tier, where one must defeat magical beasts of equal rank to gain experience. Indeed, slaying lower-tier creatures yields negligible experience, and the magical energy is pathetically scant. Who knows when I'll be able to recruit a full complement of troops? The day's passage had furnished them with ample insights into this world. Seizing the opportunity during the night's respite, they shared their findings in the chat channel. Lin You, while indulging in his meal, gathered a wealth of useful information that spared him considerable missteps, all the while silently acknowledging the formidable nature of the angel and demon types. Should their paths cross in pursuit of gain, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce confrontation. Once he had satisfied his hunger with the roasted meat, Lin You made his way to the base of the tree of life. Through his connection with the tree, he grew vines and wove a simple hammock beneath it, settling down comfortably. This marked his first night in this world. Perhaps due to the fatigue of the day, he soon slipped into a deep slumber. As dawn broke, Lin You awoke early, not by choice, but rather due to a cacophony of crashing sounds. When he opened his eyes and peered outside, he was astonished to see his territory besieged by several fiery lions, relentlessly battering the enclosure. What on earth is happening? Lin You exclaimed, leaping from his hammock in alarm. Upon closer inspection, he counted no fewer than 8 fiery lions outside his territory. Had he inadvertently disturbed a lion's den, or was it the result of that fiery lion from yesterday? His thoughts drifted to the dried meat that lay nearby. It seemed the scent of his companion's flesh had drawn this pack of fiery lions, abruptly extinguishing his hopes of venturing out to hunt. The fiery lion from yesterday had nearly cost him dearly, and now, facing 8 of them, he feared for his very survival. Roar! The fiery lions, now aware of Lin Yu's presence, intensified their assault on the enclosure, causing it to rattle violently. The thorny vines and thistle flowers within the territory did not remain idle. The vines surged forth from the enclosure, launching a direct assault on the fiery lions, only to be incinerated by the flames they emitted. Witnessing this, Lin You furrowed his brow. Fire-type magical beasts, and to make matters worse, they were third tier. The advantage they had over his troops was overwhelming. One beast could be dealt with by leveraging the safety period and employing guerrilla tactics. But a group was an entirely different matter. He needed to devise another strategy. Eureka! He remembered the newly acquired troop type he had unlocked yesterday, the explosive mushroom. Due to the lateness of the hour, he had been unable to gather magical energy to mutate the explosive mushroom, but the night had passed, and many nocturnal magical beasts had fallen prey to his plants, providing him with an additional 5 points of magical energy. Without wasting another moment, he hurried to the explosive mushroom and activated its mutation ability. Mutating a second-tier summon unit requires 5 points of magical energy. Do you wish to proceed? The notification chimed. As Lin You had surmised, the magical energy required for mutating a second-tier troop was significantly higher, a 5-fold increase. Proceed. Lin You commanded resolutely. In the next instant, the explosive mushroom was enveloped in radiance, rapidly growing until it reached a height surpassing that of a man. Name: Thorny Flower. Species: Plant. Level: Second Tier, 0, 25. Strength: 19. Vitality: 22. Agility: 8. Mentality: 20. Skills: Explosive Spores, Vine Whip. Description: the most basic plant-type summon, possessing preliminary mobility. Unlike the previous Thorny Flower, this one bore an abundance of red spores due to its inherited explosive spores skill, which danced in the air as its vines swayed. Seizing the moment, Lin You issued an attack command. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air as the vines transformed into long whips, shooting forth over 10 meters to strike the nearest fiery lion with precision. Chapter 6: Blood Wolf Demon. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated around the forest's edge, shaking the very air itself. Lin You stared blankly at the flaming lion that had been violently propelled away, as well as the crater created outside his territory. His eyes nearly bulged from astonishment. He had not anticipated that the explosive spores would possess such ferocity, sending the flaming lion soaring into the air. Although it had not perished, it had sustained considerable damage, igniting a flicker of hope for his escape. Onward. Continue the bombardment. Lin You commanded. And the thorny vine flower promptly resumed its assault, showering the area beyond the territory with a multitude of spores. This was soon followed by a series of explosive detonations, causing the pack of flaming lions to leap and dodge in panic. Seizing this opportunity, the other plants took action, launching attacks on the injured flaming lion that had been blown away. The crimson spores, dancing in the air, descended upon the lion's wounds, feasting on its blood and taking root. Boom, boom, boom. Another wave of explosions erupted, and the flaming lion let out a harrowing cry as its internal organs were shattered, collapsing into a pool of its own blood. It struggled to rise, but was immediately ensnared by countless vines. As the vines constricted tighter, the flaming lion, weakened from excessive blood loss, found itself unable to break free, even its fiery powers rendered useless. Ultimately, it succumbed to its injuries. Kill a third-tier flaming lion. Gain 14 magic energy. Phew, that was no easy feat. It took a myriad of strategies to finally bring it down. Lin You couldn't help but exclaim. At lower tiers, the attribute differences among units were not overly pronounced. With proper tactics, one could indeed achieve victories against stronger foes. Furthermore, with the safety period acting as a sort of cheat, had it come to a direct confrontation, he would have undoubtedly been no match for the flaming lion. The remaining flaming lions, upon witnessing the demise of their companion, finally felt fear and began to retreat. They bared their teeth and growled at him from behind the fence for a few moments before turning and vanishing into the forest. Seeing this, Lin You finally let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, had the flaming lions continued to surround him, he would have genuinely worried about his ability to cope. Fortunately, the magical creatures in this world possessed their own intelligence and knew to fear. It was this very display of power that had quelled them. Thus, he had inadvertently profited by garnering 14 points of magic energy. Once he confirmed that the flaming lions had retreated to a safe distance, Lin You returned to the base of the Tree of Life, expending 5 points of magic energy to recruit an explosive mushroom, followed by another 5 points for mutation. After a day of experimentation, Lin You had gained a general understanding of the mutation ability. Simply put, the magic energy consumed for recruitment would be the same for mutation, effectively costing twice the amount for what others would spend on recruitment. In return, the mutated unit would gain an additional skill, becoming significantly more powerful. With this ability, he could potentially create formidable plants of various forms, allowing him to compete with those rare units. Contemplating this, Lin You glanced at the plant before him. As the radiance faded, the second-tier explosive mushroom had transformed, becoming a Treant warrior wielding a sharp sword. Name, Treant warrior. Race, plant. Level, second tier, 0-25. Strength, 22. Vitality, 18. Agility, 18. Mentality, 18. Skills, explosive spores, cleave. Description, an advanced form of the Treant Guardian, excelling in close combat capabilities. The second-tier Treant warrior stood noticeably taller than its first-tier counterpart. Merely standing there, one could sense its extraordinary presence. With this, Lin You now had 3 second-tier units at his side, providing a sense of security for his outings. As long as he did not encounter another pack of flaming lions like before, he should be fine. Moreover, having spent considerable time in this world, he had mostly remained within his territory and had little knowledge of the surrounding environment. This was the perfect opportunity to venture out, hunt, and assess any potential threats or the presence of other lords. Thus, after preparing within his territory and crafting a rudimentary bone blade for self-defense from beast bones, Lin You set out accompanied by his 3 second-tier units and the flower spirit. The location of Lin Yu's territory was at the junction of mountainous terrain and forest. Towering trees surrounded the area, shrouded in mist, presenting a primal sight unlike any he had encountered before. In the distance, the thunderous roars of beasts reverberated, shaking the very air. Lin You remained vigilant. As he stepped beyond his territory, he positioned the thorny vine flower and Treant warrior close by, while the flower spirit fluttered above his head, poised for support. Unwilling to venture deep into the unknown forest, he opted to skirt its edges, gradually leaving his territory behind. Stop! Suddenly, as they passed through a thicket, Lin You detected movement and halted the group. The plants, attuned to his thoughts, immediately ceased their advance. Lin You approached the forest's edge and peered through the underbrush, discovering 5 or 6 monstrous creatures with wolf heads and ape bodies, tearing into the corpse of a magical beast. Name, Blood Wolf Demon. Race, Beast. Level, second tier. Strength, 13. Vitality, 13. Agility, 24. Mentality, 16. Skills, Rending Claws. Description, a magical creature with wolf lineage, bloodthirsty in nature, attacking all creatures except its own kind. Lin You was taken aback by the swift encounter with a magical beast. Upon reviewing the information, he recognized this creature as a speed-oriented entity, its agility nearly reaching the maximum for its tier, far surpassing his sluggish plants. However, Lin You did not retreat. Rather, he felt exhilarated at the prospect of a hunt. He understood well that this world was rife with peril. Relying solely on units was insufficient. He needed to enhance his own combat awareness as a foundation for the future. While he could not face a third-tier magical creature head-on, surely a second-tier one posed no significant threat. Moreover, although his plant units were slow to move, their attacks were swift and ranged, making them perfect for practicing against these blood wolf demons. With this in mind, he stealthily approached with the 2 thorny vine flowers, while the Treant warrior maneuvered to the rear, waiting for the right moment to strike. As all the blood wolf demons lowered their heads to feast, Lin Yu's focus sharpened. Now was the time. With a thunderous crack beneath his feet, Lin Yu surged forward like an arrow as tendrils of vines shot forth from the ground, rapidly ensnaring the blood wolf demons. Roar! One of the blood wolf demons sensed the commotion, abruptly raising its head to issue a warning to its companions. But in the next instant, the Treant warrior, hidden just behind, had already lunged at it from behind, delivering a swift, decisive blow that cleaved its head in two. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Kill a second-tier blood wolf demon, gain 6 magic energy. Lin Yu paid no heed to the voice, his hand deftly wielding a bone blade as he thrust it toward the nearest blood wolf demon. The demon, about to counterattack, failed to notice the tendrils that had coiled around its feet. With a resounding puncture, the bone blade pierced its chest, and in an instant, the restrained blood wolf demon succumbed to Lin Yu's lethal strike. The remaining 3 blood wolf demons, witnessing their companion's demise, howled in fury and lunged at Lin Yu, intent on avenging their fallen comrade. Yet, they were oblivious to the crimson spores that had already settled upon them, while the surrounding tendrils withdrew swiftly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, sending the 3 blood wolf demons hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground. Lin Yu, quick-witted and agile, charged alongside the tree spirit warriors, dispatching each of them with a swift stroke. The entire skirmish lasted less than a minute. Well done, Lin Yu commended himself, satisfied with his performance. Despite the assistance of the plants, there had been no missteps, a testament to the martial skills he had previously acquired, unexpectedly proving useful. The battle yielded a total of 30 magic energy points and eliminated a potential threat, marking a bountiful harvest. Most astonishingly, following this encounter, the experience of the flower spirit reached its maximum value. Amidst a radiant glow, a beautiful floral crown began to coalesce above the flower spirit's head, signifying a significant transformation in its attributes. Chapter 7, Airdropped Supplies. Name, Flower Fairy. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 2 0. 25. Strength, 0. Vitality, 10. Agility, 24. Mentality, 22. Skills, Breath of Nature, Spirit of Nature. Description, the lowest tier of plant-based summons, capable of rapid wound healing. Upon advancing to Tier 2, the flower spirit was renamed Flower Fairy. Its agility was now unparalleled among plant entities, far surpassing that of ordinary Tier 2 beings. Furthermore, its healing abilities had significantly strengthened. A cascade of green light enveloped Lin Yu's arm, swiftly mending the abrasions, vanishing before his eyes, more potent than any healing elixir. Let us proceed, Lin Yu declared, opting not to take the corpses of the blood wolf demons. The black wolves and fiery lions he had previously hunted sufficed as provisions. Strangely, he had yet to encounter anything resembling a trading system, rendering his intent to sell the bodies for magic energy futile. Thus, he continued onward with the plants, clearing the path of magical beasts while exploring the surrounding environment. Before long, noon arrived. As everyone diligently sought to enhance their territories, beams of light suddenly pierced the endless sky, descending straight to various corners of the Primal Continent. Look up at the sky. What is that? Within the channel area, everyone noticed the celestial anomaly, igniting a flurry of excitement. So many beams of light. Could it be treasures descending from the heavens? Or meteorites from beyond? Possibly. But the sheer number is overwhelming. Is the apocalypse upon us once more? Brothers, there's a beam of light quite close to me. I shall investigate and return with answers. Perhaps it holds something extraordinary. I shall join you. The abruptness of this event left many bewildered, prompting a hasty retreat to their territories out of fright. However, a number of daring souls perceived this as a potential opportunity. Having pinpointed the direction of the beams, they hurried to explore further. One such beam descended upon a vast plain, situated about 10 kilometers from Lin Yu's territory. Amidst the expansive land, numerous lords had gathered from all directions, clearing nearby magical beasts as they awaited the arrival of the beams. As time passed, the number of individuals increased, and the plain began to buzz with activity. Brother, you arrived swiftly. Were you also born near here? Indeed, not far from this location. And you? About the same. I hadn't anticipated so many people nearby. If the opportunity arises, perhaps we could collaborate. Certainly. I was worried about managing alone. By the way, what tier is your territory now? Tier 2. I've also recruited 2 Tier 2 units. Same here, just reached Tier 2 today, though I only have 1 Tier 2 unit for now. Those magical beasts are rather formidable. The lords on the plain engaged in lively conversation, likely due to the rarity of human interaction, eagerly sharing their experiences in small clusters. Yet, some more solitary individuals stood apart, quietly observing the assembly, as if intent on memorizing each face. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a significant number of lords were Tier 2, constituting the majority, with a few even commanding Tier 3 units. Whether recruited or gained through vanquishing magical beasts remained uncertain. Meanwhile, not far away, in the depths of the jungle, a Tier 2 magical beast fell beneath Lin Yu's onslaught, culminating in the successful advancement of his 2 thorn vine flowers and tree spirit warriors to Tier 3 amidst a radiant glow. Name: Venomous Thorn Flower. Race: Plant. Level: Tier 3, 0, 50. Strength: 33. Vitality: 42. Agility: 25. Mentality: 30. Skills: Spirit of Nature. Toxic Whip. Description: a plant imbued with potent toxins. Its attacks carry venom. Name: Tree Spirit Berserker. Race: Plant. Level: Tier 3, 0. 50. Strength: 40. Vitality: 32. Agility: 32. Mentality: 32. Skills: Explosive Spores, Savage Cleave. Description: an advanced form of Tree Spirit Warrior, excelling in close combat. The Tier 3 Venomous Thorn Flower now possessed a toxic attribute. Its size had increased significantly, and the flower atop had transformed into a pale purple hue, unmistakably indicative of its potency. Meanwhile, the Tier 3 Tree Spirit Berserker stood more upright, wielding a weapon that had grown from a slender sword to a massive sword. Towering over him, wielding it unleashed a fierce gale, and its power was formidable. Most importantly, this weapon was imbued with the skill of Explosive Spores, adorned with numerous red spores, capable of triggering an explosion with each swing. Moreover, the skills of both types of troops have been significantly enhanced, rendering them far more formidable than before. With such capable allies at his side, Lin You no longer had to fret over encountering third-tier magical beasts. Let us proceed to that area and investigate, he declared, discarding the carcass of the magical creature and making his way towards the plains, gradually vanishing into the dense underbrush. On the plains, after nearly an hour of anticipation, the tension among the group began to mount. Each individual raised their gaze towards the swiftly descending column of light, as if bracing themselves for some dreadful apparition. It's coming. Suddenly, a voice cried out, causing the onlookers to shudder in unison as they beheld the luminous beam crashing down to the earth with tremendous force. Boom! The ground beneath the plains trembled violently. A ferocious wave of energy erupted, compelling everyone to instinctively recoil, their faces etched with horror. As the dust settled, a treasure chest, adorned with golden edges and nearly half a person's height, materialized before them. A treasure chest. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, transforming into unbridled elation. The radiant shimmer and the dramatic entrance of the chest hinted at its extraordinary nature. Momentarily taken aback, they soon disregarded all caution and surged towards the chest. Get away. This treasure belongs to me. No, it rightfully belongs to me. Do not covet it. Who do you think you are? Step aside, I saw it first. Damn it. Don't make me resort to violence. In an instant, chaos erupted across the plains. Just moments before, they had been comrades. Now, they found themselves at odds, engaging in fierce combat over the chest. Driven by the harsh realities of their world, they understood that survival necessitated becoming sufficiently powerful. Friendship? Cooperation? To hell with that. The very notion of survival was uncertain. Who would still consider their bonds of brotherhood? In a mere heartbeat, some had already reached the chest, inciting alarm among the others. Quick! Stop him! Don't let him touch the chest. Before the warning had even concluded, a torrent of attacks surged forth. The youth who had been elatedly approaching the chest was swiftly engulfed by a myriad of strikes, blood spraying in all directions. Faced with such carnage, a few regained their senses, terror etched upon their faces. But then, a purple vine suddenly appeared, darting towards the chest with remarkable speed. Chapter 8, Rare Troops. With a snap, the chest swung open, revealing 3 items within: a scroll, a medallion, and a gem, all gently floating and enveloped in a phosphorescent glow. The vine swiftly coiled around everything except the gem, pulling them out and retreating at an astonishing pace. It was only then that the crowd collectively jolted into action. Quick! Stop him! He's stolen the items. With the treasures snatched away, their fear dissipated, and they immediately led their troops in pursuit of the vine. Yet, the vine's retraction was exceedingly swift, almost instantaneous, and incredibly powerful. As the troops approached, they were hurled back, suffering grievous injuries from the barbed thorns. And it appeared the vine would escape with the spoils. Judgment arrow. At that moment, a cold voice pierced the air. From within the throng, a figure cloaked in white ascended, unfurling a pair of stunning wings. An angelic troop. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Many had initially mistaken the figure for a humanoid troop due to the concealed wings, only to discover it was the legendary angelic troop. With a taut bowstring, the angel released an arrow that soared towards the vine with boundless might. The speed was blinding. Boom! The arrow detonated, cleaving the vine in two, along with the 2 items it clutched, which tumbled to the ground. Seeing this, a proud youth smirked, issuing a command to another angel nearby. Yana, retrieve those 2 items. As soon as the words left his lips, the angel spread her wings and darted towards the crater created by the explosion. The others, though begrudging, dared not offend him. For he commanded the mightiest of angelic troops, and from the display of power just witnessed, it was evident they had reached the third tier, far beyond their capacity to challenge. The youth, confident in his strength, wore an arrogant expression, dismissing everyone around him. Meanwhile, the angel named Yana had reached the explosion site and bent down to collect the two treasures, oblivious to the severed vine nearby, which suddenly surged to life. Clusters of red spores began to swell rapidly. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that violently hurled Yana away, shattering her wings and sending her crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the vine reappeared, snatching the scroll and medallion, vanishing into the thick foliage in an instant. Throughout this ordeal, no one had glimpsed the assailant's visage. Damn it! The youth's expression darkened as he rushed to Yana's side. Even those around him stared wide-eyed. A third-tier angelic troop had been grievously injured, and it appeared to have been the work of a plant-type creature. Who would believe such a tale? Was the assailant perhaps a fourth-tier entity, or a high-ranking plant-type magical beast? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Oh no, the gem has been taken. Just then, a startled exclamation from behind jolted them back to reality. No longer concerned with their previous fears, they rejoined the fray for the treasure. And the planes descended into chaos once more. Meanwhile, Lin You, having successfully secured the two items, dashed through the dense jungle. It wasn't until he reached the safety of his territory that he finally came to a halt. Panting heavily, Lin Yu's face radiated delight. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck in seizing two treasures from the throngs of others. It was well worth the distance he had traversed. Reflecting on the two angels he had encountered, he realized that had it not been for his explosive spore skill from the thorny vines, he might have faced considerable difficulty. Moreover, he had not foreseen the presence of individuals from the angelic territory nearby. He would need to exercise caution in the future. With that thought, he turned his attention to the scroll and medallion in his hands. Name: Territory Upgrade Scroll, Lower Tier. Effect: can directly elevate the territory by 1 tier without consuming materials, with a maximum upgrade to 3rd tier. Name: Troop Medallion, Rare. Effect: randomly unlock a 3rd tier rare unit. Usage requirement: 3rd tier territory, 50 magic energy. A remarkable find. Upon perusing the information of these two items, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had originally returned with the intention of gathering resources to upgrade his territory. But now he found himself saving a considerable amount of resources for upgrading. Moreover, the unit token filled him with unparalleled delight. The prospect of unlocking a new unit, particularly a rare one, was undeniably enticing. It is well known that the units unlocked after a territory upgrade are entirely random. The addition of another unit equates to an additional opportunity. Furthermore, Lin Yu possessed mutation skills. An increase in unit diversity signified an expansion of selectable skills, paving the way for the creation of even more formidable units. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yu grasped the scroll and slowly unfurled it. Would you like to use the Territory Upgrade Scroll, Lower Tier, to elevate your territory to 3rd tier? Yes. In the next moment, the entire territory was enveloped in radiant light, rapidly expanding as the stone column barricades soared higher and thicker. The Tree of Life finally breached the 20-meter mark, growing to a staggering 30 meters. Concurrently, a surge of power coursed through Lin Yu's body, incessantly fortifying him. Congratulations, your territory upgrade was successful. Current level, 3rd tier. Randomly assigning units. Assignment successful, unlocked 3rd tier unit, Poison Vine Flower. Fortune smiled upon him this time. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, he directly unlocked the Poison Vine Flower. This enabled him to recruit the unit outright, without the need to cultivate it gradually from lower tiers, which was a significant advantage. Given Lin Yu's perpetual streak of bad luck, he had little hope for the randomly assigned unit. Receiving a standard one would be more than sufficient. His greatest anticipation, however, lay with the unit token. Unlocking a 3rd tier rare unit was the highlight. Notably, it differed from the common units. This thought made Lin Yu feel a twinge of nervousness as he pondered what kind of unit he might receive. Taking a deep breath, he gently grasped the token and tapped it. Would you like to consume 50 magic energy to use the unit token, Rare? Yes. As the words echoed in his mind, the token in his hand transformed into a stream of light, merging into the Tree of Life within his territory. In an instant, the Tree of Life swayed, showering radiant particles below. Congratulations, you have unlocked the 3rd tier rare unit, Spirit of Flora. Spirit of Flora? Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Yu hurried to the base of the Tree of Life, spending 10 magic energy to recruit a Spirit of Flora directly. 10 magic energy was not a significant expenditure for him at this moment. Even after deducting the earlier spent 50 points, he still had over 70 left. So he felt no remorse. Before long, a luminous orb of green light appeared before Lin Yu, flitting gracefully through the air. The attributes of the new unit swiftly materialized before his eyes. Chapter 9, Royal Bloodline. Name: Spirit of Flora. Race: Plant. Level: 3rd tier, 050. Strength: 25. Constitution: 25. Agility, 28. Spirit, 40. Skill, nature manipulation, control the forces of nature to strike enemies within range. Description, the unit most closely aligned with nature among lower-tier beings. Capable of wielding various nature-based attack spells. A spellcasting unit. Lin Yu was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. He never anticipated that the newly unlocked unit would be such a formidable entity. Ranged spell attacks were undoubtedly the dream of countless individuals. For instance, this Spirit of Flora before him, while possessing attributes significantly lower than other third-tier units, boasted an exceptionally powerful skill, rendering it a nemesis to many melee units. Most importantly, Lin Yu had mutation abilities, allowing him to inherit this skill to other units. This was indeed a tailor-made opportunity for him. With this skill seed, as long as he possessed sufficient magic energy, he could even forge a magical army of plant units. The mere thought of such a scenario was terrifying. Glancing at his remaining 70+ magic energy, he hesitated not a moment and immediately spent 10 points to apply mutation to the Spirit of Flora. As the light faded, the orb of green light gradually dissipated, transforming into a flower spirit adorned with a crown and wielding a staff. Name, Flower Spirit, Royal. Race, Plant. Level, 3rd tier, 050. Strength, 30. Constitution, 35. Agility, 28. Spirit, 50. Skills, Nature Manipulation. Affinity Aura, surrounded by natural power, boosts the morale of nearby plant allies. Rare skill. Description, an advanced form of the Flower Fairy, having awakened a royal bloodline for unspecified reasons, possessing the ability to command other plant units. After reviewing the attributes of the Flower Spirit, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Royal bloodline. What could that possibly entail? The mutation ability could produce such a phenomenon? As he pondered, the newly transformed Flower Spirit gracefully ascended, dancing above the plants in his territory, and with a wave of its staff, the plants below immediately perked up. Lin Yu examined their attributes and was astonished to find they had directly increased by 10%. Could this be the effect of the affinity aura? Overwhelmed with surprise and joy, Lin Yu had not anticipated that the mutation ability held such hidden effects, capable of evolving into such a powerful unit. He promptly continued to recruit a second Spirit of Flora and applied mutation to it. However, to his disappointment, this time he did not evoke another Flower Spirit with a royal bloodline, but rather a standard Flower Fairy advanced form, with the second skill reverting to the Flower Fairy's innate healing ability. Subsequently, Lin Yu attempted once more, only to achieve the same result. It seemed that invoking a royal bloodline was no easy feat nevertheless. Lin Yu was not disheartened. The emergence of one royal bloodline unit was already an unexpected delight, and he dared not wish for more. Moreover, his current units were far from weak. He possessed 2 third-tier poison vine flowers, 1 third-tier tree spirit berserker, along with 2 third-tier flower spirits capable of casting spells, and 1 rare flower spirit with a royal bloodline. In total, 6 third-tier units. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly create a significant stir. As for the remaining first and second-tier units, due to their low levels, Lin Yu utilized the territory's repatriation skill to send them back in exchange for magic energy. He then used the returned magic energy to recruit 2 nature spirits specifically to guard his territory. Once all matters were settled, he summoned the Flower Spirit of royal lineage, declaring, "From now on, you shall be called Lingxi. This name shall be easier to remember." The Flower Spirit appeared to comprehend his words, joyfully fluttering above his head. Concurrently, within the regional chat channel, the aftermath of the recent treasure chest heist had ignited a fervent discussion. The unexpected descent of a treasure chest from the heavens had taken many by surprise. What a blunder. If I had known, I would have rushed over too. Perhaps I could have snatched something valuable. Go over? Are you out of your mind? You have no idea how chaotic it was. Many perished. I was there and nearly fell victim to a scoundrel. Thankfully, I managed to escape in time. I heard that even angelic units appeared afterward, and there were 2 of them at the 3rd tier. What? Angelic units? Does that mean they've taken everything from the treasure chest? Not quite. The chest contained 3 items. It is said that 2 were pilfered by a plant-based entity, and no one even caught a glimpse of what it was. Hiss. A plant-based entity? How could it possibly outmaneuver angelic beings? Believe it or not, I suspect that entity has already reached the 4th tier, otherwise, it wouldn't possess such strength. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, he had become a figure of considerable renown within the entire region. Almost everyone was engrossed in speculation about the identity and capabilities of the mysterious plant-based lord who had appeared on the plains. Some even conjectured that he might not be human at all, but rather a creature with powers exceeding the 4th tier. After all, how could a plant-based being possibly rival the immensely powerful angelic units, especially those at the 3rd tier? It is worth noting that there are very few who have attained the 3rd tier at present. What grounds does he have to reach such heights in such a brief span? This perplexity lingered in the minds of many. Meanwhile, on a hillside several kilometers from the plains, a young man accompanied by 2 angels stood within a grand hall radiating a sacred aura. His expression dark as he monitored the incessant flow of information in the regional channel. A plant-based entity, is it? One day, I shall uproot you entirely. With a cold snort, the youth turned and exited the hall, clutching a perfectly spherical transparent orb, one of the 3 items from the earlier treasure chest. On the other side, within Lin Yu's territory, after tending to various trivial matters, he chose not to venture out for further exploration or hunting. Instead, he directed the plants to engage in extensive construction within the territory, erecting a wooden house as a future resting place. They labored diligently until darkness enveloped the land, at which point the wooden house was finally completed, nestled beneath the life tree. Lin Yu then procured some dried beast meat, ignited a fire, and began to roast the meat, savoring this rare evening. He had been in this world for 2 days now, and to claim he felt no loneliness would be a lie. A tinge of unease lingered in his heart. Fortunately, the presence of these telepathic plants alleviated his solitude. Otherwise, he would surely have lost his sanity. The plants seemed to sense his emotions, gradually drawing closer and encircling him protectively. Lingxi and the 2 flower spirits danced above him, laughing and playing, infusing the territory with vibrant energy. In contrast, the tree spirit warrior exhibited a far more composed demeanor, diligently patrolling the periphery of the territory, remaining vigilant against the slightest rustle of leaves. All right, everyone, it's time to rest. Tomorrow, we have much to accomplish. Lin Yu smiled gently, addressing the gathering of plants, fully aware that they understood his words. After finishing the roasted meat and sipping some dew collected from the leaves that morning, he returned to the wooden house, lying down to rest. Chapter 10. The imminent crisis. The following morning, Lin Yu rose at the break of dawn. After a modest meal and a brief inspection of the surrounding territory, he set out with 6 third-tier plants. Today, he did not head to the plains. Instead, he focused his attention on the forest bordering his territory. Previously, he had refrained from entering due to his weak strength. But now that he had ascended to the 3rd tier and commanded such a formidable array of 3rd-tier units, he no longer feared encountering 3rd-tier monsters. It was indeed time to explore and perhaps uncover some unexpected discoveries. Thus, he and his 6 plant companions marched forth from the territory, plunging into the adjacent forest. The forest was shrouded in darkness, with nearly all light obscured by the dense foliage, allowing only slivers of sunlight to illuminate the surroundings. In the distance, the occasional roar of beasts and anguished cries echoed, lending an eerie ambience to the atmosphere. Not long into their journey, Lin Yu encountered his first monster, a lizard the size of a crocodile. Name, Swift Shadow Lizard. Species, Beast. Level, Tier 3. Strength, 33. Vitality, 28. Agility, 44. Mentality, 32. Skill, Shadow Transformation, merges into shadows, becoming nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Description, a creature that thrives in darkness, known for its remarkable speed. Take it down. Lin Yu commanded the plants at his side. The swift shadow lizard, which had been gnawing on food, noticed Lin Yu and let out a roar before transforming into a blur, melding into the surrounding darkness and lunging fiercely at him. To the untrained eye, its form was nearly invisible, truly a creature difficult to perceive. However, Lin Yu's plants were no mere bystanders. Before the lizard could close the distance of 10 meters, numerous vines lashed out, impeding its advance. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the swift shadow lizard deftly evaded the encroaching vines, weaving through them with the agility of an eel, swiftly closing the gap to within 5 meters of him. The scent of fresh flesh provoked its predatory instincts, and it surged forward, jaws agape, ready to bite Lin Yu. At that moment, several wooden spikes erupted from the ground without warning, piercing through the lizard's lower abdomen and halting its advance. Subsequently, a cascade of vines descended, swiftly penetrating its body. You have slain a Tier 3 swift shadow lizard, gaining 12 magic energy. Well done, Lingxi, Lin Yu exclaimed, raising his gaze to the recently returned Lingxi, who had conjured the wooden spikes, one of the manifestations of nature's magic. He was astounded that even such a swift monster could be struck down in a single blow. Truly, a being of royal blood. Upon receiving Lin Yu's praise, Lingxi became elated, flitting through the air, leaving a trail of luminescent sparkles in her wake. Lin Yu noted that after defeating the Tier 3 monster, Lingxi had gained 1 experience point. In other words, to ascend to the 4th tier, one must vanquish 50 3rd-tier monsters. A feat that appears rather arduous to accomplish in the immediate future. Let us proceed onward. With a brief directive, the team resumed their journey. The tree spirit berserker forged a path ahead, while the poisonous vine flowers and flower spirits provided support from the rear, and they encountered no further perils along the way. Instead, they came across numerous 2nd and 3rd-tier monsters, which granted Lin Yu several points of magical energy. Having spent considerable time in this world, Lin Yu had come to fully appreciate the significance of magical energy. Thus, he did not hesitate to sweep through the foes, striving to accumulate as much magical energy as possible, enabling him to recruit a broader array of troops. Only in this manner could he truly establish himself in this world once the 7-day period of safety concluded. After over an hour, Lin Yu finally arrived at the depths of the forest. Halt! Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance, calling for the team to stop. At this juncture, he was on the verge of crossing the forest, nearing its edge, and danger lurked at every turn, necessitating caution. Upon halting the expedition, he swiftly ascended the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree, peering through the gaps in the branches to survey the surroundings. In an instant, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Less than 200 meters away, a translucent wall stood at the forest's edge, connecting heaven and earth. Beyond this barrier loomed a vast congregation of monsters, a dark mass stretching for miles. The entire periphery of the forest was encircled by various terrifying creatures, and Lin You even discerned several figures more fearsome than third-tier monsters among them. This was shocking. Lin Yu's mouth fell agape. Utterly unprepared for such a sight beyond the forest, it appeared these monsters were being held at bay by some unseen force, unable to encroach upon his current territory. Could it be that the so-called 7-day safety period was, in fact, a measure to keep these creatures at bay? Lin Yu was astounded. If that were the case, his situation was perilously precarious. Once the safety period elapsed, this torrent of monsters would undoubtedly surge forth, traversing the forest to assault all territories within this region. Given the proximity of his own territory, it would surely become the primary target of their onslaught. No wonder he frequently heard the roars of beasts from within his territory. It was all beginning to make sense. Had he not fortuitously arrived at this moment, he might have remained blissfully ignorant, unaware of the impending doom that awaited him. This was unacceptable. He could not afford to remain passive. Before the safety period concluded, he must fortify his territory's strength with utmost urgency. Without further ado, Lin You leapt down from the tree trunk and hurried back with his botanical entourage, his face etched with anxiety. He had initially believed this world to be benevolent, allowing newcomers like himself to grow and adapt to its environment with ease. Yet, he now realized that their current location was merely a temporary haven, a greenhouse of sorts. Recalling the horrific scene he had just witnessed, Lin You quickened his pace, weaving through the dense forest. Soon, he returned to his territory. After the initial turmoil subsided, he gradually regained his composure, surveying his domain and devising a plan to withstand the impending beast tide. Firstly, his territory was situated at the foot of a mountain, backed by the range. Thus only 3 sides were susceptible to attack, a favorable configuration for defense. Furthermore, the forest extended for miles, making it improbable for all monsters to converge upon his corner. Once they dispersed, he could strike them down one by one. Provided he had sufficient troops to defend the 3 sides, there was indeed a chance for survival. While danger loomed, it often accompanied opportunity. If he could repel the onslaught of these creatures, the resources he would garner would be substantial, perhaps even extraordinary. In time, he could sustain his forces through victory after victory. 5 days remained. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, a grave expression in his eyes. This was perhaps the first time he had genuinely grasped the terror of this world. With no inclination to waste time, he utilized the over 100 points of magical energy he had earned that day to continue recruiting troops, preparing for the battles that lay ahead. Chapter 11. The Lair of the Blaze Lion. In less than half an hour, the number of third-tier troops in Lin Yu's territory had doubled from 6 to 12. Among them were 5 poisonous vine flowers, 3 tree spirit berserkers, and 4 flower spirits, with more than half possessing ranged magical attack capabilities. Of course, in terms of ranged attacks, the flower spirits, with their superior affinity for nature, held an advantage, while the poisonous vine flowers and tree spirit berserkers primarily relied on physical assaults. With only 5 days remaining until the safety period vanished, Lin Yu could not afford to be idle. He needed to make all necessary preparations in advance. Scanning the regional chat channel, he found that no one else seemed to have noticed the encroaching monsters. Conversations continued as usual, filled with idle chatter and information exchange. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu decided to send a message. A multitude of monsters has appeared on the other side of the forest, numbering at least 10,000, many of which are above the 3rd tier. You all should prepare yourselves. His intention to alert them was not born of compassion, but rather a desire to share the burden of pressure with these individuals. Should other territories fall under siege, the monsters from those directions might very well surge towards him, and facing them alone would likely prove overwhelming. Thus, it was prudent to issue a warning in advance. As anticipated, the moment his message was dispatched, responses flooded in. 10,000 monsters on the other side of the forest? Is that true? Impossible, right? How could so many monsters go unnoticed? You must be joking. 10,000 is an exaggeration, and many of them are 3rd tier? Do you think we're illiterate? I'm near the forest right now and haven't seen so many monsters at all. Huh, you've been caught out. With the forest being so perilous, how could anyone make it to the other side? The chat channel erupted with a cacophony of disbelief, skepticism, and even mockery, with some adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Lin Yu could only shake his head in resignation, having anticipated such a reaction. After all, he had no evidence to substantiate the existence of the beast tide. No amount of explanation would convince them otherwise. Regardless, the warning had been issued, and the alert had achieved its purpose. Now, he simply needed to let events unfold. Moreover, such a significant occurrence would eventually draw attention, and even if he remained silent, the news would spread rapidly, capturing the interest of countless individuals. With that thought, he turned off the channel and set forth with his botanical legion. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu once again entered the forest. Fortune smiled upon him this time. Having ventured less than 2 kilometers into the forest, he stumbled upon a vast cavern. where two formidable flame lions lay sprawled at the steaming entrance, soundly asleep. Recalling the earlier encounters with those ferocious beasts, Lin You suddenly realized the significance of this discovery. It was undoubtedly the lair of the flame lions, surprisingly close to his territory. It seemed imperative to eradicate this threat swiftly, otherwise it could lead to dire consequences. Lingxi, take the other flower spirits and ascend to the heights for immediate support. The rest shall accompany me in our assault. Lin You instructed quietly to the plant brigade beside him. Through their spiritual connection, the plants swiftly grasped his intentions and began preparing to execute his plan. Unbeknownst to Lin You, as he was formulating his strategy to obliterate the flame lions, the regional chat channel erupted with fervor. Holy smokes, guys! There are indeed monsters on the other side of the forest. A multitude of them, all trapped behind a transparent wall. I see it too. The numbers are terrifying. At least several tens of thousands, if not more. That earlier fellow wasn't lying. The news of numerous monsters across the forest spread like a tempest, sweeping through the entire area. An increasing number of players traversed the forest to confirm the veracity of the reports. Those who had previously doubted were suddenly thrown into a state of panic, and the chat channel descended into chaos. How is this possible? Over 10,000 monsters? This is utterly horrifying. I heard they LL charge and once the safety period ends. This can't be true, right? I'm doomed. I'm barely 2 to 3 kilometers from the forest. 1 TIB in peril? Same here. I just barely reached the second tier. I don't want to die yet. I can't believe what that person said was true. Crossing the forest so early must mean they're a big shot. Does anyone know who they are? Please share their contact. Are you kidding? You were just cursing earlier, and now you've gone silent? I too seek contact with that big shot. The abrupt onset of crisis left everyone in disarray. Tens of thousands, possibly even over 100,000 monsters, were no trifling matter. Should they all surge forth, few would escape unscathed. The only viable course of action was to elevate their abilities as swiftly as possible to survive the impending beast tide. In an instant, a multitude of players engaged in a frenzied scramble for resources, unleashing chaos and violence throughout the region, shattering the previous tranquility. In stark contrast, Lin You found himself in a fortunate position. Thanks to the secluded location, he was not embroiled in this resource struggle and could focus on his hunting endeavors. At that moment, outside the flame lioness cavern, a resounding thud echoed as yet another flame lion collapsed. Lin You finally managed to eliminate the 2 guardians at the entrance. With his plant brigade in tow, he stepped over the fallen carcasses and cautiously entered the spacious cavern. The heat within was intense. Shortly after his entrance, a wave of scorching air rushed toward him, infused with a faint scent of sulfur. Before long, he reached a corner, where, peering through a crevice in the rocks, he beheld a churning pool of lava and a cluster of flame lions dozing beside it. Astonishingly, they had made their lair within an underground volcano. Lin You hesitated. Fire, being the nemesis of plants, presented a clear disadvantage for them in such a volcanic environment. Furthermore, the number of flame lions was considerable, at least 16 or 17, giving them a numerical advantage. Suddenly, something caught his eye. In the center of the lava pool, a fiery red lotus flower captivated him. Though modest in size, it thrived directly within the molten rock, seemingly unperturbed by its scorching embrace, leaving him momentarily transfixed. A treasure. This was undoubtedly a rare find. Lin You had never before witnessed a plant flourishing in lava. It was clear that this was no ordinary specimen. His initial trepidation dissipated, replaced by renewed determination. After a brief contemplation and surveying his surroundings, he made a decisive choice. He hurriedly exited the cavern, dragging the 2 flame lion carcasses to the entrance, then settled in to wait patiently outside. As expected, it was not long before 3 flame lions, lured by the scent of blood, emerged from the cavern. Upon spotting the corpses of their fallen comrades, Lin You, concealed nearby, called out sharply, "Now, dispatch them." Without affording the flame lions a chance to summon reinforcements, tendrils surged from the ground, ensnaring their limbs and mouths, administering paralyzing toxins. Simultaneously, Lingxi and the other 3 flower spirits wielded their staves, conjuring countless wooden spikes that pierced through the beasts' bodies, causing their struggles to cease abruptly as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, the battle concluded. Employing the technique of baiting with the scent of blood, Lin You swiftly vanquished the 16 flame lions residing within the lair. Apart from a minor hiccup during the final wave when he inadvertently lured out the remaining flame lions all at once, the process unfolded quite smoothly. After disposing of the bodies, Lin You led his plant brigade into the cavern, reaching the edge of the lava pool. The moment he stood there, a wave of searing heat assaulted him, compelling him to instinctively squint, while even the nearby plants began to retract. Yet, in stark contrast to this harsh environment, the lotus flower stood proudly, swaying amidst the surging lava, a true marvel of nature. With a swift whoosh, Lin You signaled, and a vine shot forth, aiming for the lava pool. However, in the next instant, the vine was incinerated by the torrid waves, severed in twain and plummeting into the pool, while the remaining segment recoiled in alarm, barely escaping with the assistance of the flower spirit's healing. Is it impossible? Lin You furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a short while, inspiration struck, and he glanced at another plant nearby, a vibrant green toxic vine flower. You shall attempt it, Lin You and the others will handle the healing. This toxic vine flower was the first he had summoned, endowed with the healing abilities inherited from the sapling. Now grown to the 3rd tier, its self-healing capabilities had significantly improved, and coupled with the flower spirit's healing, it might withstand the lava's scorching heat. With another whoosh, the emerald vine shot towards the lotus in the lava pool. Simultaneously, the healing light from the flower spirits enveloped the vine, diligently treating its burns while the toxic vine flower activated its self-healing, tirelessly mending the withered tendril. The combined efforts proved effective in repelling the onslaught of heat. Success! Lin Yu's expression brightened as he heard a crack. The lotus snapped free from its molten confines and was finally lifted to the shore. He rushed forward, carefully collecting it. Aside from a slight warmth, there was no other peculiar sensation. The attributes of the lotus flower soon revealed themselves before his eyes. Title: Lotus of Fire and Flame. Function: planted within the territory, it produces magical energy hourly, with the amount dependent on the territory's level. Description: a lotus imbued with magical energy, capable of thriving in any environment. What a marvelous find! Lin Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. All his arduous efforts to eradicate the Blaze Lion's lair and the time invested were undoubtedly worthwhile. The prospect of obtaining magical energy every hour meant that even if he refrained from hunting and chose to remain in his territory, his magical energy would continuously accumulate. He was filled with anticipation, curious about the amount generated per hour. With no inclination to continue his exploration, he disposed of the Blaze Lion's carcass outside the cave and hurried back to his territory with his botanical battalion. Upon entering, Lin Yu retrieved the Lotus of Fire and Flame, planting it in a vacant area beside the Tree of Life. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ears. Lotus of Fire and Flame successfully planted. Level changed. Current level, Tier 3. Building name, Lotus of Fire and Flame. Building level, Tier 3. Resource acquisition, 15 magical energy per hour. Description: a lotus imbued with magical energy, capable of thriving in any environment, with its level rising alongside the territory's elevation. 15 points of magical energy. Lin Yu's heart soared with joy, astonished by the potency of the Lotus of Fire and Flame, which yielded even more magical energy than defeating a Tier 3 magical creature. He was both shocked and exhilarated, for this would significantly bolster his defenses against the impending beast tide, and perhaps he could even reach Tier 4 before the safe period elapsed. If he indeed attained Tier 4, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the direction of the beast tide, deep in thought. He then glanced at the information regarding his territory. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, Tier 3. Territory durability, 500-500. Recruitable units, plant type. Recruitable quantity, 1230. Territory description: the foundation of the Lord's survival, possessing various functionalities. Destruction of the territory core results in the Lord's demise. Upgrade requirements: wood, 500-500. Stone, 37-500. Magical energy, 198-250. Tier 3 territory essence, 01. Note: plant type territory characteristic, wood is self-sustaining. The materials required to upgrade to a Tier 4 territory had evidently increased significantly. A total of 500 units of stone was a daunting task. Even with all the plants tirelessly transporting, it would take nearly 2 days. Moreover, there was also a mysterious territory essence needed, which, despite only requiring one, was evidently not easy to obtain. It seemed he would first need to gather enough stone. Closing the information interface, Lin Yu began to utilize the magical energy he had just acquired to recruit more units. With the Lotus of Fire and Flame in place, he felt little remorse in spending magical energy and promptly filled the recruitment quota, enlisting a total of 18 Tier 3 poison vines, then dispatching them to the mountains behind to transport stone. Remarkably, though these poison vines moved clumsily, their abundance of tendrils allowed them to form a line, making their transport efficiency quite impressive and effortless. Lin Yu spent the entirety of the day orchestrating the stone transport. It was not until evening that he finally gathered half the stone required for the upgrade. Exhausted, he returned to his territory surrounded by the throng of plants. Concluding a busy day, in the blink of an eye, night passed. The morning sun rose as it always did, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land. Lords in every corner of the world awakened, bustling to prepare for another day of survival, seemingly accustomed to this life. However, today was slightly different. Just as the dawn broke, a chilling voice suddenly resonated in everyone's minds. Congratulations, Lords, for successfully surviving 3 days on the Primal Continent. Restrictions on various magical creature gathering places are lifted. Clearing these areas will yield rare item rewards, as well as materials necessary for upgrading to Tier 4, Territory Essence. All Lords are encouraged to strive for the enhancement of their territory levels. Silence. The entire regional channel fell eerily quiet. Everyone was momentarily frozen by the unexpected announcement. After a brief pause, the regional channel erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness, did I hear that correctly? Rare item rewards? Materials for upgrading to tier 4? What in the world? Last time a treasure chest appeared it was a big deal, and now this. Inquiries flooded in. What is a magical creature gathering place? Is it dangerous? Whatever it is, I'm going to claim that gathering place. Anyone who tries to take it from me will face my wrath. I must secure the treasure this time. Just having reached tier 3, he pondered what the territory essence was, only to find out it was this. Not only were the others excited, but even the typically composed Lin You could not suppress his exhilaration. He had gathered all the necessary materials, only lacking this territory essence. Once obtained, he would be able to advance to tier 4 ahead of others, an enormous advantage that would help him establish a firm footing during the upcoming beast tide. Others were undoubtedly cognizant of this as well. Thus, in an instant, everyone was eagerly seeking information about the magical creature gathering places, and the regional channel buzzed with activity. Chapter 13, Plant Legion of the Arcane. News regarding the magical creature gathering places arrived much faster than anticipated. Within less than an hour, a tier 3 beast-type lord returned with the information and posted it on the regional channel. The outcome was shocking to everyone. He had failed. Not only had he failed, but he had been utterly defeated, with nearly all his units annihilated, and he himself barely escaped. The reason was simple. There was a tier 4 magical creature within the gathering place. This revelation sent shockwaves through the community. My heavens. There's a tier 4 creature in the gathering place? That's terrifying. I haven't even reached tier 3 yet. So that tier 3 lord was completely wiped out? Thank goodness I didn't go. I would have perished without even knowing how. Damn. I thought surviving 3 days would yield rewards, but it's merely a trap. It was evident that such good fortune was too good to be true. Perhaps it was wiser to focus on eliminating lower-tier magical creatures instead. Within his territory, Lin You also saw this news, and his brow furrowed in concern. A tier 4 magical creature was not simply a step above tier 3. It represented a significant leap from a low-level to a mid-level creature. Simply put, once a creature surpasses tier 3, it undergoes a qualitative change, evolving from a lowly life form to a mid-tier 1, while also gaining a new skill. The enhancement of strength is not merely a matter of addition. This was information he had gathered from the regional channel over the past few days. Confronting 4th-tier monsters with merely ordinary 3rd-tier troops undoubtedly poses a formidable challenge, fraught with the peril of complete annihilation. However, failing to confront these 4th-tier beasts would expose them to an even more dreadful wave of beasts, soon. The presence of 4th-tier monsters would no longer be limited to just 1 or 2. In light of this, a figure named Mutate stepped forward after the discussions concluded. Esteemed colleagues, I am Mutate, currently seeking allies of 3rd tier or above to embark on a quest to eradicate the monster stronghold and defend off the impending beast tide. Those interested, please reach out to me. Mutate, could he be the renowned 3rd-tier angelic figure? Upon seeing his message, astonishment rippled through the channel. In their region, Mutate was the only angelic being that had emerged, and he was well known as a 3rd-tier powerhouse. This was no secret. It is widely acknowledged that the angelic class is among the most formidable of all troops. If even such a formidable individual cannot face 4th-tier monsters alone and seeks to rally companions in this channel, one can only fathom the terror that the 4th-tier monsters embody. Indeed, it is the illustrious Mutate. I cannot believe he has made an appearance. Mutate, can you take me along? I should be able to advance to 3rd tier by tomorrow. Oh great one, please consider me. I too am on the cusp of reaching 3rd tier. Count me in. I just leveled up this morning. I'm a 2nd tier, but I possess a 3rd-tier centaur. What do you think, Mutate? Murate's emergence transformed the regional channel into a cacophony of excitement. Everyone yearned to join his ranks, hoping to bask in the glory of the angelic troops, thereby significantly increasing their safety in the endeavor to cleanse the monster stronghold. Lin You silently observed the unfolding scene, feeling a twinge of surprise. This Mutate must be the young man he encountered on the plains. With him in the fray, they might genuinely succeed in exterminating the 4th-tier monsters. After all, the strength of the angelic class is not to be underestimated and could potentially become a significant rival in the future. Moreover, he was astute enough to form alliances to bolster his strength. It seems I must also intensify my efforts, Lin You murmured softly. Unlike these others, he harbored no intentions of joining forces. Setting aside trust issues, he was reluctant to prematurely reveal his territory position for fear of potential betrayal. In this world where everyone is on edge, exercising caution is never unwarranted. Furthermore, given his current strength, he was certainly capable of dealing with 4th-tier monsters. It merely required some preparation. With that resolve, Lin You approached the Phoenix Lotus he had planted the previous day. After 2 days of accumulation, the magical energy produced by the Phoenix Lotus had exceeded 500 points, sufficient for him to create a magical troop. Thus, he dedicated the entire morning to crafting his magical legion. It was not until well past noon that he completed his task, now accompanied by a cadre of units proficient in nature-based offensive magic. Among them were 12 toxic vines, 9 trance, 6 flower spirits, and 3 newly mutated units. Name, Explosive Mushroom. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 3, 0, 50. Strength, 5. Constitution, 22. Agility, 30. Mentality, 44. Skills, nature control, self-destructing mushroom. Description, an advanced form of the explosive mushroom, capable of rapidly generating mushrooms and hurling them at foes, causing a powerful explosion. As the mutated offspring utilized the essence of plant spirits, they all inherited the skill of nature control. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the self-destructing mushroom had gained mobility, sprouting limbs from below. Even more outrageous was that the explosive spore's skill had evolved into the self-destructing mushroom, allowing it to be picked and thrown at enemies. Was this not akin to the legendary throwing grenade? Upon first encountering this unit, Lin Yu had been thoroughly astonished. Surprisingly, this lively little mushroom, despite its adorable appearance, was anything but harmless. Each grenade it hurled seemed to be without cost, nearly obliterating his territory. The inclusion of this new unit significantly enhanced his chances of defeating the fourth-tier monsters. Casting a satisfied glance over his burgeoning plant army, Lin Yu nodded approvingly, then waved his hand decisively. Let us depart. As his words fell, he led the throng of plants boldly into the nearby mountains. After a morning of careful observation, Lin Yu had garnered a fundamental understanding of the monster stronghold. The so-called stronghold referred to areas densely populated by monsters. Due to their overwhelming numbers, the ecological balance was disrupted, wreaking havoc in all directions, and powerful individuals, such as the clan leaders, were likely to emerge. Following this line of reasoning, Lin Yu pressed onward, and soon discovered a foreboding ravine teeming with many walking corpses and skeletons, the malevolent aura swirling above them as if to announce that this was indeed a monster stronghold. The attributes of the monsters materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Name, walking corpse. Race, undead. Level, tier 3. Strength, 31. Constitution, 39. Agility, 22. Mentality, 34. Skills, rotting sore. Description, a body transformed by plague, rife with putrid toxins. Name, skeleton axeman. Race, undead. Level, tier 3. Strength, 40. Constitution, 25. Agility, 36. Mentality, 28. Skills, heavy cleave. Description, a lower-tier undead, wielding a massive axe with tremendous power. As he surmised, these walking corpses and skeletons were all third-tier monsters, posing little threat to him. Having assessed the surrounding terrain, Lin Yu cautiously led his plant army closer. Chapter 14. Fourth tier, the Rotting Corpse King. At the mouth of the ravine, beneath the gray mist, a skeleton axeman aimlessly wandered among the corpses, dragging its hefty axe. The surroundings were eerily silent, broken only by the sound of the axe scraping against the ground and the gnawing of the walking corpses, accompanied by the chilling winds that whispered through the air. Suddenly, a vine appeared out of thin air at the skeleton's feet. Before it could react, the vine ensnared its legs, sending it crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, followed by the sickening sound of bones shattering as it was dragged away from the ravine. Well done, Lin Yu commended the nearby toxic vine flower, his voice low amidst the mist. The third-tier toxic vine flower could extend its tendrils over 20 meters, making it difficult to detect in the fog. Utilizing this ambush tactic, he had already slain over a dozen skeletal zombies, effectively eliminating the majority of the monsters near the entrance, leaving only 20 or so within. After confirming that no creatures lurked near the entrance, Lin Yu led his plant army deeper into the gathering area. However, the zombies and skeletons within the area soon detected their presence, howling as they charged towards them. Onward. Leave none alive. With a numerical advantage, Lin Yu felt no need to hold back and promptly issued an attack command to his plants. In an instant, countless green lights erupted, and wooden spikes materialized from thin air, swiftly piercing the bodies of the foremost skeletons. The poisonous vines and trance were not idle either. They lashed out with their tendrils and swung their heavy swords, meeting the onrushing skeletal horde head-on. Yet, the most ferocious were the 3 explosive mushrooms. Bouncing around, they plucked the freshly grown red mushrooms from their bodies and gleefully hurled them into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The very air trembled in response. A series of violent explosions sent the leading skeletal zombies flying, with some even obliterated on the spot. Slain a tier 3 skeleton axeman, gained 11 mana points. Slain a tier 3 skeleton axeman, gained 9 mana points. Slain a tier 3 zombie, gained 12 mana points. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu amassed 50 or 60 mana points. The battle was overwhelmingly in his favor, with skeletal zombies continually collapsing under the relentless onslaught of his plants, dissipating into wisps of black mist that drifted deeper into the gathering area. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed something unusual, a frown creasing his brow. These tier 3 monsters seemed almost too weak, as if they had come forth to meet their demise. Especially the black mist they transformed into upon death, which appeared to be drawn towards a singular direction. Could it be a tier 4 monster? Lin Yu's heart raced. However, before he could ponder further, the ground in the deepest part of the gathering area suddenly cracked with a resounding snap, a chilling wind sweeping through the valley, forcing him and his plants to retreat. Almost immediately, a massive arm burst forth from the earth. Then came the head, followed by the body. In mere breaths, A towering zombie over 3 meters tall stood before him, exuding an aura of dread. Name, Rotten Corpse King. Race, Undead. Level, Tier 4. Strength, 85. Vitality, 96. Agility, 70. Mentality, 82. Skills, Corrupted Venom, Death Bite. Description, the King of the Undead. Wherever it treads, decay follows. And all life extinguishes. A Tier 4 Corpse King. Lin You shuddered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Its attributes, exceeding 80 in total, were nearly 3 times stronger than those of Tier 3 monsters. Now he understood why those before had been utterly annihilated. Merely facing this abominable creature would spell instant death for an average Tier 3 being, without a doubt. Roar. Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, the Rotten Corpse King detected his presence, letting out a fearsome roar before leaping high into the air, landing directly above him. This is bad. Spread out. Lin Yu exclaimed in alarm, rolling away in a desperate attempt to evade. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently, and 2 poisonous vines that failed to escape were instantly crushed beneath the Corpse King's foot, meeting their end. Incredibly powerful. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. He had anticipated the strength of Tier 4 monsters, but never to such an extent. With a single strike, it had obliterated 2 of his Tier 3 units without so much as a chance for healing. Without time to dwell on the loss, he swiftly commanded the remaining plants. Disperse. Attack with all your might. As he spoke, he sprang to his feet, drawing a dagger crafted from beast bones and brandishing it defensively. Simultaneously, the plants responded to his orders, launching their tendrils to ensnare the Corpse King, while numerous wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing its ankles. Roar. The Corpse King bellowed in fury, tearing apart the vines with brute strength, showing no sign of being affected by the toxins. Even the wooden spikes that penetrated its ankles were disregarded, uprooted with ease. However, this delay granted the other plants an opportunity. Several Treant warriors swung their heavy swords furiously, hacking away at the Corpse King's flesh. The vines reappeared, wrapping around its legs and spreading across its body. Caught in a pincer, the Corpse King went into a frenzy, snapping its head around to bite down on one Treant warrior's neck, yanking it off with a savage force, simultaneously spewing corrupted venom that engulfed 2 other Treants. In an instant, their bodies began to rot away, collapsing into heaps of decayed wood. Lin Yu felt a pang of sorrow. He had invested considerable mana to cultivate those units, only to see them perish so swiftly. Fortunately, the Corpse King was also gravely wounded. Under the influence of Lingxi's affinity aura, which enhanced the plant's attributes by 10%, the plant army gradually gained the upper hand and began their counteroffensive. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, the Corpse King could only roar in rage, thrashing wildly. After dispatching another Treant warrior and 2 poisonous vines, it finally found itself exhausted. Pierced through the head and chest by the vines and wooden spikes, collapsing under the relentless assault of the plants. Slain, the Tier 4 Rotten Corpse King gained 25 mana points. Before he could celebrate, a notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind, instantly darkening his expression. After such a hard-fought battle against a Tier 4 monster, he received a mere pittance of mana. To think, he had lost 8 subordinates in the process, equating to a loss of 160 mana points when calculated at 20 mana each. It was an utter travesty. Just then, another voice chimed in. Congratulations. You have successfully eradicated the Tier 3 monster gathering area. Reward, Tier 3 Territory Essence, X1. Territory Essence. Lin Yu's spirit soared as he quickly turned to the Corpse King's corpse. There, a swirl of black mist rapidly coalesced above its body, gradually forming a crystalline orb that floated serenely in the air. The information regarding the crystal swiftly entered Lin Yu's mind. Name, Territory Essence. Level, Tier 3. Description, the primary material for upgrading territory level, formed from the immense energy within a monster gathering area, an essential material for Tier 3 territory upgrades. Indeed, as the prior notification had indicated, upon annihilating a monster gathering area, one would obtain the final material necessary for territory enhancement, Territory Essence. Lin Yu was immensely thrilled as he cautiously retrieved the crystal. With this newfound entity in his possession, he could finally elevate his territory to the 4th tier, justifying the considerable effort he expended traversing such a distance. The moment he grasped the essence of the territory, a voice resonated within his mind once more. Chapter 15, Territory Upgrade, King of the Man-Eating Flowers. Congratulations, you have successfully eradicated the Tier 3 monster lair, Undead Remains. Acquired Tier 3 Unit Token, Walking Dead. Unit Token, Walking Dead. Effect, unlocks 1 Tier 3 Standard Unit. Usage Requirement, Tier 3 Undead Territory, 25 points of magical energy. Undead. Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. To his astonishment, after eliminating the monster lair, he received a corresponding unit token of that particular type. This was indeed unexpected. Had he known this would be the case, he would have sought out a lair of plant-type monsters instead, thus not squandering the opportunity to acquire a new unit. Furthermore, this world lacked any form of trading system. To exchange it for something else, he would need to find alternative methods. Nevertheless, this posed little challenge for him. It was merely a slight inconvenience. After stowing the token away, Lin You resumed his examination of the decaying corpse of the King of Rot. At that moment, a disturbance arose behind him, as Lingxi and the other 2 poison vines were suddenly enveloped in a radiant glow. They advanced. Lin You exclaimed in delight, surprised to discover that following the defeat of the King of Rot, they had reached maximum experience and evolved into Tier 4 units. Amidst the dazzling light, Lingxi, which was no larger than a palm, gradually bore a crown of flowers, while 2 butterfly-like entities flitted around it, exuding an air of vitality. The 2 poison vines underwent a remarkable transformation, their originally half-human height swiftly increasing to over a meter, blooming a stunningly enchanting flower atop their heads. Their forms becoming elongated and graceful, with their tendrils writhing like the arms of an octopus. Name, Wood Spirit She Royal. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0-100. Strength, 75. Vitality, 70. Agility, 82. Mentality, 100. Skills, Nature Control, Affinity Aura, Thorny Vines, manipulates the power of plants to grow thorns on enemies, restricting their movement. Description, the evolved form of the flower spirit, having awakened a royal bloodline for some unknown reason, possesses the ability to command other plant-type units. Name, Venomous Enchantress. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0-100. Strength, 77. Vitality, 88. Agility, 73. Mentality, 76. Skills, Breath of Nature, Venomous Whip. Toxic Mist, releases toxins from the flower atop its head, enveloping enemies with a potent paralyzing lethality. Description, the evolved form of the poison vine, significantly enhancing attack range and toxicity. The attributes of the Tier 4 Lingxi and Venomous Enchantress had received substantial enhancements, and they had finally grasped new skills. With such formidable strength, they were hardly inferior to the King of Rot they had vanquished. Notably, the Venomous Enchantress had extended its attack range to over 30 meters, covering a vast area. Lin You recalled that these 2 Venomous Enchantresses were the initial mutations he had encountered. One inherited the healing ability of the sapling, while the other inherited the self-destruct spores of the explosive mushroom. In retrospect, it was no wonder they had consistently gained experience faster than other plants during battles, leading them to be the first to ascend to Tier 4. As for Lingxi, its rapid evolution was likely aided by the Affinity Aura, which significantly accelerated its experience acquisition. Moreover, the new skill it acquired upon leveling up was quite impressive, allowing it to grow thorns on enemies unexpectedly, providing a tactical advantage. This expedition had proven to be immensely rewarding, instantly uplifting Lin Yu's spirits. After thoroughly inspecting the lair to ensure nothing was overlooked, he waved his hand grandly, leading his plant army away from the mountain hollow. Before long, they traversed the mountains and returned to the territory, where they commenced gathering stones. It was not until the afternoon that they finally completed the collection of the remaining stones. Lin You then hurriedly made his way to the life tree, producing the newly acquired core of the territory. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his mind. Territory upgrade materials have been gathered. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Lin You inhaled deeply, his expression brimming with anticipation. Initially, after creating the plant army, his magical energy had been insufficient. However, following the extermination of numerous Tier 3 monsters, he had amassed over 400 points of magical energy, more than adequate for the upgrade. In an instant, as his voice fell, a resounding roar echoed throughout the territory as it began to expand outward. The core of the territory, the life tree, surged in height, reaching 40 meters, transforming into a towering tree that offered sanctuary to all. Then, Lin You felt a jolt throughout his body, an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his limbs. Finally, he had reached Tier 4. Clenching his fists, his excitement was palpable. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, your territory upgrade was successful. Current level, Tier 4. Randomly assigning unit types. Assignment successful, unlocking Tier 4 unit, King of the Man-Eating Flowers. As before, each upgrade of the territory unlocked a new unit. Upon ascending to Tier 4, he was delighted to receive a new type of plant. He hastily chose to recruit a King of the Man-Eating Flowers. Recruiting a Tier 4 unit requires 25 points of magical energy. Would you like to proceed with the recruitment? Yes. The cost for a Tier 4 unit was more than double that of a Tier 3, and although Lin You felt a pang of regret, he did not hesitate to select the recruitment option. Then, amidst a cacophony of rustling sounds, a colossal man-eating flower erupted from the ground, swiftly growing to over 6 meters tall, surpassing even the height of the territory's enclosure. Its information then materialized before Lin Yu's eyes. Name, King of the Man-Eating Flowers. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0-100. Strength, 89. Vitality, 90. Agility, 5. Mentality, 73. Skills, Devour, can rapidly heal by consuming corpses, and Wood Spike, fires powerful wooden spikes from its mouth to attack distant foes. Description, the King among Flowers. Possessing exceptional survival capabilities, it can quickly recover from any non-lethal injuries by consuming corpses. Typically, the units acquired through territory upgrades were rather ordinary. However, The appearance of the man-eating flower king was indeed timely. With the impending beast tide, Lin Yu's most pressing need was a troop type with robust survival capabilities, essential for enduring combat. While healing skills are undoubtedly beneficial, they remain limited in scope. In contrast, this devouring ability allows for instantaneous recovery from all fatal injuries, provided there are corpses available, making it exceedingly formidable. And there is no shortage of corpses during a beast tide. After some contemplation, Lin Yu decided to recruit 5 additional man-eating flower kings, positioning them at the edges of the enclosure in 3 directions. Upon completion of this task, he was left with merely over 250 points of magic energy. Considering the energy required for mutations, he could only construct 5 4th-tier units, which felt like a regression to square one. Yet, there was no alternative. No matter how powerful a 3rd-tier unit might be, it could not compare to a 4th tier. Moreover, having just leveled up, he could not ascend to 5th tier in the short term. There was no need to retain units for resource collection, especially with the beast tide looming. So it was imperative to bolster his strength as much as possible. Thus, apart from Lingxi and 2 4th-tier toxic flower spirits, he retained only 5 flower spirits capable of healing and nature-based attacks for cultivation, sending the rest back to exchange for magic energy. This decision granted him a few additional points of magic energy, enabling him to recruit 1 more 4th-tier unit. Resolving this, he proceeded to recruit 1 man-eating flower king and applied mutation. Mutating a 4th-tier summon unit requires the expenditure of 25 points of magic energy. Do you wish to continue? Continue. In an instant, the man-eating flower king underwent rapid transformation, evolving into a robust treant with an abundance of foliage. Chapter 16, Token Trait. Name, Treant Warrior. Race, Plant. Level, 4th tier, 0-100. Strength, 90. Vitality, 75. Agility, 75. Mentality, 75. Skills, Devour, Barbaric Charge, infuses strength throughout its body to strike enemies with tremendous force. Sweep, swings its massive arms to sweep the area, delivering lethal blows. Description, an advanced form of the Treant Berserker, known for its swift attacks and fearless charge into battle. A true warrior of the Treant clan. As anticipated, the mutation predominantly yielded advanced forms of ordinary units, inheriting the devouring skill from the man-eating flower king. Lin Yu did not dwell on it, and continued to recruit units. Before long, he had amassed 3 Treant warriors and 3 toxic flower spirits, expanding his 4th-tier units to a total of 15. The upper limit for 4th-tier plant-type units in his territory was 40, and given his current rate of magic energy acquisition, he should be able to recruit them all before the beast tide arrived. What the outcome would be, he could only leave to fate, as he had already prepared as much as possible. After completing the recruitment, he began to examine the information regarding his upgraded territory. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, 4th tier. Territory durability, 1000. Recruitable units, plant type. Recruitment capacity, 1540. Territory description, the fundamental foundation for the Lord's survival, possessing various functionalities. Destruction of the territory core results in the Lord's demise. Upgrade requirements, wood, 1000. Stone, 36 1000. Magic energy 14, 750. 4th tier territory essence 01. Note, plant type territory characteristic, wood is self-sustaining. The materials required for upgrading from 4th to 5th tier were more than double, except for wood, which did not require collection due to the advantages of a plant type territory. All other resources demanded tremendous effort to gather. Clearly, achieving an upgrade in a short time frame was improbable. What surprised Lin Yu the most was the fire lotus planted beside the Tree of Life. Due to the territory's upgrade, it also ascended to the 4th tier, producing 20 points of magic energy every hour. By this calculation, he could earn over 400 points in a day, a considerable income indeed. Brothers, I currently possess a 3rd-tier plant-type unit token and wish to exchange it for a 3rd-tier insect or undead-type token. Is there anyone with such a token available? Suddenly, a message popped up in the regional channel, capturing Lin Yu's attention. Originally engrossed in reviewing construction information, he turned to the notification from a user named Luo. It seemed he wished to trade a plant-type unit token for another type. As soon as the message was sent, it ignited a flurry of astonishment in the regional channel. A 3rd-tier unit token? ISNT that only obtainable by exterminating a 3rd-tier monster gathering? Has someone already managed to clear a monster gathering this quickly? ISNT it said that a 3rd-tier gathering might feature a 4th-tier boss monster? Wow, a big shot who can handle even 4th-tier monsters? I envy them. If only I had a unit token, the random ones I get are simply atrocious. The plant type is notoriously weak in the early stages. Surely no one could trade a unit token with a big shot? Haha, indeed, this token will probably rot in their hands. As they continued, many began to revel in the misfortune of others. The plant type's weakness in the early stages was well known, with few reaching the 3rd tier, let alone exterminating a 3rd-tier monster gathering to obtain a unit token for trade. Poor Luo, of all the tokens to receive, he ended up with the least desirable plant type. One could only imagine his frustration. Any responses? In a valley shrouded in dark mist, a young man slowly approached Luo. None. It seems rather unlikely. Luo Lei shook his head, disappointment etched across his face as he surveyed the regional channel. The two of them had expended countless subordinates, finally exterminating the Treant gathering only to be rewarded with the least favored plant type unit token, a bitter pill to swallow indeed. With a sigh, the young man remarked, if all else fails, we could exchange it for magic energy. It's better than letting it rot in our hands. Besides, our units are almost all dead, and we need to upgrade our territory. This amount of magic energy is hardly sufficient. Well, I suppose that's an option. I'll inquire further. Truth be told, Luo Lei was rather reluctant to exchange the token for magic energy. After all, magic energy could be replenished, while a token could not. Missing this chance to unlock new units could mean an indefinite wait for the next opportunity, leading to considerable inner turmoil. Yet, considering their current dire circumstances, he had no choice but to steel himself, gritting his teeth as he looked to the regional channel, ready to amend his exchange conditions to magic energy. I have a third-tier undead type token. How should I proceed with the exchange? Suddenly, an unfamiliar message appeared at the top of the regional channel. Luo Lei was taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. To his astonishment, someone actually had the token they sought and was willing to trade it for the plant type. The previously mocking crowd erupted in chaos. What is happening? Is there really someone willing to exchange a plant type unit token? Could it be a scam? I think it's a scam. Don't trust it. Big shot Luo Lei. What's the matter? I've been watching for quite some time and haven't seen any plant type ascend to the third tier. Lin You? I've never heard of that name before. Is there really someone by that name in the plant faction? I suspect it's mere fabrication. Compared to Luo Lei, Lin Yu's notoriety is evidently far less. After all, he has only spoken a couple of times on the channel, and hardly anyone would remember his name. This regional channel has its merits, but the display of true names is a significant drawback, which is why Lin You is rather reluctant to send messages. He has attempted to privately message others, but after waiting for a while without a response, he surmises that his message was likely overshadowed by others. Indeed, shortly after he sent his public message, he received a private one from Luo Lei. Brother, do you truly possess a necromancer's army token? I apologize. It's not that I doubt you, but given the current state of the plant faction, I wish to confirm. It is apparent that the other party remains exceedingly cautious and does not immediately trust Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu understands this and promptly replies, I have no reason to deceive you. How about this? You can choose the location for the trade. That should suffice as a show of sincerity, right? Lin Yu is quite confident in his own strength, regardless of whether his opponent has reached the fourth tier. Even if they have, he is absolutely assured of his ability to overpower them. Moreover, the monster lair has only been opened for less than a day, and he doubts anyone could recruit a significant number of fourth-tier troops after leveling up, at most 2 or 3. Luo Lei seems to be swayed by his sincerity and finally responds, all right, I believe what you're saying. Let's meet at my territory for the trade. If that works for you. Lin Yu is taken aback for a moment, then replies, that is fine. Please send me the location. Ultimately, their trade is agreed upon, and Lin Yu receives the coordinates of Luo Lei's territory, arranging to meet the following morning. As for why the other party would choose their own territory as the trading location, Lin Yu can easily deduce the reason: safety concerns. After all, fourth-tier monsters are no trifles. Even if the other party has companions with them, they may not necessarily gain an advantage. It's likely that Luo Lei has very few troops left, which is why he has no choice but to disclose his territory's location to ensure his short-term safety. With such a premise in mind, Lin Yu feels even less apprehensive. Chapter 17, Pure Support Plants. The agreed time swiftly approaches. Early in the morning, Lin Yu departs his territory with 15 fourth-tier troops, excluding the Corpse Flower King. The reason for the number 15 is that the Fire Lotus produced a considerable amount of magical energy overnight, allowing him to recruit a few more. Combined with 5 third-tier flower spirits, he now commands a total of 20 troops, marching robustly through the forest, nearly akin to a full-scale expedition. This is also the reason he dares to venture alone to the other party's territory. After more than 2 hours, Lin Yu follows the coordinates provided by Luo Lei, traversing the forest until he arrives at a vast expanse of wasteland. At the edge of this wasteland, a territory adorned with numerous gravestones stands, eerie yet grand. Luo Lei has been waiting for quite some time, accompanied by several skeleton soldiers. Upon spotting Lin Yu emerging from the woods, he approaches immediately. You must be Brother Lin Yu? Luo Lei inquires, his eyes filled with surprise as he scrutinizes Lin Yu. Currently, Lin Yu is accompanied only by Ling Shi and 4 tree spirit warriors. With such a lineup, one would be astonished to see them traversing the forest. Lin Yu offers no further explanation, surveying the surroundings before smiling and saying, that's me, indeed. I didn't expect your territory to be situated in such an excellent location, adjacent to this vast wasteland. Brother, you jest. While the wasteland is expansive, many territories are established here, making it quite unsafe. I truly apologize for making you come all this way. Luo Lei responds with a wry smile, his expression somewhat awkward, if not for the fact that most of his troops had perished in the monster gathering area. He would not have had to reveal his territory's location or compel Lin Yu to journey so far. Simultaneously, he cannot help but feel a sense of alarm. He notices that all 5 of Lin Yu's troops are, in fact, 4th tier, particularly the petite flower-like creature hovering above Lin Yu, which instills in him a sense of danger. When did such a figure emerge in the plant faction? He is utterly unaware. While Luo Lei assesses Lin Yu is also appraising Luo Lei. As he suspected, Luo Lei's troops are quite few, consisting solely of 3rd-tier skeleton captains, with no 4th-tier entities in sight. It seems the losses incurred while clearing the monster gathering area were substantial, leaving him without resources to upgrade his territory or recruit troops. This eases Lin Yu's mind. And he chuckles. No worries, it wasn't too far, just a few hours. By the way, do you have the army token with you? I do, and you. Luo Lei replies, retrieving a token from his pocket and presenting it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu glances at the token's information. Army token, Ancient Knowledge Tree. Effect, unlocks 1 3rd-tier plant type troop. Usage requirement, 3rd-tier plant territory, 25 points of magical energy. Upon reading the attributes, Lin Yu's expression brightens immediately, and he takes out his own corpse token. Handing it to Luo Lei. This is a 3rd-tier corpse token. Please inspect it. Aren't you afraid I might take the item and flee? Luo Lei responds, looking down at the token. Upon seeing the information, his eyes widen. This is precisely the Necromancer troop token he desires. What do you think? Shouldn't this be sufficient for your token? Lin Yu smiles. Unperturbed by the possibility of Luo Lei snatching the token and retreating, as he is confident in his ability to intercept him before he reaches his territory. Luo Lei, being an honest man, does not engage in any trickery. He lifts his head, visibly excited, and exclaims, "This is more than enough. A pleasant collaboration." Saying this, he hands over the Ancient Knowledge Tree token to Lin Yu. A pleasurable collaboration indeed. Lin Yu graciously accepts the token, inhaling deeply. With this, he has gained an additional recruitable troop, making the journey worthwhile. After stowing the token and casting another glance around, he continues, "Since the trade is complete, I shall take my leave now. We can connect again when the opportunity arises." Luo Lei nods. "All right. Thank you for making the trip, brother." Lin Yu says nothing more, waves his hand, and turns to leave with Ling Shi and the others. Before long, they vanish into the dense forest, as if they had never been there at all. It is only then that a young man, who had been concealed behind a nearby rock, steps forward hurriedly. "How did it go? Did you succeed?" This young man is the same one who accompanied Luo Lei in eradicating the monster gathering area, having been hiding behind the rock since Lin Yu's arrival. Prepared for immediate assistance, he is evidently a cautious individual. Upon seeing his arrival, Luo Lei instantly exclaimed with delight, "Ah, we have successfully acquired it. Fortunately, that individual is rather easy to converse with." "That is indeed a relief," the young man sighed, a weight lifted from his shoulders. "I have already observed him. All the troops by his side are of the 4th tier. If a confrontation were to ensue, it is likely that together we would not stand a chance." "Indeed," Luo Lei nodded, a sense of trepidation lingering within him. "I did not anticipate that such a formidable plant type being could exist in our vicinity, so well concealed. I have heard that the angelic Morong Tian only ascended to the 4th tier this morning. When did the plant types become so formidable? Who knows? In any case, it is prudent to maintain a good rapport with such individuals in the future. It would benefit us as well." "Quite so." With that, the two lapsed into silence, contemplatively gazing in the direction Lin Yu had departed. Meanwhile, after leaving Luo Lei's territory, Lin Yu swiftly returned to his own domain. Along the way, he effortlessly vanquished numerous magical creatures, netting himself over 100 points of magical energy. Upon crossing the boundary of his territory, he hurried to the base of the Tree of Life and promptly produced the unit token he had brought back. "Would you like to expend 25 points of magical energy to utilize the 3rd-tier unit token, Knowledge Ancient Tree?" Use. In an instant, the token transformed into a stream of light, swiftly merging into the trunk of the Tree of Life. Immediately thereafter, a notification resonated within Lin Yu's mind. "Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the 3rd-tier unit, Knowledge Ancient Tree." Upon hearing this notification, Lin Yu quickly spent 10 points of magical energy to recruit a Knowledge Ancient Tree. In a flash, light coalesced, and an ancient tree surged from the ground, rapidly growing to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Its top adorned with lush and ever-changing foliage that gradually formed a weathered visage, appearing both ancient and substantial. Name, Knowledge Ancient Tree. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 3, cannot be upgraded. Strength, 25. Constitution, 25. Agility, 25. Spirit, 120. Skill, Profound Knowledge, increases the experience of surrounding plants by 1 point every hour, effective at all levels, non-stackable. Unique Elder, only one instance of this unit can exist at any time. Description, the most learned entity among the tree spirit race. Possessing low combat ability, but formidable supportive capabilities. After reviewing the information on the Knowledge Ancient Tree, Lin Yu was momentarily rendered speechless. A purely supportive unit? And it can enhance the experience of other units? How astonishing. It is practically tailor-made for plant-type units. Lin Yu was astounded that this seemingly casual token had yielded such a rare unit. Although it only provided an additional point of experience each hour, over the years, that would accumulate to a substantial amount. Furthermore, it clearly stated that it is effective for all levels. Just based on this, Lin You was acutely aware of the fortune he had stumbled upon. The only drawback was that the knowledge ancient tree had numerous restrictions, which likely explained why it was not categorized as a rare unit. Well then, let's attempt a mutation. Although the experience boosting effect could not be stacked, Lin You still wished to see if he could eliminate the unique elder skill through mutation. This way, he could retain one within his territory while taking another out for leveling and monster hunting simultaneously. With determination, he initiated the mutation process on the knowledge ancient tree. However, to his surprise, after several mutations, each resulting unit inherited the characteristics of being unable to upgrade, and the unique nature of the unit and the experience-boosting skill vanished entirely. Could it be that the profound knowledge skill has no compatibility with other units and cannot be inherited? Lin You, unwilling to concede, continued to recruit and mutate over a dozen times. The outcomes remained consistent, with no exceptions. Statistically speaking, with a 50% chance. It was improbable for such an occurrence to persist. This indicated that his hypothesis was correct. Other plant units were incapable of inheriting the profound knowledge skill. Alright, perhaps I was overly optimistic. With no other options, Lin You reluctantly dispersed the units he had mutated and recruited another knowledge ancient tree, designating it to remain within his territory purely as a supportive plant. Fortunately, the experience it provided was considerable, proving to be of significant assistance to him. Chapter 18, Uninvited Guests. After examining the attributes of the knowledge ancient tree, Lin Yu began to utilize the magical energy he had acquired along the way to continue recruiting new units. Today marked the 5th day since their arrival in this world, and there were less than 3 days remaining until the 7-day safety period concluded. Thus, he needed to expedite his efforts to fill all 40 unit slots as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, he had to reinforce the defensive structures surrounding his territory. Otherwise, the surrounding stone pillar fence would likely not hold for long. Should magical creatures breach the perimeter, it would be a minor issue. But if the Tree of Life were to sustain damage, his very life would be in jeopardy. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise here. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yu led his plant army outside the territory, beginning to excavate traps and augment the fencing. The flower spirits, unable to partake in laborious tasks, flitted about to heal the fatigued plants. Even the 6 carnivorous flower kings stationed at the fence ventured beyond, using their mouths to grasp the fencing and assist in securing it. The entire exterior of the territory bustled with activity, teeming with the movements of plants and industrious figures, creating quite a lively scene. After toiling until nightfall, they finally completed all defensive works, significantly raising and reinforcing the fencing. Well done, everyone. You've all worked hard. Let us return and rest. As dusk descended, Lin Yu waved his hand, leading the multitude of plants back into the territory and subsequently sealing the entrance. During this time, he also provided the carnivorous flower kings with the corpses of magical creatures he had collected, allowing them to replenish their nutrients. As for the other units, they required only the earth's nutrients and sunlight, making them quite low maintenance. After a simple meal, Lin Yu retreated to his exclusive wooden cabin to rest. Time passed swiftly. The following morning, Lin Yu was taken aback to find 2 uninvited guests awaiting him outside his territory, 2 lords accompanied by numerous units. Big brother, there's a territory here, exclaimed the leaner youth, his voice laced with astonishment as he discovered Lin Yu's domain. They had emerged from the nearby forest, appearing somewhat disheveled, as though they had just survived a battle. I can't believe there's a territory in such a remote area. Let us go check it out. The man referred to as Big Brother was a seasoned-looking middle-aged individual, flanked by a dozen or so orc units, mingling with the young man's entourage of beasts. Upon spotting Lin Yu's territory, the pair immediately led their subordinates cautiously closer, eager to investigate. But in the next moment, countless vines erupted, resembling serpents, swiftly coiling towards them from the ground. Plant types? The man's heart raced at the sight of the numerous and menacing vines. It was evident that only a Tier 3 unit could achieve such a feat, yet he was aware that among the plant-type lords he knew, none had successfully ascended to Tier 3. Not daring to ponder further, he immediately shouted towards the Lord's domain, "Friend, we are merely passing through and mean no harm." His resonant voice echoed throughout the surroundings. Indeed, it wasn't long before the vines on the ground ceased their advance, encircling them within a mere 10 meters. Since we are just passing through, let us hasten our departure. The door of the wooden cabin creaked open, and Lin Yu emerged slowly from within. It was only at this moment that the 2 outsiders noticed the peculiar state of Lin Yu's territory, their hearts filled with astonishment. In the expansive domain, dozens of terrifying plants roamed, each exuding an overwhelmingly fierce aura. Even the man-eating flowers stationed at the walls were absurdly large, capable of swallowing them whole. What astonished them the most was the Tree of Life, towering in the center of the territory, far surpassing any other plant-type domain they had ever encountered in both height and size. It stood proudly, akin to an ancient giant tree. Is this truly a Tier 3 domain? Are plant-type Tier 3 territories this formidable? The 2 men could hardly fathom it. Their gazes fixated on Lin Yu as he exited the cabin, their minds swirling with shock. After a prolonged moment of silence, it was the elder of the two who first regained his composure, calling out to the domain, "Friend, we have just come from the wasteland and wish to inquire about the location of the wall that obstructs the beast tide. We would be grateful for your guidance." "The wall? Just traverse this forest, and you shall find it." Lin You gestured casually towards the woods. He hadn't anticipated that anyone would travel specifically from the wasteland to investigate the beast tide situation, and judging by the units accompanying these two, they appeared formidable. Likely all Tier 3, explaining their ability to journey from such a distance. Upon receiving his response, the two outside the territory expressed their gratitude. "Thank you. Then we shall not disturb your rest." With that, the man and the youth exchanged glances and promptly turned to delve deeper into the adjacent forest, soon vanishing from Lin Yu's sight. Once they could no longer see Lin Yu's territory, the youth could no longer contain himself and whispered, "Elder brother, why don't we test the depths of that fellow's strength? He is merely a plant type." "A plant type? Have you ever encountered such an exaggerated scale of plant life? Not to mention those units. I have never seen anything like it." The man shot a fierce glare at the youth. The latter quickly realized his folly and hesitantly replied, "Are you suggesting that those are all Tier 3 units?" The man inhaled deeply. "It is very likely, and from my observations, that young man is no ordinary individual. He shows no signs of fear towards us. What does it matter? He probably believes we cannot do anything to him during the safety period." The youth scoffed. "If that were the case, it would be fortunate." The man's expression grew serious as he glanced back toward Lin Yu's domain. "In any case, it is prudent to exercise caution. Any plant type capable of reaching Tier 3 in such a short time is certainly not an ordinary character. After all, we are merely here to investigate the beast tide, and that fellow's domain is so close yet exhibits not a trace of panic, having deployed such extensive defensive measures. It is quite peculiar." "What is peculiar?" "I believe you are overthinking it, elder brother. I guarantee that once the 7 days pass, his territory will be the first to be eradicated. Perhaps by the time we return, it won't even exist." "Perhaps," the man replied non-committally, opting not to elaborate further. After orienting himself, he continued towards the wall, remaining alert to their surroundings. It was said that the forest harbored numerous Tier 3 magical beasts, and caution was undoubtedly warranted. Before long, the two figures receded into the depths of the dense forest. On the other side, after bidding farewell to the unexpected visitors, Lin You began to busy himself within his domain. The first order of business was, of course, to utilize the magical energy accumulated overnight by the Fiery Lotus to recruit additional units, thereby bolstering his territorial forces. With each transformation he executed, new Tier 4 units emerged in succession. To Lin Yu's delight, among the 10 mutated plants, 2 had astonishingly evolved into explosive fungi. Chapter 19, The Tension Mounts. Name, Fission Mushroom. Race, Plant. Level, Tier 4, 0-100. Strength, 10. Vitality, 72. Agility, 70. Mentality, 86. Skills, Wooden Spikes. Self-destructing fungus. Fission, causes explosive fungi to undergo fission, splitting into countless minuscule spores, triggering a secondary explosion. Description, harmless little mushroom, a master of explosive attacks, adept at wide-area destructive assaults. The Tier 4 fission mushroom had significantly enhanced its explosive power, now possessing the capability for a secondary explosion. What Lin You desperately required was indeed a means of large-scale offensive, and this fission mushroom arrived most opportunely. Having expended all accumulated magical energy, Lin You now had 5 additional Tier 4 units by his side. Together with the previous ones, he totaled 34, just 6 short of a full complement. With 2 days remaining until the safety period concluded, he had ample time to achieve this goal. With no other pressing matters at hand, he chose not to linger within his domain. After a brief preparation, he departed with all but 6 of the man-eating flowers, heading towards the distant mountains, hoping to encounter other magical beast congregations. As he led his plant army into the mountains, on the opposite side, less than 3 kilometers away, a massive formation of over 100 units encircled the entrance of a marsh. Boss Morong, this is indeed the location, the gathering place of the red-tailed scorpions. A lowly man with downcast eyes reported to an arrogant youth beside him. At that moment, their party consisted of 5 individuals, each accompanied by over 20 units, nearly half of which were Tier 4, totaling almost 50. The most formidable among them was the youth, flanked by 2 Tier 3 angels, while the remaining 18 were all Tier 4 winged angels. This youth was none other than Murong Tian, who had recently been exceptionally active in the regional channel, boasting an army of angel-type units. Thanks to their Team S advantage, they had successfully ascended to Tier 4 and recruited several Tier 4 units. Among the group, only one had yet to reach Tier 4. Let us move swiftly to cleanse this magical beast gathering. Once we do, Zhang Yu will ascend to Tier 4. Murong Tian remarked, casting a glance at the distant marsh. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Boss Murong. Enough with the gratitude. Murong Tian replied dismissively. Murong Tian casually waved his hand, indicating that as long as they diligently carried out his orders, they would undoubtedly reap the rewards. Begin your preparations, he commanded. Understood. responded one of his subordinates, and the other four promptly turned and dispersed in different directions. Then, under the guidance of the fourth-tier angels beside Mutate, they charged into the marshlands, initiating a purge of the red-tailed scorpions. With the overwhelming presence of numerous fourth-tier troops, the scorpions were utterly incapable of mounting a defense, their ranks collapsing like a house of cards. Before long, the marsh erupted. A black scorpion, several times larger than a typical red-tailed scorpion, suddenly burst forth, emitting a shrill roar. It's the fourth-tier red-tailed scorpion king. Everyone, be cautious. The fighters engaged in combat felt a jolt of alarm and heightened their vigilance. However, before they could fully comprehend the threat, a golden arrow of light hurtled toward them with a tremendous force. Boom! The arrow exploded upon impact, piercing the body of the Scorpion King and sending it flying several meters away due to its massive inertia. Before it could struggle, the other troops rushed forward, severing its head. A fourth-tier magical creature, vanquished on the spot. Truly, Mutate's prowess was formidable, effortlessly subduing a fourth-tier beast. The angelic forces were indeed powerful, far beyond what they could rival. A few of the subordinates could not help but flatter him, acknowledging that had it been them, they would have required considerable effort to take down the Scorpion King. Yet, Mutate had done it without losing a single soldier, a testament to his formidable strength. As their praises reached Mutate's ears, he gradually lifted his chin, a glimmer of pride evident in his gaze. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from afar, interrupting their conversation. All present, including Mutate, exchanged concerned glances in the direction of the sound. It seems someone is battling a magical creature. Should we go investigate? One of them asked. Uncertainty etched on his face. You few remain here to wrap things up. I shall go investigate myself. Mutate, confident in his own strength, made a quick decision and headed towards the source of the battle. The angels, seeing this, promptly followed, swiftly leaving the marshlands behind. Upon arriving at the site of the commotion, they discovered that the battle had already concluded. A third-tier magical creature lay defeated on the ground, and beside it stood a stranger, along with several peculiar plants they had never encountered before. Lin You, who was busy dealing with the corpse, noticed Mutate and instantly felt a surge of wariness. He had been so engrossed in the fight that he had not anticipated the presence of others nearby, inadvertently drawing their attention. Upon seeing Mutate's countenance, his expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Wasn't this the individual with whom he had briefly clashed during the treasure hunt? What was he doing here? Before Lin You could ponder further, Mutate approached. Friend, are you alone? Mutate did not recognize Lin You, and, upon noticing the peculiar plant soldiers by his side, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. It was common knowledge that plant types were weak. Moreover, with so many fourth-tier angels at his command, he completely disregarded Lin You. Not even attempting to conceal his scrutiny, he brazenly appraised Lin You, who could only frown in discontent. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? Lin You rose, speaking with a hint of indifference. Having observed the regional channel for some time, he was well aware of Mutate's temperament, and seeing him in person confirmed the rumors of his arrogance and disregard for others. He found Mutate's gaze particularly unsettling, an irritation that was unmistakable. This blatant display of annoyance did not escape Mutate's notice, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Oh, how should I introduce myself? Like this? As he spoke, an angel wielding a bow beside him suddenly sprang into action, shooting an arrow toward Lin You. Whoosh! The arrow was swift, gleaming with light, and it reached Lin You in an instant, evidently intended to test his capabilities. Unfortunately, Mutate had miscalculated Lin Yu's strength. Just as the golden arrow approached, it was ensnared by a series of thorns, plummeting to the ground. Lingxi, who had been concealed behind other plants, finally revealed herself and flew to Lin Yu's side. At the moment Lingxi appeared, the angels around Mutate became agitated. Is this how you greet someone? Lin Yu coldly regarded Mutate, a murderous intent lurking in his eyes. Although that arrow was merely a probe, it had been launched without much restraint. Had Lin Yu not possessed sufficient strength, the outcome could have been drastically different. Mutate seemed taken aback that his attack had failed so easily. He cast a deep glance at Lingxi beside Lin Yu, but paid no heed to the angel's unrest. After all, no matter how strong the plant types were, they could not possibly surpass his angelic legion. With his plan foiled, he decided to drop the pretense and disdainfully declared, "Encountering me is your misfortune. Hand over your magical energy, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Oh, is that so? Lin Yu laughed, genuinely amused, before suddenly adopting a cold demeanor. Vines erupted from the grass and trees surrounding him, surging forth. Chapter 20. The Angel Legion's Utter Defeat. A deluge of vines startled Mutate, who had not anticipated that so many plants lurked behind Lin Yu, even surpassing the number of angels at his side. The entire forest was teeming with writhing vines. This sight instantly reminded him of the mysterious plant user encountered during the treasure heist. The appearance of those vines was strikingly similar to those before him. Is it you? Murate's expression darkened as he recalled the 2 items he had lost and the severe injuries suffered by his angels, a wave of murderous intent washing over him. Without further ado, he commanded his angels to launch an attack. In an instant, the sacred white light blazed forth. The fourth-tier angels unfurled their wings and soared into the sky, raising their bows and spears to target Lin You. A cold smirk began to form on Murontion's lips. As one of the strongest types, the angelic forces not only possessed extraordinary combat prowess, but also innate flight capabilities, which granted them absolute dominance over most troops. Did a mere handful of plants think they could contend with him? It was sheer folly. Even if Lin You was a fourth tier, it would make no difference. Attack! Murontion bellowed, and the weapons in the angel's hands tensed, shooting towards Lin You with blinding speed. The air trembled under the onslaught, the sheer force threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space. Murontion's expression twisted into a snarl, as if he could already envision the scene of Lin You being drenched in blood. Yet, in the next moment, a surge of verdant light illuminated the surroundings as Lin You stood amidst 5 recently upgraded wood spirits and Ling Shi, who brandished their staffs and pointed skyward. Several attacks were ensnared by thorns, veering off their intended course. Simultaneously, a tree spirit warrior positioned itself before Lin You, crossing its arms. Boom! The white arrows and spears detonated, sending the tree spirit warrior reeling backward, inflicting a gaping wound upon its arm. Yet, in an instant, cascades of natural light descended, mending their injuries to pristine condition. How could this be? Murontion's mind was in turmoil. He had not anticipated that Lin You could effortlessly withstand his assault. Before he could react, a cacophony of slicing air filled the atmosphere as myriad vines surged from all directions toward the heavens. With astonishing speed, they ensnared the angels hovering above, hurling them violently to the ground. The angels struggled desperately, only to find toxins coursing through their veins, gradually sapping their strength, rendering them increasingly feeble. Bang! 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 A series of muffled impacts echoed as all the angels plummeted to the earth in utter disarray. Only a handful of angelic priests managed to rise, trembling as they raised their staffs. Holy light! A gentle radiance swept over them, dispelling the toxins that plagued their forms, allowing them to stand once more. However, they were soon met with a barrage of suddenly protruding wooden spikes. Several angels, caught unawares, were instantly pierced through the chest, meeting their demise on the spot. But the ordeal was far from over. Without granting them a moment to breathe, clusters of red mushrooms rained down at their feet. Boom! 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 An onslaught of violent explosions sent the remaining angels flying, with a few even meeting their end in the chaos. Murontion, covered in dirt and fear, scrambled to his feet, his face etched with terror and disbelief. His angelic forces had been utterly decimated without any chance to retaliate. Was this truly the plant-based force he was familiar with? Not daring to ponder further, he swiftly turned and fled towards the direction of his 4 companions. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Since his life was at stake, Lin You would not allow him to slip away unscathed. He hastened after his botanical legion, as vines erupted once more, lunging toward Murontion's rear. Panic-stricken, Murontion saw several angels interpose themselves before him. Holy light barrier! A vast, translucent wall of pristine white appeared to intercept the vines, completely sealing off his escape route. The vines crashed against the barrier with resounding thuds, only to be repelled back. By the time Lin You maneuvered around the wall in pursuit, Murontion had already vanished from sight. Quite the swift escape. Lin You gradually ceased his pursuit, a frown creasing his brow. He had not anticipated Murontion's escape tactics to be so formidable, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Given the mobility of his plant-based forces, it was evidently improbable to catch up again. Next time we cross paths, luck will not favor him so easily. Lin Yu's expression hardened. After today's battle, the enmity between him and Murontion had been irrevocably forged. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation. Even though the opponent commanded angelic legions, he harbored no fear. Moreover, his mutated plant forces were not to be underestimated. Today served as a lesson for that arrogant individual. With that thought, Lin You turned and departed with his botanical army. As fate would have it, his decision proved sagacious. For even with Murontion's forces halved, the remaining 5 members still possessed approximately 44th-tier beings, surpassing Lin Yu's own count. Should they truly engage, the outcome might have been uncertain, rendering it unwise to pursue recklessly. Meanwhile, fleeing from the relentless pursuit, Murontion eventually found his way back to the marshland after a frantic flight through the woods. At that moment, the marsh had been thoroughly cleared by his 4 companions, who were in the process of disposing of the corpses of the red-tailed scorpions. Upon seeing Murontion's disheveled state, their faces filled with astonishment as they hurried over. Boss Muron, what happened? You look utterly disheveled. Why are there so few angels left by your side? Did something formidable emerge from that area? The group encircled him, each voicing their curiosity over the significant loss of angels, knowing full well that these were all 4th-tier beings, among the elite, even among all the lords. What could possibly inflict such a devastating blow upon Murontion? Was it a 5th-tier monstrosity? But were there truly 5th-tier creatures in this region? Without needing to ask, Murontion interjected, his expression dark. Today was my misfortune. I underestimated the situation and did not anticipate encountering such a formidable adversary in this area. One that nearly wiped out my angelic forces. Such a person? Zhang Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback, their pupils constricting in shock. Could it be that a mere individual had reduced Murong Tian to such a state? This was inconceivable. They were well aware of Murong Tian's strength. Undoubtedly among the most formidable in the entire region, with few rivals. How could someone of such prowess be brought to such a pitiful plight, fleeing in terror? Who could this enigmatic figure be? Was it a demon, rivaling the angels? Yet they had never heard of demons existing in this area. Shock and disbelief washed over them. Boss Murong, should we go and investigate together? No need. Murong Tian's voice chilled the air. His fourth-tier forces are not significantly fewer than our own. Let's return for now. Very well, let us hasten our departure. They harbored considerable trepidation towards someone capable of so severely wounding Murong Tian. Heeding his words, they quickly gathered their belongings and departed the marshland, making their way back toward the Lord's territory, swiftly vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurking nearby had witnessed the entirety of these events unfold. Chapter 21, A Sleepless Night. Have you heard? Today, while Murong Tian was out purging a monster gathering, he was brutally defeated by an unknown lord. It seems he nearly lost his life. What? Is this true? Can it be? Absolutely true. Someone witnessed it firsthand. If you don't believe me, ask others. This news has already spread widely. I can vouch for it. Earlier today, I happened to encounter Murong Tian returning from the outside, and he looked so disheveled that you could almost read despair on his face. Wow, what a revelation. Wasn't Murong Tian already fourth tier? Who could possibly overpower him? A demon, perhaps? Rumor has it was a plant-based force. A plant-based force? How could that be? Can plant forces possibly best angelic forces? The news of Murong Tian's humiliating defeat spread like wildfire, igniting a wave of commotion throughout the region. Everyone was abuzz with discussions regarding this matter. Even those who seldom frequented the channels appeared, eager to ascertain the details, curious to discover who possessed the prowess to bring down the so-called strongest unit, the angelic faction. Of course, many were driven by a sense of schadenfreude. After all, Murong Tian had long exploited his angelic army to suppress other lords, even coercing them into surrendering their magical energy, leaving them seething with anger, yet voiceless. Now that someone had finally avenged them, it was nothing short of exhilarating, prompting spontaneous applause and admiration. Some even resorted to mocking messages, taunting Murong Tian. Weren't you quite arrogant? Where's your voice now? Have you been cowed into silence? Perhaps this will teach you a lesson in humility. In summary, the astonishing news elicited a myriad of reactions. Yet the most fervent discussions revolved around the identity of the enigmatic plant-type individual. Everyone speculated about who this mysterious figure was, and how they had incurred Murong Tian's wrath. Although Murong Tian's character left much to be desired, his strength was undeniably formidable. To defeat him, and so thoroughly, indicated that this individual possessed terrifying power. Establishing rapport with such a powerhouse would undoubtedly be advantageous for them. Unfortunately, the bearer of this news was too far removed to have glimpsed the figure's visage, let alone identify them. This revelation left countless individuals returning home in disappointment. At the edge of the wasteland, within a forest, the two individuals who had previously traversed Lin Yu's territory stood still, observing the incessant messages flowing through the regional channel, their expressions a mix of uncertainty and intrigue. Brother, could the one who defeated Murong Tian be the same person we encountered this morning? The young man swallowed hard, his lips somewhat parched. Recalling the plant-type territory they had seen earlier, it was indeed in close proximity to the incident's location. Could it be that this matter was the work of that individual? There was a distinct possibility. The man's countenance grew grave. Not only was the distance minimal, but the scale of that territory was incongruous with a mere Tier 3. Are you suggesting it could be Tier 4? The youth gasped in astonishment. This could not be mistaken. Only a Tier 4 territory could boast such an extravagant size, which also explained the individual's calm demeanor, undoubtedly because they had no fear of the impending beast tide. Boom. The youth's mind reeled, his eyes widening in shock. If this were true, he had nearly offended a Tier 4 overlord. Reflecting on his previous rashness sent a chill down his spine, filling him with dread. Thank goodness, he thought. I restrained myself from provoking them. Otherwise, I might not even know how I would meet my demise. What should we do now? Should we spread this news? The young man queried softly. The man shook his head. It would be best not to, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. Such figures are not to be trifled with. You're right. Let us finish our assessment of the beast tide and return quickly. We only have one more day of safety left. The young man, clearly still anxious, hurriedly added. Indeed, let us proceed. With that, they ceased their discussion and continued their journey toward the wall. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Lin You, the party directly involved, also caught sight of the ongoing discussions in the regional channel, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that a third party had been present during his battle with Murong Tian and had disseminated the news. He wondered what expression Murong Tian wore now. No doubt he was seething with rage, wishing to devour him whole. A cold smile crept onto Lin Yu's face. What could Murontion's hatred accomplish? The animosity between them had already been established, and Lin You had no intention of letting Murontion off the hook. He yearned to eradicate the threat entirely. However, he was currently unaware of Murontion's territory's whereabouts. With the beast tide approaching, it would be unwise to squander troops and resources waging war on other territories. He could only contemplate this matter after weathering the impending storm. With this thought, Lin You disregarded the discussions and delved deeper into the forest with his plant army, searching for gathering spots of magical creatures while honing his combat skills through battle. It must be said that individuals truly grow at an astonishing rate in harsh environments. In merely a few days, Lin Yu's combat techniques had vastly improved, becoming far more adept. Coupled with his robust Tier 4 physique and reflexes, he could now barely withstand the onslaught of Tier 4 magical creatures without succumbing. He did not aspire to become an unparalleled master, but possessing the most basic means of self-preservation was certainly essential. Otherwise, should he encounter an emergency without his forces at hand, would he not be left awaiting his demise? Fortunately, his aptitude was commendable, and his progress exceeded expectations. Thus, an entire afternoon passed as Lin You navigated the forest. When hunger struck, he consumed the jerky he carried. When fatigue set in, he rested, allowing the plants to keep watch. Regrettably, he encountered no gathering spots for magical creatures along the way. Instead, he encountered numerous scattered Tier 3 magical creatures, netting him several hundred units of magical energy. As dusk fell, he led his plant army back along the path to his territory, utilizing the magical energy collected to finally recruit a full complement of 40 units. The following morning, he set out once more, continuing his sweep of the forest for additional magical energy. It was not until the sun set on the final day that Lin You returned to his territory, his body weary from the exertion. The magical energy he had amassed exceeded 1,000 units, which should suffice to confront the upcoming beast tide. With one more night remaining, Lin You sat beside the fire, staring vacantly at the flickering flames. Tomorrow marked the end of the safety period. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 7 days in this world, feeling as though he had traversed a lifetime. He opened the regional channel to glance at the discussions, which were overwhelmingly focused on the impending beast tide. There was anticipation, fear, and anxiety. Those living closest to the forest, particularly the weaker individuals, were most apprehensive, concerned they might not survive the oncoming tide. Many self-important lords had lowered their pride, banding together in search of survival, and no one dared to venture beyond their territories, fearing they would not return in time to avoid being swept away by the beasts. For them, this night was destined to be one of restless anticipation. Chapter 22, The Beast Tide, Advancing to Tier 5. Congratulations to all lords for successfully surviving 7 days on the Primordial Continent. The World Channel is now open, and basic territorial structures are accessible for your review. Attention! The safety period has concluded, all protections have been removed, and the regional barriers are down. The beast tide is imminent. All lords are advised to prepare accordingly. As dawn's gentle light began to creep across the horizon, a chilling voice echoed simultaneously in the ears of every lord. All those who had been peacefully slumbering were abruptly roused from their dreams, scrambling in a state of disarray from their beds. Has the beast tide finally arrived? It seems so. The period of safety has come to an end. How swiftly it has come. I am still unprepared. I believe I can hear something stirring. Brothers, prepare for your own fates. The previously silent regional channel erupted into a cacophony of messages. Just as panic gripped everyone, a sudden crack tore through the sky, manifesting a series of fissures. These cracks widened and elongated, stretching from the earth to the heavens, intertwining into a chaotic tapestry. Ultimately, the fissures shattered, cascading down an array of fragments. Roar! The earth-shattering roar of beasts resounded across the land. In that moment, the atmosphere darkened, and the very heavens trembled, a thunderous sound growing ever closer. Is it finally here? Lin You stood outside the wooden cabin, feeling the ground tremble beneath him, and he could even faintly hear the distant roars approaching rapidly. Undoubtedly, it was the beast tide, forded outside the walls. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Battle is upon us. Lin You called out to all the flora within his domain, hastily grasping the beast-bone spear he had meticulously crafted, positioning it across his chest. The plants, having received their command, instinctively dispersed around the territory, taking their positions within the confines of the enclosure. The once joyous atmosphere of the domain was now suffused with a palpable sense of impending doom. After a moment, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Here they come. The instant his voice fell, trees in the distance began to topple one after another as massive, ferocious creatures surged through the forest, barreling toward him. Roar! Leading the charge was a 4-legged beast with fearsome fangs, towering over half a man's height. Its numbers overwhelming, a dark mass converging. Name, Fong Beast. Race, Beast. Level, Tier 3. Strength, 50. Constitution, 45. Agility, 50. Spirit, 45. Skill, Savage Bite. Description, the most common low-tier magical creature, bloodthirsty by nature, possessing incredible speed and formidable fangs. Despite being a Tier 3 creature with relatively modest attributes, their sheer numbers were staggering. A glance revealed an almost endless wave of Fang beasts, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Lin You dared not underestimate them and immediately commanded the plants to launch an offensive. In an instant, the two forces clashed violently. Vines danced through the air, accompanied by an unceasing cacophony of beastly roars, echoing around the entire territory, while the walls reverberated under the impact. Nearby, the carnivorous Flower King, long since famished, leaped over the barriers, tearing into the advancing Fang beasts. The air was filled with roars of rage and cries of anguish. As more and more Fang beasts fell victim to the plant's relentless assault, piling up outside the territory in heaps of corpses. Some met their demise by crashing into the barriers Lin You had prepared, while others fell into traps, trampled to death by their own kind. The sight of death was gruesome. Meanwhile, the remaining few fungal spores did not remain idle. Ascending to a high platform, they hurled explosive mushrooms over the barrier, igniting a series of detonations that sent the charging Fang beasts flying. Lin Yu's ears were bombarded with notifications. Kill Tier 3 Fang Beast, gain 10 mana. Kill Tier 3 Fang Beast, gain 8 mana. Kill Tier 3 Fang Beast, gain 11 mana. Kill Tier 3 Fang Beast, gain 9 mana. In just a few breaths, Lin Yu amassed 200 to 300 mana, and it continued to rise. However, this favorable situation was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar from the distance. A massive horde of one-eyed giants suddenly emerged, closing in on Lin Yu's territory. Accompanying their approach, a new piece of information appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Name, Cyclops. Race, humanoid. Level, Tier 4. Strength, 90. Constitution, 75. Agility, 66. Spirit, 75. Skills, Heavy Smash, Frenzy. Description, a relatively rare humanoid magical creature, driven mad by magical energy, possessing immense strength. Upon reviewing the information about the Cyclopes, Lin Yu's pupils constricted. He had anticipated the presence of Tier 4 creatures within the beast tide, but had not expected such a multitude, surpassing even his planned army. In mere moments, 2 Treant warriors were shredded into pieces. Even the vines of the toxic sirens were severed in succession, dragging them to the walls where they were instantly overwhelmed by countless Cyclopes. In an instant, Lin Yu had lost several units. Everyone, hold the line. Do not let them breach the walls. Lin Yu shouted urgently, swiftly utilizing his mana to recruit Tier 4 carnivorous Flower Kings and employing mutation to swiftly fill the gaps in his forces. Yet, despite his efforts, units continued to be mercilessly slaughtered by the Cyclopes, draining Lin Yu's forces at an alarming rate. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of violent explosions ensued. A large number of Cyclopes fell to the onslaught of the plants. Yet, one by one, Lin Yu's plants were torn apart, surging toward the walls and high platforms. At that moment, Lin Yu could no longer afford to conserve mana. He continuously summoned reinforcements to fill the gaps. If the walls were breached, his territory would be on the brink of destruction, and his own demise would be inevitable. The only silver lining was that during the tug-of-war with the Cyclopes, additional Tier 3 creatures emerged, providing him with a significant influx of mana. After a fierce battle, he managed to hold the Cyclopes at bay, resulting in a brutal stalemate both inside and outside the enclosure. The creatures seemed relentless, frantically assaulting his territory. Time slipped away as Lin Yu barked orders and summoned reinforcements. Before he knew it, half the morning had passed. Lin Yu could no longer recall how many creatures he had slain or how many units he had summoned. He only remembered the most perilous moment, when the Tier 4 creatures nearly surged into his territory atop a mountain of corpses. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, using his spear to push them back, then ordering the plants to clear away the bodies, preventing a catastrophic breach. Roar. It was unclear how much time had elapsed. The beasts beyond the territory roared in fury, gradually abandoning Lin Yu's domain to surge towards other areas. The ferocious first wave of the beast tide finally began to show signs of waning. It's over. It's almost over. Hold on, everyone. Lin Yu's body trembled as a spear pierced the throat of a third-tier magical creature, shouting excitedly towards the plants. Just then, a notification sounded. Lingxi, who had survived from beginning to end, finally accumulated enough experience to reach its maximum, successfully advancing to the 5th tier. Name, Wood Spirit Lingxi, Royal. Race, Plant. Level, 5th tier, 0, 250. Strength, 150. Constitution, 150. Agility, 185. Spirit, 200. Skills, Nature Manipulation, Affinity Aura, Thorny Vines. Description, the Royal among plants. Possessing the ability to command other plant-based units, proficient in natural magic. Chapter 23, The Tower of Units. Upon reaching the 5th tier, Lingxi's attributes surged dramatically, nearly doubling those of a 4th tier unit. This confirmed Lin Yu's conjecture that as units progressed towards higher tiers, their attributes experienced exponential enhancements, resulting in significantly greater power. Indeed, with the addition of the 5th tier Lingxi, the defense of the territory became considerably more manageable. With a mere wave of its staff, countless spikes erupted, piercing the bodies of the magical creatures, followed by leaves cascading down like arrows, slicing through their flesh. It had indeed mastered the application of various natural spells. With the support of these spells, the plant army within the territory immediately surged in morale, launching a frenzied counterattack. One by one, the magical creatures fell beneath their onslaught, and Lin Yu's mind was flooded with notifications. Killed a 3rd-tier Fong beast, gained 10 magic energy. Killed a 3rd-tier corpse swine, gained 11 magic energy. Killed a 3rd-tier scythe mantis, gained 9 magic energy. Killed a 4th-tier cyclops, gained 24 magic energy. Gradually, the magical creatures outside the territory became fewer and more sparse. By the afternoon, the last magical creature succumbed to Lingxi's attack, and an eerie silence enveloped the area outside the territory. Finally, we have endured. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, his tense expression relaxing as he collapsed to the ground. It could be said that he had just weathered the most ferocious wave of the beast tide, where a moment's lapse could have cost him his life. Keeping his spirit in a state of extreme tension, unable to relax. Fortunately, the worst outcome did not materialize, and he had reaped a substantial harvest of resources. Not only that, but he also cultivated a 5th-tier unit, marking a bountiful gain. However, he wondered about the situation of the other lords. Most of their territories were farther from the forest, and with the magical creatures already spreading out, the impact they faced was certainly not as severe as his. Yet, the beast tide was mixed with many 4th-tier magical creatures, which would not be easy to handle. Never mind them, it's none of my concern. Lin Yu quickly cast aside these thoughts, taking a stroll around the edge of the territory to confirm its safety before beginning to assess the spoils of this beast tide. First was the magic energy, which surged from over 1,000 points to nearly 5,000, a staggering increase of 4 to 5 times. Next were the carcasses of the magical creatures, which had piled up like a mountain outside the territory, with 4th-tier creatures scattered everywhere, ensuring that the plants would no longer need to worry about their nourishment. However, what delighted Lin Yu the most was his plant units. Due to constant replacements, he had unexpectedly mutated a variant identical to Lingxi, a 4th-tier toxic demoness. Name: Toxic Demoness, Royal. Race: Plant. Level: 4th tier, 3, 100. Strength: 87. Constitution: 100. Agility: 0. Spirit: 85. Skills: Devour, Toxic Mist, Thorny Forest, spreads countless vines to create a terrifying thorny domain, expanding in range with level. Description: the monarch among toxic demonesses. Its massive vines form a domain, guarding its territory. The mutated toxic demoness took root, its size rapidly expanding. From a height of just over 1 meter, it grew into a vine plant over 10 meters tall, crowned with an eerie bloom that opened and closed, as if absorbing the essence of the world. As a consequence of losing its mobility, its vines thickened several times, becoming thicker than a thigh, extending underground and surrounding the territory with a vast forest of thorns. Lin Yu ventured into the forest, and the enormous vines parted spontaneously, creating a pathway for him. Simultaneously, these vines could emit toxic mist outward, obscuring vision and forming a noxious area. This was truly a perfect plant that integrated both offense and defense. Lin Yu could already envision the terrifying scene of this toxic demoness expanding its vines, blanketing several miles around as its level increased. With such a plan in place, he could finally put his mind at ease regarding the defense of his territory. Indeed, when I am absent, the task of guarding the territory will be entrusted to you. Lin Yu reached out to pat the vines, which towered over him, and spoke with satisfaction. The toxic demoness, understanding his intent, extended its slender vines and danced around him, seemingly expressing its joy. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "Since you are like Lingxi, from now on, you shall be called Qing Tung." Upon hearing this, Qing Tung swayed once more. Then, under Lin Yu's instruction, Qing Tung began to utilize its extensive range to assist other plants in dealing with the corpses outside the territory. As for Lin Yu, he recalled the notifications from earlier that mentioned the world channel and territorial buildings. He first opened the chat channel and discovered that the regional channel had expanded from a small area to an entire district, merging with others, now labeled with the suffix of Endless Wasteland. A glance revealed a flurry of messages, nearly all discussing the beast tide. Clearly, many were just beginning to encounter the beast tide, unlike him, who had faced the impact early that morning and had only just regained composure. If he guessed correctly, this regional channel would fluctuate according to the area he was in. As for the world channel, Lin Yu attempted to open it, but it indicated that it was not yet unlocked, rendering it inaccessible. It seemed he still lacked certain conditions. After examining the chat channels, Lin Yu proceeded to the Tree of Life, checking the territory information, and indeed, a new option for territorial buildings had emerged. Upon opening, Lin Yu discovered 3 distinct types of edifices within: the Lord's Castle for habitation, the Tower of Units for troop development, and the Production Workshop for machinery fabrication. While the Lord's Castle and Production Workshop were straightforward in their purpose, it was the Tower of Units that piqued Lin Yu's interest, given its connection to troop types. Glancing at the materials required for construction, 25 wood, 25 stone, and 50 magical energy, he realized he possessed all of them. Without a second thought, he opted to construct it. In the blink of an eye, a towering structure rose from the ground, materializing at the designated location. As the dust settled and the notification of successful construction appeared, Lin You approached to examine the tower's details. Building name, Tower of Units. Building level, Tier 1. Building description, capable of researching advanced forms of existing units, rendering them recruitable. With a consumption of magical energy, unit level cannot exceed building level. Research speed, 1 type per day. Upgrade requirements, 50 wood, 50 stone, 100 magical energy. Researching units? Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated the Tower of Units to possess such formidable capabilities, allowing for the research of new unit types. Though it was limited to the advanced forms of units he already possessed, this was undoubtedly a monumental stroke of fortune. Consequently, his options for recruitable units would expand significantly, rather than being confined to the solitary option of the Tier 4 Carnivorous Flower King. In his excitement, he promptly navigated to the Researchable Units page to delve into the specifics. To his immense delight, he discovered that not only could he research units acquired through upgrading his territory, but also the mutated units he had created. Unbeknownst to him, this would grant him a far greater variety of unit types compared to other lords, a serendipitous advantage. After calming his exhilaration, Lin Yu shifted his attention to the other two structures. Given that he had been directing his plants to gather stone for several days, amassing over 1,000 units, he felt no reluctance in proceeding with the construction. In an instant, the sound of rumbling echoed as an exquisite treehouse emerged from the ground. Perched atop the trunk of the Tree of Life, complete with a spiraling staircase leading directly from the ground to the dwelling. Shortly thereafter, on the opposite side of the open space, a humble workshop materialized, emanating a plume of smoke, with tiny plant-like beings resembling ginseng spirits bustling about within. Building name, Lord's Castle. Building level, Tier 1. Building description, a residence for the Lord, increasing the territory's durability cap, which cannot exceed territory level. Durability increase, 50. Upgrade requirements, 50 wood, 50 stone, 100 magical energy. Building name, Production Workshop. Building level, Tier 1. Building description, capable of producing various offensive and defensive machinery, walls, weaponry, armor, and everyday items. Production speed and material consumption vary by item. Upgrade requirements, 50 wood, 50 stone, 100 magical energy. Indeed, these two buildings arrived at a most opportune moment, particularly the production workshop. Upon inspection, Lin Yu noted it could process hides and bones into clothing and weaponry. A remarkable convenience. With a plethora of monster corpses at his disposal, he promptly instructed the plants to transport some for processing, aiming to craft weapons and garments. As for the beast meat, aside from reserving a portion for sustenance, the remainder would be fed to the Carnivorous Flower King or utilized by other plants to devour, replenishing their nutrients for continued labor. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yu once again focused on the Tower of Units, utilizing the remaining materials to elevate its level. After expending a considerable amount of magical energy and hundreds of units of materials, he successfully upgraded the tower to Tier 4, unlocking the ability to research Tier 4 units. Naturally, the first unit he chose to research was the Spriggan, a being adept in ranged magical attacks. Lin Yu promptly accessed the Spriggan's interface. Researching Tier 4 rare units requires 500 magical energy. Would you like to proceed? Proceed. Goodness, the magical energy required for unit research was 20 times that of recruitment. Lin Yu nearly thought he had misread. However, upon reflection, this could be attributed to the Spriggan's rarity. There was no alternative but to accept the cost, no matter how steep. Upon observing the research progress, Lin Yu closed the interface and used the remaining materials to elevate the other two buildings to Tier 4 as well, enhancing the territory's durability while simultaneously expanding the variety of items the production workshop could fabricate. These advancements would prove immensely beneficial to him. Fortunately, the materials required for building upgrades were less than those for territory upgrades. Otherwise, he might not have been able to achieve full upgrades. The most pressing concern was the territory essence required for upgrading to Tier 5, a resource he had yet to acquire, rendering his accumulated resources temporarily useless. Moreover, with the increase in unit types, resource gathering had accelerated significantly, alleviating any concerns about lacking resources for territory upgrades upon obtaining the essence. After all, Tier 4 monster gathering grounds were not easily found, and whether they could be dealt with was an entirely different matter. Tier 4 monster gathering grounds might harbor Tier 5 leaders, and encountering such a foe would not be a trifling matter. With only one Spriggan at his disposal, any unforeseen event could be catastrophic. To pursue Tier 5 upgrades, he would need to bolster his strength. Reluctantly, he opened the regional channel to seek any valuable information. I successfully endured the beast tide and even defeated 2 Tier 4 monsters. What Tier 4 monsters did you encounter? I took down 3. Everyone is a big shot. My city wall was breached, but thankfully I managed to protect the core of my territory. What should I do? My units have all perished, and those monsters are battering my city gate. Is there anyone who can help? I don't want to die yet. There are simply too many monsters. I'm on the verge of collapse. Can anyone assist me? There will be generous rewards. The aftermath of the beast tide brought both joy and despair. The day after, who could say how many would meet their demise at the hands of the beasts, eternally resting beneath the earth? Lin You felt a pang of sympathy, yet was powerless to assist. Others were similarly inclined to prioritize their own safety. With a sigh, he continued to scroll through the messages. However, after much searching, he found no information regarding upgrading territories to Tier 5, and even mentions of Tier 4 upgrades were scarce. Ultimately, he closed the channel and resumed his other tasks. It was not until evening that the tranquility was shattered by a notification. Congratulations to all lords for successfully weathering the beast tide. The regional leaderboard is officially activated. The leaderboard will tally the comprehensive strength of each lord and rank them accordingly. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards, which will be distributed every 3 days. Please refer to the leaderboard for details. This sudden announcement was remarkably jarring. The lords, who were previously engrossed in discussions about the beast tide, abruptly halted their conversations. Their voices replaced by exclamations of astonishment. A ranking list? What is that? Is it a ranking among the lords? It seems that those who make the list can receive rewards. Is this true? I wonder what my rank would be. As they spoke, they eagerly accessed the newly released regional ranking, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. However, it wasn't long before a series of gasps erupted once more. What the hell? How did I end up ranked over 5 million? Me too. Over 590,000. This is utterly outrageous. You all are lucky, my Tier 3 territory, with all units being Tier 3, is ranked over 8 million. This is absurd. Initially, after the regional barriers shattered, the frequency of messages in the channel surged significantly. Now, it had escalated even further, with countless messages scrolling by every second, all expressing disbelief at their rankings. Clearly, this regional leaderboard accounted for the standings of all lords within the area, seemingly calculated in increments of 10 million. This implied that there were 10 million individuals in this region. How preposterous. Yet, before they could ponder further, someone spotted a familiar name on the leaderboard. I see Mutate name. He is actually ranked over 7,000. Even he could only manage a rank beyond 7,000? Were all those ahead of him Tier 5? How outrageous. In a castle atop a hill, Mutate stared at the regional leaderboard before him, his expression darkening. He could hardly believe that he ranked so low. Being over 7,000 means that there are more than 7,000 individuals stronger than him. And this is merely one region. If it were the global leaderboard, he might not even qualify for a spot. How could he accept this? Chapter 25, The Beginning of Slaughter. Many shared Mutate's sentiments. Countless individuals believed their ranks would be considerably high, even fantasizing about breaking into the top 10. Even if they didn't make the top 10, surely the top 100 would be a given. Yet, the outcome was a harsh slap to their faces. Not only did they fail to make the top 100, but many couldn't even break into the top 1,000, leading them to question whether this leaderboard was fabricated. Their doubts intensified upon viewing the top 10. First place, In Tinga, Tier 5, Demon type. Second place, Yin Wu Tier 4, Elemental type. Third place, Bai Haidang Tier 4, Angel type. Fourth place, Wenren Quang, Tier 4, Beast type. Ninth place, Lin You Tier 4, Plant type. A plant type in the top 10. With the early stage strength of plant types, how could they possibly surpass so many to secure a position in the top 10? Few would believe it if spoken aloud. Even within the regional channel, discussions erupted. Is this a mistake? The ninth place is a plant type? How could a plant type have reached Tier 4 in such a short time? Don't forget, the one who previously defeated Mutate was also a plant type, right? It seems that if he couldn't contend with that individual, Tier 4 is certainly within reach. So, could it be that the great figure was actually the same person as the one in ninth place? This was a possibility, though one couldn't rule out the existence of other formidable plant-type lords. Speculations about the identity of the ninth place contender filled the air. Meanwhile, Lin You, the source of all this discourse, was inside his territory, savoring roasted meat while perusing the rankings and the regional channel's developments. From the moment the leaderboard appeared, he had anticipated that his ranking might not be particularly high. After all, with the collapse of the multiverse, the entire world's populace had traversed alongside him. It was not surprising to encounter a few exceptionally talented individuals among such a vast population. Moreover, everyone had their own fortunes. He was not solely fortunate. To rank 9th among 10 million was satisfactory to him, even unexpected. His initial conservative estimate had placed him merely within the top 100. So entering the top 10 was a pleasant surprise. Those who ranked above him were all recognized as powerful types. Naturally, the one who piqued Lin Yu's interest the most was the individual in first place. As the only Tier 5 on the list, surpassing millions. Incomparable to the angel type, their power was evident. If he were to encounter them now, he would likely be outmatched. However, Lin You did not consider his plant type to be at a disadvantage against the other. He had already bested the angel type. Why fear a mere demon? The immediate priority was to swiftly discover a method to upgrade to a Tier 5 territory, thereby enhancing his ranking and securing greater rewards. He had just seen that. Aside from the top 3, those in the top 10, top 100, top 1,000, and even top 10,000 would receive corresponding magical energy rewards. Remaining on the leaderboard would inevitably yield increasingly abundant resources, widening the gap between him and others. It seemed he would need to venture out tomorrow. With that thought, Lin You closed the ranking interface, quickly finishing his roast. He then rose and made his way up the stairs to the wooden cabin atop the Tree of Life. The castle of the Tier 4 Lord had become significantly more grand and spacious. Built from the ground up to the trunk, it harmonized beautifully with the Tree of Life, offering a comfortable environment and an advantageous vantage point to survey the territory and watch for enemies. Inside the wooden cabin, there were 4 rooms, each situated at one of the 4 cardinal directions surrounding the Tree of Life, all adorned with the freshly crafted animal skins from his production workshop. Even the beds were layered with thick pelts for warmth. Lin You reclined comfortably, stretching and producing a series of satisfying cracks. After a full day of attending to matters concerning the beast tide, he could finally rest in peace. Relaxed, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in a territory filled with tombstones on the wasteland, Luo lay shut off the leaderboard and regional channel, his eyes wide with shock. He was indeed formidable. Just moments ago, he had opened the leaderboard and immediately spotted a familiar name. Lin You, a plant type. Wasn't that the man he had traded with previously? He could hardly believe that he was acquainted with the illustrious figure ranked 9th, and so close at that. The mere thought of having previously faced such an individual sent Luo Lei's heart racing with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. As the saying goes, those who are near the water tower get the moon first. He was in close proximity to Lin You and had previously interacted with him. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. If he could cultivate a good relationship with him, it would mean having a formidable ally in the future. Would he still need to live in constant trepidation on this desolate expanse? To be ranked 9th in the region is no trivial matter. His strength must be unfathomably immense. Otherwise, he could never have distinguished himself from a million others. How could he forge a bond with him? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly opened his previous message records, found Lin Yu's name, pondered for a moment, and sent him a message without delay. After completing this task, he closed the interface and hurriedly departed from his territory, making his way towards another nearby domain with his 4th-tier troops in tow. Time slipped by swiftly throughout the night. At dawn, Lin You was awakened by a barrage of message notifications, yawning as he sat up in bed. Upon opening his private messages, he was taken aback by the sheer volume. However, his attention was soon captivated by a message marked as one he had previously corresponded with. It bore Luo Lei's name. Lin You distinctly remembered this individual, with whom he had exchanged pleasantries and conducted trade. He promptly opened the message to peruse its contents. Destroying a 4th-tier territory also grants access to the essence required for upgrading to a 5th tier. Lin Yu's pupils constricted in shock. The message detailed a method for attaining the essence necessary for ascending to the 5th tier. In addition to exterminating nests and slaying 5th-tier magical beasts, one could also acquire it by demolishing 4th-tier territories or defeating their lords. At this revelation, Lin Yu was momentarily rendered speechless. This was the first time he had heard of such a means to obtain territorial essence. Was this not inciting them to slaughter one another? Why did such a rule exist? Lin Yu was profoundly astonished. He understood all too well that once this rule spread, it would inevitably lead to relentless bloodshed and plunder. In their quest for advancement and survival in this world, individuals would stop at nothing. This world was likely far more perilous than he had imagined. Chapter 26. The enemy's tracks. What did you say? You found that guy's territory? In a grand palace atop a hillside, Murong Tian abruptly rose from his seat, glaring at the individual who had just spoken. Why yes, this morning, I dispatched the hawk troops from our territory to patrol, and they discovered a plant-based territory at the forest's end, quite near the marshlands. It should be the one we encountered previously. The man, under Murong Tian's intense scrutiny, appeared visibly anxious and hastily continued. Upon hearing this, Murong Tian was filled with elation. Excellent. I have long sought to avenge the humiliation of the arrow incident from a few days ago, and now I have finally located his hiding place. As he spoke, a flicker of resentment and a palpable aura of murderous intent began to manifest on his face. If it were not for that wretched individual, how could Murong Tian have found himself in such a dire predicament? How could he have become the laughingstock of all, enduring such humiliation? When others spoke of him, they no longer recalled his strength, but rather the disgrace of his defeat, an utter humiliation. Now, he had at last located the territory of that detestable person, and he could finally take his revenge. It was no wonder he was so animated. Observing his fervor, the others present began to voice their concerns. Murong, I believe we should exercise caution. What if he truly is the one ranked 9th? Indeed, if he is that individual, we may not even be able to match him collectively. Exactly, someone of his caliber. Enough. Murong Tian abruptly interrupted their discourse. He lifted his head, determination and disdain gleaming in his eyes. Do you truly believe that individuals on the leaderboard are so easily encountered? Furthermore, even if he is the 9th ranked, what of it? He is merely one person. Have you not considered that by destroying his territory, we could obtain the essence for upgrading to the 5th tier, along with all the resources within that territory? Why would we not ascend the rankings then? I have laid my cards on the table. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to leave, and I will not obstruct you. His indifferent voice echoed throughout the palace, causing the remaining four to exchange glances, apprehensive. It must be said that Murontion's words were undeniably alluring. Ascending to the 5th tier, climbing the leaderboard, surpassing millions, each prospect was enough to stir their hearts. Moreover, they understood that in this world, lacking strength made survival exceedingly difficult. To grow stronger, one must tread upon countless corpses. There was no alternative path. Additionally, Murontion was right. In such a vast world, how could one so easily encounter the 9th-ranked individual? After some deliberation, only one person stepped forward and announced, "Muron, everyone. I choose to withdraw from this operation. Are you certain?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in Murontion's eyes before it was swiftly concealed. The man appeared worried, unable to meet Murontion's gaze. After much internal struggle, he summoned the courage to affirm, "I am certain." "Very well, you may leave. I shall not impede you." Murontion's tone was flat. "Really?" The man looked up, disbelief etched upon his face as he regarded Murontion. Upon seeing his serious expression, he felt an immense sense of relief and dared not say more, swiftly turning to exit the palace. However, at that moment, a flash of golden light pierced through the air, and with a swift motion, his throat was suddenly cut. His movements faltered. Ugh! The man stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon the angel wielding a bloodied blade. He opened his mouth to scream, yet no sound emerged. Ultimately, he could no longer hold himself upright, crashing to the ground. The angel quietly seized his lifeless body, whisking it away without leaving a trace of blood behind. The few individuals within the palace remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, save for Murontion, whose eyes flashed with an imperceptible cold glimmer. He turned his gaze to the remaining three, a smile returning to his face. "Since you have chosen to stay and assist me, you are now my brothers. And you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards in the future." "Haha, Muron, you jest. This is what we ought to do." "Indeed, we will heed your orders, Muron." "Then let us depart. It is time to seek out that individual." Murontion did not linger in idle chatter, rising and leaving the palace to summon the angels outside. Others naturally followed in his wake, gathering their own troops, a grand assembly of over 100 4th-tier units, advancing toward Lin Yu's territory. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Murontion's mind. "Successfully defeated a 4th-tier lord, acquired 89 mana, 20 units of wood, 35 units of stone, 4th-tier territory essence, X1. While Murontion was still on the move, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. Unfortunately, they had only recently upgraded their territory and had just endured a beast tide, leaving their resources completely depleted. Even if they pooled their resources, it would be insufficient to upgrade to the 5th tier. Thus, the endeavor to obliterate Lin Yu's territory became imperative. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to amass the necessary resources in a short time. Contemplating this, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Murontion's lips. "Humph. Just wait. I shall ensure your demise, leaving you without a grave, begging for mercy on your knees." On the other side, Lin Yu remained blissfully unaware that his territory had been targeted. At that moment, he was exploring the wilderness with his plant legion, simultaneously boosting their experience. As they vanquished magical creatures, the units absorbed a portion of the magical essence within, fortifying themselves. In simpler terms, it equated to an enhancement of attributes. The more magical creatures defeated, the higher the experience gained, thereby signifying stronger attributes. This disparity in strength among units of the same level is precisely why even temporary stagnation in upgrades could still yield improvements. For instance, the fission mushroom beside Lin Yu had absorbed a substantial amount of magical essence due to the previous beast tide, elevating its attributes to nearly the maximum for a 4th-tier unit. Name, fission mushroom. Race, plant. Level, 4th tier, 79, 100. Strength, 20. Constitution, 84. Agility, 82. Spirit, 99. Skills, wood spike, self-destruct mushroom, fission. Description, harmless little mushroom, a master of explosions, adept at wide area destructive attacks. It is noteworthy that the fission mushroom's initial attributes barely reached 60 or 70 points. Now, they have soared to 80 or 90. The spirit attribute, nearing 100, has significantly enhanced its explosive capabilities. Thus, throughout the morning, Lin Yu roamed the nearby mountains, leading his plants in exploration, slaying magical creatures, and amassing mana. However, he did not anticipate that just as he had finished dispatching a 4th-tier magical creature and was preparing to move forward, a series of alerts suddenly echoed in his mind. "Warning, your territory is under attack. Warning, your territory is under attack. Warning, your territory is under attack." His territory under assault? Lin Yu's body jolted, and his expression instantly hardened. How dare someone attack his territory while he was away? Chapter 27, Lingxi, the Might of the 5th Tier. With his territory compromised, Lin Yu could no longer afford to continue exploring. He hurriedly led his plant legion back. Fortunately, he had not ventured far and had left units stationed to guard the territory, which should be able to hold out for a while. Moreover, the mutated plant, Ivy, was also stationed within the territory, making it no easy task for ordinary individuals to breach it. Meanwhile, outside Lin Yu's territory, Mutate and his group were being impeded by countless massive vines, engaged in a fierce battle of offense and defense. Vines erupted from the ground, launching frenzied attacks against Mutate and his accompanying units, while simultaneously releasing vast clouds of toxic mist, forcing them to remain at a distance. Concurrently, other plants within the territory utilized the cover of the vines to launch continuous sneak attacks, harassing their movements. Boss Mutate, these plants are terrifying. We can't get close at all, a young man shouted, having just severed a vine that charged at them. Even after being cut down, the vines swiftly regrew, once again ensnaring them, as if they were endlessly resilient. Little did they know, these plants were birthed from Lin Yu's mutation ability, inheriting the devouring skills of the man-eating flower king. Whenever they sustained damage, they immediately activated the devouring skill, consuming the corpses of magical creatures left behind from the beast tide to instantaneously recover their injuries and rejoin the fray. This is the essence of plant-type units. They endure endlessly. Although their attack strength pales in comparison to other units, their vitality exceeds that of others by several times, if not dozens. As long as their roots remain, they can never truly perish. A mere few plants think they can stop me? Such naivety. Observing the swarming vines before him, Mutate snorted coldly and summoned his angelic priest units, raising his staff high. O God of sacred mercy and light, heed my plea and banish the evils of this world. Holy light. A blinding white light erupted, illuminating an area of hundreds of meters as if it were high noon, swiftly dispersing the toxic mist and revealing the territory's walls. Simultaneously, a rank of angels wielding long spears ascended into the sky, raising their weapons. Judgment Spear. With a mighty cry, countless spears were launched, hurtling toward the walls, violently detonating upon impact, shattering both the walls and the nearby vines into fragments, clearing a vast space that even the devouring skill could not replenish in a short time. As expected of Boss Mutate, he broke through their defenses in an instant. The other three exclaimed, invigorated. I shall see what else he has to hinder us. Onward, we shall breach the territory. Mutate wasted no breath, leading the angelic legion over the devastated ground and charging into the territory, while the others followed closely, clearing the remaining vines. With their vast numbers, the plants had already struggled to hold them back. Now, without the constraints of the ivy's vines and toxic mist, they surged forward, quickly reaching the territory's walls. It seems that Fellow is likely not present within the territory, otherwise he would have shown himself by now, one remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. No need to worry. Once we destroy the core of the territory, he cannot escape his fate. Mutate replied solemnly, preparing to lead the angels through the walls. However, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Swish! Several spikes suddenly erupted from beneath their feet, without any warning. Mutate was taken aback. Barely having time to react, he rolled away as the spikes grazed past him, narrowly allowing him to evade disaster. Ah! Two screams echoed as two of his companions were instantly pierced through, while another was impaled in the thigh, collapsing to the ground. Mutate abruptly turned around, only to behold Lin Yu strolling in from outside, accompanied by his legion of plant soldiers. It's you. Mutate's countenance darkened, an overwhelming resentment surging within his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu would return so swiftly, dispatching his two companions with such ease. It is worth noting that upon the death of a lord, their associated troops perish alongside them. Indeed, mere seconds later, the soldiers of the two fallen comrades wailed in despair, meeting their demise on the spot, thereby having Mutate's combat strength. We meet again, Lin Yu remarked coolly, his gaze fixed icily upon Mutate, as if he were staring at a mere corpse. What of our meeting? Since you dared to return, do not expect to leave here alive. The core of the territory possesses resilience. It is impossible to destroy it in a short span of time. Moreover, Mutate's heart was already consumed by boundless hatred. Leaving no room for idle chatter with Lin Yu, he swiftly summoned the angels at his side to shield him. Boss Mutate, I'm here to assist you. The youth, pierced through the thigh, gritted his teeth against the agony and approached Mutate. He understood well that attacking Lin Yu's territory had irrevocably made him an enemy. Survival necessitated the elimination of Lin Yu. Furthermore, even if they had lost half their forces, two remained, and subduing a single adversary should prove effortless. Attack! Kill him! A commanding shout rang out, and over 60 troops surged toward Lin Yu, while beams of sacred light coalesced in the sky, crashing down upon his position. In stark contrast, Lin Yu was flanked by a mere 20 plant soldiers, a disparity in numbers that rendered comparison futile. This is the consequence of crossing me. Mutate erupted into boisterous laughter, the youth beside him sporting a cruel smile, as if they could already envision Lin Yu bathed in his own blood. Yet, in the next moment, their laughter was abruptly silenced. From beside Lin Yu, a figure resembling a flower sprite swiftly emerged, brandishing a staff. In an instant, countless leaves were swept up by the wind, transforming into sharp arrows that streaked straight toward their soldiers. Thud! Blood erupted as angels plummeted from the sky. The sacred light attacks, dissipating instantaneously. Even the beasts that had been charging below were pierced through by the leaves, collapsing to the ground with muffled thuds. They could not withstand even a single blow. Fifth-tier troops. Murontion's pupils constricted in horror as he beheld Lin You wielding her staff. The ability to annihilate fourth-tier beings in a single strike could only belong to fifth-tier troops. They could never have fathomed that Lin You possessed such formidable fifth-tier soldiers, especially those capable of area of effect spells. In mere moments, nearly half of their forces had been decimated. The remaining troops found themselves ensnared by countless vines, unable to extricate themselves. Then, with another flourish of Lin Yu's staff, a barrage of spikes erupted, piercing through their bodies, turning the tide of battle overwhelmingly against them, leaving no room for retaliation. It's over. Murontion's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face awash with terror. Fifth-tier troops were beyond their capacity to confront. He glanced at the youth beside him, gradually retreating. Finally, he turned and bolted toward the nearby forest. Chapter 28. Eradicating Future Threats. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Lin You had been closely monitoring Murontion's movements and would not permit him to flee so effortlessly. He immediately commanded his plants to pursue. Quick, block his path. Faced with the oncoming vines, Murontion was struck with dread, hastily summoning the remaining angels to obstruct the plant's advance. He was willing to sacrifice his own soldiers for a chance to escape. Boss Muron, wait for me. The youth, caught off guard by Murontion's sudden flight, was thrown into disarray, desperate to keep up. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a vine lunged from behind him, piercing through his chest and ending his life, along with his beast companions. The battlefield was left with but a handful of Murontion's angels, a veritable collapse of their forces, utterly incapable of resisting the plant's relentless assault. When Murontion regained his senses, he discovered his escape route blocked by countless vines, with Lin You closing in, appearing before him with deliberate slowness. Thud! Murontion's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, his complexion pale. Upon witnessing the icy murderous intent in Lin Yu's eyes, he trembled, panic overtaking him. Please, don't kill me. I didn't mean to oppose you. I'll do anything you ask. I beg you spare me. Faced with the specter of death, Murontion was utterly unhinged, disregarding all dignity as he pleaded and retreated, his visage marred by fear. Yet, he had forgotten how he had previously attacked Lin Yu's territory, seeking to end his life, and how brazenly he had disregarded Lin Yu. Had he been dealing with another, he would have likely been met with a swift and long ago. Such a persistent adversary, intent on his demise. Lin Yu could not allow to escape. With a swift motion, he raised his arm, and countless vines surged from all directions, advancing upon Murontion. Die! Confronted with this unabashed murderous intent, Murontion ceased his pretense, suddenly erupting in fury as he drew a dagger and lunged at Lin Yu. Fortunately, Lin Yu had anticipated this, refraining from engaging directly. Otherwise, given Murontion's fourth-tier strength, he might have indeed fallen victim to this scoundrel. Spirit tide. A low command sufficed. Without further words, Lin You waved her staff, conjuring thorns that bound Murontion, immobilizing his dagger within a mere 2 meters of Lin Yu. Thud! The sound of vines piercing flesh echoed, and Murontion's movements froze. He stared wide-eyed at the vines protruding from his chest, a choking noise escaping his throat. Yet no words emerged. Ultimately, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Successfully eliminated a fourth-tier lord, gaining 506 magic energy, 150 units of wood, 290 units of stone, for fourth-tier territory essences, and 1 architectural blueprint. Having dealt with Murontion, Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, still as frigid as before. However, a twinge of discomfort stirred within him. After all, humans and monsters are not entirely alike. Yet, he felt no compassion for Murontion and his ilk, for they had come with the intent to take his life, and thus he could not afford to show mercy. After standing in place for a while, gradually regaining his composure, he began to tally his gains. Including the contributions from the 3 subordinates, he had amassed over 800 points of magic energy, 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, for fourth-tier territory essences, and 1 architectural blueprint. Indeed, what a congregation of misers. The total of 4 scarcely amounted to anything, likely having exhausted their resources during the beast tide. However, the revelations that emerged following Murontion's demise took him by surprise. A blueprint for a building, something Lin Yu was seeing for the first time, piqued his curiosity. He promptly accessed the territory interface to examine the details of the item. Building blueprint, quarry. Building level, tier 1, upgradable. Building description, enhances the efficiency of stone collection within the territory. Collection efficiency, 110. Construction requirements, 25 wood, 25 stone, 50 magic energy. It turned out to be a structure designed to improve the efficiency of stone collection, an unexpected boon for Lin Yu. This indicated that, beyond the initial 3 fundamental buildings, lords could augment the functionality of their territories through building blueprints. This was indeed encouraging news. Now, with only stone remaining, he was on the verge of upgrading to a tier 5 territory. With the quarry blueprint in hand, his stone collection efficiency would significantly increase. And coupled with the recently acquired 500 stones, he should soon be able to achieve that upgrade. Having contemplated this, Lin You instructed the plants to handle the corpses outside while he returned to his territory to construct the quarry. After a flash of light, a passage leading into the mountainside was established specifically for stone collection. Once the quarry was taken care of, Lin You approached the Tower of Troops to check the progress of troop research. After a day of study, the advanced variant of the Spirit of Grass and Wood was finally completed, granting him access to a new recruitable Tier 4 troop. Eagerly, he initiated the recruitment process, and soon, a radiant orb resembling the Spirit of Grass and Wood, albeit slightly larger, materialized before him. Name: Grass and Wood Elf, Rare. Race: Plant. Level: Tier 4, 0-100. Strength: 50. Vitality: 50. Agility: 66. Mentality: 87. Skills: Nature Control, Intermediate. Guardian of Grass and Wood, surrounds itself with natural energy, reducing damage taken from attacks. Description: one of the most nature-affine troops among intermediate beings, capable of wielding various nature-based spells. The Grass and Wood Spirit had ascended to Tier 4, now designated as the Grass and Wood Elf. True to its rare classification, it had acquired an exceptional new skill that mitigated damage received from attacks. Even the original nature control skill had elevated to an intermediate level. Lin You commanded it to demonstrate its capabilities and discovered it could manipulate the surrounding flora, transforming branches and leaves into weapons for direct assaults. Truly formidable. However, considering his impending upgrade to Tier 5, Lin You refrained from utilizing mutation on it, opting to conserve magic energy for the time being. Subsequently, he opened the details for another recruitable Tier 3 troop, the Poison Vine Flower, to commence research on its advanced form, the Venomous Enchantress. His venomous enchantresses had all originated from the mutation of the Carnivorous Flower King, rendering direct recruitment impractical, making this second option a logical choice. As for the flower spirit lineage, they too had emerged through mutation. While research was feasible, it would necessitate starting from Tier 1 and would span a full 4 days to reach Tier 4, certainly not the most immediate priority. Lin You calculated that he currently possessed several troop types: flower spirits, thorn vines, tree spirits, mushrooms, carnivorous flowers, knowledge trees, and spirits of grass and wood. Completing research on all of them would undoubtedly consume considerable time, representing a monumental undertaking. He estimated that few in the entire region could boast such a diverse array of troops. Fortunately, the knowledge tree could not be upgraded, sparing him from further research. Suddenly, Lin You recalled an important detail. The knowledge tree seemed to provide experience to other troops. Considering the elapsed time, several of his plants should be nearing their experience caps. Right? Sure enough, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, 2 fission mushrooms basking in the sun within his territory erupted in a radiant glow. Congratulations! The experience of the fission mushroom has reached its maximum, successfully advancing to Tier 5. Congratulations! The experience of the fission mushroom has reached its maximum, successfully advancing to Tier 5. Chapter 29, Commotion. Troop experience is gained by defeating monsters of equal or higher tier. To elevate from Tier 4 to Tier 5, a total of 100 experience points is required, necessitating the defeat of 100 Tier 4 monsters. Fortunately, the recent beast tide had allowed Lin Yu's plants to accumulate substantial experience. Coupled with the effects of the knowledge tree's skill, it ultimately enabled the 2 most explosive fission mushrooms to reach their experience cap. Enveloped in a radiant glow, they successfully ascended to Tier 5. Name: Explosive Mushroom. Race: Plant. Level: Tier 5, 0-250. Strength: 50. Vitality: 162. Agility: 162. Mentality: 185. Skills: Devour, Explosive Mushroom, Fission. Description: the advanced form of the fission mushroom, increasing the number of mushroom clusters and significantly enhancing reproduction speed, with unparalleled explosive capabilities. Indeed, the small mushrooms were among Lin Yu's favorite troops. Not only were they exceedingly rare to mutate, but they were also remarkably effective, especially in scenarios teeming with monsters, unleashing devastation in wide swathes. The ascension to Tier 5 not only enlarged their stature, but also resulted in the growth of additional mushroom clusters, elevating their bomb production capabilities to a new level. Most importantly, their attributes had doubled. While they may not rival the royal-blooded Lingxi, they certainly surpassed Tier 4 by a significant margin. This advancement also allowed Lin You to conserve the magic energy required for recruiting Tier 5 troops, achieving 2 objectives at once. The only regret was that the remaining troops, having been added post-Beast Tide, had not accumulated much experience and still had a considerable journey ahead to reach Tier 5. It seemed he would have to wait until the territory upgraded to Tier 5 before recruiting any new troops. Lin You murmured to himself, dismissing further thoughts and returning to his other tasks. Unbeknownst to him, the regional channel was already abuzz with excitement. Look, that Lin You has risen to 5th place. What? He climbed to 5th so quickly? Wasn't he just 9th? Indeed, the rankings have truly shifted. He jumped 4 ranks. How did he manage that? 5th place. I'm still sitting at over 300,000. Due to the nature of his plant-based territory, Lin You found himself under the scrutiny of countless spectators. Upon witnessing his ranking change, many began to speculate. After all, to penetrate the top 10 among millions is no trivial feat. Even ascending a single rank is fraught with challenges. Lin You has remarkably ascended 4 ranks, and this feat is particularly astonishing considering he represents the oft underestimated plant faction. His sudden rise acts as a veritable depth charge, stirring the murky waters of the regional channels. The lords of the plant faction have begun to idolize Lin You, viewing him as their leader and a beacon of hope. It is truly impressive. I too belong to the plant faction and have only just managed to reach the 4th tier today. I am rather curious about the types of units he commands. Currently, at the 4th tier, I possess 25 4th tier treants, which places me well beyond the 50,000 mark. You are fortunate, my 4th tier units are pea shooters, which are incredibly fragile, relegating me to over 1 million in rank. I can't fathom how he managed to break into the top 10. A group of 4th tier lords, basking in their own superiority, have rendered the 3rd tier plant faction Lord silent. Generally speaking, most lords can only recruit one type of unit corresponding to their current level. Even if they utilize the unit tower to research new types, they can at most acquire 2 or 3 usable ones, requiring significant magical energy and time, resources many cannot afford in the short term. Additionally, the layers of magical creatures below the 4th tier have largely been cleared out, leaving scant opportunities to gain new units. Thus, they can only hope for a fortuitous upgrade that grants them a formidable type or struggle to level up their weaker units. It is no wonder they express such grievances. After all, not everyone can withstand a massive beast tide like Lin You, whose resources enabled him to fully upgrade all his buildings and units in one fell swoop. Amidst the ongoing discussions, an even more shocking piece of news swept across the boundaries of the endless wasteland. Mutate, a lord with angelic units, has met his demise. Just this noon, travelers near Mutate's domain discovered that it had been reduced to ruins. The destruction of a territory signifies the death of its lord, indicating that Mutate had been slain at some point without anyone's knowledge. This revelation immediately incited a frenzy among the surrounding lords, each speculating about the identity of the formidable individual capable of vanquishing a 4th tier angelic lord. It is utterly terrifying. It is crucial to note that, even among other 4th tier units, none can gain the upper hand against those of the angelic type, let alone quietly assassinate him. Could it be him? Upon receiving the news, Luo was struck by a realization, his mind conjuring Lin Yu's image, a look of incredulity crossing his face. Just last night, he had messaged Lin Yu, suggesting that slaying other lords could yield upgrade materials, and now, a mere day later, Mutate is dead. This is far too coincidental. Furthermore, he is acutely aware that among those nearby, only Lin Yu possesses the strength to eliminate Mutate and has a vendetta against him. This leads him to suspect that Lin Yu is indeed responsible for the incident. No, he is almost certain of it. How fortunate he is not to have made an enemy of Lin Yu. If even Mutate could not escape, is this truly the extent of his power? Luo feels an immense relief, grateful for his decision to cultivate a positive relationship with Lin Yu. Simultaneously, he is filled with trepidation, astonished by Lin Yu's terrifying prowess. Clearly, his entrance into the top 10 is well justified. Lost in thought, a private message notification interrupts him. Upon reading it, he discovers it is from Lin Yu. Luo jolts, hastily opening the message. It turns out to be a note of gratitude from Lin Yu, thanking him for relaying such crucial information. The message concludes with an offer. Should Luo require 4th tier territory essences, he may request some, as Lin Yu has a few to spare in exchange for resources. Territory essences. Luo's pupils dilate in shock. The fact that Lin Yu possesses several essences implies that he has not only defeated Mutate, but also other 4th tier lords. How can this be? Has Lin Yu truly annihilated multiple 4th tier lords in such a short span? Luo struggles to comprehend this astonishing feat, which far exceeds his expectations. However, he soon realizes that Mutate had 4 subordinates, right? As this thought crosses his mind, Luo shudders, hesitant to pursue it further. He stares at the message for a while before summoning his courage to respond. All right, I will contact you once I meet the requirements for upgrading to the 5th tier. After sending the message, he feels an immense weight lift from his shoulders, collapsing into a chair beside him. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, having received the message, smiles faintly before closing the interface. Surrounding him, plants are busily scurrying about, diligently transporting stones, and it is evident that he is nearing the 1,000 units of stone required for his 5th tier upgrade. Chapter 30. The first encounter with 5th tier monsters. Congratulations. The territory upgrade was successful. Current level, 5th tier. Unlocked territory warehouse. Unlocked personal storage space. A melodious voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind. After a day of gathering, he had finally amassed the materials necessary to elevate his territory to the 5th tier. However, upon hearing the notification, he was momentarily taken aback. Is that all? What about the unit rewards? The astonishment was palpable on Lin Yu's face. He glanced at the newly unlocked territory warehouse, designed for storing territorial resources, and the personal storage space, akin to a personal backpack in games. Neither bore any relation to units whatsoever. Yet, after a considerable wait, there was still no prompt for unlocking new units. Could there have been an issue with the upgrade? Or does it imply that no unit rewards are granted beyond the 5th tier? Lin You was astounded, having never anticipated such a scenario. If upgrading the territory does not yield new units of the corresponding level, does that not render their future endeavors exceedingly arduous? Surely, very few are aware of this predicament. Could it be due to the conclusion of the novice period? Lin You pondered, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him regarding the emergence of the unit tower post the safety period. It appears to be a consequence of this very issue. Before reaching the 5th tier, one is still considered a novice. Upgrades yield unit rewards to solidify their foundation. Beyond the 5th tier, if one desires units, they must amass resources. It is now abundantly clear to Lin You how this world operates, evidently designed to incite competition for resources, ensnaring them in an unending cycle of conflict. In light of this, he reflects on the earlier incident of defeating lords to obtain territory essences, further solidifying his sense of the world's inherent malice. With this realization, Lin You promptly accesses the information regarding his territory post-upgrade. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, 5th tier. Territory durability, 1500, 1500, 250. Recruitable units, plant type. Recruitment capacity, 40, 50. Territory description, the foundation of the Lord's survival. Possessing various functionalities, the destruction of the core leads to the Lord's demise. Upgrade requirements, wood 1500, 1500, stone 11, 1500, iron ore 0, 750, copper ore 0, 750. Magic energy 873, 2000. 5th order territory essence 0, 5. Note, plant type territory characteristic, self-sustaining wood supplies. Gazing at the lengthy list of upgrade materials, Lin You felt a shiver run down his spine. Not only had the quantities multiplied significantly, but 2 new materials, iron ore and copper ore, had also been added, and even the territory essence had increased 5-fold. This essentially meant he would need to vanquish at least 5 5th-order territories or eradicate 5 5th-order monster dens. Either task was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into an irreversible abyss. After all, those capable of reaching the 5th order were no ordinary beings. Once they sensed a threat to their lives, they would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end. As for the 5th-order monster dens, they not only housed a multitude of 5th-order monsters, but also had the potential to spawn 6th-order leader monsters. The danger was not to be underestimated. It seemed he could only devise a way to elevate his troops to the 5th order first. Lin You murmured to himself, his expression gravely serious. The troop tower could only research 1 troop type per day, and to study 5th-order troops, he had to upgrade the building, which required a considerable amount of materials. Additionally, researching troops also demanded magic energy, representing yet another expense. With so many gaps to fill, he dared not contemplate the situation further in the short term. So he resolved to begin with upgrading the troop types. He opened the information on the troop tower. Building name, troop tower. Building level, 4th order. Building description, capable of researching advanced forms of existing troops, making them recruitable, requires magic energy, and troop levels cannot exceed building levels. Research speed, 1 type per day. Upgrade requirements, 500 wood, 500 stone, 1000 magic energy. Thankfully, the materials required for upgrading to the 5th order were not as outrageous as those for the territory. He had been consistently gathering stone. Now, however, what he lacked most was magic energy. The 10 or so magic energy points obtained from defeating 3rd order monsters could no longer satisfy his current needs. Even upgrading to the 5th order, Flame Lotus, would yield only 25 points per hour, proving insufficient. He must venture forth to hunt monsters of the 4th order or higher. Thus, after preparing within his territory, Lin You set out with 20 troops, including Lingxi and a bomb mushroom. As for another bomb mushroom, he instructed it to remain with the ivy and other plants to guard the territory. Following the battle yesterday, the ivy had already restored its injuries through its devouring ability and established a vine forest outside the territory, combined with a 5th order bomb mushroom and several other 4th order plants. He believed few could breach the territory's defenses, allowing him to explore farther afield with peace of mind. Upon departing the territory and walking along the path with his plants, Lin You casually opened the regional rankings, information. First place, In Tiange, 5th order, demon type. Second place, by Haidang, 5th order, angel type. Third place, Yin Wu, 5th order, elemental type. Fourth place, Wenren Kuang, 5th order, beast type. Fifth place, Lin You, 5th order, plant type. As he had surmised, after a night had passed, the top ranks had all reached the 5th order, with him remaining in 5th place. The only change was the swapping of positions between the 2nd and 3rd places. This surprised Lin You somewhat, as the name by Haitang clearly indicated a female. It was impressive that she could be so formidable, occupying 2nd place. Truly, women are not to be underestimated. Her angel-type troops also warranted significant attention. As for the other 3 who ranked above him, It was likely due to their possession of more fifth-order troops, a fact he could understand. After all, he was not the only one aware of how to leverage monster tides to enhance his strength. Closing the rankings, he resumed his journey with renewed focus. This time, his objective was not the nearby mountains and forests that had been explored countless times, but rather the other side of the forest, an area he had never ventured into before. Previously obstructed by walls and monster tides, he now felt it was time to investigate, as the walls had crumbled, and he might uncover something valuable. After more than half an hour, Lin You successfully traversed the forest and arrived at the desolate expanse of scorched earth he recalled from memory. The moment he stepped into the wasteland, a notification rang in his ears. Region transition, switching regional channel. Switch successful, current region, wasteland. This area contains a large number of high-level monsters. Please exercise caution. A new area? Lin Yu paused in surprise, glancing at the regional channel. The suffix had indeed changed to wasteland, and the messages were eerily sparse, devoid of conversation. Clearly, this area had yet to be explored by others. Moreover, the warning about the presence of numerous high-level monsters compelled him to proceed with utmost caution, promptly gathering his plants around him before delving deeper into the wasteland. The wasteland lived up to its name, with charred land stretching as far as the eye could see. Even the distant mountains were shrouded in blackened hues, with only some peculiar dark brown trees growing amidst the desolation. Lin Yu had barely entered the wasteland when he encountered a colossal rock monster. Name: Rock Monster. Race: Elemental. Level: 5th Order. Strength: 195. Constitution: 192. Agility: 50. Spirit: 100. Skills: Rock Hammer, Earth Shatter. Description: a unique elemental creature of the wasteland, composed entirely of rock. Possessing formidable strength and defense, but lacking in speed. 5th Order? Lin Yu's heart raced. He had not anticipated encountering a monster so quickly, and it was a 5th Order one at that. At that moment, the towering rock monster, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, spotted him and charged forward with a deafening roar. The ground trembled beneath its weight, resonating with thunderous sounds. Chapter 31, Regional Ranking Rewards. Quick, restrict its movements. Lin Yu shouted to Lingxi beside him, drawing forth the bone blade crafted in the production workshop, adopting a stance to confront the foe. Simultaneously, the plants surrounding him sprang into action, with countless vines surging forth to ensnare the rock monster. The once charging rock monster was suddenly bound tightly by the vines, rendered immobile. Roar! The rock monster let out an enraged bellow, fiercely tearing at its limbs, managing to break free from the vines with a terrifying display of strength. At this moment, Lin Yu truly witnessed the terrifying power of a strength-based magical creature, one that was far beyond the capabilities of his 4th-tier magical beings. Not daring to be complacent, he immediately shouted towards the side, Lingxi. Responding to his command, Lingxi swiftly ascended, pointing her staff into the air. Instantly, an abundance of thorns sprouted from the rocky monstrosity, ensnaring it once more. The stone creature struggled desperately, but was unable to free itself from the thorny bindings in the short term, crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, a series of crimson mushrooms appeared, cascading down upon it. With a thunderous roar, the air trembled violently. The explosive power of the 5th-tier explosive mushrooms was indeed formidable. Even though the rocky beast possessed tremendous vitality, it sustained considerable injuries, roaring furiously as it attempted to rise, its colossal fists slamming into the ground with ferocity. In an instant, the earth shattered, radiating outward from the stone creature's epicenter. Fall back. Lin Yu's expression changed, and he quickly led his plants to retreat hastily, narrowly evading the rocky beast's area attack. Upon glancing back at the rocky creature, he discovered that the ground surrounding it had already collapsed, a sight too grim to behold. Truly, as a creature renowned for its brute strength, its single strike possessed such devastating power, it was utterly terrifying. However, Lin Yu's plants were not to be underestimated either, especially the 2 5th-tier units. Seizing the opportunity while the rocky creature was gravely wounded, they launched another assault, unleashing sharp spikes and explosive mushrooms in a relentless barrage. Amidst the creature's furious roars, it was ultimately overwhelmed. Successfully defeated the 5th-tier rocky creature, earning 50 magic energy. Hearing the notification at his side, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, the rocky beast was not swift. Otherwise, with such destructive power, he would have likely suffered significant losses among his 4th-tier units. With the creature slain, he immediately commanded the injured plants to activate their devour skill, consuming the rocky creature's remains to recuperate before advancing further. As he proceeded, the number of magical creatures he encountered began to increase, nearly all of which were above the 4th tier, with occasional 5th-tier beasts. No wonder few dared venture here. Thankfully, he was accompanied by 2 5th-tier plants and possessed 5th-tier strength himself. As long as he did not confront more than 2 5th-tier creatures simultaneously, he would face little trouble. Thus, Lin Yu soon left the forest's edge far behind, arriving in a mountainous area. Is this or? He picked up a pitch-black stone from the ground, his gaze shifting. Simultaneously, a piece of information appeared before his eyes. Name: Iron Ore. Description: a material for territory construction, usable in various types of building. Indeed, this dark stone was one of the materials required for upgrading his territory to the 6th tier, iron ore. Lin You was unexpectedly delighted to discover iron ore in such a location. Moreover, judging by the surroundings, there were likely extensive mines rich in vast mineral resources. This was excellent news. He finally had a lead on upgrading materials. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. With his territory so close, it was an unparalleled opportunity for him to amass sufficient iron ore in a short time. Without hesitation, Lin You ceased his exploration and led his plants into the mines to extract iron ore. Here, he could not help but marvel at the power of the personal storage space, unlocked upon reaching the 5th tier. It functioned like a portable independent space, capable of storing numerous items, including various resource ores. His current personal storage space could hold up to 100 units, aside from a few essential items for his journey. Accommodating 70 to 80 units of iron ore posed no challenge. Calculating, he realized that with just 10 round trips, he could gather enough iron ore for the territory upgrade, far quicker than transporting it piece by piece. The plants were also diligent, with the tree spirit warriors breaking the ore, while the toxic enchantress used her vines to transport the ore to Lin Yu's side. In less than an hour, Lin Yu's personal space was filled to capacity. He then led the plants back to the territory, storing all the ore in the newly constructed territory warehouse, before continuing his mining expedition. Lin You estimated that each round trip, including mining time, would take a little over 2 hours along the way. He could occasionally encounter magical creatures to earn some magic energy, which was quite acceptable. Thus, he spent the entire day traversing between the territory and the mines. It wasn't until the evening that he returned with his 4th batch of ore, temporarily halting his transport, intending to set out again early the following morning. Upon returning to the territory, the first thing Lin You did was check the collection status of the stone materials. When he saw that the stone count had exceeded 500, he was instantly overjoyed, promptly spending 1,000 magic energy to upgrade the unit tower to the 5th tier. In an instant, a radiant light flashed. The unit tower ascended several feet and appeared significantly more grandiose. Lin You hurriedly opened the information panel, discovering that he could indeed research 5th tier units. Naturally, he chose to study the Treant first. Researching rare 5th tier units requires 1,000 magic energy. Do you wish to continue? Continue. The consumption for researching rare units was double that of ordinary ones. Fortunately, the Fire Lotus had provided him with considerable magic energy over the past 2 days. And combined with what he had earned during his journey, he had nearly 2,500 points, enough for both upgrading the building and researching the units. After arranging the research tasks, he closed the interface and prepared a meal for himself, for after a day of hard work, he deserved to treat himself well. A night passed without incident. As the morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating his wooden cabin, Lin You was already awake. He rolled out of bed, quickly washing his face with the dew he had collected, and made his way down the stairs to the territory below. Today marked the 3rd day of the regional rankings, meaning that after today, ranking rewards would be distributed. First place, 5,000 magic energy, 3 territory essence. Second place, 5,000 magic energy, 2 territory essence. Third place, 5,000 magic energy, 1 territory essence. Fourth place, 4,000 magic energy. The top 3 could earn territory essence rewards, corresponding to their territory level, while the 4th to 10th places would receive 4,000 magic energy. The 11th to 100th places would receive 3,000 magic energy, and so forth, with rewards extending to the 10,000th place. Lin You was not content with merely 4,000 magic energy. He needed to secure a spot within the top 3 to obtain territory essence. Chapter 32, Advice. Brothers, after reaching the 5th tier, there are no unit rewards. As Lin You was perusing the leaderboard, a message suddenly appeared in the regional channel. The once bustling channel, lively early in the morning, fell into an abrupt silence before erupting with chaos. No troop rewards for reaching level 5. What is going on? Is this news confirmed? Who informed you? It's impossible. I've always received troop rewards upon leveling up. How can there be none at level 5? Surely this must be a deception. There are only a few level 5 so far. It seemed this was not a ruse, as Lin had heard similar sentiments from those established level 5 players. The channel was inundated with messages, all expressing shock at the revelation that no new troop types would be rewarded after reaching level 5. It felt as though their hopes of defying fate had been brutally severed. Many early players, who had drawn less desirable troop types, began to lament and curse, deeming this situation profoundly unfair. Yet, regardless of their ire, it was a futile endeavor. The outcome remained unchanged. Others, however, expressed a mix of astonishment and relief. After all, fate had granted them 4 opportunities, and if they could not secure even one usable troop type, that would no longer be a matter of luck. Moreover, with the existence of the troop tower, as long as they could randomly obtain a decent troop type and diligently gather resources, they could still elevate their levels. Thus, in the grand scheme, resources remained paramount. No matter how many troop types one possessed, without resources, it was all but an empty discussion. Lin You understood this principle thoroughly. which fueled his relentless efforts to accumulate resources from dawn till dusk. Upon reading the discussions in the regional channel, he merely smiled faintly, undeterred, and continued his journey towards the other side of the forest. Upon crossing the forest and arriving at the wasteland, the messages in the regional channel had also dissipated, leaving behind only a few scattered remarks, seemingly freshly posted. Had others arrived here? Lin furrowed his brow, surprised that someone had ventured into this desolate expanse so swiftly. It appeared he needed to hasten his mining efforts. Otherwise, if others discovered the mining area, it would surely incite intense conflict. Moreover, after a night had passed, the number of level 5s on the leaderboard had surged to over 20. At this rate, the number of level 5s would only continue to rise, and soon, iron ore would be in high demand, subject to rampant competition. He had no desire to become embroiled in such troubles. With this thought in mind, Lin accelerated his pace towards the mountain. Soon, he arrived at the base of the cave where he had previously mined, resuming his excavation. Under the diligent efforts of the plants, his personal storage of iron ore steadily increased, soon filling more than half of it. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a peculiar grayish-white stone amidst the pile of ore. Unlike the iron ore, this stone had a slightly brighter hue. He picked it up, inspecting it with curiosity. Name, copper ore. Description, one of the materials for territory construction, usable for various types of building. Copper ore. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not another material needed for upgrading the territory? To his surprise, it was found within the iron ore vein. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, he hurried back to the freshly excavated pile, searching diligently. Indeed, it wasn't long before he uncovered 7 or 8 pieces of copper ore. Although the quantity was lesser than that of iron, it still held significant value, a delightful surprise. Thus, the production of copper ore had finally found its footing. After collecting the ores, Lin departed from the mountain, heading back towards his territory. After 2 trips, his iron ore count had reached over 400 units. While the copper ore was still minimal, it was gradually increasing. He believed it would not be long before he gathered enough materials to upgrade to level 6. However, just as Lin arrived at the mining area for the 3rd time, an unexpected visitor suddenly intruded upon the mountain, colliding directly with him. It was a cold, stern youth of similar age, accompanied by a swarm of fire elemental troops and several earth elemental troops. The youth seemed taken aback to encounter another person here. Upon spotting Lin, he hesitated for a moment before instantly becoming alert. Lin, too, was caught off guard, gazing at the stranger with astonishment, his heart pounding. He noticed that 2 particularly massive fire elementals beside the youth had reached level 5. The elemental faction, and with 2 or more level 5 troops. Even Lin, no fool, could surmise the identity of the individual before him. Are you the Blaze Warrior? Lin inquired first, his tone imbued with certainty. The youth, taken aback, responded. If I am not mistaken, you must be the plant type Lin You, correct? Clearly, he had deduced Lin's identity from his troop characteristics. The 2 scrutinized each other for a moment. Once their assumptions were confirmed, they exchanged a knowing smile. This mountain holds an abundance of ore. Ample enough for our respective needs, the youth proposed. That is precisely my intention, Blaze Warrior replied with a slight smile, his demeanor relaxing. He had ventured here solely to mine. There was no need to engage in conflict with a formidable rival like Lin You. Moreover, as both were at level 5 and their rankings were closely matched, even if he were to triumph, it would come at a significant cost, a loss not worth the gain. Any sensible individual would recognize the prudent choice. Furthermore, there was no conflict of interest between them. Each could benefit from the other, so why not cooperate? After a brief exchange, they split up, each mining or independently, allowing their paths to remain separate. You must have been mining here for quite some time. Blaze Warrior's voice carried from the far side of the mountain. Indeed, I've made several trips. The materials required for upgrading to a level 6 territory are rather extensive. Lin responded vaguely, refraining from disclosing the exact duration. After all, this was their first encounter, and a degree of caution was warranted. After a moment of silence, the youth hesitated before saying, I advise you not to upgrade to level 6 too hastily. Why should I refrain from leveling up so quickly? Lin exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time he had heard someone caution against rapid advancement. Did strength not equate to superiority in this world? Why was there a contrary suggestion? Trust me, significant events will transpire once you reach level 6, and they may not bode well for us. Blaze Warrior's tone grew more serious, tinged with an undercurrent of apprehension. Upon hearing this, Lin's expression turned grave. If even the 3rd-ranked player harbored such concerns, it must be a matter of considerable gravity. Could it be that Blaze Warrior possessed knowledge of something Lin was unaware of? Overcome with astonishment, he quickly queried, what significant events? Can you share this information with me? In truth, I am rather uncertain myself. I only know that the region in which we currently reside cannot be deemed a truly primordial continent. Once one attains the 6th tier, it is said that something will inevitably be attracted. Is that so? Lin You remarked, increasingly astonished. I too heard this from an individual I encountered from another place, Yin Wu replied, his voice gradually growing somber. According to that person's account, there exists a formidable individual in their vicinity who, by concentrating resources, managed to ascend to the 6th tier. However, the moment he reached this level, he mysteriously vanished, along with his territory. Chapter 33, The Dark Horse Emerges. Vanished without a trace. Lin Yu's heart jolted in alarm. Indeed, he disappeared into thin air, leaving no evidence behind. Even his name was erased from the rankings. Since his rapid ascent resulted in a limited number of troops, he did not rank high. And thus few were aware of the incident, Yen Wu stated gravely. Despite the mountainous barrier between them, Lin Yu could sense the weight of his seriousness. Moreover, as this was their first meeting, there would be no reason for Yen Wu to deceive him. This implied that upon reaching the 6th tier, unforeseen events were indeed likely to unfold, a notion both chilling and shocking. In his astonishment, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the information. I shall remember this favor. No need for thanks, Yen Wu replied, a flicker of a smile breaking through his stern countenance. The very act of sharing such critical intelligence with Lin Yu was, in essence, a means of extending a courtesy. With his objective accomplished, he refrained from further discourse. Dispatching his troops to continue mining, the two exchanged silent glances. Before long, Lin Yu had amassed an entire storage compartment full of ore. He bid farewell to Yen Wu and departed the mining area. Despite the potential upheaval associated with ascending to the 6th tier, the gathering of resources remained paramount. After all, possessing an abundance of resources could never be detrimental. Furthermore, after heeding Yen Wu's words, a premonition stirred within him, suggesting that significant events would soon transpire. Hence it was wiser to prepare in advance. Upon returning to his territory to store the ore in the warehouse, Lin Yu ventured out once more to resume mining. After a couple of trips, the sky gradually darkened. With merely half an hour remaining until the evening rewards were distributed, Lin Yu checked his ranking. Due to his continuous resource gathering and lack of troop recruitment, he had fallen to beyond the 10th position. The leaderboard had seen considerable fluctuation, with numerous new faces appearing in the top 10. The only constant was the first place held by Tienga, who, being the first to reach the 5th tier, had likely begun recruiting and expanding his forces. Seizing the final moments, Lin Yu remained industrious. He closed the leaderboard and promptly made his way to the Tower of Troops. Discovering that the advancement form of the plant spirits had been successfully researched, this meant he could now recruit 5th-tier troops. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Yu. He had just managed to catch up. He glanced at the 1,800 magic energy he had accumulated over the past 2 days, though not a vast sum. It would certainly give him an edge over those who had yet to develop 5th-tier troops. Moreover, judging by today's events, even Yen Wu, ranked 3rd, likely had no more than 5 5th-tier troops at his disposal. Otherwise, he would not have ventured out with merely 2. This presented Lin Yu with a prime opportunity. With a focused gaze, he wasted no time and commenced the recruitment of troops. Just as he began to surge up the rankings, the regional channel erupted in excitement over the impending leaderboard calculations. I wager the first place is undoubtedly Tienga. Not necessarily. Until the final second, nothing is certain. There's no way the first place will change. He reached the 5th tier a whole day ahead of everyone else, making it arduous for anyone to catch up. We must keep an eye on the 2nd and 3rd places, as many are likely gearing up for a rush to secure those rankings. Look, it's changing. The leaderboard has shifted again. The spectators in the channel were abuzz with speculation, while those on the leaderboard were fervently striving for the 2nd and 3rd places. Almost every few seconds, the rankings fluctuated dramatically, the competition growing increasingly intense. Even Yen Wu, who had been in 3rd place, was pushed down to 6th, only to quickly reclaim the 5th spot. As they had predicted, until the very last second, the outcome remained uncertain, and gasps of astonishment filled the air, akin to the thrill of watching a blockbuster film. Lin Yu, who had previously lingered in the teens, suddenly found himself plummeting to the 40s, on the verge of being ousted from the top 50. What is happening? Why has my ranking dropped so precipitously? Within the territory, Luo lay stared in disbelief at Lin Yu's ranking. He had been monitoring Lin Yu's name for over half an hour, eager to witness any remarkable display. Yet, after waiting patiently, he was disheartened to see Lin Yu's position fall rather than rise, prompting him to furrow his brow in concern. At this moment, a segment of the onlookers also took note of Lin Yu's ranking. Look, that Lin Yu has dropped to the 40s. How unfortunate. Lin Yu? Wasn't he previously in 5th place? 5th place. He has long been pushed down. It seems he has no hope of re-entering the top 10. The plant type truly is at a disadvantage. I suspect he made it into the top 10 purely by luck a few days ago. What good is that? The real powerhouses are only just beginning to exert their strength. Lin Yu's ascent into the top 10 had always been a source of confusion for many. Now, witnessing his significant drop in ranking, a wave of schadenfreude swept through the crowd. As the countdown to the rewards distribution dwindled to a mere 5 minutes, many shifted their focus back to the top 10, losing interest in Lin Yu's fate. Only 1 minute remaining. The channel buzzed with announcements of the impending reward calculations. The previously animated spectators fell silent, their breaths held as they fixed their gaze on the leaderboard, fearful of missing a moment. The prominent figures on the leaderboard began their final efforts, the rankings shifting erratically. Only 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. At last, A radiant burst of light illuminated the leaderboard, freezing the names in place at their previous rankings. A collective gasp echoed, as everyone eagerly turned their attention to the top 10, anxious to discern which powerhouse had emerged victorious. As the light dissipated, the names on the leaderboard gradually came into view. The first place, as anticipated, was still held by Tienga, unchanged. After all, he had achieved the 5th tier a full day ahead of others and commanded a formidable demon-type army, so there was nothing surprising about this outcome. However, when their gazes fell upon the second place, an expression of shock enveloped the crowd. Second place is Lin You. What on earth? How could he possibly be in second place? In an instant, astonishment swept through the onlookers, their eyes widening in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that the outcome would turn out this way. Lin You, who had been languishing in the 40th position just moments ago, suddenly catapulted to second place. How could this possibly be? To leapfrog over more than 40 competitors in an instant? How did he manage such an extraordinary feat? It seemed utterly outrageous. Could it be that he recruited several 5th-tier units all at once? That was implausible. He must have resorted to cheating. Cheating? Why not give it a try yourself? Astonishingly, a dark horse emerged from the fray. It was remarkable that a plant-type unit had claimed second place. Truly, Lin You is exceptional, standing apart from the rest. Those who had mocked him moments ago were now silent, their voices stifled. Lin Yu's extraordinary achievement of securing the second position sent ripples through the community, sparking widespread commotion. No one expected that Lin You, who had seemed devoid of hope, would surge forth in the final seconds and secure second place. The very individuals who had ridiculed him moments prior now shrank back, afraid to speak, lest they draw his attention. The entire regional channel buzzed with excitement, all engaged in discussions about this remarkable event. Chapter 34, Pink Enchantress. Was he truly second? Within his territory, Lin You silently observed the regional leaderboard. Just moments ago, he had expended 1,800 points of magical energy to summon 18 5th-tier units, all of which were rare types. He had refrained from mutation in order to maximize the number of his 5th-tier units. Yet even so, he found himself unable to surpass the first placeholder, Tienga, whose strength was clearly formidable, boasting at least 20 5th-tier units. Lin You was not particularly surprised by this outcome. He was merely taken aback. As he scrutinized the leaderboard, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have secured second place on the regional leaderboard. Reward: 5,000 points of magical energy, 5th-tier territory essence X2. In an instant, his magical energy surged by 5,000 points, sufficient for him to initiate mutations in his units. After a brief glance at the leaderboard, he closed the interface and approached the newly summoned 5th-tier units. The advanced form of the Trance Spirit is known as the Wood Spirit. Similar to the Trance Spirit, it is composed of luminescent orbs, albeit larger in size, with additional tendrils fashioned from light, making it easily distinguishable. All was well. He had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of this unit's form. What truly astonished him was the recruitment cost for the 5th-tier units, which had skyrocketed to 100 magical energy points. Considering the 100 points required for mutation, this meant that creating a 5th-tier unit would cost a staggering 200 magical energy points. This was utterly absurd. It was no wonder that others had so few 5th-tier units. The reasoning was evident. Had it not been for the rewards from the leaderboard, he would scarcely have been able to recruit even a handful of 5th-tier units. Alas, in the name of survival, he had no choice but to accept this exorbitant cost and promptly initiated a mutation on one of the wood spirits. Mutating a 5th-tier summon unit requires the expenditure of 100 magical energy points. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Lin You gritted his teeth in response, feeling a pang of regret. A flash of light enveloped him, and the wood spirit before him transformed into a towering vine-like plant. Name: Pink Enchantress. Race: Plant. Level: 5th tier, 0, 250. Strength: 170. Constitution: 173. Agility: 145. Spirit: 162. Skills: Guardian of Flora, Venomous Vine Whip, Enchanting Poison Mist. Description: the advanced form of the venomous enchantress, whose venom has been enhanced, possesses the ability to charm enemies and paralyze their minds. Charm enemies? Upon reviewing the information about the Pink Enchantress, Lin Yu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the venomous enchantress would evolve in such a manner. Not only had its stature increased significantly, but it also exuded a certain allure. The flower bud atop it had turned a delicate pink, releasing wisps of pollen into the air. As its summoner, Lin Yu was immune to the effects of the pollen. However, he could sense that this pollen had a charming effect on living beings. If the opportunity arose, he might find someone to experiment on, to ascertain its precise effects. He wondered who would be the fortunate first subject. With a mischievous thought, he directed the Pink Enchantress to test its attack capabilities and discovered that its vine reach had indeed increased, extending from 30 meters to 40 meters. This distance was certain to leave all but ranged units in awe. Even ranged attacks would struggle to meet such a range. This exemplified the advantage of plant-type units: growth. As long as there was soil, they could continue to thrive, launching ambushes on unsuspecting foes. Having examined the changes in the Pink Enchantress, Lin Yu proceeded to mutate the other units. After half an hour, all 18 wood spirits he had summoned had transformed into new 5th-tier units. Among them were 7 pink enchantresses and 2 explosive mushrooms, all inheriting the Flora Guardian skill, which seemed to synergize well with this ability. Additionally, he acquired 4 wood elves similar to Ling Si, inheriting the natural control ranged attack skill. The remaining 5 underwent transformations, with 3 evolving into Treant Warrior's advanced form, the Treant Leader, and 2 transforming into the advanced form of the man-eating flower, the Overlord Flower. The Treant Leaders, now at 5th tier, had significantly increased in size and strength, making them ideal as meat shields. As for the Overlord Flowers, they had developed numerous barbs, greatly enhancing their melee capabilities, making them exceptional for defending the territory. After completing the mutations of all 18 units, Lin Yu glanced at his magical energy, which stood at 3,200. However, he refrained from further recruitment. He noticed that after 3 days of accumulation, the experience of those 4th-tier plants was nearing its maximum. As long as the knowledge ancient tree was present, he believed they would soon ascend to 5th tier, thus negating the need to expend magical energy on new recruits. Coincidentally, he had gathered a substantial amount of stone over the past few days. This magical energy could be allocated to upgrading other structures and researching units. With that thought, he resumed his activities within the territory. Meanwhile, the lords continued to fervently debate the results of the leaderboard within the regional channel. Luo Lei, who had been fixated on the leaderboard, took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure, his eyes filled with astonishment. Second place. He could scarcely believe it. Just a moment ago, he had been languishing in the 40th position, and now he had surged to second. What an astonishing feat. How many 5th-tier units must one recruit to achieve such a remarkable ascent? Yet he could be certain, at this moment, Lin Yu was likely surrounded by no fewer than 10 5th-tier units. Otherwise, such exaggeration would be unfathomable. 10 5th-tier units. Even the mere dispatch of one would pose an insurmountable challenge for him, requiring all his might to achieve victory. What then of 10? Simultaneously, in a desolate volcanic region, amidst a wall constructed of flames, Yen Wu was equally gazing at the freshly updated leaderboard, his expression a blend of astonishment and gravity. This individual was indeed remarkable. Initially, his intention to befriend Lin Yu stemmed from the belief that Lin Yu possessed formidable strength that could rival his own, yet he had not anticipated such an astonishing leap. To ascend over 40 ranks was no trivial feat. Even he himself could not accomplish such a thing. This compelled him to regard Lin Yu with heightened seriousness. In summary, today's leaderboard event had irrevocably established Lin Yu's renown, solidifying his title as the foremost in the botanical realm. No one would dare to belittle botanical units any longer. No one would perceive them as inferior to other types of units, thus restoring honor to this category. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained blissfully oblivious to the external happenings, engrossed in his own endeavors. After upgrading the remaining structures to the 4th tier, he proceeded to the production workshop to review the list of producible items, quickly locating what he desired. Building name wall. Production description: consumes wood and stone to construct a sturdier wall. Ever since the last time when Murong Tian had demolished a section of his territory's wall, Lin Yu had acutely recognized the inadequacy of his defenses, which were utterly incapable of withstanding the assaults of those units. Since he could not currently upgrade to the 6th tier, it was an opportune moment to utilize the materials he had collected to reinforce the wall, thereby bolstering the territory's defenses and avoiding future breaches. Chapter 35, Cooperation, Contest for the Treasure Chest. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Lin Yu had been preoccupied with thoughts of the wall, thus awakening at the break of dawn. He did not intend to venture into the wasteland today for mining. Rather, he gathered all his units to collect stone in the mountains behind his territory, preparing to elevate and thicken the wall to enhance the security of his domain. The quarry, now upgraded to the 4th tier, exhibited a significant increase in stone collection efficiency. Building name: quarry. Building level: 4th tier. Building description: increases the efficiency of stone collection in the territory. Collection efficiency: 140. Materials required for construction: 500 wood, 500 stone, 1,000 magical energy. With the building reaching the 4th tier, the materials required for further upgrades had notably increased, making the 4th tier structures the most cost-effective level for Lin Yu. As for whether he would eventually upgrade to the 5th tier, that was a matter for the future, not something he needed to concern himself with at present. Thus, he spent the entire morning within his territory and the mine. The plants, having reached the 5th tier, were exceptionally robust, their strength magnitudes greater than that of ordinary individuals. Transporting stone was a mere trifle for them, akin to play, and they worked diligently without hesitation. Thanks to their assistance, by midday, he had already amassed 500 units of stone, coupled with an additional 500 units of wood. Lin Yu promptly utilized the production workshop to double the height and thickness of the wall, instantly rejuvenating the perimeter of his territory. All right, everyone can take a break. Lin Yu called out to the plants engaged in transporting stone, summoning them back into the territory. He then set up a fire pit within the territory. Commencing the grilling of meat to prepare lunch, while simultaneously accessing the regional channel to monitor developments within the area. Have you heard? Someone has discovered a large iron ore vein in the wasteland beyond the forest. Iron ore? Is that true? Isn't that material for upgrading the territory to the 6th tier? I've heard the same. It seems quite a few 5th tier elites have rushed over. Gosh, 5th tier? Isn't that perilous? Perilous? It's downright terrifying. I went to check today, and it was swarming with 5th tier units. They were already clashing outside the mine. Damn, I'm glad I didn't go. Anyone below 5th tier would be walking to their doom. Lin You was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone would discover the ore vein in the forest so swiftly, attracting so many 5th tier lords. It appeared that the mining area was now in utter chaos, with everyone fiercely vying for the resource. Fortunately, he had the foresight to stockpile considerable iron ore, alleviating the need to compete with these individuals. Even if he did venture out to contest, it was uncertain how much he could seize, and he might find himself caught between adversaries. Look up at the sky. Suddenly, someone in the regional channel exclaimed. Lin You, who had been perusing the chat messages, was momentarily startled and instinctively glanced upwards. Yet in the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply. He beheld, in the boundless firmament, streaks of luminous trails, cascading down towards the endless continent. This familiar scene was strikingly reminiscent of the first airdrop of treasure chests. Wow, treasure chests. More are falling from the sky. I see it too. It's truly treasure chests. What is going on? Why are there treasure chests dropping again? Is it the same as last time, filled with some treasures? I heard that last time, Murong Tion snagged something that could be exchanged for a plethora of resources. And there were also sightings of unit tokens. Unit tokens? How splendid. I thought it was a meteor last time and didn't go. This time, I must seize what's inside the treasure chest. Quick, let us see where they land. The lords were in a flurry of excitement, and Lin You was equally astonished. After several days, treasure chests had once again descended from the heavens. What could this portend? No one knew. Yet they were aware of one thing. The treasure chests contained items they coveted. Just this knowledge was sufficient. It seems I must go, Lin You murmured to himself. Reflecting on the last airdrop, had he not secured his rare unit from there? It was precisely this rare unit that had allowed him to navigate effortlessly and outpace so many others. The contents of this treasure chest were something he had to acquire. Resolute, he hastily finished his meal, rising to prepare himself. As time progressed, others gradually deduced the location where the treasure chests would land in their region. It was, astonishingly, the mining site in the wasteland. Damn, how could they drop there? Near the mine? What a coincidence. It's indeed too coincidental, especially at this moment. Oh no. With so many 5th tier elites around the mine, wouldn't going there be tantamount to walking into a death trap? Is anyone interested in forming a team to stealthily seize the treasure chest? We can split the spoils. It must be said that the location of this treasure chest drop is rather fortuitous, landing precisely in the most fiercely contested and perilous mining area. One cannot help but wonder if this is a preordained arrangement. Nonetheless, the allure of the treasure is undeniably tangible, even with the knowledge of impending danger. Many individuals set forth towards the mining region, eager to take a gamble. After all, the contents of the chest are exceedingly tempting. Just a single unit token has already made countless individuals salivate with desire. Not to mention the other potential rewards. Securing even one could significantly enhance one's prowess, thereby increasing the likelihood of survival in this world. Lin You is no exception. After preparing within his territory, he departed with 25th tier units, leaving 5 newly recruited 5th tier units alongside Qing Tong to guard the premises. After spending over half an hour traversing the forest, Lin You arrived at the wasteland. At this moment, the channel for the wasteland area is no longer as desolate as it was a few days prior, with a flurry of messages scrolling through. In the distance, Lin You could even spot several lords hastily emerging from the forest, all making their way towards the mountains, prompting him to furrow his brow. This time, it seems it will not be as smooth as the last. Previously, during the airdrop of the treasure chest, he had capitalized on the scarcity of competitors and their inexperience, managing to seize 2 items. This time, however, everyone is aware of the circumstances surrounding the chest, and with their preparations in place, it is certain they will not relinquish the treasures so easily. A clever strategy is imperative. Just as he was pondering this, a private message suddenly flashed on his screen, revealing an unfamiliar inquiry. Are you interested in collaborating? We can split the spoils 50-50. Upon seeing the sender's name, Lin You was taken aback. It was a message from Yen Wu. Had he also come to join the fray? If that were the case, their partnership might indeed allow them to snatch something amidst the throng. After a moment's reflection, Lin You promptly replied, let's discuss the details near the forest by the mountains. Chapter 36. A convergence of forces. The vicinity of the mountains is bordered by a grove of black trees. Upon Lin Yu's hurried arrival, Yen Wu was already there, accompanied by his elemental units. You made it, Yen Wu greeted him. Yes, I encountered a few monsters along the way, which delayed me. Lin Yu replied with a nod before directly inquiring, what is your plan regarding the treasure chest? Yen Wu smiled confidently. Of course, I have a plan. To be frank, my earth elementals possess a large-scale earthquake skill. While its attack power is not particularly strong, It can temporarily hinder the movement capabilities of others. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed as he grasped the implication. Are you suggesting we create chaos when the chest descends and then seize its contents? Precisely. Yen Wu confirmed with a nod. At that point, we will depend on the advantages of your plant units. After snatching the items amidst the turmoil, we should withdraw immediately. What do you think? I believe it is feasible. Lin Yu's demeanor grew earnest. He observed that Yen Wu was flanked by 18 fifth-tier units, more than half of which were earth elementals, clearly well prepared. In contrast, Lin Yu had also brought along a majority of pink enchantresses, whose vines could extend over 40 meters, perfectly positioned to dart forward and claim the treasure amidst the confusion. Moreover, with the formidable assistance of Ling Si by his side, they could easily unleash Thornbind to temporarily control the situation. If necessary, they could even deploy explosive mushrooms to carve a bloody path. Very well. Since we have reached a consensus, let us deliberate the specifics to avoid any mishaps during execution. Yen Wu, clearly a cautious individual, immediately began to strategize the details of their plan now that Lin Yu had agreed. Meanwhile, within the mining region, a multitude of lords had gathered from all directions, accompanied by a diverse array of units, with a plethora of 4th and 5th-tier soldiers, and even a few mechanized units rarely seen in everyday encounters. Every participant remained vigilant against one another in the mining area, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Indeed, there are significantly more here than last time. A young man murmured to his companion, observing the scene. And many of them are 5th tier. It seems it will be quite difficult to secure anything this time. The companion replied, not just difficult, look over there. Wu Yan, ranked 17th, and Mo Changfeng, ranked 8th, are both here. And who knows how many other prominent figures are lurking nearby. Perhaps we should simply abandon our efforts. Otherwise, we might not even know how we perish in the end. Hearing his companion's words, the young man's expression turned apprehensive. The prominent figures on the leaderboard are all 5th-tier powerhouses, far beyond their capacity to contend with. They might end up losing their lives without even securing the treasure, a risk not worth taking. His companion seemed to share this sentiment, also contemplating retreat. Just then, a commotion erupted within the crowd. A stern-faced young man, accompanied by over a dozen massive elemental units, made his entrance into the mining area. Is that Yen Wu? Why is he here too? Yen Wu, the 3rd-ranked elemental powerhouse. My heavens, he has so many 5th-tier units. Is this the strength of the 3rd-ranked player? Damn it. If he is present, securing any treasure will be even more challenging. The crowd buzzed with hushed discussions, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Yen Wu, undeterred by their whispers, swaggered into the mining area, seemingly intent on ensuring everyone was aware of his presence. Given his already notable reputation, word of his arrival swiftly spread throughout the mining region, prompting an escalation of defensive measures. There was no denying it. As a fixture in the leaderboard's top 10, Yen Wu's prowess was indisputable, making him the most formidable threat to their quest for the treasure chest. A significant number of individuals began to exchange knowing glances, silently agreeing to act in unison. Should Yen Wu make a move, they would immediately rally to obstruct him, determined to prevent him from seizing the chest's contents. Otherwise, once Yen Wu absconded, returning to claim any treasure would be nearly impossible. Yen Wu, ever perceptive to the shifting atmosphere, felt the tension in the air and allowed a subtle, almost imperceptible smile to grace his lips. He cast a discreet glance towards the back of the crowd, where a figure concealed in the shadows of the mountain corner boldly stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention. Lin Yu, hidden away, had already concealed his plant units within the dense black forest behind the mountain, accompanied solely by Ling Si and a few Treant leaders to obscure their presence. With all eyes now fixed on Yen Wu, no one paid him any heed or recognized him, nor did they consider his few units a significant threat. As time passed, the number of individuals outside the mining area continued to swell, and the atmosphere grew ever more tense. As everyone gazed skyward, their eyes were drawn to a radiant streak hurtling towards them, as if heralding an impending arrival. It's here. Suddenly, an unknown voice cried out. The crowd, tense with anticipation, shuddered collectively, witnessing the luminous projectile descend with overwhelming force. Boom! The very ground of the mining area trembled violently. A cataclysmic wave of energy surged forth, shaking the surrounding rocky terrain and raising a cloud of dust. In the next moment, a treasure chest, adorned with gilded edges and more opulent than any before, materialized before them. The sight of the chest sent a jolt of exhilaration through the onlookers. Having previously missed the chance to contest for treasure due to uncertainty, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Seize it. Let us claim the treasure. Out of my way. The chest is mine. Quick, intercept them. Prevent them from reaching the chest. Dream on. Get lost. In an instant, chaos erupted in the mining area. Everyone surged forward with their respective troops toward the chest. A bewildering flurry of attacks erupting and exploding among the crowd. Within the blink of an eye, several individuals were struck down, meeting untimely ends. Among the throng, Yen Wu was not idle. He led his elemental forces to break through the encirclement, racing towards the chest, startling the others. Stop him. They were acutely aware of Yen Wu's formidable prowess. Should he reach the treasure, the consequences would be dire. Instantly, all attacks redirected toward Lin You as they quickly surrounded him, intent on halting his advance. Unbeknownst to them, a sly smile crept across Lin Yu's lips. Earthquake! With a commanding shout, the earth elementals at his side raised their arms in unison, their massive fists striking the ground with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed as the earth fractured, the ground collapsing and rapidly expanding outward, sending tremors throughout the area. The unprepared crowd and their troops were thrown off balance. Their senses overwhelmed, and even the vicinity of the treasure chest was not spared. At that moment, tendrils shot forth from the side, slithering along the ground towards the chest. Lin You had finally made his move. Chapter 37, Rare Troop Tokens. Oh no, someone's attempting to steal the chest. The crowd, regaining their composure, immediately noticed the tendrils advancing toward the treasure, prompting alarmed orders to intercept. Think you can get through? Not so easily. Wall of flames. With a thunderous command, Lin Yu's fire elementals sprang into action. Waves of searing flames erupted from their hands, forming a fiery barrier between the onlookers and the treasure, effectively blocking their path. With the flames obstructing their way, Lin Yu's tendrils effortlessly reached the chest, prying it open to reveal 6 luminous items encapsulated in radiant light. 6. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their hearts racing at the unexpected bounty, twice the number of treasures they had anticipated. Among the glowing artifacts lay 2 tokens resembling insignias, igniting their fervent excitement. Troop tokens. They're troop tokens. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Even Lin You was taken aback, for he understood all too well that the troop tokens within the chest were not ordinary. They represented rare troops. No one comprehended the significance of rare troops better than he did in this entire region. Without a moment's hesitation, he signaled to the tendrils to snatch the 2 tokens. Planning to take the tokens? Not without my consent. A cold voice interrupted. At the side of a refined gentleman, several serpent-headed troops suddenly opened their eyes, emanating an almost tangible gaze. The tendrils, poised to seize the tokens, instantly petrified, shattering into countless fragments. A gorgon? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed as he recognized the gentleman, Mo Changfeng. Previously mentioned and ranked 8th. It was said that Mo Changfeng's domain was humanoid in nature, yet he commanded such a formidable gorgon troop, complete with the petrifying gaze skill. This ability to turn his plants to stone clearly indicated their mastery at the 5th tier. However, did he truly believe such a level of power could thwart him? Lin You chuckled coldly to himself as numerous pink succubi manifested behind him, their tendrils swirling wildly, enveloping the entire area around the treasure chest. The terrifying sight left the crowd wide-eyed in shock. This was the first time they had witnessed such an overwhelming number of plants. Even those of the 5th tier could not reach such a scale. They attempted to intervene, but by the time they reacted, a cloud of pink mist had already descended, clouding their minds with dizziness. Even Mo Changfeng succumbed to the enchantment, lost in a dreamlike realm, where ethereal maidens whispered sweetly by their sides, entrancing them. This mist is toxic. Mo Changfeng jolted awake, only to find the 2 troop tokens had already fallen into Lin Yu's grasp, along with his plants retreating to cover their escape. Not so fast, Mo Changfeng bellowed, intending to pursue with the gorgon. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's companion, Lin Shi, soared upwards, pointing her staff at him, ensnaring them in a multitude of thorns that rendered them immobile. By the time they managed to break free, Lin Yu had already fled with his botanical allies. Even Lin You, lost in the crowd, had vanished without a trace. Damn it, he got away. After him. We must reclaim the troop tokens. The crowd, now fully aware, frantically pursued, desperate to retrieve the tokens. Meanwhile, a portion of them redirected their focus toward the remaining treasures, rejoining the fray in a frenzy. Though Mo Changfeng felt a pang of frustration, he rationally refrained from pursuing. He sensed that Lin You had shown him mercy. This revelation left him astounded. Hidden within this region was such a formidable figure. Could he be among those notorious individuals ranked above him? Yet among those, only one was of the plant affinity. Suddenly, Mo Changfeng froze, his expression a mix of confusion and contemplation. However, before he could ponder further, the cacophony of battle cries jolted him back to reality. Forget it. Let us seize the treasures first. He gritted his teeth and rejoined the scramble for the spoils. The entire scene descended into chaos, with furious roars and agonized screams reverberating through every corner, swiftly overshadowing the matter of the troop command tokens. It is here that one must commend Lin Yu's cunning. He could have easily taken everything, yet he refrained from doing so. For if he had seized all the items, he would have undoubtedly become the target of everyone's wrath. Pursued relentlessly by all, no matter how formidable his strength, he could not possibly contend with such a multitude at once. It would leave him bereft of both wealth and solace, with no place to lament his misfortune. By leaving behind a portion of the goods, he could both divert the majority of his pursuers and facilitate his own escape. Truly a win-win situation. Navigating through the wilderness, deftly evading those who clung to him like shadows, Lin You plunged into the forest, swiftly contacting Lin You through private messages, and soon they reunited amidst the trees. So, did you manage to procure the items? Yen Wu inquired eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. Indeed, Lin You replied with a smile, shaking the 2 command tokens in his hand. He handed one to Yen Wu. Here, this is yours. It is quite a rare find. Prior to their mission, they had agreed to split the spoils evenly, so naturally, each would receive 1 token. Yen Wu accepted it without hesitation, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Your toxic mist was instrumental. Without it, our success would not have been so assured. You're too kind. The earthquake and firewall you conjured were equally crucial, and you played the bait splendidly. Lin You waved off the compliments. Then, taking a deep breath, he gazed at the troop command token in his possession. Name, Troop Command Token Rare. Function, randomly unlock a 5th tier rare troop. Requirement, 5th tier territory, 1000 magic energy. As he had anticipated, it was indeed a rare troop command token, and a 5th tier one at that. A rare troop? Yen Wu remarked, astonished. His gaze fixed on the token's information, clearly encountering such an item for the first time. Lin You seized the moment to elucidate. It refers to troops that possess greater prowess than the ordinary. Such a thing exists. Yen Wu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Then looked at Lin You with a hint of curiosity. You seem quite knowledgeable about this token. Just fortunate enough to have heard of it. Lin Yu replied with a mysterious smile, opting not to divulge that he had previously acquired a rare troop command token himself. Yen Wu seemed to sense something, casting a discerning look at him. Not wishing to prolong this line of conversation, Lin Yu suggested, now that we have what we came for, we should part ways here to avoid attracting any unwanted attention. All right, I shall return to my territory then. Let us collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Yen Wu nodded, not lingering on the topic, and promptly turned to leave. One could discern his urgency. After all, he held a rare troop command token in his hands, and delaying its use would surely cause him unease. Lin Yu felt the same urgency. After bidding farewell to Yen Wu and orienting himself, he made his way back to his territory, accompanied by the plants. Much later, a group of individuals finally arrived at the site of their earlier encounter, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, he got away." Chapter 38, Wood Demon Dragon, IV Advancement. Upon returning to his territory, Lin Yu approached the Tree of Life with a sense of exhilaration, retrieving the troop command token from his possession. This marked his acquisition of a second rare troop command token, and his heart brimmed with anticipation. After taking a deep breath, he immediately chose to use it. Would you like to consume 1000 magic energy to use the troop command token, rare? Fortunately, Lin Yu still had over 1000 points of magic energy from his ranking rewards. Without hesitation, he selected yes. In the next moment, the token transformed into a stream of light, merging into the trunk of the Tree of Life, from which luminous fragments cascaded down. Congratulations. You have unlocked a 5th tier rare troop, Wood Demon Dragon. A new troop name appeared before Lin Yu. Just from the name alone, he sensed that this troop was exceptional, and he promptly spent 100 magic energy to recruit one. In an instant, brilliant light flickered, and plants surged as they coalesced before him into a plant dragon towering over him. Name, Wood Demon Dragon. Race, plant. Level, 5th tier, 0250. Strength, 175. Vitality, 175. Agility, 200. Mentality, 175. Skills, Shadow Dash, transforms the body into an afterimage, doubling speed for a brief period. Super Regeneration, natural forces circulate throughout the body, significantly enhancing self-repair capabilities, allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs. Description, once a guardian of the world tree, it possesses the highest overall attributes among all plant-type troops. Extraordinarily swift, with the ability to fly. The natural crystal core on its chest is the essence of its life. Such impressive attributes. Gazing at the proud Wood Demon Dragon before him, Lin Yu was nearly rendered speechless. Not only was its individual attribute impressive, but its overall attributes even rivaled those of the royal-blooded Ling Shi, especially its agility, boasting a remarkable 200 points, undoubtedly the highest among 5th-tier troops he had encountered. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as a rare troop. With such attributes, Lin Yu felt no need to employ transformation. It could engage in battle immediately upon recruitment. Both convenient and cost-effective. Moreover, he had always perceived his plant troops as sluggish, with only a single cumbersome treant chief serving as a melee unit. The addition of the Wood Demon Dragon immediately rectified this shortcoming. Most importantly, it could fly, though it currently appeared in its juvenile dragon form and could not carry anyone. One could not rule out the possibility that as its level increased, its size would grow, potentially allowing it to transport him in the future. Lin Yu was certainly excited about this prospect. He examined the Wood Demon Dragon closely, noting that its entire form was composed of plant matter, adorned with leaves and branches on its head, limbs, tail, and wings. Streams of light flowed from the emerald green core in its chest to its entire body, exuding an air of majesty. This speed-oriented troop was perfectly suited for ambush and reconnaissance, considering that he had yet to fully recruit the troop and resources were scarce. And recognizing that transformation might result in a loss of flight ability, Lin Yu decided to use his remaining 400 magic energy to recruit 4 more Wood Demon Dragons. Preparing for unforeseen circumstances, This left him entirely depleted of magic energy. Only then did Lin You have the leisure to open the regional channel and check for news regarding the treasure chest competition. Brothers, what is the situation over at the mine? What else could it be? The contents of the treasure chest were long since snatched away, many perished, including quite a few 5th tier ones. That sounds terrifying. Good thing I didn't go. I heard there were troop command tokens, resource exchange vouchers, and even upgrade scrolls that could elevate a territory directly to 5th tier. Wow, directly upgrading to 5th tier? And troop command tokens too? Indeed. The esteemed individuals present remarked that the coveted token had seemingly been seized by a plant-based entity. Another plant-based being? At the instant this news broke, a palpable astonishment swept through the crowd. During the initial airdrop of treasure chests, the spoils had been claimed by a plant entity as well. Could it possibly be the same individual this time? Some began to cast their suspicions upon Lin You, contemplating his involvement. After all, which plant-based creature could successfully pilfer from so many 5th tier elites and then vanish without a trace? Yet the crux of the matter lay in their inability to substantiate their claims against Lin You. After all, few had actually laid eyes upon his visage, let alone recognized him. Moreover, even if they were certain of his identity, what could they possibly do? They could hardly provoke a figure ranked second on the leaderboard. Could they? Thus, their musings were but fleeting whims, soon drowned in a deluge of further news. As the entire regional channel buzzed with fervent discussions about the treasure chest affair, Lin You observed for a while, relieved to find that no one could ascertain his identity, and finally decided to silence the chat channel. The sky had begun to darken, and he chose not to venture outside again, instead heading to the open space of his territory to set a pot over the fire, preparing to concoct a sumptuous dinner to reward himself for a day of labor. As for the pot's origin, it was crafted by Lin You himself in the production workshop from iron and copper ores. He had discovered this only yesterday, and to his delight, it contained several seasonings crafted from plants, which could be easily made with just a bit of materials and magical energy. It was incredibly convenient. With these provisions at hand, he could finally bid farewell to the monotonous fare of dry roasted meat. Lost in thought, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations. The experience of the toxic enchantress vine has reached its maximum, successfully advancing to tier 5. The vine had leveled up? Lin You was momentarily taken aback before a wave of joy washed over him. He had not anticipated that after 4 days of accumulation, the vine's experience would finally peak. In an instant, the vine's formidable form was enveloped in a radiant light, swiftly expanding. The flower buds atop it transitioned from a pale lavender to a vibrant pink, and its stature grew considerably, with tendrils entwining around his treehouse, weaving into a net-like adornment. Even more astonishing was the forest formed by gigantic vines outside his territory, which suddenly expanded nearly 100 meters, shrouded in a delicate pink mist, exuding an air of depth and eeriness. Name: Pink Enchantress Vine, Royal. Race: Plant. Level: Tier 5, 250. Strength: 185. Vitality: 200. Agility: 0. Mentality: 180. Skills: Devour, Enchanting Poison Mist, Thorny Forest. Description: the sovereign among the pink enchantresses. Its colossal vines and toxic mists create a domain of its own, safeguarding the realm. Truly, it was a plant with royal lineage, aside from its agility being 0. Its fundamental attributes far surpassed those of ordinary Tier 5 beings. The Tier 5 vine significantly bolstered the defense of the territory. Not only had the forest's expanse increased, but it had also inherited the enchanting poison mist of the pink enchantress. The moment an enemy ventured into the forest's domain, they would be immediately entranced by the toxic mists, eroding their bodies, and Lin You would not even need to lift a finger to dispatch them, eliminating foes from the shadows. Lin You felt immensely fortunate that he had previously acquired the knowledge tree. Otherwise, the vine would not have leveled up so swiftly. In light of this, the knowledge tree's effect of enhancing the experience of other plants by 1 point per hour proved to be exceptionally potent, without any level restrictions. Ordinary Tier 4 units could ascend to Tier 5 simply by lingering near it for 4 or 5 days, making it an invaluable aid for early game advancement. Chapter 39, The Misty Zone. The contest for the mines continued to intensify. After yet another night had passed, the leaderboard began to fill with numerous Tier 5 entities vying for the resources of the mines. The aftermath of the previous day's treasure chest airdrop had drawn the attention of all lords to the mining regions of the wasteland. Every moment bore witness to an influx of news regarding the struggle for the mines. Someone had been slain, a skirmish had erupted, or one faction was clashing with another. In summary, chaos reigned, as everyone frantically competed for the resources necessary to ascend to Tier 6. In light of this situation, Lin You resolved not to wade into these turbulent waters. He opened the leaderboard to take a glance, noting that he remained in second place, while Yen Wu had re-entered the top 5 due to the acquisition of a rare unit. The individual in first place was formidable indeed. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Following a night of accumulation, all his Tier 4 units had gradually ascended to Tier 5, complemented by the 2 royal bloodlines, Ling Shi and the Vine, as well as 5 rare wood dragon units. Excluding the knowledge tree, which could not be leveled up, He possessed a total of 49 Tier 5 units, and still found himself unable to surpass the first-place contender. This was truly unexpected. If his suspicions were correct, the individual in first place had likely obtained rare units through alternative means, or perhaps had encountered some other fortuitous opportunity, or had somehow cultivated Tier 6 units. It was inconceivable that they could maintain their position at the pinnacle without such advantages. After all, Lin You himself had gained the unique ability of mutation due to an unfavorable start. It was entirely possible that others had similarly stumbled upon their own fortunes. Indeed, the world was filled with powerful individuals. With a sigh of reflection, Lin You casually closed the leaderboard and approached the Tower of Units. Following a day of diligent research, he had successfully advanced the Woodland Spirits and Toxic Enchantress to Tier 5, rendering them recruitable. Including the newly unlocked Wood Dragon, he had the capacity to recruit 3 Tier 5 units. In the remaining time, he planned to research the flower spirits, tree spirits, mushrooms, and man-eating flowers, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. However, this process would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, these units were of lower levels, and the initial research required minimal magical energy. After organizing his research tasks and having a bite to eat, Lin You set out with 25 Tier 5 plants. Last night, just before bedtime, Luo had messaged him, stating that he and his friends had gathered enough materials to elevate to Tier 5 and wished to purchase 2 Tier 4 territory essences from him for 1,000 magical energy. Considering that Luo had provided him with ample information, Lin You agreed, reasoning that the Tier 4 territory essences were of little use to him, and it would be more practical to exchange them for magical energy. Traversing through the forest, Lin You soon arrived at the outskirts of Luo's territory, where he was greeted by the eagerly awaiting Luo and his friend. Lin You, it's been a while. Indeed, it had been quite some time. Lin You chuckled softly. Is this your friend? Yes, his name is Gu. The other piece of territory essence I requested from you is meant for him, Luo hastily explained. Meanwhile, he and Gu exchanged discreet glances at the 25 troop types surrounding Lin You, their astonishment palpable. 5th tier. All of them are 5th tier troops. Such formidable combat power, should Lin You desire, he could obliterate their entire territory without leaving a trace. Is this the true strength of the one ranked second? Luo could hardly believe it. It had only been a few days since they last met, and Lin Yu's power had undergone such a significant transformation. Not to mention the considerable increase in troop types. Just as he was grappling with his shock, Lin You retrieved 2 crystalline shards from his personal space. Here, the territory essence you requested. Is this the 4th tier territory essence? Both Luo and Gu swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on the 2 crystals. They understood that upgrading a territory required devouring territory essence of the same tier. However, witnessing the 4th tier essence in person stirred them with excitement, and they promptly initiated a trade with Lin You, offering 1,000 magic energy points while eagerly accepting the territory essence. Well then, now that the transaction is complete, I must take my leave. With the magic energy secured, Lin You was eager to depart and turned to leave. Lin You, wait. Unexpectedly, Luo called out to him. Is there something else? Lin You turned back, puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, Luo spoke. I wonder if you have heard about the mist zone discovered at the edge of the wasteland yesterday? The mist zone? Indeed. It lies at the northeastern end of this wasteland, a truly terrifying area shrouded in mist. It is said that even 5th tier lords who venture inside meet their demise on the spot, with none emerging alive. Is that so? Lin You felt a jolt of alarm. He had not seen anyone mentioning this in the regional channel. Yes, I only heard about it this morning. It shouldn't be long before news spreads in the regional channel. Luo nodded. Though that mist is far from our area, those who have explored it claim that it seems to be gradually expanding, drawing closer to our region. Drawing closer? Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. This could be momentous news. If that mist truly approached their area, wouldn't they all be in peril? Moreover, Gu interjected. I've heard that many shadows were spotted within that mist, towering like mountains. Shadows? Yes, that's what those who returned from the edge of the wasteland have reported. Gu affirmed repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu fell deep into contemplation. He had always harbored doubts about this world, sensing something hidden beneath the surface. Reflecting on Yen Wu's previous words, combined with what Luo and Gu had just shared, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss. But no matter how he pondered, the key eluded him. Must he truly ascend to the 6th tier to uncover the truth? Yet, if he recklessly advanced to that tier, would he not risk encountering the dangers Yen Wu had mentioned? It was a conundrum. Nevertheless, this information was of utmost importance to him. After a moment of reflection, he promptly addressed the two. Thank you for sharing such crucial news with me. You're welcome. It's the least we could do, Luo responded with a smile. His motive for informing Lin Yu was merely to return the favor. After all, even if they hadn't mentioned it, the news would soon spread throughout the region, and Lin Yu would learn of it eventually. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Luo and Gu bid farewell and hurried back to their territory, eager to utilize the newly acquired territory essence for an upgrade. As for Lin Yu, he turned to leave with his plant army, making his way toward the wasteland. Although the area was chaotic and rife with death, he felt compelled to gather the resources necessary for advancing to the 6th tier, preparing for any potential upheaval that might arise. Chapter 40. The Lord Hunter. Between the endless wasteland and the ruined wasteland lies a dense forest. To reach the ruined wasteland, one must traverse through this forest. Lin You was already accustomed to this, leading his plant army through the woods with great determination. The 3 wood dragon spirits he had summoned soared overhead, tasked with reconnaissance. Through their psychic connection, Lin You swiftly received messages relayed by the wood dragons. At the first sign of any anomaly, he would be ready to respond, ensuring he remained unflustered. Indeed, the presence of the wood dragons significantly eased his exploration efforts and enhanced his efficiency. As he navigated through the forest, he effortlessly detected hidden magical creatures lurking nearby, dispatching them with ease. In less than an hour, he successfully emerged from the forest, arriving at a desolate, scorched expanse. Meanwhile, concealed behind a distant stone mountain, 3 figures fixated their gaze upon him. Big brother, someone's coming. These 3 had been lying in wait since dawn, lying in ambush for any lords passing through the vicinity, seeking to seize their resources. In just a morning, countless individuals had fallen victim to their ruthless tactics. They were indeed a trio of merciless characters, especially the scar-faced man referred to as Big Brother, whose level had already reached the 5th tier, accompanied by 10 massive 5th tier, 2-headed leopards. Even his 2 subordinates each commanded 5 insect-type lady spiders and 5 undead skeleton rangers, a total of 20 5th tier troops. Such strength was rare even among all lords, and they lay quietly hidden behind the boulders, awaiting Lin Yu's approach. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that hundreds of meters above them, 3 shadows flitted through the sky, having already locked onto their position. Lord Hunters, are they? A barely perceptible smirk curled on Lin Yu's lips as he continued onward, feigning ignorance, slowly approaching the stone mountain. Here they come. Looks like a plant type. One of the subordinates murmured. Plant type? The big man frowned, as if a thought crossed his mind, but he quickly retorted coldly. What does it matter if they are plant type or otherwise? They only have a handful of troops. We can simply kill them. In his eyes, Lin Yu's troop count was merely a dozen. Even if they were all 5th tier, their numbers paled in comparison to his own. Such an easy target hardly warranted concern. However, was the situation truly so straightforward? Naturally not. For long before discovering their traces, Lin You had already concealed the smaller Lingxi and the wood spirits atop the tree spirit leader, invisible to the naked eye. In addition to the 3 wooden dragon spirits soaring in the sky, there were exactly 25 creatures, 5 more than the others. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 onlookers observed Lin Yu's movements through the gaps, their expressions darkening as he approached within 30 meters of their position. Now, surround him. Upon uttering these words, the trio divided into 2 groups, flanking Lin Yu from both sides. The 5 colossal female spiders swiftly unleashed streams of venomous silk, launching a direct assault on Lin Yu. Finally, unable to restrain yourselves? Lin Yu scoffed, executing a deft roll to evade the deadly strands. Simultaneously, the 10 2-headed leopards, led by a burly man, surged toward him, transforming into a blur as they pounced. They understood the necessity of eliminating him, the pivotal leader. Most individuals would have been paralyzed in fear by such a sudden onslaught, becoming mere prey. However, Lin Yu was different. He had long been prepared. Without the need for commands, a dense mass of vines manifested beside him, ensnaring the charging leopards and flinging them aside. A few of the quicker leopards managed to dodge the vines, only to collide with the massive form of the treant leader, resulting in several thunderous impacts that left significant gashes upon its body, nearly leading to its demise. The ferocity of the assault was indeed befitting a 5th-tier beast-type soldier. Fortunately, the wooden spirits led by Lingxi promptly wielded their staffs to cast healing spells, barely mending the wounds in time. Is he actually resisting? In the distance, the scar-faced man stared in disbelief, shocked that Lin Yu could react so swiftly to thwart their ambush. His 2-headed leopards were renowned for their speed. Ordinary soldiers could hardly keep pace, let alone successfully block their assault. Meanwhile, the other 2 subordinates launched their attacks in tandem. The female spider's webs descended from above, while skeletal rangers loosed arrows that nearly sealed all of Lin Yu's escape routes. Such a seamless collaboration indicated that this was not their first venture into coordinated assaults. Lin Yu's heart grew increasingly cold as he drew his bone knife to deflect one of the arrows, while another was intercepted by a different treant leader, which suffered several massive gashes as it staggered backward. However, thanks to its inherited skill of nature's guardian from the spirit of flora and fauna, it did not sustain any fatal injuries. The vast web above him was similarly severed by the leaves manipulated by Lingxi and the wooden spirits, disintegrating into countless fragments that rained down upon the ground. With a mere flick of their wrists, they dismantled the joint offensive. Together, eliminate him. Frustrated by their inability to subdue Lin Yu despite their relentless assaults, the trio finally commanded their soldiers to charge once more. Humph. Do they truly believe me to be so easily trifled with? Lin Yu snorted coldly, casting aside any pretense of restraint. Vines erupted from the nearby pink succubus, racing toward their soldiers. Simultaneously, Lingxi and the wooden spirits, enveloped in a verdant glow, ensnared the foremost two-headed leopards with thorns, while two explosive mushrooms were hurled toward them in a vibrant arc. The ensuing explosions were deafening, propelling the leopards through the air and forcing the remaining ones to retreat in the face of the overwhelming shockwave. On the other side, the female spiders and skeletal rangers found themselves ensnared in a fierce struggle with the vines. Yet, in the next moment, numerous spikes erupted from beneath them, piercing through their bodies. The vines seized the opportunity, swiftly penetrating their skulls with deadly precision. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the trio's soldiers had been annihilated, leaving a gruesome tableau of corpses scattered across the ground. How is this possible? The scar-faced man's eyes widened in rage, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. His two subordinates bore expressions of sheer terror as they stumbled backward in panic. At that moment, a resounding whoosh filled the air above them. As they looked up, three silhouettes shot toward them at an unfathomable speed. The wings of the wooden dragon spirits sliced through their necks, piercing with lethal precision. The three of them trembled, frozen in place as blood began to surface at their throats. They attempted to cover the wounds, but darkness soon enveloped their vision as they collapsed to the ground. Their remaining soldiers cried out in anguish, following suit into the abyss. Successfully defeated a 5th-tier lord, earning a total of 2,485 magic energy, 1,476 wood, 1,580 stone, 225 iron ore, and 3 5th-tier territory essences. Chapter 41, An Unexpected Discovery. The demise of these three individuals granted Lin You an astonishing bounty of over 2,000 magic energy and a wealth of mineral resources, far exceeding his expectations. In a time when resources were scarce for all, it was evident that many lords had fallen victim to their treachery. Alas, fate had turned against them, ultimately benefiting Lin You. Had they survived, they would have surely regretted their choices. It was unfortunate that they crossed paths with Lin You. His plant soldiers were either rare or of royal lineage, each possessing an additional skill compared to ordinary soldiers. More importantly, Lin You bestowed a 10% increase in all plant attributes, rendering them significantly more formidable. By vanquishing these adversaries, he had not only rid the world of a menace, but also acquired 3 5th-tier territory essences. Combined with the 2 rewards from the leaderboard, he now possessed just enough to upgrade to 6th-tier status. Even the iron ore had met the necessary requirements for advancement. Now, he was merely lacking copper ore. Lin You mused to himself. The copper ore he had previously gathered amounted to just over 50 units, still far from the 750 required for the upgrade. Even if he were to continue mining in the mountainous region, it would take an extensive amount of time to accumulate the necessary quantity, given the low yield. Moreover, as Lin You had mentioned earlier, the individual who ascended to 6th tier had done so several days prior, indicating the existence of a rapid method for acquiring copper ore. Could there be a copper ore vein? Lin You furrowed his brow. If such a resource existed, it would explain how that individual managed to level up so quickly. Or perhaps, by sheer luck, their territory was located adjacent to a copper mine, an entirely plausible scenario considering the vast number of individuals, some of whom would inevitably encounter fortuitous circumstances. Fortunately, he now commanded wooden dragon spirits, making terrain reconnaissance far more convenient. With diligent searching, it was not impossible to locate a copper ore vein. With this thought in mind, Lin You navigated past the bodies of the fallen trio, continuing deeper into the desolate wasteland. This time, he deliberately avoided the mining area, opting not to venture there again. As he traversed the vicinity of the mining area, he utilized the reconnaissance abilities of the wood sprite dragon to assess the situation, which indeed lay in disarray. Various factions, both large and small, congregated around the mining region, perpetually engaging in friction, conflicts, and even outright brawls. Corpses littered the ground, and the regional channel was in utter chaos. Lin You glanced at it briefly, finding it filled with vitriolic exchanges that were nothing short of repugnant. However, amidst the cacophony of insults, he stumbled upon several pieces of valuable information. Brothers, I've discovered a peculiar underground cave to the west of the wasteland, teeming with rock monsters. It appears to conceal some extraordinary treasures. You mean the cave near the desert to the west? I ventured there before. It was crawling with 5th-tier monsters, and the entrance was heavily guarded. No way to get in. So many 5th-tier monsters? Could it possibly be a monster lair? A monster lair? Where? I must investigate. Save your breath. A 5th-tier monster lair could very well harbor 6th-tier beasts. Are you looking to court death? The revelation of a suspected 5th-tier monster gathering place piqued Lin Yu's interest unexpectedly. After perusing the regional channel for the cave's precise location, he promptly altered his course and made his way there. At long last, guided by the wood sprite dragon, he swiftly arrived at the edge of an expansive black desert. In the distance, he observed a small group of individuals gathered at the base of a colossal sand dune, encircling an underground cave formed of rock. The cave's entrance was substantial, nearly half buried beneath the black sand, making it rather inconspicuous unless one looked closely. Upon his arrival, Lin You immediately attracted the attention of all present, who regarded him with astonishment, particularly at the botanical beings accompanying him. Yet suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from within the cave, causing the entire desert's edge to tremble. Goodness, could that sound belong to a 6th-tier monster? One individual exclaimed, trembling with trepidation. I believe it quite likely. After all, even the sentinels are 5th tier. I heard that someone once entered with over a dozen 5th tier beings and never returned. They likely perished inside. What? That is terrifying. As they spoke, they instinctively stepped back, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Their initial intent in coming here was to see if there were any spoils to be gained, but it was becoming increasingly apparent that such opportunities were dwindling. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood at the edge, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. He had noticed that among the debris shaken loose by the roar, there were numerous pieces that bore a striking resemblance to copper ore. Indeed, they were virtually indistinguishable. Could it be that this cave is, in fact, a mine? Lin Yu glanced at the others nearby and observed that they seemed oblivious to this detail, their focus fixated on the depths of the cave. He surmised that this was likely due to the mining area being dominated by various factions, preventing them from encountering copper ore, thus rendering them blind to its presence. Was this not fortuitous for him? Without further contemplation, as the roar subsided, he directed the wood sprite dragon to descend quietly and, accompanied by 25 5th-tier botanical soldiers, he boldly approached the cave's entrance. This audacious move elicited expressions of shock from the onlookers. What does he intend to do? Surely he isn't planning to enter the cave? There are 6th-tier monsters within. Does he value his life so little? Brother, don't go in. It's too dangerous. Come back. You'll die? Regardless of their frantic warnings, Lin Yu showed no inclination to halt his advance. He turned back, offering them a benevolent smile before plunging into the cave, gradually vanishing from sight. Well, another one off to meet his demise. The youth today simply refused to heed advice. Perhaps he believes his 5th-tier soldiers are sufficient. Let him go if he wishes to embrace death. He shall soon learn the price of hubris. Our region will soon be bereft of another lord. The onlookers harbored no expectations for Lin Yu's safe return from the cave. They deemed his venture a certain death. Thus, most merely sighed at the impending fall of yet another lord or reveled in schadenfreude, mocking Lin Yu's arrogance. On the other hand, Lin Yu, having entered the cave, swiftly navigated the shadowy entrance and found himself in a cavern replete with rocks. As he had surmised, there indeed existed copper ore within, and in considerable quantity. After traversing merely a few dozen meters, he discovered several copper ore deposits embedded in the stone walls, promptly collecting them into his personal space. To his astonishment, the interior of the cave was far larger than he had anticipated, with crystalline formations adorning the rock walls, illuminating the entire cavern with a radiant glow, dispelling any fears of darkness. As he gathered ore and advanced, several colossal figures materialized before him, obstructing his path. Chapter 42, 6th-tier monsters, secrets of the mine. Monsters? Lin Yu halted, gazing at a group of rock monsters that had appeared not far from him. Their size rivaled that of the 5th-tier rock monsters he had previously encountered. Cautiously approaching, the information regarding these rock monsters surfaced in his mind. Name, Earthshatter Guardian. Race, Elemental. Level, 5th tier. Strength, 190. Vitality, 188. Agility, 77. Mentality, 125. Skills, Rock Smash. Stone Throw. Description, Guardians of the Elemental Realm, formed from the essence of the earth, embodying formidable strength. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, all the monsters within were of the 5th tier. Reading the description of the monsters, Lin Yu felt a twinge of confusion. If memory served him correctly, the elemental realm should pertain to the domain of elementals. Why was this place also referred to by that name? How peculiar. Nevertheless, these Earthshatter Guardians were not to be underestimated. Their attributes matched those of the rock monsters, showcasing considerable strength. Of course, their shortcomings were equally evident. Their speed was notably sluggish, likely due to their massive size. Lin Yu counted 10 Earthshatter Guardians obstructing his path, and the cave was spacious enough to accommodate his plant's capabilities. After observing his surroundings for a moment, he commanded his botanical allies to spread out, quietly encroaching upon the wandering Earthshatter Guardians. The vines of the Pink Enchantress, utilizing the cover of the rocky ground, swiftly approached their feet. Now, Lin Yu commanded, and all the plants erupted into action, the vines coiling around the bodies of the Earthshatter Guardians. Simultaneously, the magical troops led by Lin You waved their staves, unleashing a barrage of wooden spikes that surged forth from all directions, piercing through the monsters' forms. The 3 Wood Spirits dragons unleashed their swift shadow skill, transforming into mere phantoms as they charged toward the nearest trio of Earth Guardians. Crack! In just a fleeting encounter, 8 of the cracked Earth Guardians fell victim to their ferocious onslaught, shattering into a multitude of rubble. The remaining 2 managed to break free from the entangling vines, coalescing a massive stone in their hands, which they hurled directly at the pink fairy nearby. Remarkably, they could even launch ranged attacks. Fortunately, the 2 treants reacted swiftly, striding forward to shield the pink fairy. With a thunderous crash, they were both knocked back by the impact of the colossal stone, yet emerged with minimal injuries. Truly, they were the sturdiest of Lin Yu's forces, rivaling the rock monsters in resilience. Under the restorative magic of the wood spirits, their wounds gradually mended. Before long, The two cracked Earth Guardians were beaten to death by the plants, their forms reduced to a pile of debris. Kill 5-tier cracked Earth Guardian. Gain 48 magic energy. Kill 5-tier cracked Earth Guardian. Gain 50 magic energy. Kill 5-tier cracked Earth Guardian. Gain 46 magic energy. The 5-tier magical beasts typically yielded around 50 points of magic energy upon defeat. Collectively, these 10 cracked Earth Guardians provided him with nearly 500 points of magic energy. Lin You calculated that this initial wave of monsters was beyond what an ordinary lord could contend with. Not only were they immensely powerful, but they also possessed ranged capabilities. A slight misstep could lead to disaster, or even utter annihilation. Were it not for his ability, Ling Si, which augmented the attributes of all plants by 10%, he would have found the situation quite daunting. Unbeknownst to him, the commotion had reached the ears of those outside, stirring considerable unrest. Did you hear that? It sounds like a battle. They must have encountered the 5-tier monsters inside. Given the noise, there must be quite a number of them. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the situation within the cave. However, it was not long before the sounds of battle abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence. How strange. Why has it gone quiet so quickly? Could the fight be over? Surely, they weren't slain by the monsters? Very likely. I think we should leave this place quickly. If those monsters burst out, it would be disastrous. As they spoke, the people hurriedly retreated, fearful of being caught in the chaos should the monsters emerge. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only a small group hesitantly observing, too intimidated to venture inside. Within the mine, having dealt with the first batch of monsters, Lin You continued deeper into the cavern. As he progressed, alternating between slaying monsters and collecting ores, he astonishingly amassed over 80 units of copper ore, nearly filling his personal space. Not to mention the magic energy, which totaled over 2,000 points, propelling his reserves past the 5,000 mark. Suddenly, he paused, exclaiming softly as he spotted a corpse lying around the bend. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a human body. It appeared to have died not long ago. Though the body was mangled, the blood had not yet fully congealed. Could this be the 5-tier lord that had ventured in before and never returned? Lin You was taken aback to encounter another lord's remains in such a place. To have made it this deep, this lord must have been formidable, yet ultimately succumbed to death's embrace. With a sigh, Lin You instructed the plants to gather stones and construct a grave upon the corpse, carving a tombstone from stone. He stood silently before the grave, filled with contemplation. If given a choice, who would wish to die far from home? In the next life, may you be born into a good family and never return to this world. Lin You murmured to the tombstone before turning away, urging the plants onward, now moving with increased urgency. The sight of the corpse imparted a crucial piece of information to him. The monsters here might be capable of resurrection. This individual must have cleared the entrance of monsters long ago, yet upon Lin Yu's arrival, the entrance was still guarded. Clearly, those monsters revived shortly after death, and their regeneration cycle was brief. To avoid any unforeseen mishaps, Lin Yu had to hasten his exploration of the remaining parts of the mine. Before long, half an hour had passed. After vanquishing the last cracked Earth Guardian, Lin Yu finally reached the deepest part of the mine, standing before an immense underground cavern. At last, he had arrived at his destination. His face lit up with joy as he quickened his pace toward the cavern, eager to uncover what lay within. However, as he reached the entrance and gazed inside, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The cavern, grandiose to the point of absurdity, was filled with ruins of a previously unseen architecture. At the center of the ruins stood a towering rock creature, easily 7 or 8 meters tall, emanating an aura of overwhelming terror. A 6-tier monster? Lin Yu instinctively recoiled, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. Yet, he soon noticed an unusual detail. 2 massive chains pierced through the creature's chest, binding it firmly within the cavern. What was going on? Lin Yu approached cautiously, and the information about the rock creature appeared before his eyes. Name: Cracked Earth Primordial. Race: Elemental. Level: 6 tier. Strength: 400. Vitality: 400. Agility: 220. Mentality: 315. Skills: Shattering Strike, Colossal Stone Throw. Description: Originally an ordinary cracked Earth Guardian, it was trapped here for some unknown reason, absorbing the Earth's ley lines over time, evolving into the more formidable cracked Earth Primordial. Indeed, it was a 6-tier monster. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. He now understood why roars had echoed from outside the mine. It was likely the work of this 6-tier creature. Chapter 43. Congratulations, stranger. Lin Yu stood outside the cavern for an extended period. Once he confirmed that the 6-tier monster was restrained by the chains and could not move, he finally mustered the courage to slowly step inside. Roar. As expected, the moment the cracked Earth Primordial detected him, it let out an ear-splitting roar, thrashing violently as the chains rattled ominously, shaking the entire cavern. Truly, it was a 6-tier monster, exuding an extraordinary presence. However, it quickly became apparent that the cracked Earth Primordial could not reach Lin Yu. In a fit of rage, it seized a colossal stone beside it. Hoisting it high above its head, Lin Yu, who had been on high alert, suddenly changed his expression. Scatter quickly. As soon as the command was issued, the plants surrounding him scattered in all directions, and he himself swiftly took cover. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted as a massive boulder crashed down onto the spot they had just vacated, creating a terrifyingly deep pit that reverberated throughout the cave. The force was so immense that even a fifth-tier being would likely meet their demise instantly. It was evident that eliminating this sixth-tier magical creature was imperative. Fortunately, the creature was currently restrained, unable to unleash its full power. Otherwise, he would have been at a complete loss. Attack from a distance. Lin You hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from the reach of the earth-shattering elemental's assaults. Meanwhile, the wood sprites and the pink fairies, armed with ranged attacks, launched their assault from afar. In an instant, a flurry of vines and wooden spikes erupted, striking directly at the rampaging earth-shattering elemental and ensnaring its form tightly. The two explosive mushrooms were not to be outdone either. They plucked several mushrooms from their bodies and hurled them at the feet of the earth-shattering elemental, triggering a series of violent explosions. Roaring in fury, the earth-shattering elemental found itself besieged from all sides, struggling violently. Then, with a forceful tug, it ripped apart the very vines that had ensnared it. Even the wooden spikes from Ling You and the others were snapped in half. Thankfully, the wood sprites possessed healing abilities and promptly released a glow, mending the vines of the pink fairies. Seizing the opportunity, 3 wood sprite dragons utilized their speed to harass the earth-shattering elemental, buying precious time. As the earth-shattering elemental roared and pounded the ground, the earth-shattering noise reverberated outside, causing those nearby to flee in terror, unwilling to linger near the entrance. The news quickly spread through the area channel. Oh my, there truly is a 6th-tier magical creature in the western desert. It's utterly terrifying. I was just nearby. The commotion was unreal. I thought an earthquake had struck. The sound could be heard from a distance. It's definitely a 6th-tier creature. Could it possibly break free? Very likely. Everyone should keep their distance. It's best not to venture there and throw away your lives. Many were already in the process of fleeing. The disturbance caused by the earth-shattering elemental was too horrifying. These lords had never encountered such scenes before. They were all frightened and quickly vanished, with no one daring to approach the western desert. Some, fearing the emergence of a 6th-tier creature, even retreated from the wasteland back to their own territories. The area channel was abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, deep within the mine, Lin You led his plants in a fierce tug-of-war against the earth-shattering elemental. In just a few minutes, he had lost 6 types of troops, nearly all killed by the boulders hurled by the elemental, unable to be healed in time. However, the elemental's condition was similarly dire. Being relentlessly attacked by so many plants, it had sustained countless cracks on its rocky exterior, and its roars began to weaken. Let us put in a little more effort. Victory is within reach. Lin Yu's eyes were now bloodshot. The struggle against a trapped 6th-tier creature had cost him dearly in troops. It was essential to note that these troops had accompanied him for a long time, having slain numerous 5th-tier creatures, their experience and attributes far surpassing those of newly recruited forces. Losing them was a heavy blow. Shouting commands while directing the plants to attack, he kept a vigilant watch on the earth-shattering elemental's movements, fearing it might resume its relentless bombardment. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. After several minutes of frenzied assault, the rocks on the elemental finally shattered completely, pierced by numerous vines and wooden spikes. With a final, reluctant roar, it collapsed to the ground. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the 6th-tier earth-shattering elemental and earned 105 magic energy. Finally, it was resolved. Lin You let out a long sigh of relief and sat down heavily on the ground. The magic energy obtained from slaying a 6th-tier creature was double that of a 5th tier. Indeed, as expected, it was rather miserly. However, he felt too drained to complain. As if all his strength had evaporated, and the tension in his expression eased. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the massive corpse of the earth-shattering elemental crumbled into fragments, revealing a chained object within, a treasure chest forged from rock. A treasure chest? Lin Yu's heart raced, and he sprang to his feet. It turned out that the 2 chains had pierced through the earth-shattering elemental's body to secure this chest. Or perhaps this chest was the true reward for defeating the elemental. But he hadn't received any notification. Lin You was astonished. He never expected to find such an object concealed within the earth-shattering elemental's form. As the elemental perished, the chain snapped, completely unlocking the treasure chest. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't resist approaching the chest, scrutinizing it carefully. This chest was unlike any he had seen before. It was constructed from incredibly sturdy rock, adorned with very simplistic engravings. Rather than a system reward, Lin You was inclined to believe it was crafted by someone else. But who would create such a chest and hide it in such a remote and peculiar location? Could it be a trap? The mere thought sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. Not daring to be reckless, he quickly retreated, allowing the pink fairies to use their vines to open the chest. After all, the vines could regenerate, so there was no worry of them being destroyed. Soon, several vines entwined around the rocky treasure chest, and under Lin Yu's tense yet expectant gaze, it slowly creaked open. There were no explosions or poisonous darts as he had imagined. Inside lay a gray sphere and a yellowed piece of paper, quietly resting within the chest. Paper? Lin You was momentarily stunned. How could paper possibly exist in such a place? Logically, as they had crossed realms, it should have been impossible to bring anything else unless they happened to carry paper at that moment. Otherwise, it shouldn't have appeared here. Yet, here was a piece of paper before him, and it appeared somewhat aged, already yellowing. Faintly, he could discern writing on it, resembling a letter. Surprised, Lin You gradually approached the chest and took the paper out. The first line of text immediately caught his eye. Congratulations, stranger, upon reading this letter. It signifies that you are on the brink of death. Chapter 44, The Lord's Breeding Ground. Lin You was left utterly bewildered, nearly cursing aloud. What kind of nonsense was this, starting off by cursing him to death? Was it a curse letter? Gradually, he began to sense something amiss. His gaze was swiftly drawn to the contents of the paper. Congratulations, stranger. By the time you read this letter, it signifies that your demise is imminent. It is with a heavy heart that I must inform you that you find yourself within a death zone, known as the Lord's breeding grounds, among countless vast territories. You must be filled with numerous questions, yet I must clarify that this is not the true primordial continent. Each batch of newly arrived lords is randomly assigned to various regions and provided with resources for growth. Once their power reaches the 6th tier, they will automatically depart from this realm and journey to the true primordial continent, commonly referred to as leaving the novice village. Stranger, while I do not know from which realm you hail, nor how much time has elapsed, your ability to vanquish the soldiers I left behind indicates that you possess strength nearing the 6th tier. However, it is unfortunate that the passage to the primordial continent from this area has been sealed. Upon reaching the 6th tier, one is consumed by those who govern this territory, becoming nourishment for their advancement. We once united in rebellion, but we were met with failure. Their might far exceeds our imagination, rendering us insignificant. Akin to mere ants before them, I aspired to dominate the world, to stand atop millions, yet I find myself in this desolate state. I harbor hatred for the unfairness of the heavens. Even more so, I despise my own weakness. By the time you read this letter, I will likely have perished. You and I share a common plight, so let me offer you one final piece of advice. To escape this place, there exists but one method, which is to traverse the gray mist at the edge of the region and venture into other unsealed vast territories. Remember, you have but one opportunity. 1 month after your arrival, the gray mist will weaken for a brief period, during which it will be at its thinnest. Gather all the strength of your domain to pass through, for only then will you grasp a fleeting chance at survival. Should you succeed, remember to avenge us. Avenge those of us who met tragic ends on the path of struggle. Upon finishing the letter, Lin You found himself utterly stunned. He stood frozen in place, speechless for an extended period, as a tumultuous wave of emotions engulfed him. This region he inhabited was, in fact, a lord's breeding ground? All lords who ascended to the 6th tier would be devoured, transformed into fodder for others' ascension? This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him reeling in disbelief. No wonder those who reached the 6th tier vanished so abruptly. It was all part of this grim reality. He finally comprehended the truth. The 10 million souls within this region were merely a herd of livestock awaiting slaughter. This was utterly shocking. Lin You had not anticipated that his inadvertent actions would unearth such a monumental secret. According to the letter, the gray mist would weaken a month after the arrival of a lord. This meant he had just over half a month to attain the strength necessary to traverse the mist. Otherwise, he would face certain death. There were no alternative paths to consider. Yet, a pressing dilemma loomed. As previously mentioned by Luo, entering the gray mist at the 5th tier would lead to instant death. Even when weakened, passing through would not be so simple. Furthermore, his domain remained in this vicinity. Even if he succeeded in crossing the gray mist, his domain would still be left behind. Should his territory be destroyed, he would inevitably meet the same fate. Was there no other way? Lin Yu's gaze shifted to another object within the box, an orb of gray. He surmised that the author of the letter, capable of devising such intricate plans, must have contemplated these contingencies. Otherwise, what value would there be in sharing such extensive information? In a state of curiosity, he promptly grasped the gray orb, and an influx of information appeared before his eyes. Name: Migration Pearl. Function: temporarily stores the core of the domain for relocation purposes and conceals level aura. Can be crafted in a magic tower. Duration: 5 days. Usage requirements: mana, domain level X10, 000, domain core X1. Indeed, the writer of the letter had meticulously considered the affairs of the domain. Moreover, this migration pearl possessed an extraordinary function. It could obscure level aura. Thus, Lin You could elevate his domain to the 6th tier before utilizing the pearl. Once the core of the domain was absorbed, his level aura would be concealed, making it difficult for others to detect him. After all, who would pay attention to a single ant among a multitude? This was, undeniably, his only opportunity to escape this region. With 6th tier strength, his chances of traversing the mist would undoubtedly increase significantly. In an intangible manner, he had resolved a monumental challenge. The writer of the letter was indeed an extraordinary individual. One could not help but admire the ingenuity it took to leave behind soldiers even in the face of death. Regrettably, such a remarkable talent ultimately met with such a tragic fate. Surely, considerable effort was expended in crafting this migration pearl. It was ironic that it ultimately facilitated his own escape. If given the opportunity, Lin You vowed to avenge this deep-seated grievance. He would not easily forgive those who treated them as mere livestock. With these thoughts in mind, Lin You instinctively took a step back and surveyed his surroundings. Although most of the structures around him had decayed, it was still apparent that this place had once been the domain of that individual. This also explained why there had been no alerts regarding the extermination of a monster gathering. It was not a monster gathering at all. One could only wonder how many others, akin to them, had descended into this world after the destruction of this domain, only to be slaughtered like lambs in successive waves. Rest in peace, I shall avenge you. Lin You murmured softly, bowing deeply to the ruins, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. As if in response to his words, the chest before him finally succumbed to gravity, disintegrating into a pile of rubble, fulfilling its purpose. Lin You gazed around for a moment before addressing the remaining 19 plants. Let us return. With that, he turned and made his way toward the cave's exit, hastily heading in the direction of freedom. The journey was smooth, devoid of further encounters with monsters. Upon emerging from the cave, he found that all the surrounding people had long since fled, likely frightened away by the earlier commotion. Nonetheless, this was advantageous, as it prevented anyone from discovering his successful emergence from the cave. After orienting himself, Lin You set off directly toward his domain, while the sky gradually darkened. Chapter 45, Transformation. In the blink of an eye, a night has passed. It has been 2 days since the last distribution of leaderboard rewards, and today marks the 3rd day. According to prior experience, the rewards are typically dispensed in the evening, so Lin You is not particularly anxious. Rising from his bed, he opens the leaderboard for a glance. First place, In Tinga, 5th tier, Demon. Second place, Lin You, 5th tier, Plant. Third place, by Haidang, 5th tier, Angel. Fourth place, Dongfang Hao, 5th tier, Humanoid. Fifth place, Yanwu, 5th tier, Elemental. Apart from the 4th position, the top 5 are familiar faces, which does not surprise Lin You in the slightest. This is because the Vanguard has largely filled its ranks with 5th tier units, establishing a relatively fixed combat strength, making significant improvements unlikely unless they acquire more formidable units or elevate their existing ones to 6th tier. However, reaching the 6th tier is no simple feat. One must vanquish a total of 250 5th tier monsters without succumbing to defeat along the way. Even for Lingxi, who was the first to advance to the 5th tier, her experience, bolstered by the knowledge ancient tree and the accumulation of monster kills over the past few days, barely amounts to just over 150 points. Name, Wood Spirit Lingxi, Royal. Race, Plant. Level, 5th tier, 153, 250. Strength, 170. Constitution, 170. Aggressiveness, 205. Mentality, 228. Skills, Nature Control, Intermediate. Aura of Affinity, Thorny Growth. Description, the royal lineage among plants, possessing the ability to command other plant-type units, proficient in natural magic. At this moment, Lingxi has significantly enhanced her attributes due to the numerous monsters she has slain. Nevertheless, to ascend to the 6th tier, she must still eliminate at least 100 more 5th tier monsters. Even if she remains within the territory to benefit from the knowledge ancient tree's hourly experience increment of 1 point, it would take her 4 to 5 days to level up. This is even more pronounced for other units with lower experience levels. Fortunately, Lin You still has half a month at his disposal. Such a substantial duration is more than adequate for him to elevate all his units to the 6th tier, provided he refrains from advancing to that level himself, thus evading detection by others. When the final day's gray mist dissipates, he can swiftly enact his escape plan. At present, his most pressing task is to gather resources and accumulate magical energy. The consumption for utilizing the migration pearl is contingent upon the territory's level. A 6th tier territory requires a staggering 60,000 units of magical energy, in addition to the resources necessary for the upgrade, illustrating the immense expenditure involved. Yet, it is hardly surprising. After all, a 6th tier territory is considerably vast, and relocating it naturally demands substantial resources. Clearly, preparation must commence in advance. Lin You mutters to himself, casting a glance at the bustling regional channel, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, these individuals are destined to remain lost in this realm. Even if he wished to assist, he is powerless to do so, as he cannot even guarantee his own survival. A full 10 million souls. The thought of so many people potentially perishing here sends tremors through Lin Yu's heart. Although he understands that this 10 million is but a drop in the ocean within the myriad realms, it still leaves him unsettled for an extended period. Perhaps this is the fate of the weak. Truly mastering one's destiny requires formidable strength. One day, I too shall stand above this world, unshackled by anyone's commands. Lin Yu's expression darkens. Following these experiences, his heart has begun to undergo a gradual transformation, no longer resembling the naivety he possessed upon arriving in this world. To seize control over his own life and death, preparation is undeniably essential. After depositing the copper ore collected yesterday into the territory's warehouse, Lin You departed with half of his units, heading towards the rocky mine. Seizing the opportunity to gather copper ore before others uncover the mine's secret, he set forth. This endeavor consumed the entirety of the day. Due to the considerable distance and the respawning monsters within the mine, each trip required a lengthy duration. However, after merely 2 round trips, darkness began to envelop the sky, compelling Lin You to cease his collection and hastily return to the territory. Upon storing the newly collected ores in the warehouse, Lin You settled down in an open area to kindle a fire and prepare a meal, all while keeping a watchful eye on the regional channel's developments. The time for the reward distribution was fast approaching, and the regional channel buzzed with even more activity than during the day. Everyone was speculating on the recipients of the rewards or pondering the rankings of particular prominent figures. Lin You found himself amidst their discussions. In response, Lin You merely smiled, unperturbed. He harbors unwavering confidence in his own strength. 2 5th-tier royal bloodline plants, coupled with 10 newly recruited rare units, the wood spirit dragons, along with the remaining powerful units, each possessing 3 skills. Surpassing such a lavish assembly is no simple task. As expected, when the time arrived, a notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations! You have secured 2nd place on the regional leaderboard, receiving 5,000 points of magical energy and 2 5th-tier territory essences. Once again, he remained in 2nd place. Lin You is now almost certain that the individual in 1st place has 6th-tier units by their side. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to maintain their lead consistently. He has first-hand experience with the terror of 6th-tier monsters, having nearly faced annihilation at their hands. Naturally, a 6th-tier unit would not be significantly weaker. Just one could rival 10 or even 25th-tier units, rendering any comparison futile. However, Lin You is unbothered. After all, he currently lacks for territory essences and is primarily interested in the magical energy reward. The magical energy awarded to the top 3 is the same, making little difference to him. With this leaderboard reward, his magical energy finally surpassed 10,000, bringing him one step closer to 60,000. After a light meal and a brief observation of the chat channel, he rose and returned to his wooden cabin, concluding this busy day. 5 days have swiftly passed. Through diligent effort and repeated journeys, Lin You has successfully gathered the resources necessary for upgrading to the 6th tier, all safely stored in the territory's warehouse. Today marks the 20th day since his arrival in this world, meaning he now has merely 10 days remaining. However, the good news is that early this morning, he received word of Lingxi's advancement. Congratulations! The wood spirit Lingxi has reached maximum experience and successfully advanced to the 6th tier. Upon hearing this prompt, Lin You sprang from his seat and rushed down from his wooden cabin, heading toward the territory below. Indeed, Lingxi was enveloped in a radiant glow, her form rapidly expanding. In a short while, she transformed into a slightly larger sprite, her crown adorned with a verdant gem and a staff in her hand, similarly embellished. Even the butterflies flitting nearby multiplied to 4, exuding an enchanting vitality. Lin You hurried forward, and Lingxi's elevated attributes immediately came into his view. Chapter 46, The Escape Plan. Name, Wood Spirit Lingxi, Royal. Race, Plant. Level, 6th, 0, 500. Strength, 360. Constitution, 360. Agility, 400. Mentality, 425. Skills, Nature Control, Intermediate. Affinity Aura, Thorny Vines. Description, the royalty among plants, possessing the ability to command other botanical warriors, proficient in natural magic. With Lingxi ascending to the 6th level, her attributes surged dramatically, even surpassing the previously encountered Earthsplit Sovereign. With her current prowess, should she encounter the Earthsplit Sovereign again, she would undoubtedly be capable of effortlessly vanquishing him. This exemplifies the monumental disparity that levels confer. Particularly in the later stages, the gap between levels widens significantly, often exponentially. Unlike the lower tiers where sheer numbers could secure victory. At the very moment Lingxi successfully ascended to the 6th level, a voice echoed suddenly in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations. Regional ranking elevated, current rank, 1st. First, Lin Yu was taken aback, quickly opening the regional leaderboard to confirm, and indeed, his name was at the very top. 1st place, Lin Yu, 5th level, plant type. 2nd place, In Tiange, 5th level, demon type. 3rd place, Bai Haidang, 5th level, angel type. 4th place, Dongfang Hao, 5th level, humanoid type. 5th place, Yanwu, 5th level, elemental type. To his astonishment, after Lingxi's elevation to the 6th level, his overall combat strength had surpassed that of In Tiange, securing the top position on the leaderboard. This confirmed his previous speculation. Clearly, In Tiange had a 6th level warrior in his ranks. As Lin Yu scrutinized the leaderboard, other lords also took note of the ranking changes. Look, Lin Yu has surged to 1st place. What? He's 1st? Unbelievable. In Tiange has truly been surpassed. The undefeated legend of In Tiange has come to an end. What on earth did he do to suddenly rise to the top? Indeed, Lin You has trampled both the angel and demon factions beneath his feet. It is utterly satisfying. He is truly the unparalleled leader of the plant type. Within mere minutes, news of Lin Yu's ascension to first place reverberated throughout the regional channel, igniting a wave of astonishment among the lords. They exhaled in disbelief, realizing that someone had managed to dethrone Tiange and that it was a warrior from a faction outside the major powers. This marked the first instance of anyone other than Tiange reaching the pinnacle of the leaderboard. One can only imagine the shock within their hearts. At the edge of the region, near a subterranean cave by the molten lava, a strikingly handsome youth stood within a blood-soaked hall, gazing at the leaderboard before him. It seems a 6th-level warrior must be consulted, he mused, a hint of seriousness flickering in his eyes. Beside him stood a massive demon, unmistakably a 6th-level warrior. The Darkwing Demon. With such a demon at his side, the youth's identity became evident. He was none other than Tiange, the demon lord who had long occupied the top position on the leaderboard. Originally, Tiange regarded no one with any respect. However, he was taken aback to find that his long-cherished ranking had been surpassed, and by a lord of the plant type no less. While the demon type may not rival the plant type in terms of vitality, in terms of destructive power, the demon type undoubtedly stands as the most formidable among all factions, unmatched by any, not even the angel type. Yet, despite such overwhelming strength, he had still been surpassed. One could only fathom the extraordinary capabilities of this plant type. Tiange pondered for a moment before closing the leaderboard, opening the private message interface, and sending a message to an ID named by Haidang. Haidang, what are your thoughts on Lin You? Should we invite him to join our plan? After a brief interval, a response promptly arrived. Whatever, as long as it doesn't interfere with the plan. And please, don't call me Haidang. We aren't familiar. Very well. I'll reach out to him shortly. Tiange appeared unfazed by the cold tone of the reply, accustomed to it. After contemplating for a while, he clicked on Lin Yu's name on the leaderboard and sent him a message. Far away, Lin Yu soon received this message. Upon opening the interface and seeing the sender's name, he was momentarily taken aback. Tiange? Why would he send me a message? Lin Yu felt a wave of confusion. It seemed he had never interacted with this individual. Could it be that he was angry about losing the first place and was sending a threatening message? Intrigued, he opened the message. The next moment, he was struck dumb by its content. The path to the original continent has been sealed. Are you interested in breaking through the blockade together to escape from here? A simple sentence, yet it caused Lin Yu's pupils to constrict sharply. This Tiange was aware of the regional blockade as well. Could it be that others, aside from him, were privy to this secret? In shock, he quickly typed a reply. You know about the regional blockade? On the other end, upon reading Lin Yu's message, Tiange was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. But soon, he broke into a smile. It seems that someone capable of surpassing him to claim the first position is indeed no ordinary person. Even such a hidden matter is known to you. However, this is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of extensive explanations. I shall reply. Since you are aware of this matter, I shall not elaborate. Currently, it is just the three of us, you, me, and by Haidang. Would you be interested in traversing the mist together? It would be beneficial to have someone to rely on. By Haidang is also involved? That could work, but do you know how to pass through the mist? Lin Yu inquired. Are you referring to the migration pearl? Do you possess one? I do not, but by Haidang does. She obtained the blueprints from the magic tower, and we are currently gathering resources to craft it. You know about the migration pearl? Tiange seemed somewhat surprised. Lin Yu smiled in response. Not only do I know, but I currently possess one. However, since you are capable of crafting the migration pearl, could you possibly make an additional one for me? I wish to bring another friend along. Who? Yin Wu. Certainly. However, you will need to provide your own materials, and I will send you the materials list shortly. Very well. At this point, the conversation came to an abrupt halt. Neither of the two spoke another word. Staring at the lingering message, Tiange was filled with astonishment. In his original estimation, Lin Yu should have only been aware of the area being sealed off, without knowledge of the means to escape. This would have allowed him to seize the initiative. However, he was taken aback to discover that Lin Yu not only knew the way to leave, but also possessed the most crucial item, the migration pearl. This revelation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Relaying this information to Bai Haidang also evoked a similar surprise in her. As for the matter of creating an additional migration pearl, she readily agreed, as an extra ally meant an increase in strength, especially when that ally was one of the top 5 on the leaderboard. What remained was merely the collection of resources, followed by the execution of their escape plan. Chapter 47. The Invaders on the Other Side. After finalizing the plan, Lin Yu promptly closed the private chat and opened Yin Wu's profile, conveying the details of the area's lockdown in full. The reason for inviting only Yin Wu was based on Lin Yu's careful consideration. He understood that even the 6th-tier individual previously encountered in the mine could not escape from this place. For an ordinary 5th-tier lord, traversing through the gray mist was nearly impossible. Attempting to force their way through would only lead to demise. Among those he knew, only Yin Wu had the potential to ascend to the 6th tier in such a short time, and gather the requisite 60,000 magic energy. As for the others, Lin You did not consider himself a saint. He would not risk his own safety for the sake of rescuing others, nor would he bring any burdens along. He could barely safeguard his own life, let alone tend to others. Moreover, escorting others through the gray mist could prove detrimental, possibly endangering them further. It was better to remain within the confines of the area, where survival was more likely. Soon after, Yin Wu responded. He was utterly astonished by the news of the area's closure, even struggling to believe it. Nonetheless, he had no doubts regarding the authenticity of the information, having previously noticed some telltale signs. Once he composed himself, he immediately replied to Lin You, affirming his willingness to join the plan and stating that he would gather his own resources. After exchanging a few more words of gratitude and discussing details, he abruptly ended the conversation and set off to collect resources. As for Lin You, he departed from his territory with the plants, hunting magical creatures of 5th tier and above to amass magic energy, while simultaneously leveling up the plants. With the addition of the 6th tier Lingxi, his efficiency in defeating 5th tier magical beasts surged significantly. A mere touch would result in their demise, and a pair would fall with a double strike. The magic energy and experience for the plants surged remarkably. By midday, one of the small mushrooms finally reached its maximum experience, heralding a long-awaited notification. Congratulations! The explosive mushroom has reached maximum experience and successfully ascended to the 6th tier. A burst of light enveloped the small mushroom, causing it to grow larger, with its cap splitting into two, surrounded by numerous red mushrooms. Each of those mushrooms bore spore-like, spiked spheres. Name: Twinborn mushroom. Species: plant. Level: 6th tier, 0500. Strength: 100. Vitality: 322. Agility: 322. Mentality: 405. Skills: Devour, explosive mushroom. Dual fission: the explosion effect will trigger twice. Description: the advanced form of the explosive mushroom. Its fission ability is further enhanced, capable of triggering violent chain explosions. While the overall attributes of the 6th tier twinborn mushroom may not surpass those of Lingxi, its mental attributes were exceptionally high, nearly rivaling Lingxi's. Lin You recalled that this attribute influenced the effectiveness of its skills, particularly the mushroom's explosive capacity. Furthermore, after its evolution, the twinborn mushroom's explosive ability had been significantly augmented, transforming the fission skill into dual fission, with increased power and broader range. Given this enhancement, few would be able to withstand the terrifying explosions of the twinborn mushroom. With this small mushroom guarding his territory, he could finally explore further afield with peace of mind. With this thought in mind, Lin You ceased his search for magical creatures and made his way back towards his territory with the plants. Meanwhile, outside Lin Yu's territory, two figures accompanied by a large contingent of troops suddenly appeared. Look, there's a territory over there. Oh, indeed, I never expected to find a territory in such a place. Having just emerged from the woods, the two quickly discovered Lin Yu's territory, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. However, it was not long before a glimmer of greed and a hint of malice appeared on their faces. Let us head over and take a look. If the Lord is not present, we can simply destroy the territory and seize his resources. Let us agree to split the resources in half. Exchanging a glance, the two began to approach Lin Yu's territory, accompanied by a mechanical iron golem and a humanoid bull-headed axe soldier, both formidable 5th-tier troops. They boasted a combined strength of over 30. Such power would likely overwhelm an ordinary 5th-tier lord. It was no wonder they felt so brazen, directly targeting Lin Yu's territory with the intention of wreaking havoc in his absence to plunder resources. After a moment of probing, the two confirmed that there was no one within the territory, their excitement growing. Excellent. There's no one inside. Let us hurry in and destroy the core of his territory, exclaimed the lean youth, his face alight with joy. But what about those vines? The other glanced at the massive vines breaking through the earth, hesitating. I have a feeling these plants are peculiar. Just a bunch of larger plants. What could be so peculiar about them? If we don't hurry, the Lord will be back, urged the lean youth. Disregarding his companion's concerns, he commanded his mechanical iron golem to pass through the enormous vines and venture into the vine forest. He had already spotted the location of the territory's wall, not far from them. As long as they crossed the wall and destroyed the core of the territory, the resources within would be theirs for the taking. Seeing his companion intent on hoarding the resources, the other grew anxious. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and ordered his bull-headed axe soldier to follow suit. The two stood outside, directing their troops' actions with practiced ease, suggesting this was not their first foray into such thievery. Little did they realize, as their forces delved deeper, a sudden wave of pale pink mist enveloped the vine-laden forest, rapidly obscuring their vision. This is bad. An ambush. Fall back. Realizing the peril, the two men were struck with alarm, hastily commanding their troops to retreat while desperately attempting to evade the toxic fog's reach. However, in the next moment, massive vines erupted behind them, rising like a tempest and completely severing their escape route amidst a cacophony of dust and debris. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Retreat at once. At that moment, The two men could think of nothing else, maneuvering around the vines and racing with reckless abandon towards the forest's edge. Yet, before they could make significant progress, countless slender tendrils, creeping along the ground, encircled them from all directions. Their forces were ensnared one by one, dragged into the noxious mist. Accompanied by horrific wails and the sounds of mechanical destruction, they were utterly powerless to resist. The two men's faces turned ashen, unable to comprehend the existence of such a terrifying domain. In mere moments, they had suffered devastating losses among their ranks. Fearing for their lives, they fled madly towards the outside, struggling to fend off the encroaching tendrils. Yet, to their dismay, upon severing the vines, they grew back swiftly, ensnaring their remaining troops and dragging them into the toxic haze, disappearing without a trace. "We're almost there," exclaimed the gaunt youth, his heart racing at the sight of an approaching light. But in the next instant, a shriek pierced the air behind him. Turning around, he was horrified to see his companion ensnared by several vines, collapsing to the ground. "No, help me. Please save me. I don't want to die," the man screamed, thrashing desperately as the earth bore the marks of his struggle. Yet, the vines multiplied, binding him tightly, and abruptly dragged him into the mist, leaving behind only a haunting cry. Chapter 48, Pursuit. The harrowing scene left the gaunt youth pale with terror. With only 4 mechanical soldiers remaining, he fled for his life, finally managing to escape the vine-laden forest. Not daring to look back, he stumbled into the nearby woods, cursing his parents for not giving him more legs to run. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with fear, the image of his comrade being consumed by the toxic fog replaying in his mind, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. If he hadn't run swiftly, and if his mechanical troops hadn't been immune to the mist's effects, he too would have met a similar fate within that forest. He could not fathom how such a formidable territory existed, one so powerful it defied his imagination. Most troubling of all, he had never heard of it before. Even if he were given 100 more lives, he would not dare approach that place again. Yet, simultaneously, he felt an insatiable resentment at having lost so many troops. These were 5th-tier soldiers he had painstakingly summoned with his magical energy, and losing such a significant portion was a catastrophic blow. If I cannot deal with you, surely others can. Just wait. I will ensure everyone knows the location of your territory." The youth snorted, his fear dissipating, replaced by a darkening expression. However, he knew that survival was paramount. With his remaining troops, staying outside was far too perilous. Thus, he quickened his pace, hastening back to his own domain. Unbeknownst to him, a figure soared above, closely tracking his movements. This was the wood demon dragon from Lin Yu's territory. In fact, Lin Yu had received an alert about the intrusion long before. Confident in his territory's defensive capabilities, he had dispatched the wood demon dragon to follow the fleeing enemy as soon as he sensed the presence of an intruder. Meanwhile, he quickly returned to his domain, only to behold a pile of corpses within the vine forest. Do they think they can invade my territory and escape unscathed? It was evident that the intruders sought to destroy his land and seize its resources while he was absent. Such threats to his very existence would never be tolerated by Lin Yu. Moreover, the fact that this individual had learned of his territory's location made it all the more imperative to eliminate him, lest he pose further risks. "Let us pursue." With a command, Lin Yu led his 25 remaining troops in hot pursuit. With the wood demon dragon scouting ahead, there was no worry of losing the trail. Venturing deeper into the forest, guided by the mental link from the wood demon dragon, they arrived at the entrance of an underground cave within an hour. Lin Yu was taken aback. He had not expected the enemy's territory to be concealed in such a secretive location. No wonder he had failed to discover it despite several explorations of the area. Without hesitation, he beckoned his plant troops and entered the cave. Meanwhile, Wang Liang, having just returned, was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Upon entering his fortress, he collapsed into a chair, a mixture of relief and resentment washing over him. After regaining his composure, he immediately opened the regional channel, intending to publicly disclose Lin Yu's territory location to vent his frustration. However, just then, a deafening explosion reverberated outside, shaking the very ground beneath him. "What is happening? What is going on?" Wang Liang exclaimed, springing to his feet and rushing outside the fortress. His eyes widened as he beheld a gaping breach in the territory's wall, surrounded by a swarm of plants. Upon spotting Lin Yu standing amidst the flora, a jolt of fear coursed through him. "Who are you? Why are you attacking my territory?" His hidden domain, so carefully concealed, had been discovered. A sense of dread washed over him. Did you forget so soon that you just attacked my territory?" Lin Yu replied coldly. At this, Wang Liang's pupils dilated in shock. "It's you. How did you find out my territory was here?" Panic surged within him. He had never anticipated that the owner of that territory would arrive so swiftly. Recalling the terrifying scene from before, his legs felt weak, nearly collapsing beneath him. Yet, he quickly regained his wits, shouting to the mechanical soldiers stationed within his domain, "Quick! Stop him! Don't let him in!" As he yelled, he dashed back into the fortress. As the numerous mechanical iron men within his domain surged forth, they advanced through the breach in the wall, encircling Lin Yu. Yet, before they could traverse but a few paces, A plethora of mushrooms plummeted at their feet. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of deafening explosions reverberated through the cavern, causing it to tremble violently, fissures appearing across the ground. The mechanical iron men were utterly annihilated, reduced to mere fragments, unable to withstand the explosive onslaught of the 6th-tier twin fungi. Upon hearing the ominous notification of troop casualties echo in his mind, Wang Liang, who had been desperately guarding the core of his territory, trembled uncontrollably, his visage marred with terror. In quick succession, Lin You, accompanied by his botanical legion, approached the Lord's fortress, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon Wang Liang and the massive mechanical gear looming behind him, the very essence of the mechanical territory. No, you cannot kill me. This is a crime. Wang Liang stammered, retreating in panic, his words tumbling out incoherently. He had long forgotten his earlier intentions to eliminate Lin You. Lin You, devoid of any compassion for one who sought to harm him, signaled to the twin fungi beside him, and several crimson mushrooms were hurled into the fray. Boom. The entire fortress quaked violently, obliterated in an instant. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by Wang Liang's anguished screams, swept through the cavern, traveling hundreds of meters beyond. Simultaneously, a notification resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Kill the 5th-tier lord, gain 89 magic energy, 250 wood, 340 stone, and 1 essence of the 5th-tier lord. With the destruction of the lord's core and the demise of the lord himself, the surrounding mechanical walls and structures crumbled, transforming into a wasteland of ruins. Lin Yu surveyed the resources amassed, and could not help but express a mild lament. It was no wonder that this fellow had not recruited new troops earlier. He possessed but a meager amount of magic energy. Shaking his head in resignation, he chose not to linger, departing the cavern with his plant companions. The commotion they had caused had undoubtedly echoed far and wide. To avoid any unwelcome complications, it was prudent to leave this place swiftly, lest they be seen by others. Before long, Lin Yu returned to his territory as dusk descended. Today's excursion had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had the explosive mushrooms successfully ascended to the 6th tier, but his magic energy had also amassed to over 30,000. With only 9 days remaining until the month's end, he needed to gather an additional 60,000 magic energy within this time frame. The thought of this urgency stirred a sense of pressure within him. Chapter 49, The Ogre Tribe. Congratulations. The pink demoness has reached maximum experience and successfully advanced to the 6th tier. Congratulations. The tree spirit warrior has reached maximum experience and successfully advanced to the 6th tier. Early the next morning, Lin Yu was roused from slumber by the sound of 2 notifications. After a night of experience accumulation, 2 of his plants had successfully risen to the 6th tier. Donning the freshly crafted beast-hide coat, he hastily exited the Lord's wooden residence and descended to the base of his territory, where he discovered that both plants had completed their evolution, transforming into entirely new forms. Name, Blood Demoness. Race, Plant. Level, 6th tier, 0500. Strength, 380. Vitality, 385. Agility, 295. Mentality, 334. Skills, Guardian of Flora, Venomous Vine Whip, Bloody Toxic Mist. Description, the advanced form of the pink demoness. The vine whips possess the ability to drain blood and can release a bloody toxic mist that seeps into enemies, making it a highly lethal plant. Name, Tree Spirit Commander. Race, Plant. Level, 6th tier, 0500. Strength, 390. Vitality, 390. Agility, 325. Mentality, 325. Skills, Guardian of Flora, Barbaric Charge, sweeping through the armies. Description, the advanced form of the tree spirit warrior, with enhanced wooden armor, significantly increased strength and defense, and rapid attacks. Serving as the fiercest vanguard of the tree spirit race. The 6th tier blood demoness bore numerous dark red barbs along its vines, swirling ominously in the air, creating a terrifying spectacle. Even the flower atop its head had transformed from pink to a vibrant, blood-red hue, a clear indication of its formidable nature. As for the tree spirit commander, its size had considerably increased, its exterior adorned with hardened wood, providing complete protection. Particularly noteworthy were its arms, thicker than pillars, capable of whipping up a tempest that could obliterate foes into mere fragments. It was perfectly suited for charging into battle. The nearby wood spirits, witnessing this transformation, flitted about, playfully darting to the treetop canopy above, seemingly celebrating its successful advancement. They soon circled Lin Yu, fluttering around him in joyful exuberance. Fear not, you need not envy. In due time, your turn for advancement shall come, Lin Yu chuckled, inspecting their information. Their experience was generally above 200, suggesting they would ascend to the 6th tier within 2 to 3 days. The 2 recently advanced plants had been with him for a considerable time, having slain numerous 5th tier magical beasts and shielding him from various attacks, thus hastening their progress. In contrast, the wood spirits, engaged in both offense and healing, naturally acquired experience at a slower pace. After reviewing their attributes, Lin Yu proceeded to the Tower of Troops to assess his progress. After several days of research, He had successfully studied nearly all troop types to the second tier, rendering them available for recruitment. Following the arrangement of a new research task, he made his way to the territory's warehouse to examine the resource information. Thanks to the material collection over the past few days, he had upgraded the territory warehouse to the 4th tier, greatly expanding its capacity, allowing him to store tens of thousands of units of mineral resources without issue. Upon opening the territory warehouse, rows of resource data appeared before him. Magic energy, 37, 245. Stone, 6, 528. Iron ore, 960. Copper ore, 780. 4th tier territory essence, 1. 5th tier territory essence, 15. In addition to these resources, there were numerous miscellaneous items, including clothing made from beast hide, various tools essential for daily life, and sundry necessities. Moreover, due to his sustained position at the top of the leaderboard, he had accumulated a substantial amount of 5th tier territory essence. Though uncertain of any further uses, he hesitated to discard the surplus. As for the magic energy, it had naturally been accrued through his hunting of magical beasts, leaderboard rewards, and the accumulation from the Fire Lotus. With just over 20,000 points remaining, it was evident that he needed to exert more effort, utilizing the transference pearl. Alongside the substantial magical energy required for upgrading territories, posed a significant challenge for Lin You. Gathering enough resources within these few days would be impossible solely through the Flaming Lotus and leaderboard rewards. He would have to continue hunting magical beasts. Naturally, discovering a gathering place of 5th tier magical creatures would be ideal. With this thought in mind, Lin You casually opened the regional channel to investigate. After a brief search, he indeed found news of a magical beast gathering. Hurry, brothers. I have discovered a 5th tier magical beast gathering in the Scorched Wasteland, filled with numerous 5th tier creatures. And I cannot handle this alone. What? A 5th tier magical beast gathering? Where is it? I'm heading there right now. The 3rd tier gathering previously yielded a 3rd tier token. This 5th tier one should reward a 5th tier token, right? Good heavens. A 5th tier token? Where is it? I want in. Count me in. Upon hearing of the 5th tier troop token reward, the lords grew frantic, eagerly inquiring about the precise location of the magical beast gathering. Soon, they pinpointed the location to a valley in the southern part of the Scorched Wasteland. Given the accumulation of strength over the past few days, many lords had become considerably more formidable, no longer hesitant to enter even a 5th tier mine. In just a few exchanges, numerous 5th tier lords surged toward the valley, even calling upon friends to join forces in an attempt to conquer this magical beast gathering. As for who would ultimately claim the troop token, that would depend on their individual prowess. Initially, Lin You doubted the number of competitors might deter him from going. However, upon reading that the valley was vast, housing at least hundreds of 5th tier magical beasts, he felt a surge of temptation. This was a far greater quantity than the beasts within the previous copper mine, and the opportunity to obtain a troop token presented itself. Definitely a lucrative chance to amass significant magical energy. Without further ado, Lin You confirmed the location and promptly set off with Ling Shi, 2 freshly promoted 6th tier troops, and an additional 25th tier troops, leaving his territory in a grand procession. 2 hours later, Lin You and his botanical companions finally arrived at the entrance of a valley. Indeed, as the news had indicated, the valley was immense, with the entrance spanning several hundred meters. Outside the valley, many lords had already gathered, probing for information about the interior. Lin You gazed deep into the valley, observing it filled with various barriers and caves, alongside makeshift tents crafted from tattered cloth. Numerous towering ogres roamed near the campfires, seemingly roasting the carcasses of some unfortunate beasts, with a faint metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. This was undoubtedly a colossal ogre tribe. Lin You understood that such semi-intelligent magical creatures must have a leader, likely of 6th tier caliber. The lords arriving in waves appeared to realize this too, clustering at either side of the valley entrance, none daring to venture inside recklessly. As time passed, the crowd outside swelled, heightening their anxiety. The more individuals gathered, the slimmer their chances of claiming the troop token, a scenario they were loath to witness. Chapter 50, the 6th tier leader. We can wait no longer. We must charge in. Finally, someone could no longer contain their impatience and led their troops into the valley. With the first move made, the rest naturally followed suit. In an instant, a dozen lords, accompanied by a throng of troops, surged into the valley, their battle cries echoing in unison. The ogres, previously feasting on meat, quickly noticed their intrusion and roared in anger, summoning their companions. In no time, countless ogres emerged from the caves, crashing violently into the ranks of the lords. Bang! A dull thud resounded as a 5th tier beast troop at the forefront was struck down by the ogre's massive club, reduced to a pulp. Yet the lord's troops did not falter. In a single engagement, several ogres were brought down. The ogres barely had time to struggle before being overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks, meeting a swift demise. Charge! Annihilate these ogres. The troop token is mine, they roared. The lord's shouts, mingled with the ogres' furious howls, reverberated throughout the valley, causing the very ground to tremble. An increasing number of lords and troops joined the fray. While more and more ogres emerged, wielding their clubs and even lunging forward to bite. In mere moments, many troops fell victim to the ogre's onslaught, torn to shreds and devoured. The scent of blood and flesh further incited the ogres, igniting their frenzy as their eyes turned a blood-red hue. Under the relentless assault, the lords began to show signs of decline, struggling to maintain their ground. These ogres are ferocious. We need reinforcements, the lords shouted in desperation. Taken aback by the strength of the ogre's assault, some even began to entertain thoughts of retreat, gradually pulling back. At that moment, a dense mass of vines suddenly surged forth, creeping along the ground from both sides into the ogre tribe, ensnaring the frenzied attackers and severely restricting their movements. A few were even drained of their blood by the vines, collapsing into lifeless husks on the ground. Wow, so powerful. They just wiped out so many ogres in one go. The lords gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes toward the source of the vines, Lin You. They could hardly believe that such formidable fifth-tier ogres could be dispatched so effortlessly. They themselves would have never managed it. They had not anticipated such a hidden expert. Seizing this opportunity, their troops regained the upper hand, as the ogres continued to fall under Lin Yu's vine control, gradually pushing the battle line deeper into the valley. Charge! Let us press the advantage. Kill them all, the lords shouted, leading their troops into the valley, their faces alight with excitement. Simultaneously, more and more lords arrived, joining the battle and tipping the scales dramatically. Lin Yu and his botanical companions remained at the back of the group, launching surprise attacks to continually eliminate the advancing ogres. Kill 5th tier ogre, gain 47 points of magical energy. Kill 5th tier ogre, gain 51 points of magical energy. Kill 5th tier ogre, gain 46 points of magical energy. In this world, the acquisition and distribution of magical energy were straightforward and brutally efficient. Whoever struck down a creature claimed its magical energy. This led to a scenario where all lords desperately vied for kills, striving to amass more magical energy. Naturally, Lin Yu was no exception. With an almost infallible precision, he dispatched his foes, leaving few ogres capable of surviving his botanical onslaught. In merely half an hour, he amassed over 3,000 points of magical energy. A remarkable pace indeed. Gradually, the entire expedition advanced deeper into the valley, arriving at a colossal cavern. Before they could even settle, a furious roar erupted from within, causing the very air of the valley to tremble violently. A 6th-tier magical beast. It was undoubtedly a 6th-tier creature. Everyone, be cautious. The distinctive aura startled all the lords, prompting them to hastily issue warnings. As anticipated, scarcely had their voices faded when a gigantic figure burst forth from the cave, accompanied by a suffocating stench of blood. From a distance, Lin Yu focused intently, and to his astonishment, he beheld a 5-meter-tall, 2-headed ogre. Name, Ogre Chieftain. Race, humanoid. Level, Tier 6. Strength, 420. Constitution, 420. Agility, 325. Mentality, 400. Skills, Bloodlust Frenzy, Fire Manipulation. Description, the chieftain of the ogre tribe. Having awakened the bloodline of the 2-headed ogre after consuming a vast quantity of blood, and has gained the ability to manipulate flames, with one head possessing formidable intelligence. Such formidable attributes. Upon reviewing the ogre chieftain's information, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. This creature not only boasted immense power, but had also awakened the ability to control flames, rendering it a veritable monstrosity of both physical prowess and magical might. No, to refer to it as a mere boss would be far more appropriate. The other lords, equally unprepared for such a terrifying adversary, gasped in shock and instinctively began to retreat. However, in the next instant, a conflagration suddenly coalesced in the ogre chieftain's grasp, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding radiance. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The lords' expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily fled the reach of the ogre chieftain's impending assault. Yet one lord, unfortunately, lagged behind. Before anyone could react, a colossal fireball traced a crimson arc through the air, hurtling towards that unfortunate lord. Boom! A piercing scream echoed through the valley. In an instant, the lord was engulfed by a pillar of fire, his entire being incinerated to cinders, crashing lifelessly to the ground, taking his troops with him. With a single strike, a 5th-tier lord was slain in an instant. The remaining lords turned pale with terror. Even more alarming was the realization that the ogre chieftain had chosen to target the critical figure of the lord, clearly demonstrating a high degree of intelligence. Roar! The ogre chieftain bellowed, offering no respite for the lords to regroup, as it leaped high, wielding its spiked club, and landed with a thunderous crash that shook the earth. Quickly, block its path. Do not let it charge out. Everyone, remain calm. Our numbers are greater. The lords shouted urgently, issuing commands to their troops. In a heartbeat, hundreds of 5th-tier warriors surrounded the ogre chieftain, launching a furious assault, the sounds of clashing and explosions resonating through the air. Roar! Yet at that moment, the ogre chieftain's eyes blazed a deep crimson, and it began to wildly swing its massive spiked club, sending nearby troops flying. Then, flames gathered in its hands. Erupting at the most densely packed area of soldiers, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated a vast number of them, swiftly thinning the encirclement. A 6th-tier beast, truly fearsome. What astonished the lords even further was that after dispatching the surrounding troops, the ogre chieftain's blood-red gaze locked onto them. With a single glance, the lords were gripped by terror, fleeing in panic, their previous bravado evaporating in an instant. Lin You recognized that it was time for him to take action. He quickly addressed the 3 6th-tier warriors beside him. Lingxi, you assist, and the 2 of you follow suit. As his words fell, the foremost Treant general surged ahead, initiating a barbaric charge towards the encircled ogre chieftain. Chapter 51, Auction, A Bountiful Harvest. The commotion caused by the Treant general immediately captured the attention of all the lords. What is that? A Treant. Such incredible speed. It is charging towards the ogre chieftain. Amidst the astonished cries, the Treant general seemed to transform into a heavy tank, plowing through the encirclement. Just as the ogre began to react, the Treant general was already upon it. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the valley. The ogre's colossal body was instantaneously sent flying by the force of the impact, crashing through a mass of rubble and burying it completely. The spectacle left the lords wide-eyed in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. So powerful. It actually knocked the ogre chieftain away. What incredible strength. Could it truly be a 6th-tier warrior? They could hardly fathom that such a formidable foe could be sent sprawling. Questioning just how much strength it took to accomplish such a feat, could it be true that their speculations were correct, and that the Treant was indeed a 6th-tier warrior? Look, the ogre chieftain is rising again. Suddenly, another gasp echoed through the crowd. Buried under the rubble, the ogre chieftain let out a furious roar, rising once more from the ground, causing the lords to hastily retreat, fearing collateral damage. Yet in the next moment, something even more astonishing transpired. Vines adorned with dark crimson thorns suddenly emerged, ensnaring the ogre chieftain's legs and body, toppling it once more. Immediately thereafter, several wooden spikes erupted, piercing through its abdomen and drawing forth a deluge of blood. Roar! The ogre chieftain struggled desperately, tearing at the vines, while flames coalesced in its hands. But soon, more vines slithered across the ground, binding its arms and thwarting its spellcasting. The thorns embedded deeply into its flesh, ravenously siphoning its blood. Seizing this opportunity, the Treant general swung its massive arms, delivering a resounding blow to the ogre chieftain's 2 heads. The tremendous force of impact rendered the ogre dazed and disoriented. Finally, a gigantic wooden spike pierced through the ogre chieftain's chest. Its struggles ceased, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Silence. The entire valley fell eerily quiet. All present stood with mouths agape, their faces a mask of astonishment as they beheld the scene. The immensely powerful 6th-tier magical beast had perished just like that? Even witnessing it firsthand, they could scarcely believe the reality of what transpired, rendered motionless as if struck by lightning, with mouths wide enough to swallow an entire egg. Only Lin You, as if performing an utterly trivial task, summoned the plants back to his side. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Defeated a 6th-tier ogre chief, earning 115 mana points. Successfully eradicated a 5th-tier monster stronghold, receiving 1 5th-tier territory essence and 1 5th-tier humanoid troop token, ogre. With 3 6th-tier units launching an assault, along with a 10% attribute bonus from Lingxi, vanquishing a 6th-tier monster was hardly a challenge. Moreover, Lin You was pleasantly surprised. After slaying the ogre chief, he indeed acquired a 5th-tier troop token, which was promptly placed into his personal space. Observing the newly added item, he swiftly retrieved it, holding it in his hand for careful inspection. The lords around him trembled, abruptly regaining their focus. Was that a troop token? Indeed, it was a troop token. The lords exclaimed in astonishment, nearly rushing forward to seize the token. However, upon seeing the terrifying plants surrounding Lin You, they instinctively recoiled, not daring to act recklessly. After all, this was a formidable individual capable of easily dispatching 6th-tier monsters. They could barely contend with 6th-tier monsters, let alone these 3 fearsome units. Attempting to confront them would be akin to courting death. Thus, they could only watch longingly as Lin You displayed the troop token. Unbeknownst to them, a smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips. The reason he revealed the token was, of course, intentional. Noticing that everyone was fixated on him, he realized his objective had been achieved. He waved the token in his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Whoever is interested in this troop token may exchange it for mana. The highest bidder wins." Are you serious? Exchanging for mana? The lord's spirits surged as their gazes ignited with fervor. They may have lacked other resources, but having just cleared the monster stronghold, they possessed a considerable amount of mana. Moreover, the prospect of trading mana for a troop token was undeniably a lucrative deal for them. Almost immediately, a lord of humanoid units called out, "Boss, I bid 3,000 mana. 3,000? Do you think that's enough to entice me? I bid 5,000. 5,000 for a troop token? I bid 6,000. I bid 7,000. 7,001. 7,002. In the blink of an eye, the price surged beyond 7,000, continuing to escalate. Lin You had not anticipated that these individuals possessed such an abundance of mana. Clearly, Those who could venture here to eradicate monster strongholds were no ordinary foes. 10,000 mana. Finally, the price was called out by a stout man, pushing it beyond 10,000. The previously lively bidding atmosphere suddenly fell silent, as no one dared to raise their bid further. It was evident that 10,000 mana was their limit, even if this price were presented in the regional channel. Few could afford it, and Lin You had no desire to engage in such a cumbersome process. Therefore, after confirming that no one else wished to bid, he approached the stout man and conducted the transaction directly. In an instant, he acquired an additional 10,000 mana points. The man, upon receiving the troop token, was elated, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one, for your willingness to transfer it. I am in dire need of such a melee unit. There's no need for thanks." Having just acquired such a substantial amount of mana, Lin Yu's spirits were high. He glanced around at the covetous gazes of the crowd and continued. "As a bonus for this transaction, I shall accompany you as you depart. Thank you very much." The man's face lit up with joy. He was acutely aware of the danger posed by holding the troop token, with numerous eyes fixated upon him. If he had Lin You, such a formidable figure, by his side, none would dare to challenge him. For this, he was immensely grateful. After expressing his thanks profusely, he followed Lin You, leaving the gorge under the begrudging stares of the onlookers. Once they were out of sight, the lords could no longer contain their curiosity. Who was that person just now? His strength is astonishing. Those units by his side must surely be 6th tier. 6th tier and plant-based? Could he possibly be the one on the list? Are you referring to Lin You? The lords' expressions shifted, their eyes filled with horror as they involuntarily gazed in the direction Lin You had departed. Meanwhile, Lin You and his companion had already ventured far from the valley. After confirming that no one had followed, the stout man bid farewell to Lin You and hurried back toward his territory. By the way, the transaction information should display the other party's name. Suddenly, a thought struck the man, and he hurriedly opened the transaction record from earlier. However, when he clicked on the information and saw the name displayed, he froze in place. Lin You? The esteemed one ranked first. The man's hands trembled, nearly causing his eyes to pop out. The person he had just traded with was none other than the illustrious figure at the top of the leaderboard. Surely he must be mistaken? In shock, he meticulously checked the name once more, and indeed, it was Lin You without a doubt. At that moment, he could no longer remain composed. He had been so close to the individual at the pinnacle of the rankings. It was almost unbelievable. Surely, few in the entire region had laid eyes on that esteemed figure. No wonder he was so formidable. Now he finally understood. Chapter 52. Let us call you the Mushroom Demon King. When Lin You returned to his territory, it was already afternoon. Along the way, he had intentionally detoured to hunt numerous 5th-tier monsters, only returning after midday. At this moment, he had amassed over 54,000 mana points. Even relying on the Fire Lotus and leaderboard rewards, he could easily collect the required 60,000 in these final days, with surplus to spare. This was largely thanks to the monster stronghold today, which had allowed him to earn over 10,000 mana, far exceeding his expectations. Having rare moments to relax, he refrained from further hunting and instead focused on researching within his territory. Foremost among his pursuits was, of course, his most significant mutation ability. Mutation can consume mana to induce a specified summon unit to mutate into a randomly assigned unit of the same tier, retaining one original skill. It could be said that Lin Yu's current achievements were largely attributable to this ability. Were it not for this power, he would have likely perished during the initial wave of the beast tide. After all, not everyone was as unfortunate as he was. Starting with a random initial unit of a small sapling so close to the beast tide's origin, seizing the opportunity of having time today, he decided to delve deeper into this capability, contemplating the possibility of mutating plants with royal bloodlines. He would start by testing it with a 1st-tier unit. Lin Youxuang sat cross-legged beneath the Tree of Life. After vacating a recruitment slot, he began to harness his magical energy to summon a 1st-tier Spirit of Flora. Summoning a 1st-tier unit requires the expenditure of 1 point of magical energy. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, he affirmed his decision. For Lin Youxuang at this moment, 1 point of magical energy was utterly inconsequential, thus he opted for the recruitment. This 1st-tier Spirit of Flora had only recently been unlocked through his research at the Tower of Units, now rendered into a state suitable for summoning. A flash of luminescence enveloped him as a sphere of light, no larger than a fist, rapidly coalesced before him. Upon inspecting the entity's information, he promptly employed his mutation ability. Mutating a 1st-tier unit requires the expenditure of 1 point of magical energy. Would you like to continue? Yes. As another surge of energy coursed through him, the sphere of light underwent a swift transformation, soon evolving into a different plant. It became a 1st-tier sapling. Name, sapling. Race, plant. Level, 1st tier, 0, 10. Strength, 0, attack power. Constitution, 8, vitality. Agility, 0, speed. Spirit, 8, skill power. Skills, breath of nature, control of nature. Description, the most basic of summon flora, it has inexplicably awakened an offensive capability, allowing for rudimentary manipulation of natural forces. Have you ever encountered a sapling endowed with 2 skills? Lin You had. This sapling not only possessed its own healing ability, but also inherited the offensive spells of the spirit of flora due to the mutation, making it an exceptionally peculiar and extraordinary specimen. However, Lin You was not seated here merely to create a sapling. After a brief moment of inner jest, he continued to apply his mutation ability to the sapling before him. Mutating a first-tier unit requires the expenditure of 1 point of magical energy. Would you like to continue? Yes. With another flash of light, the sapling transformed into a small mushroom, inheriting the skill of nature control. He pressed on with the mutations. Whoosh. The small mushroom reverted back to the original sapling. He persisted. Thus, Lin You remained beneath the tree of life, continuously mutating that first-tier plant, which fluctuated in form and skills. To his astonishment, after expending a full 2 hours and performing over 700 mutations, the first-tier plant remained unchanged, showing no inclination to mutate into something of royal lineage. Was he truly this unfortunate, or had his previous 2 royal lineage plants merely been the result of sheer luck? He refused to believe it and resolved to attempt 300 more times before conceding. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Although 700 to 800 points of magical energy was not significant and would not impact his plans, the considerable amount of time wasted was irksome, leaving him with nearly numb legs. Rising to stretch his limbs and consume some jerky, he promptly resumed his mutations. As the mutations persisted, his movements grew increasingly mechanical, repeating the same actions with an almost robotic precision. Finally, just as he was on the verge of despair after nearly 970 attempts, an unusual radiance suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Mutation successful. Thorny grass has mutated into a royal mushroom, first tier. Upon hearing this notification, Lin You, who had been wearing an expression of numbness, instantly jolted with exhilaration. In a burst of light, a small red mushroom crowned with a regal headpiece materialized before him. Name, Royal Mushroom. Race, Plant. Level, First Tier, 0, 10. Strength, 5. Constitution, 8. Agility, 8. Spirit, 10. Skills, Explosive Spores, Mastery of Detonation, Explosion Power, and Range doubled. Description, what malice could a small mushroom harbor? It merely delights in fireworks. Lin You was overwhelmed with joy, having finally succeeded in mutating a plant with royal lineage after nearly 1,000 attempts. Moreover, it was a first-tier explosive mushroom. Although the attributes of this first-tier mushroom were modest, its skills were immensely powerful. The explosion's power and range were doubled, simply unreasonable. Furthermore, upon awakening its royal lineage, the skills inherited from other plants were supplanted, leaving only the mushroom's exclusive abilities. Lin You could already envision the formidable being this mushroom would become as it matured, likely rivaling a mobile artillery platform, capable of unleashing devastation across vast areas. He was quite satisfied with this small mushroom, relieved that his extensive efforts had not been in vain. Now, his only task was to elevate the mushroom's level. Ideally, it should reach at least the 4th tier, if not the 6th, to ensure its survival in battle, or else he would surely be heartbroken. Following this practical experience, Lin You also gained insight into the nature of the mutation ability. It was evident that while he could not mutate rare units, he could indeed cultivate plants of royal lineage through mutation, albeit with a rather low probability. In any case, he was not inclined to repeat the process anytime soon. It was far too time-consuming and exhausting, especially considering the resulting unit was still only first tier and thus unfit for immediate combat. As for utilizing higher-tier units for mutation, that was out of the question, as he lacked the requisite magical energy. Acquiring a single mushroom was already a significant achievement. He dared not wish for more. Contemplating this, Lin You turned to the small mushroom before him and declared, "Since you are the royal mushroom, I shall henceforth call you Mushroom King. What say you?" The small mushroom responded with a perplexed expression. Chapter 53, The Eve of Departure. The night swiftly passed. With the experience boost from the ancient knowledge tree, the Mushroom King finally ascended to the 2nd tier by morning, transforming into a 2nd-tier explosive mushroom. Name, Explosive Mushroom King Royal. Race, Plant. Level, 2nd tier, 0, 25. Strength, 10. Constitution, 18. Agility, 18. Spirit, 22. Skills, Explosive Spores, Mastery of Detonation. Description, the King of Mushrooms, with greatly enhanced explosive capabilities. Do not be deceived by this little fellow's 2nd-tier status. When Lin You descended from the Lord's cabin in the morning, he discovered it mingling with other plants, basking in the sun surrounded by several 6th-tier twin spore mushrooms, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a mushroom overlord. The sight left Lin You both amused and bewildered. Indeed, the mushroom royalty truly lives up to its noble status, possessing a remarkable identity. The ascension of the Mushroom King to the 2nd tier reveals its distinct nature, setting it apart from the ordinary explosive mushrooms, as it can now traverse above ground. This development alleviates Lin Yu's efforts considerably, allowing him to take it directly outside to gain experience without relying on the ancient tree of knowledge's sluggish accumulation of experience points. Thus, after attending to matters within his territory, Lin You departed with his plant legion and the Mushroom King. As they journeyed along the path, Lin You casually opened the leaderboard, noting that aside from himself and Yin Tiange, who maintained the first and second positions, Bai Haidang and Yin Wu had both fallen out of the top 10. Even within the top 10, there had been significant changes, with a fresh batch of newcomers. It seemed that both individuals had been preoccupied with resource gathering, neglecting their rankings, as accumulating over 60,000 magic energy was no trivial task. Of course, this was only a temporary scenario. Given their capabilities, it was only a matter of time before they would catch up again. The reason Lin You and Yin Tiange retained their standings was primarily due to their possession of 6th tier units, a factor substantial enough to overshadow most competitors. After reviewing the leaderboard, Lin You proceeded to open the regional channel. After observing for a while without encountering any useful information, he promptly closed the interface. Before long, he and his plants arrived in the forest, exploring its depths. Fortune smiled upon them as they encountered 2 third-tier rotting hounds within mere minutes. Quickly, block their path. Don't let them escape. Upon spotting the rotting hounds, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement, prompting him to command the pink fairies to unleash their vines, encircling the creatures. The 2 rotting hounds, evidently lacking in intelligence, charged at the sight of Lin Yu, a living being, with furious howls. However, they barely made it a few strides before being ensnared by the vines. Subsequently, at Lin Yu's behest, the Mushroom King detached from the group and hurled a multitude of red mushrooms at the rotting hounds. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions shook the surrounding trees, causing the hounds to wail in agony. The force and blast radius were nearly equivalent to that of third-tier entities. Yet, the Mushroom King appeared unsatisfied and, with a playful bounce, plucked several newly sprouted mushrooms from its body and tossed them into the epicenter of the explosions. Another series of detonations ensued, finally silencing the rotting hound's cries. Kill third-tier rotting hound. Gain 10 magic energy. Kill third-tier rotting hound. Gain 9 magic energy. To his astonishment, Lin Yu had effortlessly dispatched 2 third-tier magical creatures. The explosive power of that little mushroom was indeed formidable. As the dust settled, he surveyed the rotting hound's condition, which was utterly grotesque, with hardly a whole part remaining. Additionally, due to the cross-dire kill, the Mushroom King gained 10 experience points, propelling it to nearly half of the required amount for advancement. Admittedly, utilizing this method for leveling low-tier units proved to be quite effective, surpassing his expectations significantly. As for whether the pink fairy's vines would be affected by the explosions, Lin Yu harbored little concern. After all, they were 5th-tier units, and it would not be easy for 2nd-tier attacks to harm them. Thus, for the time being, Lin Yu did nothing but lead his plants through the forest, continuing the search for magical creatures to bolster the Mushroom King's experience. Any encounters with 3rd-tier or lower magical entities were entrusted to the Mushroom King, while the higher-tier creatures were left for the other plants to defeat, accumulating magic energy. And so, the day wore on in this manner. Before long, Lin Yu received a notification in his ear. Congratulations. The experience of the explosive mushroom has reached its maximum value, and it has successfully advanced to the 4th tier. As the voice echoed, the Mushroom King was enveloped in light, its form gradually transforming into a 4th-tier fission mushroom. Name, Fission Mushroom King, Royalty. Race, Plant. Level, 4th tier, 0-100. Strength, 50. Vitality, 77. Agility, 77. Mentality, 91. Skills, Explosive Mushroom, Blast Mastery, Fission. Description, the Sovereign of Mushrooms, with a significantly enhanced explosive capability. Through attentive observation, Lin Yu discerned that the transition from 3rd to 4th tier marked a substantial watershed. Attributes began to increase exponentially post-3rd tier, and new skills were acquired. The Ascended Mushroom King had also grasped the Fission skill, further amplifying its explosive prowess. At this pace, it would not be long before it caught up to the main force, becoming a significant asset in his offensive strategy. Moreover, the Mushroom King had exerted considerable effort today, diligently slaying magical creatures to enhance its experience, which accounted for its rapid advancement. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu couldn't help but commend, "Well done. Upon our return, I shall treat you to a feast." As he spoke, he reached out to gently pat the Mushroom King's cap. The Mushroom King seemed to revel in the praise, nuzzling its head against Lin Yu's palm before joyfully bouncing around him, resembling a child filled with wonder. Lin Yu smiled softly, turning to the other plants. "Everyone has worked hard today, let us return." With that, he made his way back toward the territory, flanked by his plant companions. Upon returning to the territory, Lin Yu fed a few of the carnivorous plants with the corpses they had obtained, and then proceeded to prepare a meal in the open space. Just as he settled down, he received a private message from Yin Tiange. The migration pearl had been completed and was now in Yin Wu's possession. Preparations were underway for their departure to the regional boundary in a few days, and it was advisable to set off a bit earlier. Upon reading the message, Lin Yu's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly replied, "Understood. Please notify me directly when it's time to depart. I will hasten my arrival." "Very well, I will send you the rendezvous point shortly." Bai Haidang and I will await you there. Additionally, it is best to keep this matter under wraps to avoid inciting panic, as it may attract the attention of those above. I will. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This journey held uncertain perils, leaving him little room for distraction. Should the opportunity arise, he might yet save this realm, but, with that thought, Lin Yu sighed, allowing his expression to grow solemn. This undertaking was of paramount importance, demanding his utmost caution. His relentless efforts over the past days were all aimed at traversing the misty zone and escaping this area. Failure would undoubtedly plunge him into an abyss from which there would be no return, eternally trapped within this domain. To say he felt no anxiety would be disingenuous. After sitting in quiet contemplation for some time, his emotions gradually settled. Then, I clicked on Yan Wu's name and sent him several messages to discuss our departure plans. The sky outside gradually darkened. Chapter 54. The journey begins. Area tremors. The day of departure had finally arrived. In less than 5 days, Lin Yu received a message from Yin Tiange urging him to hurry and gather. At dawn, Lin Yu woke early, quickly freshened up, had a light meal, and made his way down the stairs to the territory below. Meanwhile, the plants had been waiting there, seemingly aware that something significant was about to unfold. Lin Yu solemnly retrieved the precious migration pearl from his personal space. With only 3 days remaining until the 1-month deadline, he felt an immense weight on his heart. After several days of effort, he had gathered all the necessary materials and magical energy, leaving only this final step. To be honest, he felt quite anxious. The thought of traversing the mist to another region made him uneasy, fearing unforeseen complications. However, since he had come this far, there was no room for hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the plants. Qingtung, Mushroom King, and the ancient knowledge tree remain within the territory. The rest should wait outside. With their mental connection, the plants understood Lin Yu's words and promptly obeyed the command, flocking outside the territory. In the blink of an eye, the territory was left empty. With only the 3 plants Lin Yu had mentioned remaining, they were kept behind due to their inability to move and their low levels, rendering them incapable of crossing the mist. It was evidently more convenient to include them within the migration pearl along with the territory. As for the ruler flower, it had been dismissed days ago in favor of more mobile troops. Standing in the vast, empty territory, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, his heart brimming with emotions. This place had been his home for over half a month. Every blade of grass and every tree was deeply familiar, and now, the prospect of leaving stirred complex feelings within him. After gazing at his surroundings for a while, he approached the Tree of Life, took a deep breath, and chose to upgrade the territory. In an instant, the entire territory was enveloped in radiant light, producing a thunderous roar. The Tree of Life rapidly grew to a height of 60 meters. The surrounding walls were also raised and thickened, augmented by an additional layer of metal for enhanced defense. Simultaneously, a colossal surge of power surged into Lin Yu's body, continuously fortifying him, making him feel transcendent. Congratulations, your territory has successfully upgraded to the 6th tier. As your level has reached the ceiling of this dimension, dimensional transport is imminent. Please prepare accordingly. Indeed, after reaching the 6th tier, even the notifications had changed. Lin Yu could faintly sense a pulling force, as if it sought to draw him and the entire territory into itself. Not daring to waste any more time, he swiftly exited the territory and took out the migration pearl. Do you wish to expend 60,000 magical energy to use the migration pearl on the territory? Note: once the migration pearl is used, certain functions of the territory will be suspended until the migration is successful. Confirm. Lin Yu replied without hesitation. In the next moment, the migration pearl in his hand radiated brilliantly, slowly ascending above the territory. Under the illumination of this light, the surroundings of the territory began to tremble, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the ground shook, sending dust and stones flying, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Then, a vast distortion of space appeared, drawing the territory into itself, vanishing before Lin Yu's eyes in an instant. Subsequently, the light of the migration pearl diminished and slowly floated back towards Lin Yu. He carefully received the migration pearl. When he glanced back at the location where the territory once stood, he found nothing but barren land, devoid of any remnants. Inside the migration pearl, however, a miniature version of the territory remained, complete with the iconic Tree of Life and several plants he had left behind, as if sealed within. Once the territory was absorbed, the pulling force dissipated, as if it had never existed. It seemed the migration pearl's ability to conceal levels was at work, allowing Lin Yu to finally relax. He looked at the remaining 47 plants, all of which had reached the 6th tier, having gradually leveled up over the past few days. With these troops by his side, he no longer worried about safety and waved his hand decisively. Let us set off. Thus, Lin Yu embarked on his journey with his plant army. 1 person and 47 troops marched majestically through the forest, heading towards the endless wasteland. Meanwhile, the entire regional channel was in an uproar due to the changes in the leaderboard. Wow, look, the names of those top players have suddenly vanished from the leaderboard. What is going on? Why has Lin Yu's name disappeared? And Yin Tiange, as well as Yan Wu, and even Bai Haidang have vanished. The subsequent rankings don't list their names either. What is happening? Were they killed? How is that possible? Who has the strength to take them down? And all at once, 4 of them. This is outrageous. 4 prominent figures disappearing at the same time. Something monumental must be about to occur. The simultaneous disappearance of 4 top players from the leaderboard created a considerable stir, inciting astonishment among countless individuals. The messages in the regional channel surged like a boiling pot. It's worth mentioning that among those who vanished, 2 were ranked first and second. Their sudden disappearance was hard to believe. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before them, compelling them to accept it. In no time, everyone was speculating about what had transpired, while simultaneously seeking news about the 4 individuals. Some lords relished the situation, exclaiming that the leaderboard had finally opened up. After all, since the leaderboard's inception, the top positions had been dominated by Lin You and his companions, leaving others gasping for breath with no opportunity for advancement. With Lin Yu's disappearance, these individuals suddenly found themselves with a chance to enter the rankings and glimpse the prospect of claiming the top spot. As discussions erupted in the regional channel, Lin You had already led his plant army to the endless wasteland, where he met Yin Wu, who had been waiting there. How are you? Are you all set? Upon seeing Lin You, Yin Wu inquired directly. Beside him were 26-tier troops, indicating he had been diligently leveling them up during this time. Ready. Let us go. We must hurry to meet them. Lin You nodded at Yin Wu and headed eastward. On their journey, they had communicated through private messages to understand each other's circumstances, thus minimizing the need for extensive explanations. Moreover, there remains a considerable distance to the regional boundary, requiring a significant amount of time to reach it. This explains their decision to set off early. As they traversed the path, Yin Wu gazed in astonishment at the troops surrounding Lin You. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel a sense of awe upon witnessing the sheer number of 6th-tier troops, twice as many as he possessed. Indeed, the prolonged dominance of the first position was not without its justification. With such formidable strength, one must ponder who within the entire region could possibly surpass them. Chapter 55, Crossing the Volcano. By the way, how did you come to know Intienga? During their journey, Yin Wu could not resist inquiring. Well, I wouldn't say we know each other well. He reached out to me when I claimed the first position, Lin You shrugged. In truth, his understanding of Intienga was rather limited. The sole reason for collaborating with him was to enhance the likelihood of navigating through the misty region. To that end, he had specifically recruited Yin Wu, both to bolster their alliance and to maintain a balance of power, as they had previously collaborated and shared a decent rapport. Seeing Yin Wu's curiosity, Lin You seized the moment to ask, "What about you? Do you know him?" "I've only met him once," Yin Wu replied, "when he delivered a migration pearl to me, and we exchanged a few words." "What impression did you form of him?" Lin You probed. "It's hard to say. He seems to conceal much, leaving one somewhat bewildered." Yin Wu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Upon hearing this, Lin You too fell into deep thought. From their brief interactions over the past few days, Intienga exhibited a highly methodical and purposeful demeanor. Even when inviting him to join their ranks, it was evident that he acted solely in his own interest, showcasing his true strength only when beneficial to himself. Coupled with Yin Wu's description, Lin You found himself increasingly intrigued by the true nature of this enigmatic figure. And then there was Bai Haitang. As a woman who had consistently ranked among the top since the commencement of the list, her prowess should not be underestimated, especially considering her connection with Intienga, a detail worth noting. Thus, the two continued their journey, engaging in light conversation as they marched forward, their formidable troops advancing steadily across the desolate plains. Along the way, they encountered numerous lords who, upon sighting the terrifying troops accompanying them, fled in fear, unwilling to provoke them. The nearby territories were no exception. As Lin You and his company approached, they quickly retreated into their domains, rallying their troops in a defensive stance. However, what those lords did not anticipate was that Lin You and his companions were merely passing through, scarcely sparing them a glance. Once the two figures had vanished from sight, several neighboring lords gathered, their faces etched with trepidation. Who are those two? How can they command such an overwhelming number of troops? I've never witnessed such an exaggerated display of forces. Do they not need to leave any troops behind to guard their territory? When they passed near my domain, I nearly suffocated. Those couldn't possibly be 5th-tier troops, could they? 5th tier? Can they truly exude such a powerful presence? Surely, they must be 6th tier. After much discussion, the lords were left in a state of confusion. After all, the majority of their forces had only recently begun to ascend to 5th tier. How could anyone have cultivated so many 6th-tier troops? They were unwilling to accept such a notion. Following some idle chatter, they hastily dispersed, returning to their respective territories, dismissing the encounter as an illusion. Meanwhile, Lin You and Yin Wu continued their journey, making their way through various obstacles posed by magical creatures. However, their troops swiftly dispatched these foes, causing no significant delays. It was not until the sun began to set that the volcanic region, ablaze with flames, came into view. The volcanic region at the edge of the plains. Yin Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The volcanic region? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the endless wasteland is encircled by a ring of volcanoes, and it is said that traversing this volcanic area will lead us to the boundary of the region. Yin Wu explained eagerly. Realization dawned on Lin You. Ah, I see. In that case, let us find a safe spot near the entrance of the volcano to rest for the night and resume our journey at dawn. You're right. Yin Wu concurred. It is said that this volcanic area stretches over 100 kilometers. At our current pace, it may take quite some time to traverse. With that, the two pressed on towards the edge of the volcanic region without further delay. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally located a vast cave at the base of the mountain. After some discussion, they decided to spend the night there, allowing their troops to take turns on watch. After all, many magical creatures would emerge at night in search of food, and having a secure location was undoubtedly preferable. Additionally, due to the proximity to the volcanic area, the temperature was considerably elevated, alleviating concerns about the cold. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of a full day's journey, Lin You and Yin Wu discussed their plans briefly, shared a meal, and then retreated to their respective corners of the cave to rest. The night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening, the two exited the cave and continued their journey. Soon, they found themselves amidst the scorched earth of the volcanic region. The presence of high-tier magical creatures began to increase, with 5th and 6th-tier beasts appearing intermittently. It seems these magical creatures also undergo upgrades. The last time we encountered them, there were no 6th-tier monsters, Yin Wu remarked, casually dispatching a charging creature. Meanwhile, Lin You directed the plant troops to eliminate the remaining magical creatures, his brow furrowed in concentration. His plant-type troops were inherently averse to flames, and the volcanic region was saturated with fiery energy. Although his troops were not in immediate danger, they appeared somewhat wilted, seemingly resistant to the environment. We have no choice but to quicken our pace. Otherwise, being bogged down by these creatures will only waste more time, he stated. As he spoke, Ling Si, perched atop the head of the Treant commander, led the Wood Spirit Legion into the fray, her staff waving gracefully. In an instant, streams of luminescence cascaded down, enveloping the plants and rejuvenating them with vigor. Is that a healing skill? Yin Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, plant-type troops are not solely offensive. Lin You replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Yin Wu felt a twinge of envy. Although his elemental troops boasted formidable attack capabilities and could engage in extensive ranged assaults, their survivability left much to be desired. Should their core sustain damage, they would dissipate instantly, unlike Lin Yu's plants, which could rapidly recover and regrow even after sustaining injury. This, perhaps, was the distinct advantage of the plant class. With the Wood Spirit's healing skills at their disposal, their progress became considerably smoother, with no casualties to report. Unbeknownst to them, they had vanquished countless monsters and traversed an extensive distance. As dusk approached, the unchanging visage of the volcano began to dissipate, giving way to a vast plain enveloped in mist. A glance revealed an ominous shroud of gray, obscuring much of the sky. Gray mist. The moment Lin You beheld that ashen expanse, a shiver coursed through him. He hastily urged the plants to depart from the volcanic region and step into the plain. Yin Wu followed closely, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Their relentless journey had spanned nearly 2 days without pause, a feat achieved only due to their enhanced physical condition and swift pace. Fortunately, their territories were in proximity, allowing them to arrive here just before the month's end, stirring a deep sense of anticipation within them. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 56, No Turning Back. Intinga. Lin Yu regarded the striking young man who had appeared before him, displaying no surprise, for they had initially agreed to convene at this very location. Beside Intinga stood a woman of frosty demeanor, undoubtedly the legendary Bai Haitang. Soon, the 4 of them gathered. Intinga spoke first. A pleasure to meet you. You must be Lin Yu. He offered a warm smile, disarming in its intent. However, Lin Yu, having gleaned insights about Intinga from Yin Wu during their journey, was not swayed by this facade. He responded directly, that would be me. This is Yin Wu, whom you should already be acquainted with. Indeed, we have met before, during the transfer of the migration orb, Intinga replied with a genial smile. Nodding at Yin Wu, he then turned to the woman beside him, introducing her. This is Bai Haitang. You must be aware of her. Indeed, Lin Yu and Yin Wu smiled kindly at Bai Haitang, yet she responded with an icy glare. It was evident that Bai Haitang's disposition was aloof, disinclined to engage in conversation. Even towards Intinga, her demeanor was notably frosty, suggesting a relationship far from that of close friends. Simultaneously, Lin Yu discreetly observed the soldiers accompanying them. As indicated in the rankings, they were indeed of the demon and angel types. This marked Lin Yu's first encounter with demon units. Behind Intinga loomed over 30 tall, horned, dual-winged demons, all at the 6th tier. Bai Haitang's angelic forces were somewhat weaker, yet still boasted 26th tier units, making their combined strength nearly comparable to Lin Yu and Yin Wu. However, in terms of the number of 6th tier units, Lin Yu, bolstered by the knowledge of the ancient tree, had the most, with a total of 47. Thus, when Intinga and Bai Haitang caught sight of the plants surrounding Lin Yu, they exchanged glances of surprise, their interest piqued. Enough standing idly, we must discuss serious matters. Yin Wu interjected, breaking the pleasantries. The group's expressions shifted, for their purpose in this place was not mere conversation, but to collaborate in traversing the gray mist and escape this region. With only a day remaining until the month's deadline, they could not afford to squander any time. With that in mind, Tinga spoke earnestly. Follow me. There is a suitable place for us to rest. We shall set off at dawn towards the gray mist. Have you made any discoveries since your arrival? Lin You inquired, trailing behind Tinga. Indeed, Tinga nodded. I previously led my units into the plain and found that the deeper we ventured, the denser the mist became. Approximately 20 kilometers from here lies an area completely shrouded in fog, rendering visibility impossible. Did you venture inside? Yin Wu interjected. I did, but I withdrew shortly thereafter. Why? Lin You and Yin Wu were taken aback. Because the mist possesses a corrosive quality, and violent winds, fire, and lightning manifested within. I barely lasted a minute before nearly losing a 6th tier unit. Tinga's face bore a weighty seriousness, tinged with lingering dread. Hearing his words, Lin You and Yin Wu were equally astounded. A 6th tier unit could not withstand even a minute? This gray mist was indeed formidable. Even Bai Haidang raised her brows, revealing a hint of concern. It appeared the rumors were true. They would have to wait for the mist to weaken before attempting passage. At that moment, Lin You found himself entirely convinced of the letter's assertions, devoid of any lingering doubts. Indeed, Tinga affirmed solemnly, the information we received corroborates this. Therefore, we will rely on you and Bai Haitang's units for healing, while Yin Wu and I will handle any unforeseen challenges that may arise. What are your thoughts? I have no objections, Yin Wu responded first. Neither do I. Bai Haitang's reply was succinct. Lin You contemplated briefly before stating, that sounds agreeable. After all, many of my units possess healing abilities. Then it is settled. We shall convene tonight to finalize our plans and embark at first light. With that, the group, under Tinga's guidance, sought refuge beneath a massive rock formation, preparing for the impending mission. United by a common objective, their interactions proceeded harmoniously. The night passed in silence. As the morning sun bathed the earth in light, the tranquility of the plain was abruptly shattered by a resounding roar. The slumbering Lin You and his companions were jolted awake. What happened? What's going on? Yin Wu exclaimed, rushing out from beneath the rock formation to survey the plain. Lin You and the others quickly followed. Yet, the scene that greeted them left them speechless. At the horizon, a vast expanse of gray mist surged forth, engulfing everything in its path. Within the swirling fog, terrifying bolts of lightning could be glimpsed striking the ground, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and fierce winds and flames. The sky resembled an apocalyptic spectacle. Is this what they refer to as the mist weakening? Tinga gaped, utterly astonished, unable to maintain his usual composure. Lin You furrowed his brow, his heart racing with disbelief. Were they truly about to navigate such a perilous domain? What should we do? Should we still set out? Yin Wu inquired anxiously. If we do not set out, do you wish to remain trapped in this region forever? Tinga retorted through gritted teeth. Well, Yin Wu opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, they possessed but a singular opportunity. Should they falter, a path of demise awaited them. Devoid of alternatives, rather than succumbing to fear and trepidation, it would be more prudent to gamble everything, for perhaps a glimmer of hope might be seized. Lin You, having chosen to come here, was well aware of this truth. Thus, without hesitation, he proclaimed, if that is the case, let us set forth. Our fate, be it life or death, hinges upon this venture. Onward. With these words, they returned to gather their belongings and, accompanied by their respective forces, advanced towards the heart of the plains. At that moment, the plains were enveloped in a tempestuous wind, with distant thunder and lightning drawing ever closer. Observing this, Lin You, Yin Wu, and Tinga promptly dispatched their formidable Treant General, Earth Elementals, and Demons to shield them from the impending pressure. Meanwhile, Bai Haidang commanded the Angelic Legion, fortifying them with protective shields against the onslaught. The quartet delved deeper into the plains, gradually vanishing into the swirling mists. Chapter 57, The Terrifying Gray Mist Zone. An hour later, Lin You and his companions finally traversed the plains, arriving at the deepest recesses, a gray expanse where thunder roared and flames surged. The overwhelming sense of dread that approached them instantly halted their progress, leaving them rooted in place. Was this truly the legendary gray mist zone that separated two vast realms? Battling the fierce winds surrounding him, Lin Yu's face bore an expression of astonishment. Although he had previously heard Tinga recount the conditions of the gray mist zone, witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shaken. Before them, less than 100 meters away, lay a boundless sea of gray, crackling with electric sparks. The ground was riddled with molten rock and fissures, with towering plumes of fire erupting skyward, accompanied by thunderous booms. It resembled a hellish inferno. After a moment's hesitation, Lin You decided to send the most resilient Treant General into the gray mist zone for a trial. As Tinga had predicted, its body began to corrode slowly. If left unchecked, it would likely endure no more than 10 minutes. The corrosive nature of the gray mist has indeed weakened significantly, Tinga remarked gravely. My demons should be able to withstand it for a few minutes. My elemental forces can absorb earth and fire elements to replenish themselves, thus enduring a bit longer. Yin Wu pondered briefly. I can disperse and purify. Bai Haidang rarely spoke up, yet now she did. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu promptly declared, then let us proceed. Our time is limited. The duration of the migration pearl is only 5 days. We are already on the 3rd day. If we cannot traverse the gray mist to reach another realm within 5 days, only death awaits us. Yin Tiange and the others were acutely aware of this urgency. Taking a deep breath, they steeled themselves and began to step into the gray mist, Lin Yu leading with his plants in tow. As they advanced, Lin Yu gradually sensed a formidable pressure bearing down upon him from all directions, accompanied by relentless tugging and squeezing, as if the very heavens were rejecting his presence. Even more terrifying, the surrounding gray mist began to erode his body, searing his skin with an increasingly intense pain. Suddenly, a fire pillar erupted not far from them, unleashing a wave of heat that rushed towards them. Accelerate. We cannot linger in this place. Yin Tiange shouted in alarm, hastening their pace. The four, encircled by their forces, sprinted through pools of molten rock and cracked earth, the thunder of lightning echoing in their ears, as fire pillars multiplied in both number and ferocity. In that moment, the sky erupted with blinding white light. A colossal bolt of lightning descended, striking directly towards them. Lin Yu and his companions' expressions shifted drastically. There was no time to react as the lightning crashed down upon a 6th-tier earth elemental beside Yin Wu, reducing it to mere ashes in an instant. What? Yin Wu gasped, his eyes wide with horror. A 6th-tier creature, annihilated just like that? Had he not witnessed it himself, he might have thought himself delusional. Even Lin Yu and the others were filled with dread. Move! Lin Yu shouted urgently, jolting them back to their senses. Without a moment's pause, they quickened their pace, deeper into the perilous expanse. As they ran, the fire pillars and lightning increased in frequency, and arcs of electricity began to dance across the ground, compelling them to steer clear. Yet, despite their utmost caution, they suffered continuous losses, with several of their forces falling victim to the molten rock and lightning. Lin Yu himself lost 3 6th-tier plants. Be careful! Suddenly, Bai Haitang's startled cry pierced the air. Less than 20 meters ahead, a rift in space abruptly opened, and black tendrils surged forth from the fissure, lunging directly at them. A spatial rift? Lin Yu exclaimed, halting in shock and swiftly commanding the Treant general to shield them. Simultaneously, Yin Wu unleashed a wall of flames. Yin Tiange summoned dark consumption, and Bai Haitang cast down judgment of the holy light, resulting in a tremendous explosion that repelled the black tendrils. Seizing this opportunity, they swiftly altered their course, circumventing the spatial rift. However, they soon realized the number of rifts was multiplying, with tendrils reaching out from within, eager to ensnare them. Yin Tiange, distracted for but a moment, watched in horror as 2 6th-tier demons beside him were ensnared by the tendrils, their anguished cries echoing as they were dragged into the rift, instantly torn to shreds by the chaotic currents within. The losses among their ranks were mounting, and Lin Yu urged loudly, the instability of this space is perilous. Everyone, exercise caution. At that moment, only 40 of their forces remained. All healing-capable plants were strenuously tending to the injuries of their comrades, while the rest defended against the encroaching tendrils. Bai Haitang's angelic priests were equally occupied, continuously chanting holy light spells to heal and bolster their allies, while Yin Tiange's demons, unable to receive holy light magic, retreated to the flanks to fend off attacks. As the four pressed forward with urgency, a spatial rift unexpectedly appeared behind Bai Haitang, who was directing their forces. Look out! Quickly evade! Lin Yu and the others cried out in alarm. But before they could intervene, the rift sliced through Bai Haitang's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream as blood splattered forth. Fortunately, Lin Yu's vines arrived just in time, ensnaring the fallen Bai Haitang and pulling her away as they hastily retreated from the rift's perilous reach. Are you all right? Lin Yu urgently urged the surrounding plants to tend to her wounds. Simultaneously, the holy light from the angelic priestesses cascaded down, enveloping her within its embrace. Yin Wu and Yin Tiange hurriedly approached as well. The healing and protective enhancements provided by the White Begonia angelic unit were of paramount importance. Should anything happen to her, their passage through the gray mist would undoubtedly become significantly more arduous. Moreover, they were now comrades on the same front, their fates intertwined. Any misfortune befalling one would be a devastating blow to all. I'm fine, cough cough. Bai Haitang coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and with the combined healing efforts of the plants and angels, she managed to cling to life and gradually regained consciousness. The wound at her waist had ceased bleeding and was slowly healing. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu and the others visibly brightened. Let my plants carry you for now. It would be inconvenient for you to move in your current state. We can discuss the next steps once you have healed. Lin Yu decisively instructed the blood demoness to retract her thorns, weaving vines into a makeshift stretcher to transport Bai Haitang forward. Aware of the severity of her injuries, Bai Haitang graciously accepted Lin Yu's kindness. Thank you. She cast a grateful glance at Lin Yu, realizing that had it not been for his timely intervention, she might have been swallowed by the spatial rift, with no place left to rest. All right, let us set forth. With that, the group resumed their journey, delving deeper into the gray mist. Having learned from Bai Haitong's earlier experience, they became acutely cautious, immediately distancing themselves from any signs of danger, refusing to take unnecessary risks. However, the vastness of the gray mist exceeded their expectations. After nearly a day of traversing through the fog, they had yet to see any signs of passage. Instead, the surrounding thunder and flames grew increasingly ominous, with spatial rifts appearing more frequently, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. Look, what is that? Suddenly, Yin Wu's astonished exclamation pierced through the group. The others, who had been on high alert, were jolted into focus. Before them, amidst the gray mist, loomed an enormous shadow, reminiscent of a mountain. Chapter 58, 10th rank, Devourer of Worlds. What is that? Tiange gazed at the colossal shadow that nearly overshadowed half the sky, her face a mask of terror, causing her steps to falter. A shadow? Lin You blinked in surprise, suddenly recalling the earlier whispers about a shadow of mountain-like proportions. Could this be what they had spoken of? What should we do? Should we continue forward? Yin Wu inquired. Of course we must advance. We have come this far. Is there truly a path of retreat? Lin You replied somberly. Indeed, having ventured so deeply, they faced countless dangers, regardless of whether they advanced or retreated. Since they were in a bind either way, they might as well risk it all in hopes of finding a sliver of escape. Yin Wu understood this rationale, his expression sharpening. Very well, let us press on. The four exchanged glances, nodding in mutual agreement before hastening towards the shadow. Yet, as they progressed, something felt amiss. They began to hear a series of resounding snores emanating from the direction they were heading, booming like thunder, even overshadowing the sounds of the storm above. This doesn't feel right. Everyone be cautious. Lin Yu whispered, sensing that the enormous shadow ahead seemed to shift in rhythm with the snores. As they continued, the shadow became clearer and more imposing. Eventually, they found themselves directly beneath the shadow, finally discerning its true form. This is... Lin Yu's pupils constricted in shock. Halting in place, what did he behold? A frog larger than a mountain lay sprawled across their path, snoring loudly. Yet, what truly sent waves of panic through Lin Yu was the information that appeared before him. Name, Devourer of Worlds, Species, Chaos, Rank, 10th Strength, Constitution, Agility, Mentality, Skills. Description, an ancient demon born of chaos, possessing the ability to devour the heavens. A 10th rank demon. This absurdly large frog was a 10th rank demon. Lin Yu was astounded, never anticipating to encounter such a terrifying creature in this place, and he instinctively began to retreat. What does 10th rank imply? One swipe could obliterate them all. They wouldn't even have the chance to resist. How could this be? Tiange and Yin Wu gaped, their expressions mirroring Lin Yu's horror. Even the typically stoic Bai Haitong's eyes quivered violently, instinctively covering her mouth. Most concerning was that the frog lay perfectly positioned in the valley between 2 rows of mountains, completely blocking their path forward. What should we do? The four exchanged anxious glances. The mountain ranges on either side extended far beyond their sight. Scaling them was clearly impossible, especially in this treacherous land rife with danger. It seemed they had no choice but to gamble, attempting to bypass it. Lin Yu took a deep breath, his expression more solemn than ever. If the Devourer of Worlds were to awaken, they would face utter calamity. They could not afford to be careless. After a hushed discussion, they nodded at one another and began to cautiously lead their remaining units into the valley. As they drew nearer, the snores of the Devourer grew louder, sending tremors through their bodies, heightening the tension to a breaking point. When observed up close, the sheer size of the Devourer was even more staggering. The oppressive aura it exuded nearly rendered them breathless. Fortunately, the valley's terrain prevented lightning from striking down, and the lava pools were smoothed over by the beast's immense bulk. Holding their breath, they pressed against the corner, inching past the Devourer of Worlds. Bai Haitong, having nearly recovered from her injuries, also dismounted and led her units forward. The four of them, along with their respective units, navigated the edge of the valley with utmost caution. At their closest approach, they nearly brushed against the creature's belly, their hearts racing in their throats. Thankfully, their units obeyed commands without falter. As soon as the Devourer's belly contracted, they swiftly dashed past, daring not to linger for a moment. Whoosh whoosh. The thunderous sound of snoring reverberated through the canyon, each second stretching out like an eternity, a torment to endure. It was impossible to ascertain how much time had passed. Long enough for Lin Yu to feel a stiffness and soreness in his neck. At last, their vision began to clear as they approached the colossal head of the Devourer beast. Almost there, the four exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy, then immediately held their breaths and pressed onward. Yet, at that very moment, without any forewarning, the thunderous snoring abruptly ceased, vanishing into silence. The four, previously advancing, froze in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. They looked up to find the enormous eyes of the Devourer beast wide open, fixated on them like a group of insignificant ants. A fierce murderous intent surging within those depths. The palpable aura of menace sent chills down Lin Yu and his companion's spines, shattering any lingering hope they harbored. Flee. Almost simultaneously, all four reacted, dashing frantically toward the canyon's exit. Behind them, a thunderous roar erupted, and the entire canyon began to tremble violently. The massive form of the devourer beast slowly rose, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling. Suddenly, a resounding cry pierced the heavens as the beast opened its gargantuan maw, unleashing a tongue of unimaginable terror. Boom! Lin You and his companions had no time to react before a deafening explosion erupted behind them. Those slower soldiers, along with the earth, were instantly crushed and swallowed whole by the beast's tongue. In a single strike, nearly half of their 6th-tier troops were obliterated, leaving them pale and frantically fleeing for their lives. Yet, in the next moment, the devourer beast let out another thunderous roar, accompanied by a terrifying sound of something slicing through the air. Holy light shone forth. White Haidang shouted, and the angels beside her raised their weapons high, unleashing a brilliant white radiance that illuminated the canyon as if it were midday. The devourer beast, which had been fixated on them, was momentarily blinded by this dazzling light, causing its tongue to veer off course and sweep towards them. Those soldiers, unable to evade, were struck by the tongue, instantly reduced to ashes, while the angels in the air were shattered into motes of light, dying tragically on the spot. Quickly, take this opportunity. Without hesitation, the group continued their desperate flight, swiftly escaping the canyon, leaving it behind in the blink of an eye. Fortuitously, the devourer beast seemed to be guarding something and did not pursue them beyond the canyon, allowing them to narrowly escape disaster. After running for over 10 minutes across the plains and confirming that the beast had not followed, they gradually slowed their pace and came to a halt. Looking around, they realized that barely 1 in 10 soldiers remained. They had suffered devastating losses in just those 2 attacks. Even by Lin Yu's side, only Ling Shi and 5 other soldiers remained. Chapter 59, Escape. How is everyone? Are you all alright? Lin Yu inquired, glancing at Yin Wu and the others nearby. I'm fine, Yin Wu replied, panting and shaking his head. I too. Though the loss of troops has been substantial, Yin Tianyu echoed, frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. After the recent battle, he had nearly lost all his troops, with only 4 6th-tier demons remaining. Yin Wu and Bai Haidang were no better off, each with just 3 or 4 soldiers left, a truly dismal sight. They had not anticipated the gray mist between regions would conceal such peril. Their journey could aptly be described as one of life and death. To have escaped the attack of a 10th-tier monster was already a stroke of fortune. Let us move. We are likely at the heart of the gray mist. We should leave promptly. After a brief respite, they gathered their remaining soldiers and continued onward. As they traversed the canyon, the surrounding lava, lightning, and spatial rifts reappeared, necessitating extreme caution as they took each careful step. The 4 gradually distanced themselves, slowly vanishing into the thick, gray mist. A day later, at the opposite end of the gray mist region, a small team of 5 appeared within a fog-laden forest, surveying the situation of the gray mist before them. Brother Guang. It seems there's nothing here, remarked a youth with insect-type soldiers, addressing the man behind him. Nothing at all. Damn, I wasted my trip, thinking there was some treasure. Brother Guang, a man appearing to be in his 30s with a rogue demeanor, responded, accompanied by beast-type soldiers. They had ventured here after witnessing unusual disturbances in the sky, believing a treasure was in the making, only to find no valuables, and instead losing several scouting soldiers, rendering them wary of approaching the mist. This mist feels rather ominous. Even 5th-tier soldiers can barely endure it. Brother Guang, I think we should leave quickly, another youth said, a hint of fear in his voice. The strangeness of the gray mist was palpable, and with 5th-tier soldiers unable to resist it, who could say what dangers lurked within? Brother Guang seemed to sense the urgency of their situation, casting a serious glance at the mist before ultimately deciding to withdraw. Brother Guang, look! There seems to be someone over there. Suddenly, an exclamation broke through. Brother Guang and the others, who were about to speak, turned their attention to the distance. There, 3 men and a woman, accompanied by only a few soldiers, appeared at the mist's edge, looking quite disheveled and bearing numerous wounds. Upon seeing them, Brother Guang's eyes lit up. I can't believe others have come here. It seems their troops are nearly decimated. Let us go. We'll seize their resources. Initially, their focus had been on the mist, unaware of how the 3 men and the woman had arrived there. Assuming they had also just emerged from another location after a fierce battle. Seeing the others in such a pitiful state ignited malicious intent within Brother Guang and his group, who began to encircle them with dozens of soldiers, cruel smiles forming on their faces. At that moment, Lin Yu and his companions, having just escaped the gray mist, noticed the approaching Brother Guang and his group, their expressions darkening. It looks like they're all 5th tier. How should we handle this? Yin Wu whispered. Silence them. Lin Yu's expression turned icy. Despite having narrowly escaped the gray mist, they were not to be bullied by just any group of 5th-tier lords. Moreover, their crossing from other regions was a secret that must not be revealed. Since these individuals wished to impose their will, they needed to harbor not a shred of compassion. After exchanging glances, they promptly issued commands to the few remaining 6th-tier units by their side. In an instant, a radiant light erupted, and vines danced in the air as two 6th-tier demons and two 6th-tier earth elementals surged towards Brother Guang and his companions. Huh, they dare to strike first? Brothers, forward. Let us deal with them. Upon witnessing Lin You and his comrades make the first move, Brother Guang suddenly laughed. How ludicrous it was to think that such a few units could contend with their formidable 5th-tier battalion. With a mighty shout, dozens of units around him charged towards Lin You and his group. However, in the next moment, a scene of sheer terror unfolded before them. The two demons abruptly gathered dark energy in their hands and hurled it violently into the ranks of their units. Boom! The dark energy detonated, shaking the very ground beneath them, instantly obliterating several 5th-tier units on the spot. But that was not the end. Following the demons' assault, the two earth elementals raised their arms high, exuding an unparalleled might, and struck down upon the ground with ferocity. Thunderous rumblings echoed as the earth split open, crushing the foremost units to death instantaneously. Simultaneously, a flurry of holy light arrows pierced through the bodies of those units, silencing their cries before they could even utter a sound. Brother Guang and his companions stared wide-eyed at the carnage before them, witnessing their units fall one after another under the relentless assault. A profound horror filled their eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Brother Guang trembled. No, these are not 5th-tier units. They are 6th-tier. All of them are 6th-tier. We must flee. In that moment, Brother Guang comprehended that he had indeed run afoul of a formidable adversary, his heart engulfed by tumultuous waves of dread. 6th-tier. All of them 6th-tier. How could this be possible? When did such terrifying beings emerge in this region? And 4 of them at once. With no time to ponder further, he turned and fled, racing towards the edge of the forest. His few remaining subordinates, startled by his shout, snapped back to reality and scattered in panic, abandoning even their own units. However, to their astonishment, mere steps into their flight, several vines materialized at their feet, swiftly ensnaring their legs. Their fleeing bodies collapsed to the ground, dragged back by the vines. No, I do not wish to die. Please, I beg you. The pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. All 4 were pierced through the chest by the wooden spikes summoned by Ling Shi, their blood spilling onto the ground, along with the remnants of their units. They let out a final wail before perishing. Thus, a battle of utterly unequal numbers was effortlessly resolved. Lin You surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no remnants were left behind, before stating, "It appears we have indeed succeeded in entering another region." "Yes, we have finally made it," Yin Wu replied, taking a deep breath, his voice tinged with trembling excitement. They had braved dangers and made extensive preparations to traverse the gray mist zone, now, finally free from the confines of their original area. It would be a lie to say they were not exhilarated. At this moment, their remaining units were few. Aside from Lin You, who commanded Ling Shi, 2 blood demoness units, and a wooden dragon, the other 3 were left with only 2 6th-tier units each, a truly dire situation. "What are your plans next?" Yin Tinga inquired. "For now, let us find a place to liberate our territory. The effect of the migration Pearl has less than a day left," Lin You replied. From their departure until now, they had already spent 4 days and had little time left to waste. "Indeed, then let us leave this place," Yin Wu concurred. With that, they did not linger, swiftly leading their remaining units towards the forest's periphery. Chapter 60. The Void Platform. Half an hour later, Lin You and his companions finally emerged from the forest, finding themselves in a vast expanse outside. The surroundings were spacious enough to accommodate 4 territories, and they gradually came to a halt, commencing their preparations. Just before parting, Yin Wu approached Lin You. "Lin You," he said with a serious expression, his gaze earnest. "Without saying much, this life of mine is yours. If we manage to survive this time, do not hesitate to call upon me whenever you need assistance." Yin Wu felt an immense gratitude towards Lin You. Had it not been for Lin Yu alerting him to the area's blockade and inviting him to act together, he might have remained oblivious, ultimately trapped within that region. Such a favor was akin to a rebirth. "All right, I will," Lin Yu replied with a smile, accepting Yin Wu's goodwill. However, upon being transported to the primitive continent, we may be randomly assigned locations again. If we happen to be near each other, we can collaborate once more. The first time they ventured into this world, they had indeed been assigned randomly. Now, as they were transported to the true primitive continent, no one could predict where they would land or what dangers awaited them. Yin Tiange, having overheard their conversation, approached and added, "Indeed, we know nothing about the primitive continent. If we are fortunate enough to be transported together, we can collaborate again, providing mutual support." At that moment, Yin Tiange's face had regained its usual warm smile, exuding a spring-like gentleness. As he spoke, his gaze was primarily fixed on Lin Yu. After all, throughout their journey, Lin Yu's prowess was evident and could not be overlooked. In a world rife with peril, having one more ally was certainly preferable to gaining another enemy. Yin Tiange was not foolish and recognized this opportunity to forge connections. Lin Yu did not resent this and acknowledged their shared struggles, though their relationship was merely one of cooperation. Belonging to the same dimension inherently fostered some familiarity compared to being among complete strangers. He nodded. "All right, if the opportunity arises, Tianga's smile broadened. Then it is settled. With that, he turned and walked away, seeking a vacant space in the distance to prepare for the liberation of the territory. Yen Wu chatted with Lin You for a few moments before also moving to another side to commence his preparations. At that moment, Bai Haitang slowly approached Lin Yu. The aloofness that had once adorned her face had significantly diminished, and she regarded Lin Yu with utmost seriousness. Thank you. Finally, she parted her lips, uttering those two words. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, smiled in return, aware of her gratitude. No need for thanks. It was but a small effort, and we are partners, are we not? Partners? Bai Haitang echoed softly, her eyes momentarily lost in thought. But soon, she refocused on Lin Yu, solemnly declaring, this debt of gratitude, I will remember. With that, she turned and walked away. Indeed, it remains unchanged, as frigid as frost, and each word is treasured like gold. Lin Yu chuckled helplessly, not dwelling on it further. After bidding farewell to several companions, he ventured alone to a vast clearing at the edge of the forest, retrieving the migration pearl from his personal space. He had finally arrived at this pivotal moment. Gazing at the migration pearl in his hand, Lin Yu felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. For this day, he had been preparing for over half a month, slaying monsters and seizing resources to enhance his strength as much as possible. Now he had achieved his goal, successfully arriving at another realm. In retrospect, it all felt surreal. What would the true primordial continent be like? Lin Yu was filled with anticipation, yet a tinge of anxiety lingered. Taking a deep breath, he directly opted to liberate his territory. Would you like to use the migration pearl at your current location? Once decided, it cannot be changed. Confirmed. Lin Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, the migration pearl shattered, enveloping him in a dazzling radiance. The territory and flora previously contained within the migration pearl gradually materialized, restoring to their former state. Fortunately, the plants left in the territory were all safe and sound. Yet, the moment the territory returned to its original form, a force of attraction re-emerged. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 6th tier, the spatial passage has opened, and you are about to be transported to the primordial continent. Please prepare yourself. As the voice faded, Lin Yu felt the surroundings begin to blur. Accompanying this was a dizzying sensation of vertigo and weightlessness. When he regained his senses, he discovered himself floating within a chaotic void. The atmosphere around him was shrouded in gray, reminiscent of the scenes seen in a misty region, with thunder and lightning, and the fabric of space tearing apart. Only the area where he stood was protected by an invisible passage, shielded from the onslaught of lightning and rifts. He could even faintly discern other spatial passages leading straight to the endless sky. This must surely lead to the primordial continent, Lin Yu mused, feeling a sense of release wash over him. However, at that moment, a sudden rumble erupted from the distant gray mist, churning violently. Following that, the space shattered. A vast and terrifying maw appeared above the sky, devouring everything in its vicinity like a whale consuming its prey. Even those spatial passages were entirely obliterated, transformed into energy and sucked into its gaping mouth. The entire firmament was engulfed in a tempest, with thunder and lightning crashing down. Even from a distance, Lin Yu could perceive the scene unfolding like a cataclysmic disaster. This is a regional blockade? Lin Yu's face was a canvas of horror. That direction must surely be where he had previously been. He never anticipated witnessing a true regional blockade with his own eyes. In the blink of an eye, those spatial passages were devoured, an utterly terrifying spectacle. Did this imply that had he forcibly teleported within that region, he too would have met the same fate as those passages? The thought sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. Fortunately, he had traversed countless miles through the mist to reach another realm for the teleportation. Otherwise, he would have likely become fodder for that terrifying maw, reduced to naught but remnants. It seemed that something was indeed orchestrating the regional blockade, which further solidified Lin Yu's determination to uncover the truth. Time passed without measure. It felt like an instant, yet also like centuries. When the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, Lin Yu found himself standing upon a colossal platform in the void. This was Lin Yu gazed around, discovering that the platform on which he stood floated amidst an expanse of emptiness. Glimmers of light flickered nearby, and figures emerged. Equally bewildered as he was. Where's this? Was I not meant to be teleported to the primordial continent? Others echoed his sentiments, questioning the nature of this place and the multitude of people present. Could it be a teleportation error? These individuals appeared to be newly arrived lords, just like Lin Yu, who had expected to be transported directly to the primordial continent, but found themselves on this platform instead. Each bore expressions of confusion. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the air. A bunch of country bumpkins, unaware of this? We must select a nation upon arriving at the primordial continent. Select a nation? What does that mean? Someone immediately inquired. The other lords nearby turned their curious gazes towards the speaker. Bolstered by their attention, he raised his chin with a sense of pride. Since you're all oblivious, allow me to enlighten you. The regions around us belong to several principalities on the primordial continent. To access the primordial continent, one must choose to join one of these principalities, which will then allocate land based on your individual strength and facilitate the migration of your territory. He gestured toward 10 towering gateways in the platform's center, flanked by peculiar columns of light. Numerous lords stood within the columns, where emotionless, cold voices occasionally announced assessments. Beast-type territory, overall evaluation E level. Insect-type territory, overall evaluation E level. Angel-type territory, overall evaluation D level. Mechanical-type territory, overall evaluation E level. Lin You followed the sound and noticed that the representatives responsible for the assessments exuded an overwhelming aura of power, far surpassing that of 6th-tier lords. Chapter 61, Hellish Beginnings. Everything before Lin You was truly beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated that before arriving at the Primordial Continent, he would need to undergo a strength assessment and select a principality to join. Moreover, according to the previous speaker, the regions they had occupied were all governed by various principalities of the Primordial Continent, specifically designed to nurture and accept new lords, thereby strengthening the principalities. Reflecting on this, the Primordial Continent seemed far more expansive than he had ever imagined, perhaps even beyond his comprehension. Truly, it deserved its reputation as a realm accommodating all worlds. Yet, he wondered whether the blockade in his previous region was orchestrated by one of those principalities. Contemplating this, Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. This matter, without a doubt, required thorough investigation. However, prior to the investigation, it is imperative to possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, all discussions are mere empty talk. The only silver lining is that the individuals within the region will take a considerable amount of time to ascend to the 6th tier. If there is a chance to save them in the future, that would indeed be most fortuitous. After meandering around the void platform for a while, Lin You found no trace of Yen Wu and the others. He surmised that they had either completed their tests and departed the platform or had been teleported to another platform. After all, such platforms could not possibly be singular in number. Should circumstances allow, Lin You would certainly hope they had been transported nearby, as it would afford him additional assistance in his plans for vengeance. It seemed he could only proceed to the Primal Continent for the time being. As Lin You pondered, he followed the throng to the center of the platform. At the center, 10 portals were inscribed with the names of their corresponding principalities: Flowing Fire Principality, Flying Phoenix Principality, Moonlight Principality, and so forth. Surrounding the portals were numerous light columns, manned by representatives from the 10 distinct principalities, each adorned in their unique attire. Upon stepping onto the platform, the lords would display their territory's troop types and comprehensive evaluations. Each evaluation that emerged would incite a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Lin Yu squeezed into the throng and observed for a while, noting that the majority of the lords received evaluations of E grade, with only the occasional D grade appearing. Upon witnessing these evaluations, the testers barely blinked, hastening the lords who had completed their tests to select their nations and pass through the portals. It was said that these evaluations encompassed 9 tiers, ranging from the highest SSS to the lowest F. So many tiers? Why are we all merely E grade? E grade is already commendable. At least it guarantees a placement in a reasonably decent area. Just earlier, a wretched F-grade individual was assigned to the most desolate land, which was truly tragic. Such a thing exists? The people surrounding him had evidently spent considerable time on the platform and gathered a wealth of information. Listening in, Lin Yu was equally astounded. It seemed that joining a principality and receiving land allocation was contingent upon comprehensive evaluation. In other words, the higher the evaluation, the better the land and location allocated. This revelation took him by surprise. Just as he was contemplating this, an excited shout erupted from a distance. A humanoid territory has received a comprehensive evaluation of C grade. C grade. A lord with a C grade evaluation has emerged. The previously murmuring crowd instantly erupted in a clamor. From one of the light columns, a young man exuding an air of pride stepped forth into the center of the crowd. The representatives from the principalities, who had earlier displayed indifference, now eagerly vied to approach the young man. What do you say? Are you interested in joining our Moonlight Principality? We can offer you the most generous terms. Our Flowing Fire Principality can provide the same conditions. Come join us. Our Heavenly Abode Principality's king is a humanoid territory. Joining us will surely provide you with greater opportunities. The representatives chattered excitedly, all vying for the young man's allegiance. Clearly, a C-grade evaluation was considered quite commendable for a principality. Otherwise, such fervor would not have ensued. Among the 10 testers, only one hunchbacked elder remained seated in the corner, refraining from making an offer, which further confirmed this supposition. Ultimately, amidst the fervent entreaties of the principality representatives, the young man opted to align himself with the Heavenly Abode Principality, which focused on humanoid territories. This decision prompted a wave of regret from the other representatives, who returned to their previous positions. It appeared they had no authority over which principality the lords chose to join. This was indeed good news for Lin Yu. Furthermore, judging from the earlier conversation, it seemed that the rulers of those principalities were also of noble birth, possessing various troop types. He wondered what level those kings had attained. If he were to reach that level in the future, could he also establish a principality? That was certainly worth considering. Lin Yu couldn't help but stroke his chin, growing increasingly expectant. Meanwhile, several representatives who had returned to their positions began conversing. Alas, the quality of the Lord candidates this time seems rather lacking. It has taken so long to produce a single C grade. Indeed, the task assigned to me from above was to recruit 10 C grades. It's clear that such a goal is unattainable. Forget about C grades, even D grades are scarce. What can we do? In our smaller regions, having a few candidates to choose from is already fortuitous. We cannot compare to the vast territories controlled by empires and kingdoms, where A-grade candidates can emerge at will. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken on this arduous task. With that, the group sighed in resignation, ceasing their conversation as they returned to testing the lords. After a while, it was finally Lin Yu's turn to step forward for testing. He approached the light column with a nervous heart, glancing at the testers. "Step up," one of them instructed, their demeanor unfriendly, reverting to their previous coldness, not even sparing a glance at Lin Yu. With no other choice, Lin Yu slowly entered the light column. The moment he stood still, a warm current surged through his body, cleansing his spirit. Simultaneously, a set of data materialized above him within the light column. Plant type territory, comprehensive evaluation, F grade. F grade. The tester was taken aback. Lin Yu, standing within the light column, was equally stunned. He had never anticipated that his comprehensive evaluation would be the lowest, F grade. Was it due to his scant troop types? Before he could ponder further, a chorus of laughter erupted nearby. "Ha ha, look, another F grade has emerged. How did he even ascend to the 6th tier? F grade? How dismal. Just how weak must one be to receive such an evaluation? I doubt any principality would want him." Listening to the mockery around him, the tester's expression darkened progressively. F grade was the lowest possible evaluation. Not only did the tester next to Lin Yu wear a countenance of disdain, but even representatives from other principalities displayed visible distaste, fearful that Lin Yu might choose their principality. In this moment, Lin Yu felt utterly despondent. He could almost guarantee that this evaluation was directly related to the number of troop types and resources he possessed. After all, he had just traversed the fog-laden territory and lost the majority of his troops, with resources entirely depleted. Given his current territory, which only boasted 4 6th-tier troops and a few 5th-tier ones, how could he possibly compete with lords possessing a dozen or even several dozen 6th-tier troops? What a grave miscalculation. Lin Yu's brow furrowed deeply, observing the representatives from the principalities, each of whom treated him with thinly veiled contempt. He understood his predicament all too well. Should I truly join their principality, I would undoubtedly be met with disdain, perhaps even allocated the most abysmal treatment. It would be akin to embarking on a journey through the very gates of hell. Yet, should I opt against joining the principality, the opportunity to venture to the Primal Continent would be lost to me, thus relegating me to an exceedingly awkward predicament, bereft of any clear resolution. "If you would not mind, consider joining our great wilderness kingdom," a suddenly aged voice interjected from the side. Chapter 62. The Arrival at the Primal Continent. This voice emerged rather unexpectedly. The crowd, previously engaged in fervent discussions, turned towards the source of the sound. It was the elderly man who had notably refrained from inviting the C-grade youth to join. Unbeknownst to me, he had risen, leaning on his cane as he gazed at Lin Yu, a gentle smile adorning his features. "Old Mo, do you truly intend to let him join your great wilderness kingdom?" The representative from the Flowing Fire Nation inquired, furrowing his brow, as if he were familiar with the elder. Even Lin Yu himself was taken aback. With such a low comprehensive assessment, how could anyone possibly wish to accept him? In bewilderment, he could not help but ask, "Are you certain you want me to join?" "Of course," the elder replied, his smile still warm. "However, like them, I cannot offer you exceptional resources. If you can accept such conditions, then come to our great wilderness kingdom." The unreserved sincerity of his words finally stirred Lin Yu's heart. After observing the elder in silence for a considerable time, he nodded earnestly. "Very well, I shall go." With that declaration, he stepped out of the beam of light and approached the elder. The elder did not display the slightest hint of rejection due to Lin Yu's low assessment. Instead, he spoke with a smile. "Do not be overly concerned with the opinions of others. When I first arrived here, I was in a position much like yours. Yet I have persevered to arrive at this point." Old Mo also hails from another world? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, not just myself. All the lords on the Primal Continent have converged from countless shattered worlds, albeit at varying times." The elder seemed pleased with Lin Yu's politeness and took the rare opportunity to explain. "When I first came here, I too held the lowest F-grade assessment. Yet I ascended step by step to my current position. Thus, you need not be too disheartened." Old Mo was also at my level. Lin Yu's face was one of astonishment. It was hard for him to believe that this elder, who appeared vastly more powerful, had once shared the same lowest assessment as he. In that moment, he finally grasped the elder's motivation for inviting him. With that realization, he bowed deeply to Old Mo. "Thank you. I shall remember this kindness. Enough of that. Whether we meet again is uncertain," Old Mo responded, handing Lin Yu a dull crystal stone. "Take this and enter the time-space portal. Once you arrive, you will know what to do." Just as Lin Yu had surmised, the elder's invitation stemmed from a shared sense of empathy, unwilling to let him suffer such ridicule. However, achieving the level of significance that would warrant his true respect seemed implausible. After all, each of them represented their respective principalities, bearing the burden of recruiting talent. Lin Yu's inclusion was of little consequence to him, serving merely as a balm for his conscience, and he certainly did not believe Lin Yu could truly rise. Lin Yu was acutely aware of this reality and thus refrained from further comment. Accepting the crystal, he turned and walked towards the portal marked with the insignia of the great wilderness kingdom, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, the mockery around him ceased abruptly. The Primal Continent. In a remote corner, amidst swirling yellow sands and under the relentless sun, a ragged mother and daughter clung to one another, treading cautiously outside a dilapidated earthen town. "Mother, do you think a lord will come to visit us this year?" The little girl's voice was frail as she struggled to gaze up at the woman draped in tattered rags beside her. She appeared merely 7 or 8 years old. Yet her face was gaunt, skin stretched tightly over her bones, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. The woman beside her bore similarly sunken cheeks, frail and trembling as she walked. Upon hearing her daughter's query, the woman forced a grim smile, lowering her head to stroke the girl's hair. "There will be. Soon enough. The Lord should arrive here shortly, and then we can enjoy a better life." "But mother, you said the same thing last year." The little girl persisted, pouting as though she sensed the woman's deceit. The woman's smile grew more strained, a flicker of helplessness and heartache surfacing in her hollowed eyes. Drawing her daughter closer, she said softly, "How could I ever deceive you? Remember, the year before last, a lord did indeed come, did he not? But I heard from Ergo next door that the lord left within a month." The girl raised her head once more. The woman gazed at her daughter's innocent expression, her eyes quivering momentarily before she concealed her emotions. She caressed the back of the girl's head, saying, "Yaya dear, do not listen to Ergo's nonsense. Today, we are going to the city to perform the New Year's festival and pray for blessings. Once we finish, I will take you to eat sugar cakes." "Really? That is wonderful. Let us hurry to pray." Upon hearing the mention of sugar cakes, Yaya instantly sprang up in joy, casting aside thoughts of the Lord, her little face glowing with color, no longer bearing the pallor of weakness. The woman observed her daughter's jubilant demeanor, a complex expression crossing her face before it ultimately transformed into a bittersweet smile. Grasping Yaya's small hand, she continued towards the dilapidated town. This town was not large, spanning merely a few miles, scarcely deserving the title of a city. The walls and structures were primarily constructed of compacted earth, most having long succumbed to the ravages of wind and sand, with no guards to be seen. As they walked through the streets, yellow dust would occasionally swirl around them. Yet, in this harsh environment, many families ventured to the central square to pray at the statue of the Lord, hoping that this year, a Lord would descend upon their land, guiding them towards prosperity and a better life. The streets buzzed with activity, filled with neighbors greeting one another. The atmosphere more vibrant than that of a festival. "Isn't that old Wong? It's been a few days. How come you have fewer patches on your clothes?" "Why? Today is a day for blessings. Shouldn't you dress a bit better?" "Haha, indeed. Perhaps some lord will be moved by you and truly descend upon us." "If only that were the case. Enough boasting. I must hurry to pray." Go on. I'll tidy up and join you shortly." In the midst of their chatter, more and more people hurried towards the town's center. Meanwhile, around a massive, crumbling statue in the heart of the city, a throng had gathered to pray. Each individual uttered fervent incantations, kneeling and bowing before the statue, their devotion palpable. Such a spectacle occurs annually, and they have long since become accustomed to it, even establishing a tradition around it. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, time swiftly slips away, and before one knows it, noon has arrived. The sun blazes overhead, casting an ethereal glow upon the ground. Strangely, however, the crowd in the square shows no intention of dispersing. Instead, it continues to swell, gathering around the statue, gazing skyward as if awaiting something. Yet, as moments pass, the heavens remain unresponsive. The hope in their eyes gradually morphs into disappointment. "Alas, it seems the Lord shall not grace us with his presence this year," murmurs an elderly man. Leaning on his cane, his gaze directed skyward, filled with resignation. In such a remote and barren place as theirs, one could hardly expect a lord to arrive. Indeed, even ordinary folk would likely shun the idea of settling here. With a sigh, the old man turns to depart. "Grandfather, look! A light is descending from the sky." Suddenly, a cry erupts amidst the crowd. Chapter 63, The Abandoned City. "Congratulations, you have successfully arrived in the primitive continent. World channel activated, region transformation complete. Current region, Great Wasteland Nation. Detected lord departing the secondary plane. Restrictions on basic troop types lifted, recruitment limits increased. Personal space upgraded, power of faith unlocked. Subject functionality unlocked. Construction functionality unlocked. Territory management functionality unlocked. New content pertaining to territory added. Please review within the territory." As a cacophony of information reverberates in his mind, Lin Yu is utterly bewildered by the sudden unlocking of a multitude of new functions. What is this situation? Why has an array of new capabilities been abruptly granted? Even more bewildering is the throng of people that immediately kneels before him, faces alight with excitement, proclaiming, "Hail, Lord!" Lin Yu concedes he possesses a striking appearance, but it hardly warrants such fervent adulation upon his arrival. Just as he is grappling with his confusion, another voice resonates in his mind. Detected an unclaimed territory. Would you like to initiate territory relocation? Wait, an unclaimed territory? Could this be the land assigned to him? Lin You hastily retrieves the crystal given to him by Elder Mo, which indeed radiates a brilliant light. The kneeling crowd gasps in awe upon seeing the crystal. The territorial relocation certificate. It is the certificate issued by the king. The Lord truly has come to us, they exclaim. In an instant, the multitude bows once more, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin You understands that this is indeed the territory allocated to him. Yet, the condition of this place is disheartening. The swirling sands are one thing, but what of these dilapidated, crumbling walls? What is the meaning of these structures? Built solely from earth, and the streets in such utter disrepair? And those clad in tattered rags, emaciated and frail, could they truly be his subjects? At this moment, Lin You is rendered speechless. He finally comprehends why the townsfolk regard him with pity. Given such dire conditions, it is no wonder few would be inclined to come here. My lord, why does he not speak? Does he despise us? A timid little girl gazes at the contemplative Lin You, timidly asking her mother. This inquiry reaches Lin Yu's ears, prompting him to look at the girl, who clutches her grimy doll and recoils into her mother's embrace in fear. Upon witnessing this, the woman gasps in terror. Have mercy, my lord. Please spare my daughter. She knows not what she does. As she speaks, she bows repeatedly. A look of sheer panic etched upon her face. Lin You can only shake his head in bemusement. Is he truly so fearsome? There is no need for such trepidation. Yet, it is this mother and daughter that finally rouse him from his stupor, enabling him to grasp his predicament fully. Observing the anxious expressions of those around him, he offers a gentle smile. It is all right. She has done nothing wrong. There is no need for such fear. I shall not harm anyone. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. The woman exclaims, her relief palpable as she bows in gratitude. Now please rise. Also, who is the spokesperson for your community? Lin You surveys the crowd below. Before long, an elderly man, supported by others, quivers as he approaches the front of the gathering. My lord, I am Shui Changwei, the acting mayor of Yellow Sand City. He bows deeply before Lin You. Observing the man's frailty, Lin You fears he might collapse and rushes down to assist him. My lord, please, do not trouble yourself. Shui Changwei insists, retreating in alarm, though a nearby youth steadies him to prevent a fall. Lin You can only smile helplessly and respond, very well. Let us find a suitable place. I wish to understand the specifics of Yellow Sand City, if that is agreeable. Of course, my lord. Please, follow me. Shui Changwei gestures invitingly. It is evident that, compared to the other subjects, his demeanor is remarkably composed. Under his guidance, Lin You swiftly departs the square. Once his figure is no longer visible, the subjects gradually rise, their faces alight with excitement. How wonderful. Our lord has finally arrived. Is this truly our new lord? He seems so imposing. Just now, I was so frightened I could barely stand. Me too, I nearly collapsed. I wonder what the lord will discuss with the mayor. Shoo, do not inquire too much. We must hurry home with the news. Yes, let us return first. The subjects disperse in a flurry, swiftly vacating the square. Meanwhile, Lin You accompanies Shui Changwei into a relatively decent house to delve into the particulars of this place. What he learns is startling. According to Shui Changwei, Yellow Sand City lies in the most remote and desolate corner of the great wasteland nation. Resources are scarce, and the populace has dwindled significantly. Only the elderly, women, and children remain, alongside a few unwilling to leave, totaling but 500 souls. It is, in essence, a ghost town. The previous lord could not endure the harsh conditions and relocated just a month after his arrival. It has now been 3 years since Lin Yu's arrival. Lin You surmised that the previous lord must have taken an entire month to depart in order to gather sufficient magical energy for the relocation of his territory. This situation left him utterly speechless. Although he had anticipated that the territory assigned to him would be less than desirable, he had not expected it to be this dire. Was he to follow in the footsteps of his predecessor, collecting a total of 60,000 magical energy before relocating the territory elsewhere? To be frank, Lin You felt a pang of sympathy, especially upon witnessing the eager, hopeful gazes of Shui Changwei and the others, along with their anxious demeanor. He found it difficult to voice his discontent. Clearly, they too were yearning for a lord to take charge of their land and guide them towards prosperity. While not seeking immense wealth, they at least desired to avoid the current plight of being uprooted and ultimately fleeing from this place. Sighing inwardly, Lin You realized he had no other options at present. It seemed he had no choice but to temporarily settle here. A sense of compassion welled up within him. He glanced at the ragged clothes of those around him and finally spoke. Please gather all the officials in the city. I have matters to discuss with them. Does this mean the lord is willing to stay? Shui Changwei gasped, his murky eyes suddenly alight with hope. The others exchanged excited glances, their faces brimming with joy. Seeing Lin You nod, Shui Changwei quickly responded, Excellent. I shall summon them at once. Please wait here a moment, my lord. Chapter 64, The Rise of Reliance. In a short while, all the officials responsible for managing Huangsha City were gathered. Lin You stood on the steps, observing the ragged yet upright figures below, and could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. If even the officials were enduring such hardship, one could only imagine the plight of the common citizens. They likely faced difficulties even in securing their daily meals. Thus, he wasted no further time and proclaimed in a clear voice, "From this day forth, I, Lin You, shall be the lord of this place." The purpose of summoning you today is not only to announce this fact, but also to assign you an important task, to conduct a thorough census of your respective areas. Gather information on the population and other details within the city and compile it for my review. Ensure it is complete and submit it to me before nightfall tomorrow. Can you accomplish this? Yes. The crowd responded with fervor. Even before arriving, they had heard whispers of the Lord's intention to remain. Upon receiving Lin Yu's first task, their faces flushed with determination, vowing to fulfill it with excellence. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction at their enthusiasm. After offering a few encouraging words, he dismissed them and, under the guidance of Xue Changwei and the others, set off towards the outskirts of the city. Initially, Lin Yu had not intended for Xue Changwei to accompany him, considering his advanced age. However, no matter how Lin Yu insisted, he was resolute in his desire to follow, claiming he wished to serve the Lord closely. Reluctantly, Lin Yu acquiesced. Soon, the procession made its way through the streets, drawing the attention of the citizens, until they arrived at a vast open space outside the city. "My lord, this is where the previous lord relocated his territory," Xue Changwei remarked, glancing back at Lin Yu. "All right, everyone, step back. I will now transfer the territory to this location," Lin Yu instructed, retrieving the crystal from his personal space. Upon seeing this, Xue Changwei and the others hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. "Detected matching unclaimed territory. Would you like to proceed with the relocation?" The voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind once more. Taking a deep breath, he chose to confirm. In an instant, the crystal blazed with light, slowly ascending into the air. Under the radiance of the crystal, the space around them began to warp, as if overlapping with another dimension. Lin Yu's territory gradually emerged from the distortion. The majestic life tree stood tall, captivating the citizens on the streets, who gasped in awe. "Look, what a massive tree. Is this truly the Lord's territory? How magnificent. What kind of plant is that? How can it have such enormous vines? Look up. It seems like there are dragons soaring in the sky." The revelation of Lin Yu's territory incited a considerable uproar. Even those who had remained indoors rushed outside, marveling at the breathtaking scene. This was the first time Huangsha City had witnessed such a flourishing display of vegetation, and the citizens were utterly astonished. To Lin Yu's surprise, the location of this territory was exceptionally strategic, nestled between two mountains, effectively shielding it from the relentless winds and sands. As the territory successfully relocated, several notifications echoed in his mind. Territory binding successful. Current territory, Huangsha City. You can view the current status of the territory through the Territory Information interface. Upon hearing the notifications, Lin Yu instructed Xue Changwei and the others to return and await further instructions, eagerly stepping into the newly established territory. Opening the territory information, he discovered a plethora of new features. Territory name, Life Tree. Territory level, Tier 6, 0500. Territory durability, 2250-2250. Recruitable units, plant type. Recruitment capacity, 13,120. Territory description, the foundation of the Lord's survival, possessing various functions. Destruction of the core leads to the Lord's demise. Upgrade requirements, wood, 3,000, stone, 6,734, 3,000. Iron ore, 210-1500. Copper ore, 30,1500. Magical energy, 3,046, 5,000. Tier 6 territory essence, 010. Note, plant type territory characteristic, self-sustaining wood supply. Subordinate territory, Huangsha City. World channel, regional channel, ranking, faith, skills, citizens, buildings, resources, management. In addition to the world channel and regional channel, 7 new functions had been added, vastly enriching the interface. Lin Yu checked the world channel and was astonished to find it truly unlocked, displaying numerous messages, all bearing the suffix of the Holy Radiance Kingdom. He had heard from Xue Changwei that his homeland, the Great Wilderness Kingdom, was one of the 10 principal duchies under this Holy Radiance Kingdom. Moreover, the suffix for the regional channel had changed to reflect the Great Wilderness Kingdom. Lin Yu discovered that sending messages within these 2 channels incurred a fee. 1,000 magical energy for a message in the world channel and 100 magical energy in the regional channel, exceedingly exorbitant. It was no wonder that the volume of messages was far less than anticipated. With such a chat channel, these kingdoms and duchies were likely set to profit immensely. How unscrupulous! Lin Yu could not help but express his discontent, while simultaneously feeling an immense envy. Even within a regional channel, if 100 individuals sent messages daily, that would amount to a staggering 10,000 magical energy. Such a sum could only be earned after laboriously hunting monsters for several days, whereas others merely needed to flick their fingers. Truly, the disparity between individuals could be utterly disheartening. Upon closing the chat channel, Lin Yu proceeded to explore the other features, gradually acquiring a clearer understanding of them. For instance, this subjects feature is designated for managing and tallying the populace within his territory. The buildings feature pertains to the construction of structures within the territory, and the resources feature enumerates all materials present in the territory. Notably, this territory also encompasses his current subordinate territory, the Yellow Sand City. However, what piqued Lin Yu's interest the most was the newly introduced power of faith, indicated by the string of numbers following the territory level. Faith, provided by the subjects. The more prosperous the territory, the greater the populace. And the stronger the sense of belonging, the more faith power is generated, thereby enhancing the Lord's own strength. Required for unlocking certain features. Essential for upgrading territories to 6th tier and above. Upon reading this description, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. The prospect of increasing his strength through faith power was indeed exhilarating. Yet, when he beheld the conditions necessary for acquiring this faith power, he felt utterly deflated. What he desperately lacked at present were both terrene prosperity and subjects. Although he was uncertain how long it would take to amass the 500 points of faith power required for a 7th tier upgrade, he was certain it would not be an easy feat. Thus, he realized he must earnestly focus on developing this subordinate territory. Fortunately, this did not contradict his original intentions. As he had initially planned to construct Yellow Sand City, the faith power merely served to provide him with an additional goal. Moreover, Yellow Sand City would become the inaugural stepping stone of his arrival in the Primal Continent. Contemplating this, Lin Yu's expression turned serious. After reviewing the various features briefly, he opened the recruitment interface. He vividly recalled that upon his initial teleportation here, the system had notified him of the removal of restrictions on the basic types of units. The restrictions had been lifted. This indicated that the variety of basic units he could mutate had significantly increased, no longer confined to the previous few options. For someone with mutation abilities like him, this was undoubtedly monumental news. While others might need to scour for unit tokens to unlock new types, he merely required magical energy to perform mutations and could instantly acquire these newly unlocked units. This was indeed his key to rapid ascension. Chapter 65, The Fearful Pumpkin. Upon accessing the recruitment interface, Lin Yu noted that the available units remained the same, yet the recruitment cap had soared to 120, more than doubling from before. Considering the potential to elevate the unit tower to 6th tier in the future, allowing direct research of 6th tier units, he refrained from expending all his magical energy on recruitment. After all, he was left with only 3,000 magical energy and needed to be prudent in his expenditures. After some deliberation, he chose to recruit merely 10 wood spirits. As he observed the glowing orbs materializing before him, Lin Yu promptly utilized his mutation ability on one of them. 5th tier unit mutation requires 100 points of magical energy. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. With a flash of light, the orb before Lin Yu swiftly transformed, and in an instant, it morphed into a plump pumpkin. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that his first mutation would yield a new unit. He hastily examined the pumpkin's attributes. Name, Fearful Pumpkin. Race, Plant. Level, 5th tier, 0-250. Strength, 0. Vitality, 50. Agility, 200. Mentality, 150. Skills, Plant Protection. Escape, withdraws its roots and rolls away at high speed. Seeding, scatters pumpkin seeds to grow pumpkins in designated areas, capable of thriving in harsh conditions, and can be consumed. Description, possesses a timid disposition, fleeing at the slightest hint of danger. Lin Yu was taken aback by the attributes of this pumpkin, his expression darkening. The Fearful Pumpkin? It seemed the only one frightened here was itself, having maxed out its agility purely for the sake of escape. He had not anticipated such an absurd plant to emerge from the newly unlocked basic units. It was almost comical. However, Lin Yu soon discerned the advantages of this Fearful Pumpkin. It had the ability to sow seeds. Moreover, it could thrive even in adverse environments. Was this not precisely what his territory lacked? While pumpkins were not a staple food, they were still a form of sustenance, and their high sugar content made them ideal for cultivation by his subjects. Let us try sowing some seeds here, Lin Yu directed, pointing to a nearby vacant plot. Upon receiving the command, the Fearful Pumpkin immediately retracted its roots, rolling to Lin Yu's feet and depositing a cluster of yellow seeds into the ground. It then inserted its roots back into the earth, twisting joyfully beside the pumpkin patch. Lin Yu watched in astonishment as the pumpkin seeds began to sprout. Within mere minutes, a tender shoot broke through the soil, growing slowly amidst a glow of light. Lin Yu understood that this rapid growth was due to the seeds being planted near the tree of life. Otherwise, such speed would not be achievable. However, even without this advantage, it was sufficient to promote to his subjects for cultivation. In this realm, common plants were impossible to cultivate, but only his unique seeds could thrive. Unbeknownst to him, a significant problem had been resolved, thereby highlighting the advantages of a plant-based territory in such a harsh environment. It was evident that this new unit had only been unlocked since his arrival in the Primal Continent, as he had never encountered it during numerous mutations in the region prior. Subsequently, Lin Yu continued mutating the remaining 9 wood spirits. As he anticipated, the variety of mutations had indeed expanded significantly, yielding several variants akin to the Fearful Pumpkin, such as wheat and potato mutations. All were capable of flourishing in adverse conditions, thereby significantly augmenting his agricultural force. The remaining half transformed into familiar combat units, with no new types emerging, likely due to the limited number of mutations. It seemed he would have to wait until he accumulated more magical energy for further experimentation. As for the remaining 1,000 points of magical energy, he decided to reserve them for emergencies. In the event of an emergency, one can directly summon 5th tier wood wyverns or pink fairies to engage in battle. Currently, the issues of security and food supply have been, albeit barely, resolved. The next pressing matters involve the construction of subsidiary territories, the exploration of various resources, the gathering of information, and the examination of the surrounding environment, among others. With such a multitude of tasks at hand, the journey ahead appears arduous and daunting indeed. It is noteworthy that, through the accumulation of experiences during the past few days of travel, the ivy has successfully ascended to the 6th tier, while the Mushroom King has also advanced to the 5th tier. The 6th tier ivy has seen its vine forest expand from an original 100 meters to an impressive 200 meters, forming a terrifying and eerie woodland just outside the Yellow Sand City. From a distance, it resembles the roots of the Tree of Life, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace, who dare not approach it even slightly. The Mushroom King, too, requires no further elaboration. Its explosive capabilities have surged dramatically, capable of blasting wide chasms in an instant. Moreover, its restless nature means that, were it not for Lin Yu's restraint, the territory would likely be in utter disarray. Casting a glance at the frolicking Mushroom King in the distance, Lin Yu managed a wry smile before dispatching the wood wyvern to notify Shui Changwei to send someone over. He also instructed the mutated plants to commence seed production, preparing to distribute them among the populace for cultivation. After a little over 10 minutes, Shui Changwei arrived at the edge of the vine forest accompanied by his steward, visibly apprehensive as they entered. To their astonishment, the seemingly fearsome vines spontaneously parted to grant them passage, leading directly into Lin Yu's territory. Before long, the two found themselves within the domain. "What brings you here? Did I not specify that your steward could handle this?" Lin Yu inquired while collecting seeds. "My lord summoned me. It is only fitting that I come personally," Shui Changwei replied with earnestness, all the while discreetly surveying his surroundings, his expression betraying his astonishment. It was his first encounter with such an extraordinary territory. Even the previous lord who visited did not possess such a grand scale. The peculiar flora within the territory left him utterly awestruck, prompting him to bow respectfully. "I wonder what my lord requires of me." "Oh, it is nothing of great concern. I merely wish to provide you with some food seeds for distribution among the populace for cultivation," Lin Yu replied, retrieving several large bags crafted from beast hide and placing them before Shui Changwei and his steward. "What is this?" Both men exchanged puzzled glances, looking toward Lin Yu. "These are seeds of wheat, pumpkins, and potatoes specially procured for you. They can thrive even in this environment. Seeds that can be cultivated here." Shui Changwei and his steward trembled in disbelief as they gazed at the 3 bags before them. They understood that their impoverished existence was primarily due to environmental issues. The revelation that there were seeds capable of flourishing in such conditions stirred within them an overwhelming excitement, rendering them momentarily speechless. "Oh, and I also have several monster carcasses. You should take them back as well. Let the populace enjoy an additional meal tonight," Lin Yu added, producing the stored monster bodies from his personal space, which tumbled out in a small mountain. Their massive size would easily suffice for a meal for over 500 people. This display startled Shui Changwei and his steward, pulling them from their astonishment. "Excellent. I shall immediately summon a cart to transport these." "Thank you, my lord, for your generous gifts." After expressing their gratitude, they hurriedly departed, their faces glowing with elation. Before long, they returned to the city, spreading the news, which instantly ignited a wave of excitement throughout the community, prompting a flurry of activity. Chapter 66. What is a lord? The planting of the seeds progressed far more swiftly than anticipated. Just as dusk was settling, Lin Yu received word that the planting had been completed. All seeds were sown in the windbreak area just outside the city, in a vast expanse meticulously cleared for this purpose, perfectly shielded from the sandstorms by the city walls. Lin Yu could not help but marvel at how accustomed these people were to hardship. Each one labored diligently, without hesitation. As darkness deepened, Lin Yu dispatched the wood wyvern to soar over Yellow Sand City to assess the situation of the populace. To his surprise, there was no jubilant celebration or lively feasting as he had envisioned. Instead, each individual held a cloth bag, cautiously and joyfully making their way home. "Mother, do we finally have meat to eat?" A little girl, her cheeks flushed, gazed at the burlap bag held by a nearby woman. The woman, gaunt and weary, wore a smile that could not be concealed. "Indeed, my dear, our Lord has graciously provided us with much meat today. As a reward for our efforts in cultivating the farmland, we shall prepare some for soup tonight and preserve the rest as jerky to enjoy gradually," she replied softly. "Wonderful. We finally have meat soup." The little girl leaped and danced with exuberance, as if the prospect of meat soup was the pinnacle of joy. Similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the streets, causing Lin You to furrow his brow before gradually relaxing. These people were indeed accustomed to hardship. They hesitated to consume the meat they received in one sitting, choosing instead to save it for later. It was fortunate that Xue Changwei framed the meat as a reward for the populace's agricultural labors, likely to provide them with a sense of comfort. Lin You could not suppress a wave of sentiment as he reflected on the nature of lordship. What does it mean to be a lord? A lord is not only the master of the territory, but also its pillar. Compared to the challenges he faced previously, the multitude of responsibilities now resting upon him might indeed earn him the title of a true lord. Furthermore, he relied on these people to thrive and provide him with the strength of belief. With this thought, Lin You opened the territory information and discovered that the belief power associated with the territory level had increased by 3 points. It seemed that his actions today had fostered a sense of belonging among the populace, instilling in them a genuine respect for him as their lord, which ultimately led to this increase in belief power. No wonder he felt a slight enhancement in his own strength. If this trend continues, it may not be long before he amasses the 500 points of belief required for an upgrade. Closing the territory information, he subsequently opened the regional channel. As night fell, the messages on the channel began to proliferate, with many new lords emerging, much like himself. Brothers, I have a question. I've been here for a day, yet my belief power hasn't increased at all. Same here. I received a territory for 5,000 people, and still no increase after a day. You bunch of new recruits, don't you understand that belief power increases with the number of loyal subjects? It requires the populace to have faith in you. This isn't a solo game in a beginner's village. Do you even know what it means to be a lord? If you can't manage your subjects, then perhaps you should reconsider your ambitions of lordship. Haha, let us not mock these newcomers. They have only just arrived and know little of our ways. Indeed, when I first made my entrance into this realm, I too faced many hardships. Now it is their turn to encounter the trials of the inexperienced. The whispers of 100 magic energy per thread are merely idle chatter. As Elder Mo has observed, this duchy is filled with many lords who arrived long before them. Upon witnessing the arrival of novice lords, they could not resist the urge to jest, causing the newcomers to shrink back in trepidation. However, from their discourse, Lin You gleaned a crucial insight. The augmentation of faith's power does not solely hinge on the number of subjects. While the populace does play a role, the paramount factor is fostering a sense of belonging and reliance among them. Take, for instance, the subjects under his stewardship. Their lives may be somewhat arduous, yet they possess gratitude, and this trifling measure of faith power has already eclipsed that of all the newly arrived lords. After observing the regional and world channels for a while, he found no tidings regarding the regional blockade. It would seem that uncovering any clues here is a daunting task. After all, the mastermind behind this chaos is hardly a fool and would not broadcast such matters recklessly. In resignation, Lin You shut down the channels and turned his attention to other pressing matters. After all, having just relocated, there remained many preparations to be made, and he could hardly afford to indulge in idle conversations. His busyness extended deep into the night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin You awakened with the light. A brief wash and donning his coat, he swiftly made his way to the lower realms of his territory. After a night of accumulation, the Flaming Lotus had bestowed upon him over 300 magic energy points. Building name, Flaming Lotus. Building level, Tier 6. Resource acquisition, 30 magic energy per hour. Description, a lotus imbued with magic energy, capable of thriving in any environment. Its level rises with the territory. With the Flaming Lotus now at Tier 6, its hourly magic energy output had risen to 30 points. While a notable sum, it still felt rather insubstantial to him, rendering many newly unveiled constructions unattainable. For instance, he had recently discovered the Territory Shield. Building name, Territory Shield. Building description, automatically activates to protect the territory during an attack, offering formidable defense, the higher the territory level. The greater the energy consumption, requiring charging. Charging consumption, territory level X 1000, magic energy per activation. Construction requirements, 500 stone, 500 magic powder, 2,500 magic energy. Lin You had long anticipated this shield. Upon discovering it in the building list yesterday, he had found himself elated for quite some time. With the shield in place, his territory would gain a significant measure of safety, alleviating concerns of immediate destruction from attacks. The 6,000 magic energy required for charging at this level was acceptable, especially for emergencies. However, he found himself perplexed by the requirements for magic powder and magic energy, unsure of how to procure them. After a light meal, Lin You summoned Su Zhong, the steward by Xue Changwei's side, to inquire about matters surrounding the territory. My lord, are you inquiring about the whereabouts of magical creatures and magic powder nearby? Su Zhong stood before Lin You, exuding utmost respect. Indeed, Lin You nodded. Having resided here for so long, you must possess some knowledge, correct? Of course, my lord. As for magic powder, it can be purchased from the traveling merchants who occasionally pass through here. As for magical creatures, they dwell deep within the Gobi Desert. Merchants pass through here? Lin You queried, surprised. Yes, for this area lies at the intersection of the Great Wasteland Nation and the Flowing Fire Nation. Occasionally, Merchants from the Great Wasteland traverse the Gobi to trade, and we procure many goods from them. 2 nations at their border? Correct. Beyond this Gobi lies the flowing fire nation, Su Zhong replied reverently. However, it is said that due to recent disturbances caused by magical creatures in the depths of the Gobi, no one dares to venture in. So it may be a long time before merchants return. Ah, I see. Lin Yu's understanding deepened. He had not anticipated that crossing this Gobi would lead to another duchy. It seemed rather isolated indeed. Yet, this represented a significant opportunity for him. If he could establish trade between the 2 nations, it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for his territory's development, perhaps even more so than for those lords assigned to affluent territories. However, a thought suddenly crossed Lin Yu's mind, prompting him to speak again. But wait, according to your account, the Gobi is teeming with magical creatures. How do those traveling merchants manage to cross it? My lord, are you not aware of cultivators? Cultivators? Lin Yu was taken aback. This world harbored cultivators? Indeed. Have you not heard, my lord? Su Zhong inquired, puzzled. In our great wasteland nation, besides the chosen ones like yourself, there are many ordinary folk like us who have lived here since childhood, cultivating to gain the ability to communicate with the divine and gradually grow stronger. Such individuals are known as cultivators. Of course, compared to chosen ones like yourself, cultivators are somewhat inferior. They not only progress slowly, but also lack the ability to summon divine servants as you do. In his final remarks, Su Zhong did not forget to flatter Lin Yu. Yet, Lin Yu was too absorbed in the implications of Su Zhong's words to notice. Ordinary folk here could cultivate. If he was not mistaken, the ordinary folk Su Zhong referred to must be the natives of the Primordial Continent. Thus, the power to communicate with the divine equated to acquiring the system's power. This meant these individuals could also cultivate and level up, albeit incapable of summoning territories or recruiting troops as swiftly as the lords. This was indeed intriguing. It appeared that this world was not as simple as he had initially perceived. It possessed its own intricate cultivation system. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. As the center of the myriad realms, the Primordial Continent, rife with magical creatures, could hardly be inhabited solely by ordinary folk. If he could harness these talents for his own purposes, his territory's strength would undoubtedly grow significantly. Alas, it was regrettable that his remote and desolate location meant he had yet to encounter a single cultivator among his subjects. One could surmise that larger territories might boast several cultivator subjects. Subsequently, Lin Yu continued to inquire with Su Zhong about various aspects of this world, gradually gaining a foundational understanding of his environment. The great wasteland nation, in which he found himself, was one of the 10 vassal duchies beneath the Holy Radiance Kingdom, situated at a rather peripheral location on the Primordial Continent. Due to its arid and remote nature, it was aptly named the Great Wasteland, ranking among the weakest of the 10 duchies. Within the duchy, cities are scattered throughout, each governed by various lords who engage in fierce competition for an array of resources. The duchies themselves are rife with constant friction. To survive in such an environment, one must perpetually enhance their own power. In light of this, venturing into the depths of the Gobi Desert became an imperative, providing an opportunity to amass additional magical energy. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu instructed Su Zhong to return, while he hastily set out with 4 6th-tier plants, including Lingxi. As for guarding the territory, he entrusted that duty to the remaining king of vine mushrooms and the newly recruited 5th-tier soldiers. Given the remote location, there was little concern about other lords encroaching. After more than half an hour, Lin Yu finally reached the heart of the Gobi Desert. To his surprise, he discovered a colossal rock fault, towering dozens of meters high, creating a distinct elevation difference on either side. To proceed, one must descend along the fault. It became evident why magical creatures had not ventured into Yellow Sand City to wreak havoc. They were obstructed by this terrain. Standing at the summit, Lin Yu beheld the expansive flatland below the fault, which appeared far more vibrant than he had anticipated. Instead of desolation, a plethora of wild grasses flourished, and some exotic tropical plants began to emerge. The height of several dozen meters posed no challenge for him. He descended effortlessly with the plants and continued onward. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally encountered their first magical creature, a galloping 3rd-tier sawhorn deer. Name: Sawhorn deer. Species: beast. Level: 3rd tier. Strength: 42. Constitution: 37. Agility: 45. Spirit: 38. Skill: Ferocious Charge. Description: a magical creature inhabiting the Gobi, known for its rapid speed and formidable serrated horns. Deer meat: an excellent prize. Quickly intercept it before it escapes. Upon spotting the fleeing deer, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged the plants to surround it. The deer, sensing danger, turned to flee in the opposite direction. However, Lin Yu's plants were not about to grant it an escape. The wood spirit dragon soared from the sky, transforming into a blur as it lunged at the deer. The creature, in its panic, barely had time to react before its throat was severed, crashing to the ground. You have slain a 3rd-tier sawhorn deer, gaining 10 points of magical energy. The notification resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Shortly thereafter, he returned with Lingxi and 2 blood demon ladies to joyfully collect the deer carcass, storing it within his personal space. Not bad, tonight will be a feast. A smile graced Lin Yu's face as he pressed onward, searching for more magical creatures. After ascending to the 6th tier, the capacity of his personal space had expanded to 200 units, easily accommodating numerous magical carcasses. Thus, he spent the entire day exploring the Gobi, hunting magical creatures for energy while collecting their remains. As he ventured deeper, the creatures encountered grew increasingly powerful, culminating in an encounter with 2 6th-tier beasts. Fortunately, his plants were sufficiently robust, and they successfully dispatched them without incident, netting over 200 points of magical energy along with 2 massive magical carcasses. He decided to halt his deeper exploration and focused on hunting in the vicinity until dusk. As evening approached, Lin Yu returned to Yellow Sand City, summoning Shui Changwei. "My lord, what brings you here in person?" Shui Changwei and several of his overseers hurriedly welcomed Lin Yu upon his entry into the city. "I just returned from outside and thought I'd check in. By the way, how is the tally coming along?" Lin Yu inquired. Shui Changwei promptly responded, "My lord, it was completed by noon, but we held off since you were away." "Is that so? Excellent. Please bring it to me shortly. Additionally, I would like to inquire if there are any iron or copper or veins in the vicinity." "Or veins?" Shui Changwei paused. "Are you referring to locations that produce, or?" "If so, there are indeed many beneath the nearby mountains, all excavated by the previous lord." "Is that true?" Lin Yu's expression brightened. Initially, he had merely asked out of curiosity, but he was pleasantly surprised to learn that ore veins truly existed nearby, remnants of the previous lord's endeavors. With this revelation, he quickly stated, "Perfect. Please inform everyone that those willing to help me collect or will receive 10 pounds of meat daily. There is no need to gather quickly. Just be diligent and healthy." "My lord, is what you say truly the case?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Shui Changwei and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief. 10 pounds of meat, especially magical meat, might not seem significant elsewhere, but for them, it was an invaluable treasure. Moreover, Lin Yu had specified it was 10 pounds daily. This could almost resolve a family's food security issue, with even some surplus. They were certain that once this news spread, countless individuals would rush to volunteer for the task. "Will this be a problem?" Lin Yu inquired further. "No problem at all. Absolutely none. I will go and notify everyone immediately." Shui Changwei eagerly nodded, hurriedly departing with his fellow overseers to spread the word. As anticipated, the moment the news was announced, it sent ripples through the city. "What did you say? We can receive 10 pounds of meat just for a day's work collecting, or?" And it was the Lord himself who said it. "Hurry, sign me up. My son wants to go too. Stop cooking and help me sign up right now." In an instant, the streets of Yellow Sand City erupted into a frenzy. A large crowd, families in tow, chased after the overseers responsible for sign-ups, surrounding them in layers as they clamored to register themselves or their men for the task. Naturally, the overseers remained mindful of Lin Yu's directives, selecting only those who were healthy and free of ailments. After all, ore collection required a certain level of physical capability, and Lin Yu was careful to consider this. His reasoning for enlisting the help of the populace rather than the plants was not only to allow the latter to accompany him in hunting, but also to improve the living conditions of the citizens. Given that he had amassed a substantial number of magical carcasses that day, sustaining them for several days was entirely feasible. Thus, the enthusiastic registration continued unabated into the evening. By the time the registration list and the resource statistics from within the city were delivered into Lin Yu's hands, darkness had already descended. Lin Yu surveyed the list before him, which comprised over 50 individuals, aligning closely with his expectations. This likely represented the maximum number of able-bodied men that Huangsha City could muster. The remainder consisted primarily of the elderly, the weak, women, and children, who were more suited to tending to crops. The spiritual energy in this world was significantly richer than that of his previous one, and according to the locals, ordinary crops could mature in just 3 months. His specially crafted seeds would likely yield even faster results, probably within a shorter span than 3 months. If he could endure this period, life should improve considerably. The future was indeed promising. Subsequently, Lin Yu perused another volume of resource statistics. It meticulously detailed the circumstances of each household, alongside the architectural conditions of Huangsha City, offering him profound insights that surpassed even the information displayed on his territory interface. With this newfound knowledge, he discerned the necessary steps to take moving forward. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Yu set aside the materials and moved to the side to start a fire for roasting meat. Once the meat was ready, he seated himself beside the fire and casually accessed the rankings information under the territory functions. Having just arrived the previous day, he had overlooked this aspect until now. Before long, a ranking interface materialized before him, presenting 2 options: Kingdom Rankings and Duchy Rankings. However, it appeared that due to his insufficient privileges, the Kingdom Rankings were grayed out, leaving him with no choice but to open the Duchy Rankings. Immediately, a detailed list emerged. To Lin Yu's astonishment, the Duchy Rankings were organized according to the ranks of the lords, assessing the comprehensive strength of each lord within the same tier. Upon reflection, this arrangement seemed quite reasonable. It fostered competition among lords of varying ranks and propelled development. The king of the Great Wilderness Kingdom certainly possessed a keen sense for governance. With this in mind, Lin You glanced at the bottom of the interface where his ranking was displayed. He had not entered any list. As expected, with his current territory and strength, he could not even breach the rankings. This was something he had anticipated, so his expression remained largely unchanged as he directly opened the list for 6th tier lords to examine. First place, Qiu Changsheng 6th tier, humanoid. Second place, Ji Yunshuang 6th tier, angelic. Third place, Nangong Jinyu 6th tier, undead. Fourth place, Yin Rang 6th tier, demon. Fifth place, Anshalu 6th tier, beast. The list continued on for over 100 pages, extending to a total of 10,000 names. Beyond that point, no further rankings were displayed, indicating that he did not even qualify for the list. Lin You was somewhat surprised to discover that the top-ranked unit was of the humanoid type, while the ranks below showcased a dazzling array of unit types. Truly, this was a remarkable original continent, teeming with prodigious talents. Furthermore, with the rise in levels, certain previously weaker unit types began to shine, frequently appearing on the leaderboard. It seemed that achieving a spot on the rankings would not be an easy feat after reviewing the 6th tier rankings. Lin You navigated back to the main page of the duchy rankings and continued scrolling upward. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the rankings, his pupils suddenly contracted. What did he see? The 10th tier. The 10th tier list hung high above all others, enveloped in a radiant golden light. This marked the second occasion Lin You had encountered the 10th tier. The first time had been in the Misty Zone, where the terrifying devourer had nearly annihilated them with ease. Just recalling that moment sent a chill down his spine. Seeing the 10th tier once more left him utterly astonished. He hastily clicked on the list, revealing a single name adorned with a golden border at the very top, with nothing else in sight. King, Ji Xinghe, 10th tier, elemental. Lin You stared in disbelief at this name, never having imagined that the king of the Great Wilderness Kingdom had achieved the 10th tier, on par with the devourer. Just how powerful must he be? It was no wonder he could establish a duchy. Lin You finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This meant that if he wished to create a duchy himself, he would also need to attain the 10th tier. The 10th tier was, for him at present, an aspiration far beyond reach. He hadn't even managed to enter the 6th tier rankings, let alone those above. Indeed, there lay a long journey ahead. However, this also reignited Lin Yu's fighting spirit. If others could achieve such heights, why could he, Lin Yu, not do the same? Perhaps one day, he too would rise abruptly and establish a forest kingdom renowned across the original continent. He couldn't help but indulge in such fantasies within his mind. Then, he closed the interface and continued to explore other rankings, all the while keeping an eye on the chat channel for useful information. The night swiftly passed. Chapter 69, United We Stand. The waterway is unblocked. Early the next morning, Lin Yu led the registered miners to the desolate mountains behind Huangsha City to commence their ore-gathering efforts. After surveying the vicinity, Lin Yu discovered, as Shui Changwei had indicated, 2 artificially excavated mines that directly accessed the underlying iron and copper veins. The mineral content was astonishingly high, far exceeding Lin Yu's expectations. The relatively shallow underground rock layers in this area allowed for such veins to be visible everywhere. Su Zhong, standing nearby, aptly explained, given the shallow rock layers here, such mineral veins are quite common. Due to his advanced age, Shui Changwei was unable to ascend the mountain and had thus sent Su Zhong to accompany Lin Yu and guide him. Upon hearing Su Zhong's explanation, Lin Yu's eyes brightened. Is that so? Then why did the previous lord ultimately choose to leave? It was clear that possessing such a vast mineral vein near the territory was an unparalleled advantage for any lord. Many would covet it. Yet the previous lord had chosen to abandon it, which was indeed perplexing, if not outright foolish. Su Zhong, seemingly hesitant to comment on other lords, offered a wry smile. My lord, you know that our location is remote and the environment harsh. Aside from these mineral veins, there is little else. Not many can endure it. That lord could only persist for a month before finding it unbearable. That made sense. Lin Yu nodded silently. The environment of Huangsha City was indeed not one that an ordinary person could tolerate. Had it not been for his exceptional survival abilities in plant cultivation, he likely would not have been able to endure. Reflecting on it now, perhaps he had even profited. The emergence of these mineral veins had swiftly resolved his resource scarcity issues, enabling him to construct many buildings he had previously deemed too risky to undertake, and to fortify the defenses of Huangsha City. For him, it was nothing short of a delightful surprise. This abandoned city, it appeared, was not as dreadful as he had imagined. With this thought, Lin Yu was suddenly filled with boundless enthusiasm, distributing the mining tools he had just crafted in the production workshop and encouraging the inhabitants to commence the extraction of ores, transporting them back to their territory. The residents, eager to improve their lives, were equally motivated, digging with fervor, and soon the cavern echoed with the lively sounds of clanging metal, creating quite a bustling scene. After observing for a while to ensure everything was proceeding smoothly, Lin Yu departed from the mountains with the plants accompanying him, hastening back to his domain. On his way, He made a brief stop to inspect the newly cultivated fields, only to find that the seeds planted 2 days prior showed no signs of germination. Not to mention the second and third batches that had been sown later. There was no indication of any activity whatsoever. It seemed that without a water source for irrigation, even his specially designed seeds struggled to grow at an excruciatingly slow pace, which was quite troublesome. Lin You couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lord, you've arrived. At that moment, Shui Changwei, who was inspecting the condition of the fields from a distance, noticed Lin Yu and hurried over. What brings you here? Lin Yu asked, surprised. With nothing to do, I came to check on the fields, Shui Changwei replied with an awkward smile, uncertain if the Lord had any specific instructions. Nothing much. I merely stopped by to observe the state of the fields, but I hadn't anticipated the growth would be so sluggish. Are you referring to these seeds? Shui Changwei glanced over at the freshly turned soil, which indeed appeared to be lagging behind the others. However, there's little that can be done, given our poor environment. Even in the past, we could only manage to grow cassava and similar crops just to scrape by. The seeds provided by you, my lord, are already performing remarkably well under these conditions. Have you never considered connecting to a water source? Lin Yu inquired. Of course, we have contemplated it. But aside from a few dry wells with a scant amount of water, what other sources could there be? Shui Changwei sighed as he surveyed the desolate land surrounding them. As an elder of the area, he too wished for it to improve. It was precisely because of generations of futile efforts that so many ultimately chose to leave their homes in search of better prospects elsewhere. After all, they were merely ordinary people, and their capabilities were inherently limited. Standing beside him, Lin Yu could naturally sense his helplessness, his gaze turning pensive. During this period, he had not neglected to ponder solutions to the water source issue, even dispatching the wood sprite dragon daily to explore the surroundings for any signs of water. Yet, the results were consistently disheartening. Nothing was discovered. With such a significant problem at hand, even his desire to enhance the living conditions in Huangsha City felt futile. Just then, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. The wood sprite dragon, which had been sent out to search for water, returned from its expedition. Lin Yu had already steeled himself for disappointment, but to his astonishment, news came from the wood sprite dragon that a water source had indeed been found. A water source has been located? Lin Yu exclaimed, his entire being jolted with excitement as he hurried towards the creature. Through their connection, he quickly confirmed the news and, overwhelmed with joy, followed the wood sprite dragon as they rushed towards the mountains at the edge of the Gobi Desert. Upon traversing the hills with his botanical companions and arriving at a ravine 5 kilometers away, he was greeted by the sight of a deep pit from which a subterranean river flowed gently beneath. Was this not the water source he had long sought? After inquiring further, he learned that it was due to the mischief of the Mushroom King, who, while Lin Yu was occupied in the mine, had stealthily ridden on the back of the wood sprite dragon, venturing out for some fun. Spotting small animals below, it had carelessly tossed down a few explosive mushrooms, resulting in the unexpected emergence of an underground river. Lin Yu was at a loss whether to scold or praise it. Very well, considering your contribution, I shall let this one slide, he said, ruffling the Mushroom King's cap. The creature, which had been huddled in a corner, immediately sprang back to life, bouncing joyfully. Lin Yu, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle, choosing to ignore the exuberant creature as he made his way back to the territory. Although the water source had been found, it was still quite a distance away, 5 kilometers, to be precise, and situated beneath hard rock. Had it not been for the explosive power of the Mushroom King, they might never have managed to blast through such deep stone. It was no wonder the residents of Huangsha City had failed to discover this underground river for so long. Even if they had found it, they likely lacked the ability to carve a water channel through the rock. However, this was not an insurmountable challenge for a lord. It merely required a bit of extra time. Therefore, upon returning to the territory, Lin Yu immediately utilized the magical energy he had accumulated over the past 2 days to recruit 5th tier with spirits for mutation. Fortune smiled upon him, as on the 9th attempt, he successfully mutated 2 explosive mushrooms, together with the Mushroom King and another that had also mutated 2 days prior. He now had a total of 4 explosive mushrooms. A demolition squad for the water channel has been formed, he declared, leading the explosive team along with several other plants towards the direction of the underground river. The residents, upon receiving the news, were filled with immense excitement. They mobilized eagerly, seizing tools to excavate the land outside the city, preparing to carve out a river channel to facilitate the water connection. Even women and children spontaneously joined in the effort, transporting soil and crafting materials to prevent water seepage. Simultaneously, Lin Yu, accompanied by his plant army, arrived at the site of the underground river. After estimating the height, he directed the mushrooms to blast a pathway along the rocks beside the river. Explosions reverberated throughout the mountains as a broad passage gradually took shape, extending towards Huangsha City. Any fissures that appeared along the way were sealed by the incoming residents using water-resistant materials, ensuring that once dried, the water could flow through without obstruction. With a unified spirit, the inhabitants worked tirelessly, the area between the city and the mountains bustling with activity. By midday on the 4th day, the water channel was finally completed, connecting to the moat they had excavated outside the city walls. All the gaps and cracks along the way had been meticulously repaired. The residents eagerly gathered outside the city, waiting in anticipation. Even the men who had been mining hurried back. Chapter 70, Wood Shadow Dragon. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from deep within the distant mountains. The residents waiting outside the city felt a collective tremor in their hearts, instinctively turning their gazes towards the water channel on the mountain. After a moment of silence, a crisp sound broke through, and the melodious sound of flowing water appeared before their eyes. It's water. Water has arrived. It's truly here. We did it. We succeeded. How wonderful. Huangsha City finally has water. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? Tears of joy streamed down their faces as they embraced one another tightly, overwhelmed with happiness. Some individuals were so overwhelmed with emotion that they spoke incoherently, their faces flushed and voices raised in excitement. As the initial murkiness dissipated, the water transformed into a crystal-clear stream, rushing into the moat and eliciting tears of joy from the elderly. Their lifelong guardianship of Huangsha City had been worth it. Come, let us hasten to welcome our lord. At that moment, someone suddenly recalled Lin You and shouted into the crowd. The previously exuberant throng immediately snapped to attention. Indeed, it is thanks to our lord that we can redirect the water. Let us go forth to greet him. They all agreed. For their lord was a benefactor to Huangsha City for generations. Absolutely. Our lord has bestowed upon us great favor. Anyone who dares speak ill of him shall answer to me. Tainyo, count me among them. Me too. The citizens clamored as they made their way towards the mountain's entrance, gathering outside. When Lin Yu returned after tending to his affairs, leading a group of plants, he was taken aback to find them all kneeling before him, a stunning sight that left him momentarily stunned. At that instant, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have earned the respect of your citizens, gaining 50 points of faith. What? 50 points of faith? What is happening? Is it because I resolved the water issue? Lin Yu could hardly believe that merely addressing the water source had garnered him such a significant amount of faith. It was known that even territories with thousands of inhabitants received only a meager 1 or 2 points of faith each day, with some receiving none at all. His sudden acquisition of 50 points clearly indicated that the citizens genuinely respected him, wholeheartedly acknowledging him as their lord. Indeed, all his efforts had proven remarkably judicious. Just as he was lost in thought, an invisible force began to converge upon him from all directions, significantly enhancing his strength. Was this the power of faith? Lin Yu marveled at the transformation within his body, feeling as though he had grown considerably stronger, approximately by 10%. Could it be that 500 points of faith would allow him to double his strength? This power of faith was indeed formidable. With that thought, Lin Yu composed himself and smiled as he addressed the crowd. Please rise. This is a time for celebration, not sorrow. My lord, we may not have the eloquence to express our gratitude, but from now on, our lives are yours to command. A man, who had just returned from the mining site, was on the verge of tears, his body trembling with uncontainable excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, others quickly echoed his sentiments. Yes, our lives belong to our lord from now on. Anyone who dares to utter a single word against him shall answer to me. Me too. In an instant, the scene erupted into joyful chaos as people passionately expressed their fervent emotions. They had lived in Huangsha City for decades. Their reluctance to leave stemmed from family ties and the deep-rooted connection to the land that had nurtured them, who would not wish for their homeland to flourish. Now, at last, a lord had come to illuminate their path, and their reverence reached unprecedented heights. Lin Yu understood their emotional turmoil, so he refrained from silencing them. Once they gradually calmed down, he continued, I have acknowledged your heartfelt sentiments. In light of this, I shall entrust you with a task. Whatever you command, my lord, we shall fulfill it with our very lives. There is no need for such drastic measures. I merely wish for you to diligently maintain this waterway and commence the development of Huangsha City, including the cultivation of fields. It is time for Huangsha City to evolve into a grand city like others. Do you believe you can achieve this? Yes, the citizens shouted in unison, some already envisioning a brighter future within their minds. Seeing their enthusiastic response, Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. After sharing a few more encouraging words, he departed with the plants. Meanwhile, the citizens hurried back, surrounding the newly opened waterway, industriously tending to it, transforming the territory's previously despondent atmosphere. Upon returning to the territory, Lin Yu finally allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation. After a brief respite, he rose and made his way to the Tower of Units. After several days of mining, he had gathered ample materials to upgrade the Tower of Units and successfully elevated it to level 6. Building name, Tower of Units. Building level, 6. Building description, allows for the research of advanced forms of existing units, making them recruitable at the cost of magical energy, with unit levels not exceeding building levels. Research speed, 1 type per day. Upgrade requirements, 1250 wood, 1250 stone, 500 iron ore, 500 copper, or 2,500 magical energy. The diligent citizens had indeed proven themselves. They worked with remarkable dedication, even exceeding Lin Yu's expectations. Within just 3 days, they had gathered enough iron and copper ore for the tower's upgrade. Coupled with the remaining stone and magical energy, he successfully upgraded the tower to level 6 and commenced research on the first level 6 unit yesterday. This time, Lin You chose to study not the wood spirit, but rather the more practical and powerful wood dragon. Previously, in the novice village, due to resource scarcity and regional blockades, he had been unable to mutate the wood dragon. Now that he had finally escaped that area, he harbored no reservations as he stood beneath the Tree of Life, summoning the recruitment interface. Indeed, a new level 6 recruitable unit had appeared. Without hesitation, he selected to recruit. Immediately, a prompt rang out. Recruiting a level 6 unit requires 250 points of magical energy. Do you wish to proceed with the recruitment? A full 250 points of magical energy. Fortunately, Lin You had hunted magical creatures deep within the Gobi Desert a few days prior, and with the accumulation from the Flame Lotus, he had amassed a considerable amount of magical energy. After deducting the energy used for upgrading the tower and researching units, he still had over 2,000 points left, sufficient to recruit 10 wood dragons. However, after some contemplation, Lin You decided to opt for a more elite recruitment strategy, recognizing its greater long-term value, and thus chose to recruit only 5. In an instant, a burst of light enveloped him as 5 large plant dragons materialized before him. Name: Wood Shadow Dragon. Race: Plant. Level: 60500. Strength: 375. Constitution: 375. Agility: 420. Spirit: 375. Skill: Swift Shadow, Super Regeneration. Introduction: the advanced form of the wood sprite dragon, showcasing an enhanced speed. It is undoubtedly the aerial sovereign among mid-tier units. Chapter 71. Mutation, the Land Legion. A 6th-tier wood shadow dragon was by Lin Yu's side, the very one that had survived their previous escape from the region. Thus, he did not feel particularly astonished. However, the sight of so many wood shadow dragons appearing at once was still somewhat shocking. The 6th-tier wood shadow dragon was not only larger than its 5th-tier counterpart, the wood sprite dragon, but also boasted 2 additional blades on its wings, exuding an impressive aura. If it continued to grow at this rate, it would likely be able to effortlessly carry him aloft upon reaching the 7th tier, which filled him with a sense of anticipation. First, let us see what type of units can emerge from mutation. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Lin You began to utilize the mutation ability on one of the wood shadow dragons. Mutating a 6th-tier unit requires 250 magic energy. Do you wish to continue? Proceed, Lin You replied decisively. Immediately, the wood shadow dragon before him was enveloped in a radiant glow, its form swiftly transforming. Before long, a 2-headed plant lion came into view. Name: Wood Ran Lion. Race: Plant. Level: 6th tier, 500. Strength: 380. Constitution: 355. Agility: 380. Spirit: 355. Skills: Swift Shadow, Rending Claw. Infused with natural power, it delivers terrifying rending attacks to foes. Lion King's Roar. Both heads emit a simultaneous roar, creating a powerful resonance that intimidates surrounding enemies. Introduction: a beast-like plant formed from the essence of nature, possessing extraordinary mobility beyond that of ordinary plants. A new unit? Lin You gazed in astonishment at the imposing double-headed lion before him. He had not anticipated that the beastly form of the wood shadow dragon would transform into a different type of beast-like plant. Subsequently, he attempted to mutate another wood shadow dragon. As the light faded, a turtle-like plant with an evergreen tree growing upon its back appeared before him. Name: Wood E-Turtle. Race: Plant. Level: 6th tier, 500. Strength: 275. Constitution: 480. Agility: 220. Spirit: 366. Skills: Super Regeneration. Turtle Shield Mirror gathers natural power to form a semi-transparent mirror wall in any direction, blocking enemy attacks. Earth Escape. The wood E-Turtle has a strong affinity for the earth, allowing it to instantaneously burrow underground when threatened. Introduction: a beast-like plant formed from the essence of nature, slow in movement, yet possessing formidable vitality and protective capabilities for allies. Goodness gracious, he had managed to acquire units across all 3 domains: land, sea, and air. Moreover, their abilities were remarkably potent. The Woodran Lion, for instance, not only inherited the Swift Shadow skill from the Wood Shadow Dragon, but also possessed the Lion King's Roar for wide area intimidation. Most astonishing to Lin Yu was the Wood E-Turtle, whose constitution reached a staggering 480 points. It also inherited the Super Regeneration skill from the Wood Shadow Dragon, along with an exceptionally powerful defensive ability. Beneath the 6th tier, it could rightfully claim to have the second-best survival capability, with no one daring to claim the first. Let us test the Turtle Shield Mirror skill. Lin Yu instructed the Wood E-Turtle. Upon hearing his command, the Wood E-Turtle slowly turned around, causing the tree on its back to sway. In the next moment, a 3-meter square semi-transparent wall materialized before Lin Yu, startling him. So large, he exclaimed, gazing at the imposing 3-meter-high wall, which could easily shield him and other plants. Furthermore, with an increase in levels, the area might continue to expand. It was an explosively powerful defensive skill. Clearly, the wood-turtle's sacrifices in offensive and mobility capabilities were justified. Lin You clenched his fists and struck the mirror wall with half his strength. With a resounding thud, it showed no signs of damage whatsoever. It was worth noting that he himself possessed 6th-tier strength. Based on the sensations conveyed just moments ago, this mirror wall could withstand a full-force strike from a 6th-tier unit without breaking, which was utterly unexpected. After approximately half a minute of experimentation, the turtle shield mirror finally exhausted its natural energy, gradually dissipating into the air. Not bad, I've acquired another means of survival, Lin You remarked with satisfaction, turning around to continue mutating the remaining 3 wood shadow dragons. As he had anticipated, all of them transformed into beast-like plants, 2 wood ran lions, and 1 wood turtle. This led him to conceive a peculiar idea. Perhaps he could establish a legion of beast-like land units composed entirely of plants through the mutation of wood shadow dragons. Of course, the prerequisite was that he needed sufficient magic energy. Lin You glanced at his dwindling magic energy, which was now just over 100 points, and sighed in resignation. It seemed he would need to earn more magic energy. However, with the newly opened water channel and numerous matters to attend to, he decided not to venture out any further. The following morning, Lin You set out with the 3 wood ran lions, the wood shadow dragon, and the spirit mushroom king, leaving the territory and delving once more into the Gobi Desert. Indeed, with the wood ran lions, Lin Yu's speed had increased significantly. He mounted one of the wood ran lions and galloped forth, soon arriving beneath a cliff where he began hunting magical creatures. As for the mushroom king, it joyfully rode atop another wood ran lion, closely following Lin You. The spirit, naturally, posed no issue keeping up, as she was already quite swift and could fly. The wood shadow dragon, soaring high above, was responsible for scouting the surrounding area. Having mounts is truly advantageous, Lin You mused, observing the scenery whizzing by on either side. This was certainly much faster than traveling on foot. Within less than an hour, he had reached a location frequented by 6th-tier magical creatures, commencing his exploration of the area. Stop! Suddenly, Lin You noticed something and called for a halt. The wood ran lion obeyed the command, slowing down and coming to a stop. Lin You fixed his gaze intently on a valley surrounded by massive boulders in the distance. He immediately spotted the dense webs and spider eggs, along with a multitude of blood-red giant spiders. A gathering place for magical creatures? Lin You felt a mix of surprise and excitement, promptly sending the wood shadow dragon soaring above the rocks to survey the situation within. Soon, through his mental connection with the wood shadow dragon, he gleaned the general scenario inside. It is indeed a diminutive spider nest. Lin You hastily summoned the plants to his side and cautiously approached. As he drew nearer, the information regarding the spiders materialized before his eyes. Name, blood jade venom spider. Species, insect. Level, 6. Strength, 330. Constitution, 346. Agility, 388. Mind, 345. Skills, blood-sucking silk. Egg-laying. Description, a spider that subsists on the consumption of blood. Its silk possesses formidable corrosive properties. Indeed, it was a level 6 creature. Lin You could not suppress his elation. He had already resolved the issue of mining materials and was diligently extracting resources. The only remaining components for upgrading his territory were faith, magical energy, and territory essence. Just as he was pondering where to procure territory essence, he stumbled upon this unexpected opportunity. Furthermore, the likelihood of encountering a leader creature in such a small nest was rather slim. It was a veritable stroke of fortune. Chapter 72. A gathering place of lesser monsters. The emergence of the monster gathering place did not cloud Lin Yu's judgment. He glanced at the mere 5 level 6 creatures and 1 level 5 creature accompanying him, then observed the nearly 30 blood jade venom spiders within the nest. The disparity in numbers was so vast that recklessly charging in would be tantamount to suicide. Moreover, in his quest to hasten their journey, he had not brought along the 2 level 6 blood demon queens. Only Lingxi and the Mushroom King possessed ranged attack capabilities. The remaining units were primarily adept in melee combat. It would be prudent to test whether he could lure them out and eliminate them one by one. Originally, Lin You had intended for the Mushroom King to ride the wood shadow dragon and bomb the nest from above. However, considering the Mushroom King's current level 5 status, it would be incapable of inflicting lethal damage on level 6 creatures, prompting him to abandon that plan. Through mental connection, he issued commands to the wood shadow dragon, instructing it to attract the attention of the blood jade venom spiders from the sky. With the dragon's swiftness, there was no concern of being ensnared by the spider's silk. If necessary, it could simply retreat into the air. He himself withdrew with the other plants, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Once at a safe distance from the gathering place, the wood shadow dragon swiftly changed direction and dove straight toward the spider nest. As anticipated, upon sighting the dragon, the blood jade venom spiders became agitated. A swarm of them emerged from the nest, launching crimson silken strands towards the wood shadow dragon, which crackled ominously in the air, hinting at the potency of their venom. Nevertheless, the wood shadow dragon was not to be trifled with. Utilizing its exceptional speed, it executed a swift maneuver. evading the silk and darting low to the ground. In an instant, more than a dozen blood jade venom spiders surged from the nest in pursuit. The area surrounding the nest filled with the rustling sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, these spiders did not chase far before a majority retreated, leaving only 4 to continue their pursuit. Quick, cut them off. Do not allow them to escape. Lin You urgently called out. 3 wood-maned lions, responding to his command, activated the speed skill inherited from the wood shadow dragon, transforming into afterimages that darted in 3 directions, encircling the 4 blood jade venom spiders, their heads held high. With a thunderous roar, the entire atmosphere quivered from the force of their mighty cry. The wood-maned lion's other skill, Lion King's Roar, was unleashed. The blood jade venom spiders, previously in pursuit, were instantly engulfed by the terrifying shockwave, their crimson venom sacs erupting with a resounding pop. Vivid red venom splattered on the ground, releasing sizzling white smoke as it corroded deep pits into the earth. At that moment, Ling Si and the Mushroom King swiftly joined the fray. Massive wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the remaining bodies of the blood jade venom spiders. Several explosive mushrooms followed suit, tracing parabolic arcs in the air before landing at the feet of the struggling spiders. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sent the 4 blood jade venom spiders flying. Kill level 6 blood jade venom spider. Gain 101 points of magical energy. Kill level 6 blood jade venom spider. Gain 97 points of magical energy. Kill level 6 blood jade venom spider. Gain 104 points of magical energy. Kill level 6 blood jade venom spider. Gain 99 points of magical energy. In an instant, he amassed 400 points of magical energy. A significant acceleration compared to before. The commotion had also drawn the remaining blood jade venom spiders from the nest once more, each rushing out in succession. With the experience gained from the first encounter, Lin You was decidedly unmerciful. Employing the extreme method of drawing them out, he commenced guerrilla tactics outside the spider nest, systematically eliminating the isolated blood jade venom spiders. After more than half an hour, the 20 or so blood jade venom spiders remaining in the nest were finally eradicated, culminating in a notification of advancement. Congratulations, you have successfully exterminated the level 6 monster gathering place, gaining level 6 territory essence X1. Is that all? Lin You stood perplexed, awaiting further rewards. Yet, after a considerable wait, he saw no sign of a unit token reward, which left him rather astonished. Could it be that a small monster gathering place does not yield tokens? The designation of small for such gathering places stemmed not only from the limited number of monsters, but also primarily from the absence of a leader creature. It appeared that Lin Yu's assumption was indeed correct. Gathering places devoid of leader monsters would not bestow unit tokens. However, this bore little consequence for him, as his primary goal had been magical energy and territory essence. Calculating in his mind, the 28 level 6 blood jade venom spiders had collectively contributed 2,008 points of magical energy, enabling him to mutate 5 level 6 units, far surpassing the time-consuming endeavor of searching for monsters. Lacking the inclination to squander further time, he promptly called to his plant companions. Onward, let us continue our search for other monster nests. Thus, Lin You spent the entirety of the morning and afternoon delving deep into the Gobi Desert. Fortuitously, he encountered 2 more small monster gathering places. After a series of battles, his accumulation of level 6 territory essence reached 3, while his magical energy soared to over 9,000 points. Including the magical energy amassed from the Flame Lotus, he totaled a grand 1,000 points. Beholding such substantial gains, Lin You felt a profound sense of satisfaction, hastening back towards his territory atop the wood-maned lion. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of the Gobi, immediately noticing the transformed surroundings of Yellow Sand City. Even the vicinity of his territory had undergone repairs to the water channels, supplying the plants with a much-needed water source. My lord, you have returned. A few laborers excavating the moat, upon spotting Lin You, promptly dropped their tools and rushed to greet him. They were all individuals who had not been selected for the mining team and remained in the city. Now, upon witnessing the completion of the water channel, they could no longer contain their excitement and eagerly joined the ranks of excavation, creating quite a lively spectacle from afar. Everyone had worked hard, enduring the sweltering heat to dig the riverbed. Lin You sat upon the back of a wooden lion, nodding towards the several men approaching. Your lordship, it is no trouble at all. Huangsha City is our homeland. The toil is worth it, especially since we have nothing else to occupy our time. I am looking forward to seeing Huangsha City flourish and surpass other places. Indeed, indeed. The townsfolk echoed, their faces alight with uncontainable joy, observing their enthusiasm. Lin You smiled faintly. Very well, I happen to hunt a considerable number of magical creatures today. Let Xue Changwei prepare a feast for everyone tonight. His words instantly sparked jubilant cheers among the townsfolk. After exchanging a few casual remarks with them, Lin You proceeded to check on the cultivation situation. Indeed, with the arrival of water, growth had accelerated significantly, and tender shoots were already peeking through the soil. Seeing this, Lin You felt a wave of relief and hurried back to the territory. Upon entering, he dashed to the base of the Tree of Life, utilizing the magical energy he had just acquired to begin recruiting troops. After some contemplation, he decided to spend 3,000 points of magical energy to recruit wood shadow dragons for mutation, increasing the number of 3 types of beast-like plant soldiers to 5 each. Although these 3 types were formidable, they ultimately remained melee soldiers, thus not requiring excessive numbers. 5 would suffice for reconnaissance and travel. Following an entire day of research at the Tower of Troops, the 6th tier form of the Wood Elemental Spirit had been successfully developed, and the Earth Elemental Spirit had also been perfected. Filled with anticipation, Lin You spent an additional 2,500 magical energy to recruit 10 Earth Elemental Spirits and initiate their mutation. The mutation compatibility for Spirit-type troops was evidently much higher than that of the Wood Shadow Dragons, often yielding peculiar and unexpected results. With eager anticipation, Lin You promptly initiated a mutation on one of the Earth Elemental Spirits. 6th tier troop mutation requires 250 points of magical energy. Would you like to proceed? Proceed, Lin You declared. As his voice fell, a radiant light enveloped the Earth Elemental Spirit, which grew considerably larger than the Wood Elemental Spirit, rapidly transforming. In the blink of an eye, it morphed from a glowing orb into an advanced form of the Rafflesia carnivora. Not bad. This can be stationed to defend the territory. Lin You then continued to mutate another Earth Elemental Spirit. With a flash of brilliance, a towering cactus, equipped with limbs, appeared before him, momentarily halting his actions. Name, Cactus Warrior. Race, Plant. Level, 6th tier, 0500. Strength, 324. Constitution, 412. Agility, 375. Mentality, 324. Skills, Guardian of Flora. Spinning Spike. The body spins rapidly, launching countless spikes outward with immense penetrating power. Spike Ball. Launches a spike ball at enemies, which detonates upon contact, transforming into spikes for an all-around assault. Description: a plant that thrives in hot regions, possessing a formidable survival ability, with spikes of exceptional penetrating power. A new troop. Lin Yu's eyes brightened as he reviewed the attributes of the Cactus Warrior. Could it be that the system finally acknowledged his earlier complaints upon arriving in this world, granting him this troop? Remarkably, the skills of the Cactus Warrior were impressive, all exhibiting penetration capabilities over a wide area. This would undoubtedly pose a lethal threat to those with fragile defenses. Although Lin You initially intended to test its skill power directly, he reconsidered due to the abundance of plants within the territory, which could lead to collateral damage. Instead, he opted for a simple test of the spike's penetrating power. Let us see how the spikes fare against this rock. Lin You found a sturdy stone and placed it several meters away, signaling the Cactus Warrior to attack. The Cactus Warrior did not hold back, swiftly launching a spike from its body, which zipped towards the stone with remarkable speed. With a piercing sound, the spike met no resistance, instantly embedding itself within the stone, continuing its trajectory and emerging from the other side, plunging into the earth. The stone shattered with a resounding crack. Impressive. Lin You marveled at the fractured stone, casting a glance at the Cactus Warrior, his heart swelling with joy. This newly acquired troop exceeded his expectations. He could vividly envision the Cactus Warrior charging into enemy ranks, unleashing a storm of spikes. The mere thought was exhilarating. Regrettably, the probability of this troop's emergence seemed rather low. In the subsequent 8 mutations, no additional Cactus Warriors manifested. Instead, he obtained duplicates of existing troops. Among them were 2 Blood Demonists, 2 Tree Spirit Commanders, 2 Wood Spirits, while the remaining were relatively weak variants of Pumpkin and Wheat. Not bad, this is still acceptable. Lin You was not greedy, content as long as he possessed a majority of combat troops. Following this recruitment round, his tally of 6th tier combat troops reached 27, granting him a tenuous foundation for stability. Glancing at the remaining 2,000 magical energy, he exited the recruitment interface and proceeded to the base of the Tower of Troops to commence research on the 6th tier Blood Demonists. Researching 6th tier troops requires 1,250 points of magical energy. Would you like to proceed? Proceed. The research cost for ordinary troops was only half that of rare troops, which was quite manageable. Once the research task was arranged, twilight gradually descended. Thus, he opted not to venture outside, instead instructing the Wood Shadow Dragon to deliver several freshly hunted magical creature carcasses to Shue Changgue's residence for a feast for the townsfolk that night. This time, the townsfolk did not merely celebrate as before, but held a proper festivity to commemorate the completion of the water channel in Huangsha City. Some even brought freshly made marinated meats to Lin You, enhancing his meals. The entirety of Huangsha City glowed with lights, reveling until the late hours of the night before finally settling down. In the following 2 days, Lin You continued his routine, shuttling back and forth between the territory and the desert. He amassed magical energy to recruit troops while also searching for magical creature gathering sites to collect territory essence. Occasionally, he would check on the reconstruction of Huangsha City and the mining situation. After 2 days of excavation and repairs, the moat surrounding Huangsha City had been excavated halfway, effectively resolving the city's water supply issues. Even the damaged city walls were gradually being restored. However, due to a shortage of manpower. It seems unlikely that the work can be completed in the immediate future. Even in urgency, this matter cannot be hastened. At this moment, it was already noon. Lin You, who was tending to the garden within the territory, was abruptly interrupted by a shout from outside. My lord, a grave situation has arisen. A traveling merchant caravan has arrived and wishes to see you. A traveling merchant caravan? Lin Yu's spirit was instantly invigorated. He hastily set aside his pruning tools and rushed outside the territory. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the townsfolk anxiously exclaimed, "It is a merchant caravan from the Fireflow Kingdom, and it appears to be led by a lord. They are currently outside the city. Very well, I shall go at once." Upon hearing that it was led by another lord, Lin Yu felt a sudden chill in his heart. He swiftly returned to the territory, mounted his wooden lion, and hurried toward Huangsha City with the plants in tow. Meanwhile, at the other end of Huangsha City, outside the city gates, a small merchant caravan consisting of a dozen individuals was slowly entering the city with their goods. My lord, this is Huangsha City, the closest settlement within the borders of the great wilderness. Beside the wagon, a portly middle-aged man spoke softly to those inside. Is this truly Huangsha City? The curtain of the wagon was lifted, revealing a young man of similar age to Lin Yu, who curiously surveyed his surroundings. It really is as desolate as the rumors say. I never expected there to be a lord here. Indeed, the man replied respectfully. It seems that he, like you, has only recently arrived, so we should exercise caution. What is there to fear from a newly arrived lord? I have brought 46 tier soldiers with me on this outing. The young man scoffed dismissively. Surrounding his wagon were indeed 40 centaur soldiers brandishing various weapons, boldly entering the city and striking fear into the hearts of the citizens of Huangsha, who dared not approach. At last, the caravan passed through the dilapidated city gates and arrived on the main thoroughfare. At a glance, they spotted a towering tree, soaring dozens of meters into the sky. At the end of the street, is this the domain of the plant faction? The young man froze momentarily upon seeing the grand tree, instantly recognizing it as part of Lin Yu's territory. As he observed the shadows flitting around the massive tree, his pupils constricted in alarm. Flying soldiers,